Holoa, holoa. Seven blossoms on a single vine, unperturbed by the rain, la 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 la. Wow. Accompanied by a resounding wail that soared into the heavens, the abode of the Xiao clan radiated with seven-colored divine light, illuminating the entire valley. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, something appeared to be lush and vibrant, coiling and undulating, while an ethereal silhouette of a seven-colored gourd mountain emerged. I once rode upon the wild emperor of heaven. I have guided the spirit of the sky repairing pavilion's ancient gourd vine. I have compiled an extensive culinary repertoire from the classic of mountains and seas. I have drawn forth Amlin, hammered Utah, and even urinated within the immortal cauldron. He turned his back to the world, fishing alone through the ages, seated atop the emperor's coffin, suppressing the ominous and the terrors lurking beneath the abyss, solely to catch you in the endless river of time. Chapter 1. Holowawa Holowawa. The Xiao clan resides within the boundless Kangmang mountain range, surrounded by towering peaks and deep ravines. The vast mountains stand majestically, while a waterfall over 3,000 meters cascades from the rear, resembling a silver dragon plunging downwards, accompanied by a thunderous roar akin to a stampede of countless horses. The entire Xiao clan is nestled within this immense valley, where the natural waterfall ensures abundant water sources, creating hundreds of ponds and lakes of varying sizes, making it an ideal habitat for human life. The afterglow of the setting sun, akin to scattered gold, descends upon the rooftops of houses, mingling with curling emerald smoke, reminiscent of clouds rising and colorful mists swirling, imbuing the scene with vibrant life. Wow! Accompanied by a resonant cry that surged into the skies, the abode of the Xiao clan was illuminated by the seven-colored divine light, casting brilliance throughout the valley. Within the dazzling radiance, something appeared lush and vibrant, coiling and undulating, and upon closer inspection, it resembled a gourd mountain that seemed to emerge and fade. Subsequently, chaotic mists boiled forth, clouds billowed and colors swirled, with purple vapor entwining, stretching endlessly for 30,000 miles. A mountain of indeterminate height emerged, resembling the spine of the heavens, and the closer one looked, the more insignificantly small they felt. At the foot of this majestic mountain grew a gourd vine, spiraling and entwining the entire peak, resembling an ancestral dragon winding its way through the terrain. The gourd vine's skin resembled azure scales, ancient and substantial, exuding a grandeur. On each leaf, one could sense the presence of 3,000 worlds swirling around, countless stars twinkling, and infinite microcosms rising and falling. The Xiao family is a super clan that governs boundless territories, boasting a population exceeding 100 million, with a lineage spanning thousands of years, having produced more than one king-level powerhouse during its zenith. Today, another grandson of the current head of the Xiao family has been born, an event that no one anticipated would cause such a stir. The Xiao family is no longer in its prime, leaving one to ponder whether to rejoice or to worry. Fortunately, the seven-colored divine light appeared and dissipated swiftly, occurring during the evening, suggesting that few would witness it. They simply needed to arrange for the news to be sealed. The inhabitants here are all under the protection of the Xiao clan. Beyond their borders lies a vast, desolate wilderness, filled with towering ancient trees, steep cliffs, and ferocious beasts and birds of prey. The more powerful the Xiao clan becomes, the better life will be for the entire clan and those under its dominion, safeguarding them from the voracious beasts and birds that might otherwise consume them. Numerous elders of the Xiao clan were roused, each appearing flustered, as if cradling an unparalleled treasure, handling it with utmost care, their breaths quickening as they gazed at the child in the swaddling. Upon the child's birth, after a single loud cry, he ceased to weep and fell into contemplation. Who am I? Where am I? Have I truly transcended? Observing the peculiar old men and women around him, he made his tentative conclusions. Meanwhile, the elders paid little heed to anything else. They were more concerned with the layer of crimson light that flickered around the child, resembling flames, while a soft golden halo shimmered on the infant's surface, as if a legendary sage had descended upon the world. Xiao Lao-san, did you discern anything? Speak up, you're making me anxious. Did you notice the supreme bone? Beside him stood a robust elder, towering at nearly 2 meters, resembling a mighty bull, his brows furrowed in impatience. Xiao Lao-san, equally tall at 185 centimeters, possessed eyes that glimmered with a silver hue, employing a technique to scrutinize the infant with meticulous care. I cannot discern anything. Perhaps my technique requires further refinement, as I fail to detect the supreme bone or any innate patterns. Xiao Lao-san scratched the back of his head with a large hand, expressing his reluctance. What about other attributes? Ancient texts record that beings born with the bone of treasures, innate divine patterns, and even dual pupils all exhibit extraordinary signs. Are there none of these? Elder Xiao Lauda, with a deep and resonant voice, replied once more, there truly appears to be nothing. At least, I cannot perceive any peculiarities. Xiao Lao-san was on the verge of tears, hastily retracting his divine technique, having been overly eager and, crucially, he had failed to see what he had hoped to find. Xiao Tian was now certain he had transcended. He ultimately could not escape the calamity of Yangyang. The Great Dream System has successfully loaded. The Grand Dream spans thousands of autumns. What year is it tonight? Eliminate the potential hazards of fetal confusion. While checking in, a birth reward manifests, the template of the first gourd baby. To adapt to this realm, the innate divine abilities will gradually awaken to perfection during the course of growth. The gourd baby, endowed with both size and auspiciousness, possesses innate strength that astonished Xiao Tian, who unexpectedly awakened the talents of his childhood idol, the gourd baby. Suddenly, the little one wailed, his eyes as pure as the black night sky, swinging his tiny fists and kicking with his short legs in exuberance. "Ha ha, the little fellow must be hungry," crying with such vigor, chuckled Xiao Lar. Xiao Tian, feeling helpless, realized he could only communicate in one language, cry. The key point was that in his excitement, he had inadvertently released his bladder, splattering Xiao Lada nearby. "Ha ha, this little rascal urinates with such force. It must be the third brother's lack of expertise in ocular techniques. He is indeed a prodigy of a Xiao family." Instead of being angry, Xiao Lada burst in a hearty laughter. Indeed, this little short leg, when it kicks, it feels as if a fierce wind is stirred. Xiao La, who had remained silent, finally spoke, extending his palm close to Xiao Tian's tiny feet, only to be met with sharp kicks that echoed like applause. That truly packs a punch," he remarked, inhaling sharply. "Regrettably, I am still oblivious to the nature of this world and cannot comprehend the ramblings of these old men. Yet they appear to be quite pleased," Xiao Tian pondered. "Such vigor at this tender age. With just a casual kick, it feels as though he possesses 100 pounds of strength." Xiao La-san eagerly attempted a kick, exclaiming with excitement. Subsequently, Xiao Tian observed the exaggerated antics of the elders and surmised a few things, leading him to wail loudly as he found the situation to be quite bothersome, especially with one shameless elder teasing him like a little calf. "Ha ha, my grandson possesses the demeanor of a noble," exclaimed Xiao Tian's grandfather, Lord Ling Tian, hastily returning from the outside to cradle the little one. The 50-year-old elder, robust in strength, was a formidable practitioner at the pinnacle of the inscription realm, joyously gesticulating at that moment. The Xiao clan of this generation, without a powerful king to preside, had experienced a decline. Xiao Tian's birthplace, referred to as the wild lands of the lower realms, is categorized as follows: blood mobilization, cave heaven, spirit transformation, inscription, array formation, and nobility. Fortunately, Xiao Tian was still unable to understand the elder's words. Otherwise, he would have kicked him. The elder resembled an old general on a theatrical stage, adorned with numerous flags at his back. Moreover, what does the demeanor of nobility signify? At that moment, Xiao Tian's father, Xiao Feng, gazed longingly from a distance at his son, feeling the injustice of being sidelined. Alas, he could not contend with the 7 or 8 elders encircling him. Soon, Xiao Tian's name was determined. It had been chosen even before he was born, mirroring his previous life. He was named Xiao Tian. He was unaware of the meaning of this name, and would only comprehend its significance as he matured. The silver-robed youth, a prodigy marked by extraordinary signs, lay in his mother's embrace, suckling at her breast, with his eyes closed, dreaming of the splendid and joyous awakening of other gourd baby abilities in his future. This child is undoubtedly remarkable. Issue a command to seal the news of Tianer's birth. When Tianer comes of age, with him present, the Xiao family shall undoubtedly regain its former glory. The assembly of elders departed, exchanging excited words. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Check in under the God Willow tree for 3 minutes. At that moment, the system's notification sounded in a manner that only he could perceive. Chapter 2. Prominence. As the other elderly gentleman departed, only Xiao Feng remained, astonished as he gazed at his son. The boy stood tall, measuring nearly 1 meter 89. A robust figure with a square jaw, perpetually grinning foolishly as he paced back and forth, his eyes never straying from Xiao Tian. "Brother Feng, why are you standing so far away?" Duan Jiao shot an exasperated glance at her partner. All right, I merely feel clumsy and heavy-handed, worried that I might inadvertently hurt Tuner," Xiao Feng replied, tiptoeing closer, his eyes brimming with affection as he regarded Xiao Tian. "Rest assured, nothing will happen. Come here. Let me hold you," he reassured, his voice gentle. "You are certainly more tender than those clumsy old men," Duan Jiao retorted, slightly annoyed. "Xiao Tian, my dear, grow up quickly," she said, her once radiant beauty slightly dulled. yet filled with delight as she caressed Xiao Tian's small head and handed him over to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, flustered and frantic, despite possessing hands large enough to safeguard Xiao Tian effortlessly, was now a bundle of nerves, perspiring profusely and appearing utterly uncoordinated. Lucian? Upon hearing the system's notification, a familiar term, Xiao Tian froze, momentarily neglecting his feeding. His body shifted position, and Xiao Feng caught him, only for Xiao Tian to instinctively kick out, sending his diminutive form flying from the recoil. However, enveloped in a crimson glow, he gently landed in Duan Jiao's embrace. Xiao Feng had been startled, fearing that Xiao Tian would fall. Yet to his astonishment, the little one displayed agility reminiscent of a primordial beast's offspring. Keep this to yourself. Tianer is exceptionally gifted with astonishing bones, a rarity among thousands. However, our Xiao clan remains too weak, Duan Jiao asserted firmly. You may confide in your father, Ling Tianho. Hastily, she cradled the little one, carefully inspecting him, and upon confirming he was unharmed, shot a disapproving look at Xiao Feng. Time passed swiftly, and 4 years elapsed. In the vast, untamed territories dominated by the Stone Kingdom, the most sensational event was the emergence of a natural saint possessing dual pupils from the Martial King's manor, born approximately 3 months after Xiao Tian. In no time, the Martial King's influence soared, as it represented the Stone Clan, where only the powerful could ascend to the throne amidst the chaos of the world. The birth of the dual-pupiled stone, he signified his potential to become the future emperor of the Stone Kingdom. Yet, all of this bore no relevance to Xiao Tian. He was far more concerned with a recent incident involving a little one who nearly lost his life to the extraction of his supreme bone. Sure how? That innate supreme being, who had his supreme bone forcibly removed by the reckless and deranged mother of his cousin, Sure Yi, nearly perishing in the process. A child who endured endless hardships and battles throughout his life, ultimately sacrificing his own son, younger brother, and cousin Sure Yi to the tyrannical emperor of the wilderness. Of course, Xiao Tian now understood his own identity. The original narrative had him encountering Shan Hai at the Repair Pavilion, where he was struck twice by Shan Hai. The youth hailed for his brilliance. However, he now truly embodied this title, no longer a mere jest. As the Martial King Manor unveiled a dual-pupiled individual, capturing the attention of various factions, Xiao Tian continued to grow steadily and discreetly. The Xiao Clan, boasting a population of over 100 million, had its own methods to assist the children in their foundational cultivation. From a young age, Xiao Tian possessed the template of the first child of the gourd, and as he matured, mysterious bone inscriptions naturally emerged within his bloodline, reminiscent of ancient fierce beasts, echoing the origins spoken of in the upper realms. In this world, the foundational cultivation system commenced with the blood transformation realm, which required nourishment and medicinal enhancement to refine and metamorphose the body's blood, forging bone inscriptions, channeling the essence of life throughout the body, resonating like thunder, igniting the divine radiance within the blood to seize the essence of the heavens and nurture the corporeal form, facilitating continuous transformation until reaching the limits of human capability. Legend spoke of a pinnacle strength of 100,000 gene. This threshold of 100,000 gene applied not only to humans but to all sentient beings, whether one was a progeny of primordial fierce beasts or of supreme lineage. It seemed a binding constraint of the celestial path. Now at the age of 4, Xiao Tian had already amassed a formidable strength of 80,000 gene, and he discerned that as his corporeal power approached the threshold of 100,000 gene, the constraints intensified as if invisible shackles were affixed to his form, necessitating a gradual struggle to break free from their confines. Lacking the fortuitous opportunities of Shan Hai, who possessed the primitive true resolution for foundational cultivation, Xiao Tian, however, had his own serendipity. The bone inscriptions he learned seamlessly integrated into his being, becoming a part of the innate abilities bestowed upon the first child of the gourd. The divine ability of the first child of the gourd, size and shape as one, innate divine strength. For Xiao Tian, this was a most fitting and optimal path. Nevertheless, this did not imply he could not master other arcane arts. Rather, it suggested that he was embraced rather than consumed, transformed into nothingness. Akin to a primary school student learning hundreds of Chinese characters, lost within the vast lexicon of the language. Xiao Tian's protector was his father, as personally instructed by his grandfather, Ling Tianho. Xiao Feng, a formidable presence in the spirit transformation realm, ensured that as long as he did not provoke powerful ferocious beasts, he was more than capable of fulfilling this guardian role. As for Xiao Tian's mother, she was once again pregnant, already 7 months along. Xiao Tian harbored no objections to the prospect of a younger sibling, whether it be a brother or sister. At that moment, he was fixated on his quarry, the dragon horn elephant, whose body exhibited a verdant hue, as resilient as bronze, impervious even to iron spears. Its antlers were razor-sharp, capable of effortlessly shattering boulders. With his father safeguarding him, Xiao Tian was free to hone his combat skills without restraint, having long since accepted this world as his own. In truth, in his previous life, he might have had a father, though he had never met him, having been raised solely by his mother. Eventually, after he entered university, she found her true love, a development he regarded as positive, seldom intruding upon her life, merely checking and occasionally via video call or phone. During summer breaks, he worked diligently, having always been responsible, enduring hardships, studying architecture at a polytechnic university. Upon entering the workforce, he dated a few girlfriends. But fate was not on his side, and they parted ways. His greatest aspiration was to purchase a home in the city where he worked. But then he encountered the calamity of Yangyang. While others merely faced the whims of sheep characters, he faced a direct encounter with death. Roar! The dragon horn elephant emitted a sound akin to a colossal elephant's trumpeting, its voice resonating loudly and piercingly as it charged towards him. Its form nearly doubled that of a mature elephant. Its body was covered in layers of scales reminiscent of the alligator gar, each muscle movement causing the scales to clang like metal. Its limbs were robust and powerful, resembling concrete pillars, draped in thick, wrinkled skin akin to that of a tire. Each thud against the ground reverberated, shaking the surrounding trees. Xiao Tian leapt lightly, his small form directly colliding with the dragon horn elephant. As they neared impact, his body was enveloped in crimson flames, rapidly shrinking to the size of a flea. The ferocious force of the dragon horn elephant's charge was akin to firing a cannon at a mosquito, resulting in no substantial harm. Yet, Xiao Tian's diminutive form contained immense power, ripping through the gale generated by the dragon horn elephant's charge as he vaulted onto its neck. In the next moment, enveloped in the fiery crimson glow, Xiao Tian's body rapidly expanded, becoming a colossal figure surpassing even the dragon horn elephant. The elephant found itself ridden upon, akin to an adult atop a newly born lamb. With a single punch, empowered by his innate abilities, Xiao Tian delivered a blow with his fist, which was as large as a millstone, driving the dragon horn elephant's head deep into the earth, causing the ground to tremble and fissures to emerge. Xiao Tian grasped the two dragon horns, twisting them with great force. With a sharp crack, the neck of the dragon-horned elephant emitted a sound of unbearable strain, making a complete 180-degree turn. Chapter 3. The Size of Contentment. Upon vanquishing the dragon-horned elephant, Xiao Tian retracted his divine powers, his entire body trembling as an overwhelming wave of hunger surged within him. Father, I am famished. Unji, here is the milk prepared for you from 100 beasts. Xiao Feng, recovering from his shock, hastily presented a white bone jade flask. This artifact was inscribed with runes, capable of maintaining the temperature of the milk within at all times. The milk Xiao Tian consumed was derived from numerous formidable blood-moving beasts, meticulously blended with special herbs. This was Xiao Tian's request. Breast milk is regarded as the most nutritionally valuable treasure for young children. The milk from these beasts concentrated the essence of their being, ensuring optimal digestion and absorption. Having observed the unparalleled growth of the little one, Xiao Tian had always relished beast's milk since childhood. Ling Tianho devised numerous means to procure the milk for him, ultimately providing him with the milk from 100 beasts. As Xiao Tian drank the milk, a faint golden aura enveloped his body, swiftly absorbing the medicinal properties. At present, his physique remained too frail. Utilizing his innate divine powers would invariably lead to such a state. The first time he employed his innate divine ability was at the tender age of 2, resulting in him collapsing on the spot, much to the horror of his parents and the elders of the clan. He fainted for an entire day, and upon awakening, he never dared to recklessly use his innate powers again. Whether shrinking or enlarging, the consumption of vital energy was immensely taxing for him. At 3 years old, he attempted to use his powers once more, only to find himself weakened for half a day, driven to madness by hunger, consuming 10 jin of beast milk. The treasured milk flask he possessed contained a space akin to that of Shumi, holding 100 jin of beast milk, ensuring Xiao Tian could indulge whenever he desired. After greedily consuming 50 jin of milk, he finally felt the pangs of hunger subside. Gradually, he sipped the remaining 20 jin, letting out a satisfied burp. He had succeeded. It was the first time he had wielded his innate ability, transforming to a height of 9 meters, only to faint again. The second time, he employed his divine powers. He grew to a towering 20 meters and subsequently felt weak for half a day. On the third occasion, he had transformed into a magnificent 45-meter giant and even succeeded in slaying a dragon-horned elephant, one of the apex beasts of the blood-moving realm. That dragon-horned elephant measured 16 meters in length, with a 3-meter tail and a shoulder height of 9 meters. Truly a colossal creature. In summary, as he matured, the scope within which he could freely wield his divine powers expanded significantly. Returning home, Xiao Tian acknowledged the considerable toll the day had taken on him and resolved to recuperate, requesting his grandfather to prepare for his 4th birthday ceremony. Aspiring to surpass the strength of 90,000 Jin in bodily power, he casually handed the milk flask to his father and began to walk forward, when suddenly a gust of wind swept past, revealing the chill beneath him. He then remembered he had discarded his clothing during the battle. Currently, his powers were insufficient to affect his garments, rendering them unable to resize in accordance with his form, prompting him to remove his clothes in anticipation of attempting his abilities. Smack, smack! I am your father, not your attendant. Xiao Feng, with a stern expression, set aside the beast's milk and lifted Xiao Tian's diminutive 1.2-meter frame onto his lap, delivering a series of playful slaps to his soft backside. Disciplining a son should happen early. This little rascal is only 4 yet behaves so unruly. With his talents, the so-called demeanor of a revered one, as spoken by the old man, is entirely plausible. The thought of disciplining a future emperor-level powerhouse made Xiao Feng's hand move with a bit more vigor. Wah, wah, father, I shall never dare again. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Xiao Tian responded obediently, crying out a couple of times, vowing not to act so audaciously again. He would wait for an opportunity to inform his grandfather, Ling Tianho, and encourage the old man to spar with his father. Xiao Tian recalled that whenever he had been disciplined in the past, Ling Tianho would always say, Fenger, let's see if you've made any progress in your cultivation lately. At which point, his father's square face would wear a reluctant expression. By the time afternoon came and it was time for dinner, Xiao Feng would send word that he had clan matters to attend to and would not be dining. Little rascal, do not reveal to your grandfather that I disciplined you. It is my duty to teach my son, and no one can interfere. After delivering a thorough admonishment to Xiao Tian, Xiao Feng felt quite pleased. Oh, Xiao Tian quickly acquiesced, scampering away to don his clothes. His bare appearance was simply too embarrassing. Once clad in black attire, Xiao Tian instantly appeared spirited. His short black hair and bright, dark eyes shining like polished onyx. His delicate features were as fair as porcelain, more charming than any girl, complete with dimples when he smiled, yet adopting a cool demeanor when angered, prompting an irresistible urge to pinch his cheeks. Xiao Feng picked up Xiao Tian's milk flask, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and strode toward the clan's inner sanctum. Instantly, 2 guards emerged from the shadows, lifting the dragon-horned elephant as they proceeded deeper into the clan. In the afternoon, Ling Tianho returned, announcing a bonfire feast for the day. Not only that, but he also arranged for medicinal baths for all children under 10 to participate in that evening. It was said that upon his return, Ling Tianho had carried a fiery red celestial dog, rumored to be a remnant of a fierce beast, possessing the pure bloodline of the celestial dog within. This was a jubilant excursion for Ling Tianho, spurred on by his son Xiao Feng's recounting of his grandson's performance, leading him to venture deep into the wilderness and hunt down such a formidable beast, comparable to those of the marquee level. The powerful companions he brought along also hunted additional beasts, gathering their blood and flesh along with various herbs, sufficient to provide a baptism for the other children of the clan. Xiao Tian had indeed witnessed the remains of the celestial dog, its body an impressive 30 meters long, its fiery red fur resembling flames. Ling Tianho recounted the legends of the pure-blood celestial dog, characterized by a black head and a crimson body, capable of devouring the sun and moon. Fierce and formidable indeed. Xiao Tian listened in awe. It was undeniably powerful, daring to consume the 3-legged golden crow and the jade rabbit of the moon, and to assert that it was not fierce would be met with disbelief. However, the 9 netherhound was indeed the most ferocious among canines, not merely one of the 10 great beasts, but also an entity of near immortal caliber, a true terror of this world. The Emperor of the Wilderness found it far more arduous to vanquish the Annihilator than to defeat the skeletal immortal. Gulp! As Xiao Tian gazed at the colossal remains of the celestial dog, he could not help but swallow, feeling a pang of hunger. Ha! Xiao Feng, go cut a piece of the celestial dog's hind leg for Tianer to roast and eat. Ling Tianho, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of satisfaction and spoke grandly. Xiao Feng dared not utter another word and busily set to work. Come, Tian, demonstrate your ability to shrink for grandfather. Ling Tianho lifted Xiao Feng and walked toward the hall where he would undergo body tempering. Xiao Tian understood well the significance of endearing himself to his grandfather. Ling Tianho, bestowed with the rank of duke by the Stone Emperor, was immensely powerful, surpassing other inscription realm experts. It could be said that only those of the inscription realm could achieve the rank of duke, yet not everyone was qualified for such a title. With a gentle leap, Xiao Tian transformed into a height of 10 centimeters, standing upon his grandfather's shoulder before jumping into his outstretched palm. Grandfather, am I impressive? Hurry and look. I can't maintain this for long. As Xiao Tian spoke, his clothing was instantaneously removed, having been seized directly by Ling Tianho. Good. Marvelous, my dear grandson. Quickly revert back. Ling Tianho, filled with joy, gazed at him with radiant eyes, observing with utmost seriousness, his heart swelling with affection. He recalled the time when Xiao Tian had fainted after employing such powers, and he could not help but feel a shiver of fear. The anxiety was more profound than experiencing his own injuries. Chapter 4. Innate Divine Strength. In the heart of the Grand Hall, a towering silver cauldron, standing 3 zhang high, emitted a rhythmic bubbling sound, releasing plumes of steam. This was a vital part of the Xiao Clan's ritual spirit, an alchemical furnace crafted from the essence of their ancestral deity, revered for generations. This spirit, a manifestation of a silver mountain endowed with sentience, was worshipped by the Xiao Clan as their divine protector, possessing an unmatched strength that reached the realm of kings, safeguarding the clan of over 100 million souls. The members of the Xiao Clan held silver in the highest esteem. The head of the family favored garments, armor, and even weaponry adorned in silver. This was also the backdrop of the original narrative, where Xiao Tian, during the second trial at the Pavilion of Heaven's Repair, was struck down by Shi Hao, leaving behind a silver-robed youth, whose legendary journey was marked by prodigious talent and extraordinary occurrences. Lord Ling Tian personally intervened, tossing various precious herbs into the silver cauldron, including silver ginseng, golden spiritual mushrooms, and crimson remania, interspersed with sizable centipedes and spiders the size of wash basins, as well as the dazzling blood of mythical beasts. The originally clear water transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, quite a sight to behold. However, Xiao Tian was already accustomed to this process. He had undergone such transformations more than once, thus navigating it with ease. Each time he sought to enhance his physical form by even 1,000 jin represented a significant advancement, and this occasion was no exception, as he aimed to break through to a strength of 90,000 jin. After witnessing his prodigious talent, Lord Ling Tian was more than willing to lend his utmost support to his beloved grandson. In his quest for Xiao Tian's successful breakthrough, he produced some of his most cherished treasures, including 9 jars of precious blood. Within these jars, Xiao Tian could distinctly perceive golden swanee roaring, silver bihan growling, purple pishio shrieking, and crimson-black tiango howling. Each jar released a different hue of radiant light, coalescing into fierce beast imprints, palm-sized, majestic, and fearsome, as if they might rend the very fabric of heaven and earth, so lifelike that they appeared ready to flee. Nevertheless, Lord Ling Tian, with his formidable strength, manifested glowing silver symbols upon his palm, illuminating the ancient script as his hand transformed into a hand of silver, dispersing those beast imprints in a blood that fell into the cauldron. Xiao Tian held little expectation. The ancient legacy of Shi Tzuan was profound and unmatched by the Xiao Clan. Fortunately, he was acutely aware of his unique constitution. His enhancement merely required an ample supply of energy, allowing his innate advantages and the natural attributes of his gourd baby form to continuously strengthen his physique. After all, among the 7 brothers of the gourd, Dawa was the epitome of physical prowess, with only Sanhua's indestructible body being comparable. Once Lord Ling Tian had meticulously prepared the concoction for body tempering and foundational strengthening, he personally opened the cauldron. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian leaped into the cauldron. Upon entering, his body radiated light, a halo of crimson gold swirling around him, as mystical patterns began to manifest. The medicinal essence within the cauldron transformed into tiny bone scripts, eagerly burrowing into his body. Xiao Tian activated his innate bone script abilities, fully immersing himself in the cauldron, entering a state akin to a fetal breath. He had chosen this day for his breakthrough due to an inexplicable sense that he had once again integrated a portion of Dawa's innate talents, necessitating a substantial influx of energy to facilitate his metamorphosis. Lord Ling Tian's eyes gleamed with silver radiance as he observed the cauldron, his excitement palpable as he paced around it, circling it repeatedly like a millstone. He recalled his own experience of breaking through to 80,000 Jin at the tender age of 11, a feat that had earned him the title of a once-in-a-century genius, with prospects of achieving the realm of formation. In contrast, his grandson, Xiao Tian, was merely 4 years old and was attempting to breach the threshold of 90,000 Jin in physical strength. This thought filled Lord Ling Tian with exuberance, causing him to dance with joy, completely shedding the dignified demeanor of a noble. After an hour in the cauldron, the water transformed into pure liquid, as all the medicinal properties had been completely absorbed by him. With a gentle leap, he effortlessly pushed open the cauldron's lid and emerged, his body reduced to the size of a flea, springing forth through the open crack. How'd it go? Did you succeed? Lord Ling Tian inquired with palpable excitement. Xiao Tian, without uttering a word, approached a nearby cauldron marked for 90,000 Jin, wrapped his arms around one of its legs, and lifted it effortlessly off the ground in a seamless motion. These cauldrons, ranging from the lightest at 1,000 Jin to the heaviest at 100,000 Jin, numbered 20 in total. They were specially crafted by the clan for the purpose of assessing the progress of the children within the family. Lord Ling Tian had long anticipated his grandson's success, yet witnessing this scene left him utterly astonished. This cauldron had remained untouched for over 800 years. The 100,000 Jin cauldron had originally been forged merely to inspire the children, and no one in the Xiao clan, from the eldest to the youngest, had ever managed to lift it in the blood-moving realm. All right, set it down now. Take a moment to rest. Are you hungry or thirsty? Xiao Feng, come here and bring Tianer's milk bottle. Lord Ling Tian demonstrated a clear distinction in treatment before Xiao Tian, his expression oscillating between obsequiousness and ferocity. Oh, Xiao Feng replied in a low voice, as he had been tasked with guarding the milk bottle and watching over the grand hall. He understood, well, that for a 4-year-old child to break through to 90,000 Jin of physical strength would be astonishing news, requiring utmost discretion to ensure no word of it leaked. The process of tempering Xiao Tian's body had always been a closely guarded endeavor between the elder and himself. Upon seeing his father enter, Xiao Tian looked at him expectantly, once again lifting the cauldron he had just set down, gently returning it to its original position as if it had never been disturbed. This was accomplished without the aid of any bone scripts or innate abilities, relying solely on the strength of his physical form. Having completed this feat, Xiao Tian dashed over to retrieve the milk bottle, consuming 50 Jin in a single breath and letting out a satisfied burp. Meanwhile, Lord Ling Tian and Xiao Feng exchanged glances regarding the remaining clear water in the cauldron that had once contained potent medicinal properties. Lord Ling Tian maintained a serious demeanor, while Xiao Feng could hardly suppress a grin, only to quickly silence himself upon catching a disapproving glare from his father. After drinking the milk of 100 beasts, Xiao Tian stood there, completely bare, as luminous symbols began to emerge from his palms, silver bone scripts unfurling upwards, extending to his arms and shoulders, until his entire body was enveloped in a shroud of shimmering silver runes, flickering mysteriously. This was a sacred art imparted by the Xiao clan's ritual spirit, reserved exclusively for the main lineage. Beneath the veil of silver symbols, his physical strength was augmented immensely, imbued with a profound vibrational power. Xiao Tian had begun studying these bone scripts at the age of 1, and had since mastered them to a remarkable degree, surpassing many adolescents in their teens. Moreover, with a mere thought, he set aside this sacred art and invoked another, transforming his arms into a pair of azure wings, with the bone scripts rearranging into feather-like formations. This was the bone script of the lawn bird, a treasure technique preserved by the Xiao clan that allowed for low-altitude gliding in the blood-moving realm and with further mastery, even flight. Furthermore, it was a potent offensive technique, one of the clan's most revered arts, embodying the legacy of a fierce beast with the bloodline of the phoenix. Chapter 5. The Stone Village Check-in. Alas, the only lamentation lies in the fact that the Xiao clan is rather diminutive, lacking any truly exceptional treasures. Otherwise, the talents within the clan would not have needed to seek knowledge at the Butana. However, there is no rush. In time, he shall gather his own. At the tender age of 4, Xiao Tian sports jet black hair that cascades cleanly and resiliently to his shoulders. His large, expressive eyes gleam with a deep, luminous black, radiating vitality. He possesses a fair and delicate visage, charmingly adorable, with dimples gracing his smile, while his serious demeanor when not smiling gives him the air of a miniature adult. At this very moment, Xiao Tian underwent a remarkable transformation, shedding a layer of skin, revealing an inner complexion akin to divine jade. shimmering with an ethereal glow, embodying an otherworldly grace. The more Ling Tian-ho gazed upon his grandson, the more his heart brimmed with affection. According to ancestral records, the baptism at the age of 5 is of paramount importance for a child, given Tian's extraordinary talent. If he were to acquire sufficient holy herbs, true blood, and other rare celestial and earthly treasures to establish a solid foundation, he could very well achieve the legendary strength of 100,000 pounds. Xiao Feng, heed my words, do not speak indiscriminately when outside, and refrain from excessive drinking. In the eyes of outsiders, Tian is perceived as a genius. Merely state that he can lift a 1,000-pound cauldron. It is acceptable for him to learn the bone script treasures rapidly, but the prowess of his physical form must remain a closely guarded secret. Thus, Ling Tianho earnestly advised his son, Xiao Feng. As for Xiao Tian, there was no need for admonishments. He had already demonstrated remarkable restraint, capable of lifting a 1,000-pound cauldron at the age of 2 without boasting. By 3, he had escalated to lifting a 10,000-pound cauldron, and at 4, his physical prowess advanced even further. For Xiao Tian, the essence of his youth lay in modest development. It was paramount that he exhibited just enough strength to impress his peers without drawing undue attention. After all, he is the prodigy of the Xiao Clan and its future, a fact that remains immutable and critical to the allocation of cultivation resources. Beyond this, he yearned to quietly await his encounter with the diminutive Shi Hao. He also needed to check in with the Lu deity in Shi village. What could the outcome of that visit entail? Would it be akin to the abilities of the Calabash Brothers, or perhaps yield other rewards? If Xiao Tian recalled correctly, in a few years, around the time little Shi Hao turns 4, a group would arrive at Shi village, belonging to a clan known as the Xiao Clan. Time passed swiftly, and a year had elapsed. After a year of preparation, Ling Tianho incurred considerable costs, but finally gathered the celestial materials required for Xiao Tian's transformation. 100,000 pounds of strength. This metamorphosis unfolded seamlessly, as if it were destined to occur. Xiao Tian's internal organs radiated a crystalline divine light, a soft golden glow enveloping every inch of his being, coating his flesh in a delicate, gossamer film. Even his limbs and bones gleamed with an ethereal luminescence, akin to a glowing night pearl. Every part of him underwent a baptism, with runes shimmering and merging with his flesh, transforming into divine radiance, indistinguishable from one another. Within each fiber of his being lay imprints of divine radiance, materialized from the condensation of bone script, appearing as myriad points of light, reminiscent of deities, embodying divine runes. It was as if every orifice of his body had been unlocked, allowing for the continuous extraction of the essence of heaven and earth, drawing it into his form. Xiao Tian understood that 100,000 pounds was not the ultimate limit. Currently, he could only lift that weight with both hands. He aspired to achieve the capability of raising it with a single arm. Moreover, with Shi Hao's benchmark of a single arm lifting a staggering 180,000 pounds, he recognized the necessity for persistent effort. One day, Xiao Tian approached Ling Tianho, revealing a dream of a village in the Xiao Clan, which he believed pertained to his destiny. Upon achieving the strength of 100,000 pounds, even as a 5-year-old child, he would be transformed entirely. Ling Tianho was well aware of the Xiao Clan. The Stone Kingdom governed vast territories, with both kings and marquises under its dominion, though the latter were a rare sight. The Xiao Clan's territory lay in the western frontier of the Stone Kingdom. After a spirited discussion with the elder, Ling Tianho consented to allow Xiao Tian to venture to the region governed by the Xiao Clan for training once he turned 7. This was the most favorable outcome, considering his youth. Fortunately, he had a clever plan. If the elder refused, he would sneak away. This revelation caused Ling Tianho to grow apprehensive. Xiao Tian's talent was formidable enough to enable him to escape the Xiao Clan unnoticed. Rather than risk such a flight, it would be wiser to grant him permission, hoping that as he matured, he would abandon such notions. Nevertheless, Ling Tianho took heed of Xiao Tian's dream about his destiny in that direction. In the ensuing months, Xiao Feng was on the verge of breaking through the inscription realm, and he would personally escort Xiao Tian to the western frontier. 2 years later, now, Xiao Tian had maximized his potential in the blood transformation realm, achieving 99,999 pounds of strength. At 6, he could lift 100,000 pounds with one arm. Now at 7, he had already reached the remarkable feat of lifting 99,999 pounds with a single arm. He yearned to visit Shi village to consult the Lu deity on whether he could transcend the limits of the blood transformation realm. pushing his physical prowess beyond 110,000 pounds or even further. Otherwise, with his current accumulation, he could easily break through to the cave heaven realm. Xiao Tian embarked on this journey of training clandestinely, having gained a 2-year-old sister who was an incessant little shadow, rendering even the fearless Xiao Tian compliant. The expedition comprised only 4 individuals: Xiao Tian, his father Xiao Feng, and 2 attendants, both formidable figures in the spirit transformation realm. The Xiao Clan had exerted considerable effort to assemble such a protective entourage, as Ling Tianho himself was merely at the inscription realm. The 4 rode upon blood-scaled steeds, particularly the one Xiao Tian mounted, measuring 4 meters in length and standing 2.5 meters at the shoulder. Not only did it possess a majestic mane, but its skin was also adorned with delicate green scales, and a jade-like horn crowned its head, resembling a ferocious beast of the wilderness. This steed was comparable to a cave heaven realm powerhouse, vastly superior to the other 3, which bore black scales. As they rode their blood-scaled steeds, they traveled vast distances with ease. The route had been meticulously scouted by the 2 spirit transformation guards over 2 years, having traversed it twice. Even so, it took over half a year to reach the territory ruled by the Shan Clan, covering a distance exceeding 100,000 miles. Considering the travel breaks, Xiao Tian was quite satisfied with the journey. Throughout, he maintained a low profile, obediently refraining from drawing attention, despite his keen interest in the sights and experiences around him. Nothing was more important than encountering the diminutive Shi Hao and the Lu deity. Even upon entering the Shan clan's territory, he remained unaware of Shi village's location, necessitating further patience. It was certain that members of the Shan clan had previously visited Shi village. When the time was right, he would naturally accompany them there. It was still early, as he recalled the original storyline indicating that little Shi Hao was 4 years old that year. Presently, the little one was evidently only 3, providing ample time for training. During this period, he would also attempt to break through the constraints of the blood transformation realm. Theoretically, as long as one was sufficiently powerful, all rules could be transcended. Chapter 6, Little Gushan Town. After 2 months of searching, Xiao Tian finally discovered Little Gushan Town. Upon hearing the name, he felt a sense of familiarity, and upon learning that the town's extreme realm was also a mountain, he recalled that it lay just outside the ancestral lands of Shi village in the untamed forest, situated on the outskirts of the Kangmang mountain range. With a population of over 2,000, merely 100 miles from Shi village. This was a delightful surprise, as it meant he could encounter little Shi Hao ahead of time. He held a special affection for Shi Hao, having cherished the character in both novels and animations from his previous life. Moreover, forging a good relationship with the diminutive Shi Hao would also allow him to ally with the Lu deity, serving 2 purposes in one endeavor. Why not seize the opportunity? Surrounding this quaint town are several villages: Stone Village, Beast Village, Little River Village, and Cow Village, totaling 8 in number. For a year and a half, not a soul would wander into this remote area, a distance of over 100 miles, obstructed by the untamed, primordial forests inhabited by fierce birds of prey, savage beasts, and venomous insects. Each venture into the distance heralded the grim possibility of death. Upon arriving in the town, Xiao Tian promptly declared his intention to settle here. Although he was nearing his destination, he could not afford to approach recklessly. A thoughtful strategy was required to seamlessly integrate into Stone Village, perhaps through an invitation. Accompanying him were 2 grandsons from the Xiao family S branch, who, despite being 48 and 52 years old respectively, were obliged to address Xiao Tian as grandfather. How awkward! Xiao Tian permitted them to call him young master instead, a title that Xiao Feng accepted without objection. It was evident that Xiao Tian was destined to become the head of the Xiao family, leading the clan to prosperity for 5 millennia without a doubt. The pair soon purchased a courtyard, providing accommodations for everyone, which contained 9 rooms and a spacious yard of 500 square meters. In this world, architecture was predominantly grand and robust. Only in larger cities did structures begin to exhibit refinement. The trees here often towered above 30 meters, far too large for 2 adults to embrace, a testament to the wild, ancient forests that were ubiquitous. They were unaware of Xiao Tian's true intentions, only knowing that upon departure, Ling Tianho had advised them to heed Xiao Tian's guidance, provided he did not intentionally court danger. Even Xiao Feng, as a father, assumed the role of protector, focusing solely on ensuring Xiao Tian's safety. Father, I intend to reside in this town for an extended period and will also venture into the wild forest for training. My only request of you all is to remain discreet. Low profile, and again, low profile. Do not disturb the normal life of the town's residents and the nearby villagers. Xiao Tian earnestly instructed his father and the two younger ones. Understood, father. Xiao Feng promptly affirmed, wishing to bolster his son's authority and establish respect. Noted, young master, Xiao Shan and Xiao Yuan quickly assured him with solemnity. Then, you are free to engage in your own activities. There is no need to shadow me constantly, Xiao Tian concluded. In the small town of Gushen, outsiders were a rarity, especially those riding formidable unicorn blood steeds, which marked them as strangers on a quest. However, after half a month had passed, these newcomers stirred no disturbances. Only the young boy among them frequently ventured into the wild forest. Many practitioners speculated that they were here to guide the boy in his training. At 7 years old, Xiao Tian stood at a height of 1.45 meters, resembling an 11 or 12-year-old lad. His lustrous black hair was casually tied into a ponytail with a jade ribbon, and he donned a striking crimson outfit, his demeanor serious and solemn. A young boy whose cherubic face many wished to pinch, yet none dared to do so. Recently, the children of Stone Village had been elated, often witnessing a reckless child battling fierce beasts, slaying them and leaving their carcasses behind. This discovery was made by Aunt Qinglining, who initially suspected a human trap when she observed the discarded remains. However, she later realized that the powerful child was simply fighting for the sake of battle, casually dispatching foes and abandoning their bodies. Aunt Qinglining eventually led the village adults to investigate. Upon inspection, they found no issues with the beast carcasses. The village often struggled with food shortages, especially as a group of adolescents had embarked on their own cultivation journeys, demanding significant sustenance. Not long ago, they had clashed with Beast Village, located over 30 miles away, over hunting grounds and prey. Had it not been for the young boy's intervention, Stone Village would have faced dire consequences. Since the beast carcasses posed no threat, they were gladly accepted. Consequently, for 10 consecutive days, the reckless child engaged in combat with various beasts, with Aunt Qinglining skillfully retrieving them afterward. A couple of days later, one night deep within the wild mountains, the earth shook as thunderous roars echoed, causing the very mountains to tremble, rocks to tumble, and trees to splinter. The news reached Stone Village from Aunt Qinglining that a powerful swan NI was nearing its end, unable to break through its limitations and resigned to its fate, resulting in its continuous roars of rage. The swan NI was a true ancient relic, imbued with primal bones and blood, representing a tremendous treasure for Stone Village. Many other beasts and birds of prey were also drawn to this bounty. Naturally, Xiao Tian, who had recently been battling in the wild forest, had heard the swan NI's furious roars and surmised that it was at least a formidable ancient relic of the formation realm. However, he had long instructed his father and the two younger ones not to hunt in the nearby forests. This untamed wilderness was home to 4 powerful monsters in search of mountain treasures. Only the vicinity of Stone Village was deemed safe. In other regions, a moment's carelessness could lead to unforeseen peril for his father and the 2 younger companions. In the coming days, I will be engaging with the villagers from my dreams to foster relationships. Do not disrupt my plans unless I encounter a life-threatening crisis. Otherwise, refrain from intervening. Xiao Tian advised his father, Xiao Shan, and Xiao Yuan one evening. After having accompanied Xiao Tian for over half a year, they had developed a bond of trust. Xiao Shan and Xiao Yuan were taken aback, realizing that they had traversed millions of miles to arrive here, driven by Xiao Tian's dreams. However, given the mystical nature of this world, they refrained from questioning further. Their sole task was to ensure Xiao Tian's safety, even if it meant abandoning Xiao Feng and fleeing with him if necessary. A directive from Ling Tianho that they were not at liberty to disclose. Yet, Xiao Feng had echoed similar sentiments, asserting that if they encountered an insurmountable foe, even at the cost of his life, Xiao Tian must not come to harm. In the courtyard, Xiao Tian's azure bone inscriptions swirled around him, manifesting into 3 azure moons. Within these moons, the vivid silhouettes of 3 azure birds appeared, seemingly poised to take flight at any moment. The 3 azure moons ascended from behind him, representing the Xiao family's most powerful ancestral technique, rivaling any ancient relic technique. Derived from the bones of an ancient azure bird of formation realm caliber. The azure bird, also known as the Luan or Xian bird, bore vibrant patterns and was a relic possessing phoenix blood. The phoenix, indeed, was a creature of the highest order. Xiao Tian aspired to delve deeper into the power of this technique, akin to the 5-color divine light sword. He had witnessed Ling Tianho wield it, even integrating the 5-color divine technique into arrows. Of course, their cultivation levels differed significantly, rendering any comparison moot. The key was that he had glimpsed the formidable might of this technique. Chapter 7. The first meeting with the child, Sure How. Do not rush, Flying Jiao. Patience and waiting for the right opportunity are paramount. Though Swan Ni's true blood and bones are extraordinary, one must live to enjoy them, village chief Shi Yunfeng remarked, leading several of Stone Village's elite warriors toward a massive cave at the foot of the mountain, one that rose 30 meters high and spanned over 20 meters wide, belonging to the old Swan and I. With a resounding crash, the ground quaked violently as the enormous cave collapsed, causing half of the towering mountain to crumble, shaking the earth and sending rocks flying. How quiet! My heart feels heavy. The little one, Sure How, remarked with wide, sparkling eyes, attempting to sound mature in his childlike voice. Ha, have you weaned? But what you said is true. I feel it too. At this moment, perched on Sure Hao's shoulder, Xiao Tian, no larger than a thumb, crossed his arms and earnestly commented. Xiao Tian had arrived earlier and immediately sensed something amiss. It was too silent, devoid of any sound, resembling a desolate wasteland. He shrank down to the size of an insect to scout the area and discovered other cultivators concealed nearby, along with terrifying beasts from the wilderness fixated on this location. The old Swan Ni has become a coveted treasure, attracting not only formidable humans, but also the colossal beasts of this untamed forest, each drawn to it like moths to a flame. Humph. I have long since ceased to be a mere child. Who are you, and why are you so diminutive? Sure Hao felt a pang of embarrassment as he was struck at his core by Xiao Tian's words. In the next moment, his eyes shone with astonishment. I have come to seek your cooperation. I have discovered that the old Swan Ni is feigning death, preparing to ensnare those who harbor ill intentions toward it. You must exercise caution. Moreover, there are many hidden humans and savage beasts lurking about. Your numbers are woefully insufficient. It became apparent that the previously fleeing ferocious beasts were returning, and this place was destined to transform into a gruesome slaughterhouse. Xiao Tian calmly articulated these three critical pieces of information regarding their lives and deaths. Retreat, we must retreat. The village chief, Shi Yunfeng, was equally horrified, raising his hand to signal a slow withdrawal, for the corpse of the Swan Ni is exceedingly rare and precious. Not only do we desire it, but others do as well, and the primal forest is rife with predatory beasts watching hungrily. Chief, I have received news that the Swan Ni is not dead. It is merely pretending. Sure Hao interjected urgently. Little one, to whom were you just speaking? Shi Yunfeng quickly inquired. It is he. Sure Hao pointed to the tiny figure that had leaped into his palm. What? What is this? Even Shi Yunfeng, who considered himself well-versed in the world, was left dumbfounded. This thumb-sized being, what manner of creature is it? This area is part of the hunting grounds of Stone Village, and its inhabitants are well-versed in the art of retreat. Swiftly ascending a nearby mountain to observe the situation from afar, with his current cultivation at the peak of the blood mobilization realm, Xiao Tian could utilize his innate abilities with minimal exertion. As long as he refrained from engaging in combat, he could sustain himself for an entire day. Now transformed into a diminutive youth, he found himself unable to don clothing, and there was no way for him to revert to his former size. Being smaller allowed him to evade detection, which could prove advantageous in battle. He was not vying for opportunities with Sure Hao. Yet he too wished to learn the Swan Ni's arcane techniques, for they were comparable to the clan's treasured legacies, and moreover, they pertained to lightning. His Silver Mountain sacrificial spirit technique leaned towards the metal and earth elements, whilst the Phoenix technique favored the wind. According to the original narrative, he understood that the Swan Ni's methods were aligned with lightning. The people of Stone Village encircled Xiao Tian, gazing intently, every time they attempted to seize him. He effortlessly evaded their grasp, leaping atop Sure Hao's head, swinging from his ears like a pendulum, and perching on his shoulder. Enough of this. The battle has commenced, Shi Yunfeng declared gravely. Everyone quickly followed his gaze, witnessing a cacophony of shouts erupting from the forest as three factions, hailing from different villages, descended upon one another in conflict. Truly, they were the epitome of foolishness. How? Almost immediately, the first wave of ferocious beasts could no longer resist the temptation and charged into the fray. 5 towering beasts, each standing at a staggering 5 meters, surged forth like moving houses, their white fangs resembling glistening swords, lunging at the bickering groups. The strife among these 3 factions inadvertently led them to be surrounded by the savage beasts. Such ignorance surpassed even that of the beasts themselves. Simultaneously, the air was rent with piercing cries as fierce winds swept in, and several predatory birds soared down, each with wingspans of 11 to 12 meters, diving into the fray. In an instant, screams filled the air, along with the splatter of blood and flying limbs. Do you see? This is the consequence of acting without thought, of rushing headlong into danger. Xiao Tian leaped on Shi Feijiao's shoulder, scrutinizing him intently. Shi Feijiao flushed crimson, for he had been the most eager, the fastest to charge in. Xiao Tian felt fortunate. He had activated the panel of the eldest gourd child, and thankfully, he had not inherited the reckless temperament of the eldest, or the outcome would have been dire. Howl! The wild forest reverberated with the continuous roars of beasts and hawks, rising and falling in a chaotic symphony. Indeed, the old Swanee's impending demise had incited a massacre, causing the previously frightened beasts to return, all sharing a singular goal. Who would not desire a taste of the old Swanee's flesh? This is the rule of the primal wilderness. Each day, ferocious beasts and birds are born, and each day, the old perish. Upon their death, their carcasses become a feast for other feral creatures. Yet, securing such a feast is no simple task. It necessitates the slaughter of others first. A brutal struggle ensued, and the surviving 3 factions fled for their lives. Yet, whether they leapt into the trees or plunged into the waters, they were swiftly devoured by enormous poisonous insects that sprang from the branches, or by golden crocodiles lurking beneath the surface, and the formidable black pythons swiftly consumed them whole. The people of Stone Village wore solemn expressions, unburdened by the sorrow of fallen comrades, for they were accustomed to the cycle of life and death. Even the diminutive Xiao Hao understood this. The harsh reality of survival in the wilderness was more a source of trepidation. They had narrowly avoided sharing the same fate. How terrifying! Thankfully, the chief sensed the danger and ordered a retreat. Otherwise, we would likely have met the same grim end. Lin Hu reflected, feeling the cold sweat drench his back. The small one was indeed correct. Does this imply that the old Swan Ni is truly alive, preparing to take down its adversaries in a final act of vengeance? Xiao Hao remarked, "Please call me Xiao Tian, or Brother Xiao, little milk child." Xiao Tian immediately responded with seriousness. "You even have a name?" Xiao Hao exclaimed in astonishment. "I'm not jesting. I am of the human race, just like you. My current form is the result of a certain arcane technique. We have crossed paths before. During my training in the forest, I dispatched some ferocious beasts that were of no use to me and sent their remains to the azure scale eagles you nurture." Xiao Tian stated earnestly. To facilitate the upcoming battle, he was reluctant to revert to his original form, as it would require him to don clothing, a cumbersome endeavor. His greatest aspiration at present was to acquire a battle garment that could adjust to his size at will. Boom! A massive stone, the size of a grinding wheel, hurtled toward them, crashing down not far from the group, interrupting their thoughts, and they all knew of Xiao Tian's reckless tendencies. Bang! Crack! A colossal tree, thick enough for 3 to embrace, was shattered and toppled, sending dust swirling and branches flying, creating a resounding thud. The battle was too intense. We are not safe here. Shi Feijiao shrank his neck in apprehension. Just as he spoke, 2 thunderous roars echoed from the mountain, stirring up clouds of dust and wild winds. As 2 colossal creatures made their entrance, each measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, with shoulders towering over 5 meters, their brown fur glistening like satin. These 2 beasts, a male and a female, bore a resemblance to tigers, their fearsome visages striking terror into the hearts of those who beheld them. They sported wings from their ribs, their roars thunderous and deafening. As the saying goes, among tiger cubs, one must be the fiercest, capable of devouring its own kind. It is said that any tiger that brings its cubs across the water must first be wary of being devoured by the fiercest among them. The fierce Biao is a mutated tiger, its head akin to that of a saber-toothed tiger, and as the 2 approached, they charged directly at the people of Stone Village. "Lin and Yun, be cautious," Shi Yunfeng exclaimed anxiously. As the 2 seemed poised to fall victim to the claws of the Biao, Xiao Tian sprang into action. With a sweep of his arm, 2 azure crescent blades flew forth, striking the beast squarely between the eyes. Thud! Thud! These feral creatures had not even manifested bone patterns. While they might pose a challenge, even a threat to ordinary practitioners in the blood mobilization realm, to Xiao Tian, slaying them was no different than crushing 2 mice underfoot. "Little milk child, do you understand now? If you had acted decisively earlier, perhaps I would not have had to intervene. Had I not acted, your 2 uncles would have perished. Come now, approach, and pledge yourself as my disciple. I shall impart my arcane techniques to you, guiding you toward immortality." Xiao Tian leaped back on Xiao Hao's shoulder, assuming a dignified posture. If only he could don a robe and adorn himself with a halo. Perhaps the effect would be even more impressive. Of course, being unclothed also exuded an aura of formidable strength. "I am willing to acknowledge you as my elder brother. Please teach me your arcane techniques." On the small face of Xiao Hao, there was an unmistakable expression of remorse, his deep, dark eyes fixed earnestly on Xiao Tian. From a young age, Shan Hai had demonstrated remarkable intelligence, having been well protected by the villagers of Shan village. He understood clearly that Xiao Tian had not been jesting earlier. Had he acted decisively, perhaps they could have saved at least one of the two individuals who were in peril. Fortunately, Xiao Tian possessed formidable strength. Otherwise, he would have witnessed the tragic demise of two elders, akin to family, right before his eyes. Very well, I shall accept you as my brother, Xiao Tian declared, growing slightly taller as he affectionately ruffled Shan Hai's hair before promptly shrinking back down. It puzzled him why the villagers were so fixated on his little treasure. With utmost seriousness, he continued, the treasures I possess, aside from my innate divine abilities, can all be imparted to you, Shan Hai. It is no trivial matter. In the future, I shall provide the Xiao clan with even greater treasures, collecting the 10 great treasures as our clan's foundation. However, first we must join forces to seize the treasure of the Swan and I. You must strive diligently. If you do not put forth the effort, who will protect your loved ones? You hold such talent. They do not, Xiao Tian added. I understand, elder brother, Shan Hai replied earnestly, nodding. The events of the day had catalyzed significant growth within his young heart, igniting his desire to become stronger. Chapter 8. I once rode the Emperor of the Wild, a long cry echoed through the clouds as the azure-scaled eagle, a true descendant of an ancient species, keenly observed Shan village. With the bloodline of a primordial demonic bird, it often preyed upon colossal elephants and now swooped down, stirring up a tempest. Its offspring had been well cared for by the villagers, and over the year, it had established a good rapport with them, especially sensing the extraordinary spirit of the willow tree that had allowed its 3 children to train alongside little Shan Hai. After experiencing a profound emotional upheaval and receiving enlightenment from Xiao Tian, Shan Hai leapt up, vigorously waving his hands as he shouted, Aunt Azure-scaled Eagle, please take me up. You are the sovereign of the forest periphery, and I can assist you. Together, we shall vie for the Swan Knee's treasure. Grandfather clan leader, you all should return. I understand now. The conflicts here are far too perilous for you to remain. Even with the strength of our entire village, we cannot contend with these savage beasts. I will collaborate with my elder brother and Aunt Azure-scaled Eagle to see if we can seize an opportunity, Shan Hai asserted, his small face brimming with seriousness as he turned to Shi Yunfeng. Very well, we shall return, Shi Yunfeng agreed. Recognizing the swift obliteration of the 3 factions of humanity he had just witnessed. Had it not been for the reckless Xiao Tian's intervention, they certainly would have lost at least 2 clan members. The villagers fell silent, acknowledging the grim reality. They were merely ordinary individuals with a modicum of strength. Even if all the able-bodied men banded together, the outcome would be a bloodbath in the forest, devoid of meaning. Go ahead, I will take care of Shan Hai. He is now my brother, Xiao Tian assured, thumping his chest with confidence. Though he appeared no larger than a thumb, no one dared to question his words. Just moments ago, he had dispatched 2 ferocious beasts with remarkable swiftness, leaving many villagers stunned. Then I shall trouble you, young brother, Shi Yunfeng replied politely, recalling his own youthful adventures. Xiao Tan, though youthful in appearance, seemed devoid of malice in his intentions toward Shan Hai, which reassured the elder. After all, their meeting had been forthright. Aunt Azure-scaled Eagle, I am ready. Please come down. Time is of the essence. Shan Hai called, leaping onto a massive boulder at the mountain's edge, waving his small hands vigorously. I want to join too. Me as well. Xiao Tian chimed in. The azure-scaled eagle, with its piercing green eyes, regarded the little Shan Hai, recognizing his innocence and lack of ill intent. However, it was slightly perplexed by the other small creature. Ultimately, trusting Shan Hai, it descended, the winds howling as it lowered its flight, wings unfurling to reveal an impressive span of 16 meters, casting a shadow that sent shivers down one's spine. The azure-scaled eagle, devoid of feathers and cloaked in shimmering green scales, appeared as if forged from bronze, exuding an aura of icy majesty. Its head bore long, sharp-boned spurs resembling a row of formidable horns, with radiant green light swirling in its eyes, befitting a sovereign beast of the outer regions, possessing the bloodline of an ancient ferocious creature. In the next moment, Shan Hai leapt effortlessly 5 or 6 meters into the air, agile as a monkey, and landed gracefully upon the back of the azure-scaled eagle. Grasping one of its bone spurs for support, the eagle performed a graceful spiral, briefly adjusting its altitude before soaring toward the horizon, its movements swift and elegant. Shan Hai held on tightly, his body involuntarily lifted into the air, while Xiao Tian quickly leaped onto Shan Hai's head, seeking refuge from the wind. Clutching the boy's hair for dear life, fearing he might be swept away, the wind roared like thunder, stinging their faces and nearly blinding them, prompting a mental note to critique their chosen steed. "Elder brother, what are you doing? Get off my head and stop pulling my hair," Shan Hai exclaimed, gripping the bone's spurs tightly, squinting as he peered into the distance. Standing tall allows for a broader view, which is also to safeguard your vital points. Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly. "Oh, then you must protect it well," Shan Hai insisted earnestly. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Xiao Tian was struck by the purity of Shan Hai's heart and spirit, prompting him to solemnly promise, "Yes, I shall certainly do so." Below, the savage beasts of the ancient forest had gathered, engaged in a brutal clash, a scene of unbridled carnage. The cries of beasts and the sounds of battle reverberated through the air, mingling with the echoes of a golden crocodile's guttural growls as blood stained the ground. Remnants of torn wings and colossal serpents lay scattered in pools of gore, trampled into a muddy mire. Nothing remained. Even the mountains and ancient trees shattered under the chaos, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The remaining ferocious birds and beasts, all elite creatures of the blood transformation realm, were keenly aware of the lurking dangers, knowing that even more cunning and powerful creatures of the spirit transformation realm were observing, biding their time to strike without wasting energy. Before the half-collapsed, majestic stone mountain, a river of blood flowed, every inch of ground marred by ferocious battles, a chaotic tableau reminiscent of a primordial wilderness, teeming with terrifying beings locked in a frenzied struggle. Their rationality lost in the throes of combat. Scalding beast blood frequently splattered in all directions, shooting over 10 meters. While some opportunistic feral hybrids dug through the rubble in search of the Swan-Knee's corpse, eager to feast first. From his elevated vantage point, Xiao Tian observed the chaos below with clarity, his physical prowess having reached the pinnacle of the blood transformation realm, endowing him with extraordinary vision. The beasts engaged in combat, each possessed of some degree of ancient ferocious bloodline, were formidable indeed. For instance, a 4-meter-long spotted mountain cat, adorned with horns upon its head, was far larger than a typical tiger, moving with the swiftness of yellow lightning, leaving a trail of dismembered beasts in its wake, their fur and entrails torn asunder. Xiao Tian surmised that he must indeed possess some vestiges of feral bloodline. According to the classic of mountains and seas, it was described as resembling a civet, with a single eye and 3 tails, its cry akin to a cacophony of 100 voices, capable of commanding ferocity and instilling fear. In his previous life, he had played a game inspired by the classic of mountains and seas, familiarizing himself with this creature. Then there was a colossal beast of unparalleled size, a creature of the Kuei lineage, roaring like thunder. Its massive form resembled a moving mountain, standing a towering 20 meters tall. Its furious roar unleashed an invisible sound wave that indiscriminately attacked, causing a multitude of avian and beastly foes to bleed from their orifices and collapse unconscious. As it thundered past, its titanic feet trampled blood and mud into the ground. Yet the swiftest of all was a silver pangolin, its 8-meter-long body burrowing into the earth, creating a continuous mound of soil in its wake, seemingly on the verge of achieving its goal. The azure-scaled eagle grew anxious, resembling a bolt of blue lightning as it dove downwards. Its formidable talons, invincible in their might, pierced through the creature's tail, extracting it from the earth. The silver pangolin, adorned with a conical spiral horn that glimmered ominously in the shadows, unleashed a furious roar and pivoted to bite at the azure-scaled eagle. However, in the next instant, the eagle soared into the sky, its immense inertia causing the pangolin's attack to miss, instantly ascending beyond 3,000 meters. Chapter 9. Annihilation of the Blood Realm Ferret. With a resounding crash, the 100-ton silver pangolin, a beast of the top tier within the Blood Realm, plummeted from such a height like a bomb, shaking the very earth. The primordial forest echoed with anguished cries, and then, amidst a cloud of dust, the massive pangolin struck the ground, shattering the bones of several powerful beasts, its impact akin to that of a crashing aircraft, leaving them in disarray. The site of the fall remained within the battle zone, and the nearby beasts suffered dire consequences. The combatants in this clash were all nearing the realm of the cave. The lesser beasts of the Blood Realm had nearly all perished. In this territory, the azure-scaled eagle also ranked among the cave-dwelling giants, a majestic predator reigning supreme in the outer regions of the primordial forest. It commenced clearing the area, sensing the time was right. With a resonant hum, it unleashed an azure moon from its beak, which, initially the size of a fist, expanded into a 3-meter diameter disc, targeting a 20-meter-long Kuei beast. In a moment of inevitability, despite being a formidable Kuei beast, It had no time to evade the eagle's innate treasure technique. As the azure moon approached, its diameter nearly reached 5 meters, and in an instant, it severed the creature's head. The head of the Kuei beast fell to the ground, blood gushing forth like a ruptured fire hydrant, spraying hundreds of meters away, brutal and sanguinary. Yet this was the law of the primordial forest. The weak succumb to the strong. With a piercing cry that unsettled the senses, a mountain cat with 2 sharp horns leapt into action, soaring over 100 meters from the branches of a gigantic tree, aiming for the azure-scaled eagle's wings. Its horns glimmered with a platinum sheen, and its claws extended into half-meter-long blades, cold and deadly, resembling titanium alloy knives. However, upon leaping forth, the mountain cat realized that Shan Hai was crouched atop the eagle's head, and Shan Hai had already taken action with his own azure moon technique, which was even more refined than that of the eagle, enhanced by the stronger bloodline of the azure-scaled eagle. Within the azure moon, runes surged, ethereal and enchanting, casting down azure light. It appeared as if an ancient palace resided within the moon, and one could even see an ancient tree standing tall. The moon disk flew forth, resplendent in its brilliance, transforming into a half-meter diameter as it sliced through the mountain cat's menacing head, cleaving it in two. Lacking the cave-dwelling realm's power, what audacity allowed you to attempt a surprise attack? Did you fancy yourself a primordial relic or a pure-blood feral beast capable of battling beyond your realm? Indeed, the young Shan Hai was merely 3.5 years old, yet his mastery of technique surpassed that of many top-tier blood realm beasts. This was the essence of talent. Thus, it was clear that this little one's true terror lay within his profound understanding. This truth had long been recognized by Xiao Tian, a reborn young supreme. Having survived a deathly trial, his innate gifts had long surpassed his former supreme self. One might even say he embodied the essence of a true immortal. He recalled the original narrative, where this boy had once excavated his own supreme bones during his rebirth, rising anew. This was the secret of Shan Hai's remarkable prowess in his youth, far exceeding that of his contemporaries. Do not fret, anti-azure-scaled eagle. I shall protect your vital areas. Little Shan Hai declared with unwavering confidence, his small face resolute. From now on, we must be even more cautious. I sense stronger, more cunning beings lurking nearby. Perhaps we should feign a weakness to lure them out. Xiao Tian spoke earnestly. Indeed, anti-azure-scaled eagle, exercise caution. We need not rush. Shan Hai quickly concurred, relaying Xiao Tian's insights to the azure-scaled eagle. The eagle rolled its eyes, realizing that the little one had nearly led it into a trap. Possessing a high intellect, the azure-scaled eagle devised a plan, feigning a dive toward a cave, flapping its wings to stir up a tempest that shifted boulders aside, revealing a deep pit. Suddenly, a flash of purple light darted forth, a blinding beam akin to a purple laser, soaring high towards the eagle's wings. With a hum, the prepared azure-scaled eagle shimmered with azure brilliance, effortlessly evading the attack by 5 meters. A blood-red flash erupted from the debris, closing in on the eagle's back. Perfectly timed, as the eagle dodged the purple light. Both Xiao Tian and Shan Hai beheld a blood ferret, over 2 meters in length, its fur glistening like red crystal, radiating a dazzling crimson glow. It bore a pair of 3-meter-long wings, covered in scales, its assault swift and unforeseen. Xiao Tian surged forth like a small azure moon, shattering the blood ferret's skull, leaving a thumb-sized hole in its forehead before emerging from the back of its head, enveloped in azure runic light, immaculate and untainted. The runic light transformed into a great hand, seizing the blood ferret's body and placing it into a bone flask from his robes. At that moment, 8 or 9 powerful beasts charged forward, their strength clearly on par with the azure-scaled eagle, having entered the cave-dwelling realm. These beasts, possessing higher intelligence, seemed to reach a tacit understanding, swiftly turning their wrath upon the surrounding creatures, evidently clearing the area. Not all had the right to share in the spoils of the lion's body. They did not engage each other directly, but rather hunted the other ferocious beasts. The silver crocodile could spit silver ice spears. The fire cloudling could unleash massive fireballs akin to the sun. Indeed, this batch of primordial feral descendants was formidable, swiftly decimating the remaining lesser beasts. Even the azure-scaled eagle did not remain idle, tearing apart those that dared to observe or dispatching them with its treasure techniques. Xiao Tian and Shan Hai assisted, continuously unleashing azure moons reminiscent of the azure-scaled eagle's techniques, many ferocious birds being cleaved apart or having their wings severed. Plummeting to the ground in broken disarray, they pressed toward the location of the ancient lion, commencing the excavation of boulders. However, when a silver crocodile unearthed one of the ancient lion's legs, the powerful descendants of the primordial relics went wild, igniting the battle. The silver crocodile, blood ferret, purple gold insect, and fire cloudling, their eyes ablaze with fervor, confirmed the presence of the lion's precious body and began to fight fiercely for it. Xiao Tian observed as the stones piled upon the ancient lion were shattered in the fray, revealing its true form. Golden and resplendent, its fur shining brighter than golden silk, with its skin covered in delicate golden scales that shimmered with divine light. The debris that splattered upon its fur could not harm it in the slightest, as the natural divine light repelled all. At the realm of the ancient lion, even without employing treasure techniques or runes, it had undergone refinement, becoming sentient and extraordinary. To lower beings, it was a treasure in its entirety. Chapter 10. The Foolishness of Absolute Authority. The ancient Shan Hai is undoubtedly a genuine relic of primordial heritage, with a bloodline purity reaching an impressive 40%. Every strand of its fur and each scale glimmers with a golden radiance. It resembles a magnificent golden lion, stretching 6 meters in length and towering over 4 meters at the shoulder. A pair of golden dragon horns crown its head, appearing as though forged from divine gold, dazzling in their brilliance. Its forehead is adorned with golden dragon scales, emanating an aura of regal authority that instills reverence in all surrounding beings. Before its fall, it was the monarch of this primordial forest, reigning supreme. Even in defeat, the scattered stones and leaves around it were imbued with the gentle golden light it naturally exuded. Do not rush, let them fight. Avoid impulsiveness, Xiao Tian hastily advised the Qinglin eagle. After Xiao Tian's prior warnings and timely interventions prevented it from being injured by the blood weasel's claws, the Qinglin eagle began to recognize Xiao Tian's guidance. Upon hearing his reminder, it circled gracefully in the air, refraining from engaging in the tumultuous battle below. The conflict that erupted below was nothing short of brutal. For these ferocious beasts, each strike was aimed at taking the life of its opponent. One beast, a leopard hound, boasted silver fur adorned with black spots, presenting a unique yet artistic pattern. However, it was fearsome in nature, measuring 10 meters in length and standing over 8 meters tall at the shoulder. Lightning-like patterns adorned its back, glimmering with silver light, transforming into a blade of light that pierced through the chest of a colossal white jade rhinoceros, leaving its shattered heart writhing in agony within the gaping wound. This attack was akin to a gold element technique, exhibiting unparalleled sharpness and destructiveness. Xiao Tian observed as the protective barrier surrounding the white jade rhinoceros illuminated, yet was still mercilessly penetrated. In an instant, the surroundings were drenched in blood, with ferocious beasts disregarding all else in their fervent desire to feast upon the Shan Hai, attempting to snatch its flesh. However, other beasts were equally relentless, wary of one another, leading to a fierce exchange of attacks. Within a brief span, 3 of the 9 powerful aberrant creatures that had just appeared succumbed. That's enough. Ant Qinglin Eagle, ascend higher at once. Let us take refuge among those clouds, Xiao Tian asserted, his tone serious. The Qinglin Eagle instinctively sensed danger and, in an instant, flapped its wings powerfully, soaring over 1,000 meters higher. A deafening roar erupted, shaking the surrounding majestic mountains and deep ravines, sending tremors through the landscape. The towering trees shed their leaves in a flurry, as a chilling aura enveloped the area. In a mere moment, the once chaotic battleground fell into an eerie stillness, with fierce avians and beasts alike cowering in fear, too terrified to move. Many small creatures succumbed to fright. Xiao Tian, sure how. And the Qinglin eagle remained concealed within the clouds, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they observed the blood weasel, the purple gold serpent, and the silver crocodile, all of whom trembled and lay prostrate, paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, a dark specter descended from the heavens like a bolt of black lightning, its overwhelming ferocity radiating from its form. A fearsome ape, standing at 2 meters and 60 centimeters, appeared, though smaller than most terrifying avians and beasts. It was undeniably a ruler in its own right, capable of dominating the realm like the Shan Hai. The black demon ape was cloaked in dense, lustrous fur, each strand nearly 20 centimeters long, dark as if forged from hellfire, instilling dread in all who beheld it. A pair of black, leathery wings adorned its back, reminiscent of bat wings, covered in ominous scales. Its head, resembling that of a formidable ram, bore a pair of thick, menacing horns. Do you see? The beasts of the inscription realm dare not approach. And here comes a formidable demon ape of the encampment realm, a true king in strength, Xiao Tian remarked in awe. How terrifying! Thankfully, we fled swiftly, It seems the Swan Knee's true blood and precious bones are no longer ours, Little Dot lamented. Not necessarily. Have you heard the story of the clam and the snipe? When they vie for supremacy, the fisherman reaps the rewards. You probably haven't heard it. So let me tell you. Xiao Tian calmly began to recount the tale to Shan Hai, who at merely 3.5 years old had been filled with misguided thoughts. Just as the demon ape prepared to strike at the swan and I, a roar reminiscent of an ancient bull resounded through the forest. A crimson fire blanket surged forth, incinerating everything in its path, trees and stones evaporating into ashes. A gigantic scarlet bull emerged, ablaze with divine fire, moving with the speed of lightning. This behemoth measured 30 meters long and stood 25 meters tall, its hooves seemingly gliding upon flames. Another terrifying primordial beast had arrived, the fire-departing demon bull. The demon ape would not allow this rival to encroach upon its territory. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of black lightning, colliding with the bull. The ground trembled violently, and the mountains shook, while the Swan Knee's lair crumbled into debris, and the earth split apart, resembling a rampaging black serpent. Amidst the ensuing dust clouds, a golden light burst forth as the grand spectacle unfolded. The ancient Swan Ni, aware of its imminent demise, yet unwilling to perish quietly, feigned death to lure the fire-departing demon bull and the demon ape into a trap. At the moment of their clash, it struck with lightning speed, tearing off an arm from the demon ape and forcefully breaking one of the bull's horns. Clearly, the Swan Ni had intended to rip open the demon ape's chest and crush the fire-departing demon bull's skull, but its two adversaries evaded the lethal blows, forcing it to settle for less. The battle raged on, each confrontation a raw and primal display of combat. Fire and demonic mist engulfed the area, and thunder crackled in the air. Their attacks were so swift that even Xiao Tian could scarcely perceive them. In a fleeting moment, both the demon ape and the fire-departing demon bull were gravely wounded and retreated into the depths of the primordial wilderness to recuperate. The victorious Swan Ni let out a final, furious roar, declaring its dominance, its ferocity surpassing that of both the demon ape and the fire-departing demon bull. Throughout the conflict, it had maintained the upper hand, battling two foes without sustaining injury. Yet, as its once radiant golden eyes began to dim and cracks of golden light appeared across its body, it ultimately succumbed, failing to destroy its precious bones in time. With a thunderous crash, it collapsed to the ground, having met its end. Thus, it is said that lifespan is the most fearsome force. No matter how invincible one may be in life, when their time is up, they shall perish. I never imagined the ancient Swan Ni truly did not die. It seems it sought to vanquish the demon ape and the fire-departing demon bull, but failed. Shan Hai couldn't help but exclaim in a childish tone, "Fool, while you ponder, hurry and seize all the treasures." Xiao Tian admonished, exasperated by Shan Hai's naivety. Yes, yes. Aunt Qinglin Eagle, let us descend quickly. Shan Hai, still in awe from the battle, snapped back to reality at Xiao Tian's urging. The Qinglin Eagle wanted to express its weariness. The overwhelming presence of the three ancient sovereign beasts had been too intimidating, rendering even the hapless creatures caught in the crossfire paralyzed with fear. Chapter 11. The check-in spot beneath the willow god tree in Stone Village. Surrounding the mountainous area was a landscape transformed into a terrain of molten rock, the ground corroded by demonic mist and the ashen, barren earth. Yet, at the center of the battle, vast pools of blood formed, interspersed with remnants of flesh and bones, the stench of carnage pervading the air. The azure-scaled eagle soared through the clouds, carrying Shan Hai and Xiao Tian, and descended upon the ground. Their first task was to swiftly gather the dismembered remains of the Swanee, followed by the horn of the Li Hua divine bull, the arm of the demon ape, and other fragmented corpses left by the ferocious beasts. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian acted promptly, employing an ice-based treasure technique to seal the wounds of the corpses, preventing any further spillage of blood. This technique, belonging to the realm of inscriptions, was a revered treasure of the Xiao Clan, ranking third in its value. The most esteemed was the spirit offering, followed by the phoenix technique, and then this ice flood dragon technique. Xiao Tian even took the initiative to utilize nearby materials, skillfully cutting a large stone into a stone jar to collect the blood and shattered bones strewn across the ground. He had mastered a specialized technique for gathering blood and bones, executing his task with remarkable speed. Naturally, the precious blood of the Swanee, the demon ape, and the Li Hua magic bull were set aside. In total, he managed to gather 4 stone jars. Anything beyond that would be unmanageable. So Xiao Tian promptly poured the excess into the beak of the azure-scaled eagle, ensuring no valuable blood was wasted. The blood and remnants contained the essence of 3 ancient, king-level creatures, which would undoubtedly be beneficial for the azure-scaled eagle, as it harbored no aversion to filth. Such was the nature of the wild beasts. Time to leave. Let's hurry, Xiao Tian urged. Subsequently, the two swiftly leaped onto the back of the azure-scaled eagle and sped towards the stone village. Following a terrifying battle, they found that no other fierce beasts or predators had emerged in the vicinity. In mere minutes, thanks to the speed of the azure-scaled eagle, they returned to the stone village after traversing thousands of miles. Stone Village, the Willow God. The anticipation of soon arriving at their destination filled Xiao Tian with excitement. He had reached the pinnacle of the blood transference realm, a feat many pure-blooded ancient fierce beast offspring and first-generation beings from the upper realms believed they could achieve, enhancing their physical strength to over 100,000 pounds. Thus, each additional pound gained beyond that threshold was a significant advancement. In the original narrative, the young Shurho had attained a single-arm tremor of 100,080,000 pounds, a manifestation of true mastery, hindered only by the rules of this world, which limited further growth. Currently, his single-arm tremor boasted a might of 99,999 pounds, a testament to a year of rigorous training following his 6th birthday, perhaps augmented by the presence of the Gorechild's firstborn panel. This panel, with its innate divine abilities and profound runes, had allowed him to break free from the shackles of 100,080,000 pounds. However, at this juncture, he found himself once again at a standstill. If he could integrate another talent from the Gorechild, might he not ascend even further? As they journeyed back, dusk enveloped the land, the setting sun casting a brilliant crimson hue over the mountains, bathing the entire region in the last light of the day. From afar, the stone village could be seen, with wisps of smoke curling upwards, exuding tranquility and harmony. On the back of the azure-scaled eagle, the diminutive Shurho remained pensive, while Xiao Tian, using his clothing as an apron, felt no need for such adornments. The villagers, like the mischievous monkey, often roamed bare, and he too occasionally joined them, finding it easier for fishing and other activities. Finally, upon the azure-scaled eagle's adept return of the corpses to the stone village, their mission could be deemed a resounding success. Arriving on the sacred grounds protected by the Willow God, Xiao Yan's tense demeanor relaxed as he awaited any daring predator that might disrupt the peace of the stone village. After returning, the azure-scaled eagle promptly laid down beside the Willow God, succumbing to slumber, having been excessively fed high-quality blood food. In the original narrative, the azure-scaled eagle had been injured and poisoned, hastily escaping with the Swanee corpse, the horn of the Li Huang magic bull, and the arm of the demon ape, neglecting to clean the battlefield. However, with Xiao Yan's presence, wastefulness was anathema. Anything unmanageable was offered to the azure-scaled eagle, fortifying their bond rapidly. Shurho followed suit, and together they fed the azure-scaled eagle to the point of fullness, disregarding the opportunity to rekindle familial ties with the three little ones as exhaustion took hold. Considering the immense size of the Li Hua divine bull, it had bled copiously, leaving behind puddles of blood. Additionally, the Swanee's body had split open, contributing to the bloodshed. The demon ape, being smaller in stature, left the least amount of blood. Yet at this moment, Xiao Yan's focus was drawn to the charred willow tree at the entrance of the village. This scorched willow, though not particularly thick, merely the width of two adults embracing, was primarily blackened. Save for a single tender green branch, its buds glistening with dew, radiating soft, ethereal light amidst the encroaching twilight, casting a gentle halo over the entire village. The Willow God had, in ancient times, pioneered the path of spirit offering, enabling the frail human race to seek protection from powerful spiritual beings through offerings, allowing their kin to thrive. The practice of spirit offering has remained vital from antiquity to the present. Although some beings have practiced the art of spirit offering yet refuse to protect humanity, even exploiting them, such as the notorious Qiongqi, who once served as a guardian spirit for an ancient kingdom but ultimately consumed the lives of its inhabitants after gaining power. It is far more common for beings to choose peaceful coexistence, benefiting mutually, given the inherent weakness of humanity that necessitates the guardianship of formidable creatures. Little one, my brother needs to rest for a while. The exertion has been excessive. Xiao Yan's heart surged with warmth as he settled beneath the willow tree. Finding the ground clean from frequent tidying, meeting the check-in requirements, they had arrived at the designated site beneath the Willow God tree in Stone Village. During this check-in period, a duration of over 3 minutes was mandated. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system, which Xiao Tian had first heard upon his birth, echoed once again after 7 long years. Unfortunately, before he could relish the moment, a cacophony erupted from outside the Stone Village. The inhabitants of a neighboring bay village had gone mad upon witnessing the azure-scaled eagle return and lay prostrate on the ground. Scouts immediately descended from their observation trees to relay the news to their kin concealed within the forest. The spies had discerned that those from Stone Village had ventured into the forest, where a battle had erupted over a treasure. Naturally, the bay villagers were unwilling to miss out on the spoils, inciting their guardian spirit to bolster their resolve. Given the pre-existing animosity between the two villages due to hunting disputes, the bay villagers, emboldened by their spirit, mobilized the entire village to claim the blood and flesh of the Swanee, or perhaps to seize it directly, hoping to annihilate Stone Village while their spirit was willing to act. Xiao Tian could hardly fathom how humans could be so ignorant and greedy. Perhaps influenced by the spirit of the bay village? The bay, a legendary creature, was known for its short forelegs, necessitating it to lie atop a wolf while moving. Thus, the phrase to collude in wrongdoing emerged, describing a cunning beast that could protect the bay village, possessing formidable power, having reached the realm of cave heaven with 3 openings, rendering it exceedingly dangerous. Chapter 12. Those who are pitiable often possess qualities that are detestable. The people of Stone Village, upon hearing this, immediately retorted, "You shall divide the Swanee blood and flesh you have obtained with us. We are neighbors, and life in the wilderness is not easy. Let there be a share for all." Just then, voices from outside the bay village echoed, "Indeed, let there be a share for all, divided in half. Or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Our guardian spirit has come along as well. Do you truly wish to rely on that half-dead willow tree for your protection?" The taunting was intolerable. "This is too much," Stone Feihu exclaimed furiously. In recent months, they had already engaged in multiple bloody confrontations with the bay villagers. The father of the monkey, Shishishin, had nearly been killed by an arrow, the result of the bay villagers violating the rules by entering the hunting grounds of Stone Village. Regarding the hunting grounds, this was an agreement long settled between the two villages, aimed at circumventing unnecessary troubles. In Beitsuan, there existed a youth named Beifeng, known for his ruthless demeanor, who had previously injured numerous hunters from Shurtsuan and had plundered their hard-earned game. At that time, a young boy with formidable resolve had intervened, teaching the cruel youth a lesson. Yet he, possessing a compassionate heart, refrained from inflicting severe harm and instead captured him alive. The people of Beitsuan had no choice but to relent, returning the stolen game and compensating with some weapons. Following this incident, Beitsuan enjoyed a temporary peace, albeit the animosity with Shurtsuan deepened. Now, the inhabitants of Beitsuan, stirred by the corpse of the ancient lion, were once again consumed by greed. Having long conspired for this moment, upon the return of the azure-scaled eagle, they crouched in anticipation, sensing an opportunity had arisen. After all, the Beitsuan spirit sought the true blood of the lion, while simultaneously fearing the azure-scaled eagle. As for the willow god, it had never been regarded as a threat, merely a half-dead willow tree. Moreover, they believed they deserved half of that crimson horn. From the Beitsuan side, a voice boomed, "It's you again, Beitsuan. Your audacity knows no bounds. Do you truly believe that Shurtsuan fears you? Last time I showed restraint." Stonehow recalled the perilous risks undertaken to reclaim the lion's treasured body and the horn of the fire demon bull. It was maddening that these people merely spoke of dividing their spoils. "Little child, you are oblivious. Such a treasure as the lion's body and the immense ancient horn cannot remain in your possession. Should word get out, the powerful from Xiaogushan town would swarm here, and Shurtsuan would cease to exist." A young man from Beitsuan stepped forth coldly. Despicable and shameless, Stonehow thought, astonished by their brazen audacity. He was still young and did not grasp the concept of unscrupulousness. The words from Beitsuan indicated an intent for a bitter rivalry with Shurtsuan. The village chief, Stone Yinfeng, stepped forward, his expression grave. If this matter were to be exposed, Shurtsuan might indeed face annihilation. "And so what, Yinfeng? At this juncture, it is your choice that matters," declared the chief of Beitsuan. They were unwilling to strike first, preferring to let their village chief lead the charge, as even in victory, numerous lives would be lost. If they could coerce Shurtsuan into yielding half their earnings, it would be the best outcome. "Beitsuan Qing, you are truly mad. What do you hope to achieve?" Stone Yinfeng retorted angrily. "Let me be frank. Our Beitsuan spirit is on the verge of a breakthrough. The lion's body and the horn of the fire demon bull are treasures that will elevate it further. Blame your village for not encountering favorable circumstances. I act merely for survival." The chief of Beitsuan sighed. "Prepare for battle," Stone Yinfeng bellowed, realizing that this could not end amicably. With the Beitsuan spirit aiming for a breakthrough, it was inevitable that the people of Beitsuan would take action, for they were under the spirit's protection and were bound to contribute to its strength for their own betterment. Little one, do you comprehend? It is either your demise or mine. This is the law of survival in the wilderness. A formidable foe approaches. You are the strongest warrior in the village. Will you join me in vanquishing these marauders? Xiao Tian rose, ready to sign in at any moment, not rushing. He looked at Stone Hao and declared loudly, standing too vigorously, your attire has fallen. In an instant, the wind has chilled your backside, creating an awkward moment that disrupts your grandiose demeanor. If you're not embarrassed, then it is others who should feel so. Xiao Tian murmured a mantra. Good. Stone Hao had only just witnessed the brutality and bloodshed of the savage beasts and returned home without enjoying the village's tranquility, only to be confronted again by the shameless people of Beitsuan, igniting his fury and confusion. However, upon hearing that the Beitsuan spirit was on the verge of a breakthrough, and with the village chief issuing commands, it was clear that today's battle was unavoidable. Just then, a black iron arrow was shot towards the azure-scaled eagle. The Beitsuan side was still wary of its situation and aimed for one last test. Xiao Tian stepped forward, grasping the arrow mid-flight and flinging it back, piercing the forehead of a Beitsuan man. I too have a stake in reclaiming the lion's body and the horn of the fire demon bull. If you marauders wish to seize what is mine, you must first consider whether you possess the means to claim it. Xiao Tian spoke coldly, marking the enemies as villains while positioning himself on the moral high ground as the victim. In slaying them, he felt no remorse. With that, he launched himself into the midst of the Beitsuan crowd, delivering punches and kicks that twisted the bodies of those struck. He merely exerted a fraction of his strength, and these individuals were no match for him. Suddenly, a flurry of radiant light burst forth from the thicket, speeding toward him faster than the arrows from Beitsuan, engulfing him. Xiao Tian's body shrank to the size of a flea, evading the attack in an instant. Stone Hao, that boy is yours to handle. I shall go and slay the Beitsuan spirit. You have performed admirably. Starting tomorrow, I shall impart to you a powerful treasure technique. Very well, Stone Hao replied earnestly, his youthful voice echoing with determination. Beifeng, it is indeed you. This time I shall not hold back. Stone Hao spotted the pale-faced Beifeng concealed in the grass. Merely half a month prior, he had been taught a lesson by Stone Hao. Now, this boy, with his venomous strikes, sought to seize the prey of Shitsuan once more. The archers of Shitsuan, including Shi Feihu and Shi Feijiao, had already drawn their bows, engaging in a standoff with the people of Beitsuan. For them, each was a marksman, some even able to draw the 1,000-pound dragon horn bow, arrows clashing midair, sparks flying. Behind Xiao Tian, two azure moons appeared, one sliced toward the forest, where the spirit was hiding, while the other circled, decapitating several of Beitsuan's men. True to his words, these individuals came to rob him, and he would show them no mercy. Having lived in this world for 7 years, he reminded himself daily to maintain his integrity, but also to avoid excessive compassion. When it came to battle, one should swiftly send enemies to their demise. Chapter 13, Stone Hao learned. A howl erupted from the spirit, followed by a 5-meter-long, 3-meter-high, mutated giant wolf charging through the grass, colliding with the azure moon. This was its innate ability, wolves in collusion, allowing it to forcibly enslave weaker wolves. This time, it summoned over 50 mutated giant wolves. The chilling howls echoed like the cries of vengeful spirits, and the massive figures charged through the twilight forest toward Xiao Tian. In the pitch-black woods, pairs of emerald eyes glimmered like clusters of ghostly flames. The giant wolves exhaled white mist, their gaping jaws revealing blood-red tongues and menacing fangs. Before they drew near, a palpable aura of malevolence washed over. The azure moon sliced through the giant wolf's head, its momentum unyielding, as if a bluebird sang within. In an instant, it circled back, annihilating the 50 giant wolves. The surrounding forest trembled with the reverberating roars of beasts as the Beitsuan spirit, relying on its formidable prowess, forcefully drove a horde of savage beasts toward Shitsuan, akin to a mountain torrent unleashed. Such petty tricks, you are merely delivering warmth to Shitsuan. Truly, the cunning Beitsuan is casting aside its own people. Xiao Tian spoke softly, his form shrinking to the size of fist, swiftly bounding through the forest, his leaps landing on the heads of the savage beasts, which shattered beneath his feet. He had already locked onto the creature known as the badger, which measured a mere 2 meters and 70 centimeters in length, with a shoulder height of 1 meter and 2 centimeters. It appeared rather uncoordinated, its forelegs disproportionately short, clearly indicating a lack of agility. However, it possessed a pair of fleshy wings, adorned with glossy, tawny fur. This was an aged badger, having opened 2 heavenly realms. Despite its wolf-like visage being marred by deep wrinkles, it had undoubtedly reached a formidable stage. Xiao Tian understood why it had incited the badger village to seize the flesh and blood of the lion. This was not merely for the sake of a breakthrough, but also a desperate gamble. Lose this opportunity, and further advancements will be nearly impossible, leaving only the path of death. Xiao Tian was formidable, yet his aura was merely that of the blood transformation realm, insufficient to instill true terror in the old badger. The lion's treasure was of utmost importance to it. And with that, the old badger soared to the top of a colossal tree, emitting a wail akin to that of a banshee. The hundreds of savage beasts he had driven away surged toward the stone village, launching indiscriminate attacks, causing the villagers of the badger tribe to suffer great calamity. Besieged from all sides, resulting in gruesome deaths. Xiao Tian paid no heed to the other beasts. The stone village was deeply rooted in strength, and any savage beast that had not reached the heavenly realm posed no threat to its inhabitants. Moreover, the battle at Shan Hai's side was nearing its conclusion. The badger wind would ultimately serve as warmth for the little one, and the treasure forged from the badger's teeth would merely become a token gift for Shan Hai. Such treasures held no allure for Xiao Tian. As for the villagers of the badger tribe, they were utterly inept, having been mere pawns for testing the depths of the stone village. Xiao Tian shrank down to the size of a locust, stealthily maneuvering through the leaves to approach the old badger. In the next moment, 3 azure moons manifested behind him, their brilliance akin to jade discs, within which 3 azure birds sprang to life, flapping their wings as they charged at the old badger. The badger, taken aback, hastily dodged, its mouth aglow with runes, coalescing into a massive golden radiance resembling a colossal blade of wind, which it expelled, colliding with the 3 azure moons, both forces exploding into a shower of rune fragments, akin to a meteor shower. As Xiao Tian closed in, crimson flames enveloped his form, causing him to enlarge. Silver runes swirling around him as he donned a shimmering silver robe. Behind him, the ethereal silhouette of a great silver mountain materialized. His figure suddenly magnified. A hand that seemed larger than a grinding stone came crashing down. The old badger, with its meager form, retaliated, its short legs springing forth. Runes flickering as a dazzling golden light gathered, the primal talisman expanding abruptly, its golden claws meeting Xiao Tian's assault head-on. With a resounding explosion, the golden claws formed from rune shattered. The badger's short legs grotesquely twisted and hung limply, bones piercing through its flesh as drops of crimson blood flowed forth. Its body akin to a boulder hurled from a catapult crashing down to the ground. Xiao Tian felt a slight numbness in his hands. The heavenly realm was not as daunting as he had anticipated. As his form expanded, the crimson flames continued to envelop him. He stomped down, sending the old badger into a fissure in the earth. After that single strike, Xiao Tian instantly shrank back to the size of a thumb, leaping onto a leaf 10 meters high, gazing down at the old badger beneath his enormous foot. "Brother, I come to assist you." Little Shan Hai, radiant in a blaze of pure white light, was ensnared by chains of bone runes, reminiscent of a spider's web, enveloping every inch of his being. Upon his chest lay a tattered ancient beast hide, a relic of the stone village, which had enabled the village to persist through generations in this untamed forest. "Be cautious," Xiao Tian advised, somewhat astonished. This was a piece of hide from a buy-in, an extraordinary ancestral artifact, bestowing the little one with temporary combat prowess of the heavenly realm. "It is dead." Shan Hai gazed at the badger in the deep pit, frustration bubbling forth as he kicked it, the lifeless body crumpling to the ground, its bones seemingly shattered. With a swift motion, Xiao Tian combined the 3 azure moons, severing the badger's head, finally exhaling in relief. Yes, it was truly dead. Shan Hai felt he had gleaned some knowledge, yet remained elusive. Meanwhile, the villagers of the badger tribe, caught in a pincer attack, had all perished. The hundreds who had come were either shot down, slain by Shan Hai, or more commonly, bitten or trampled to death by the savage beasts. Let's hasten back to the stone village. The outside is no longer safe. The old village chief, accompanied by Shi Yinfeng, Shi Linhu, and Shi Feijiao, arrived. With Shi Linhu having fused with the village's other ancestral artifact, a beast bone, towering at 3 meters, his bronze skin rippling with a platinum sheen. Xiao Tian cast a surprised glance. The aura emanating from him suggested he bore the essence of a beast king, a remnant of a ferocious species, likely a descendant of the white tiger. "Rest assured, Chief, the old badger has been slain by my brother," Shan Hai promptly declared. "Bring the badger's corpse. It is a precious treasure, and this is no place for conversation." Xiao Tian calmly reminded them. Then, he shrank down to thumb size, alighting on Shan Hai's shoulder. Quickly fetch me a set of clothing. I wish to be clean. The villagers present faintly heard Xiao Tian's words, sharing a smile in the darkness. They could not discern much. Having witnessed Xiao Tian before, they felt reassured, especially as Shan Hai had grown close to him, and thus far, had sensed no ill intent from Xiao Tian towards the stone village. Otherwise, tonight would have been the perfect opportunity for him to strike, given his strength. The chaos would have likely meant the end of the stone village. Eagerly, Xiao Tian yearned to check in. Sitting beneath the willow god tree for 3 minutes would suffice. Chapter 14. Checking in. The requirements for checking in were met. Having arrived beneath the willow god tree in the stone village, the system's mechanical voice echoed once more, audible only to Xiao Tian. The willow god remained unchanged. From the charred stump, a tender green note sprouted, swaying in the wind, naturally radiating a green aura that enveloped the entire stone village. Sitting cross-legged beneath the willow tree, Xiao Tian's mind became tranquil and ethereal, patiently awaiting the passage of 3 minutes. Ding! Check-in successful. Acquired the panel talent of the sixth brother from the Calabash Brothers. Would you like to merge? The sixth brother's ability is invisibility. He moves with agility, traversing the unseen realms. Before his birth, he, along with the seventh brother, was plucked from the calabash vine by fairies, intended for cultivation in the demon's lair. As the sixth brother neared maturity, he fell to the ground and escaped disaster. He was the one who proved most troublesome for the snake demon, stealing treasures like the rui from the monsters, rescuing his fellow Calabash brothers, and launching an assault on the demon's lair. The sixth brother's invisibility traits include Invisibility 1. Complete invisibility. The opponent cannot see or harm him. Invisibility 2. Transmutation into a starlight entity, possessing the ability to disregard materiality. Xiao Tian perceived the sixth brother's innate abilities lean towards spatial manipulation, allowing him to traverse the void and become ethereal. Mirje. There was no hesitation. He had traversed countless miles through the wilderness to arrive at this moment. An intangible power seemed to awaken from the depths of Xiao Tian's soul and bloodline, gradually merging with him. This period of seclusion lasted 6 months. Little sure how had turned 4, yet Xiao Tian remained in slumber. Were it not for the palpable vigor emanating from him, one might fear for his safety. During this time, battles continued in the primordial wilderness. A small red bird was engaged in conflict with a massive golden-clawed beast, Zhuyan. On this day, booming echoes resounded, as if an eternal blue-gold light flowed through Xiao Tian's corporeal form, reverberating with the roar of the great Tao. Formless yet resonating within the hearts of all cultivators across the heavens and earth. In this moment, whether within the confines of the earthly realm or amidst the celestial expanses of the heavens, every cultivator sensed as though they had heard something profound, yet simultaneously felt a disquieting void, a sense of loss that was palpably discomforting. Beside him, as he observed Xiao Tian's cultivation, Shan Hai also perceived this phenomenon. His large eyes appeared clouded, as if he were on the verge of grasping something elusive, yet just out of reach. At that instant, the ancient, charred black willow tree stirred to life. Its solitary branch resembled a delicate golden chain of order, akin to the willow branch from Guanin's sacred vase, enveloped in 10-colored radiance. Gently brushing over Shan Hai's crown, as the branch swept across him, Shan Hai radiated a luminous brilliance, akin to exquisite crystal, especially around his chest, where a small universe seemed to blossom, radiating myriad hues of light, swirling in a misty haze, as if the very fabric of creation was unfurling before him, revealing profound transformations that were both resplendent and crystalline. In this ephemeral moment, Shan Hai was bestowed with immense fortune, as the willow spirit seized upon the currents of the Tao, inadvertently granting this unfortunate child a sliver of opportunity. As a celestial king, her presence here was intentional. Compared to otherworldly celestial monarchs, she had gazed deeper into the river of time, witnessing far more. An extraneous shower of light and mist enveloped the azure-scaled eagle, bestowing it with unexpected blessings. The willow spirit observed Xiao Tian with astonishment. He appeared quite ordinary, yet not long ago. He had vanquished a formidable spirit beast with 3 openings in its heavens using his blood-moving realm. The willow spirit was certain that Xiao Tian's physical prowess had reached an extraordinary threshold of 100,000 pounds. Otherwise, he could not have unleashed such formidable close combat strength. Casting her gaze upon the still cultivating Xiao Tian, the willow spirit lightly brushed him with her branch. Just moments ago, the Tao had roared with thunderous resonance, birthing some extraordinary anomaly that had stirred the very essence of the universe. With the Willow Spirit's assistance, Xiao Tian's integration with the 6 babies innate panel accelerated dramatically, achieving success within mere breaths. Buzz! Xiao Tian faintly sensed his triumph, as if he had shed the weight of 99,999 pounds. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he were a universe unto himself, self-reliant and unyielding, instantly attaining 111,999 pounds. Even without testing his newfound strength, he was acutely aware of this transformation. Next, he sought to glimpse the primordial truth, but to his surprise, he found himself enveloped in a brilliant conflagration of crimson and azure flames, momentarily vanishing even as he sat beneath the Willow Spirit's tree. He soon reemerged, his entire being seemingly forged from eternal blue gold and phoenix blood red gold, radiant with treasure-like luminescence, as one after another, runes evolved into celestial furnaces within his very flesh. Boom! Xiao Tian's body trembled as the Yin Xiao point glowed, and astonishingly, his first cave of heaven opened right there. The cave of heaven represents a realm, a crystallization of ancestral wisdom, wherein one opens a primordial portal within or outside the body, akin to unlocking the gates of the universe, a genetic lock, the divine gate, and other profound terminologies, connecting to an immortal passage, an unexplored pure land, or an intricate world of human mysteries. The Yin Xiao point occupies a crucial position within the meridian system, situated between the two yin, known as the perineum in traditional Chinese medicine. Referred to in alchemical practices as the root of life and death, the void point, the gateway of returning life, the source of the run and do meridians. This point's activation ensures the passage of all 3 meridians. It also serves as the origin of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Li Shizhen remarked in an examination of the 8 extraordinary meridians, all humans possess these 8 meridians, belonging to the Yin spirit, closed and unyielding. Only the immortals can breach them with yang energy, thus attaining the Tao passage. The root of the primal Tao, the progenitor of Qi, is indeed rooted in Yin. Only when this meridian stirs do all others flow. Thus it is called the source of meridian transformation. Its connection to the Naiwen and Yongquan points allows one to harness the true energy, gathering and dispersing it, ensuring the heavenly gate remains perpetually open while the earthly portal remains sealed, circulating Qi throughout the body, harmonizing above and below, fostering vitality, with yang prevailing over yin, igniting fire within water, and blooming flowers amid snow. This location is revered in ancient Chinese medicine, Taoism, and Buddhism, recognized as the 4th dantian of the human body. Even the Willow Spirit gazed upon this point with uncertainty. The mysteries of the human body eluded her complete understanding. Her essence was that of the first sentient willow tree birthed during the creation of the heavens and earth, not of humanity, making it all the more challenging for her to comprehend. This was the source of transformation, the origin of the kidneys, a place for cultivating the essence of life. A hidden lair for the dormant dragon. Xiao Tian opened an internal cave of heaven, unlike the external cave Hao had previously activated. The cave of heaven is a realm, a manifestation of the wisdom of predecessors, allowing one to connect with the unfathomable passages of the universe, directly absorbing the essence of the vast cosmos, refining a small world of their own, comprehending the true meanings of Tao symbols, and better understanding the rules and evolutionary changes of this world, truly re-engaging in the evolution of a small universe. Regardless of how the final evolution manifests, it represents an endeavor to touch the heavenly mysteries through human endeavor. The profundity of this path is astonishing. What sort of individual could devise such a breathtakingly magnificent methodology? Within Xiao Tian's Yin Xiao cavity, it felt as though he were forging the heavens and earth, connecting to the unknown realms, intertwining with the roots of the primal Tao. Within this cavity, chaotic energy began to emerge, shrouded in a mist, concurrently seizing the essence of the cosmos, as streams of celestial energy converged upon him. However, Xiao Tian could perceive the presence of bubbling crimson magma, coalescing into a fountain of transformation. The Willow Spirit extended a branch, piercing through the cranium of the Li Hua Imo Nyo hidden within an underground cavern, as well as the demon ape concealed within a watery cave. Both being impaled by the branch, dragged forth. In an instant, these 2 terrifying, king-level ancient species were reduced to dust, their skin, bones, and flesh appearing as though they had weathered the ravages of eternity, decayed and obliterated. Several droplets of golden liquid emerged, which the Willow Spirit dripped upon Xiao Tian, who absorbed them into his being in an instant. As he activated his first cave of heaven, it began to evolve. expanding from an initial size of 3 inches to 10 inches. The willow spirit granted Xiao Tian 3 additional drops of golden essence, continuing her observation. In a heartbeat, Xiao Tian's cave of heaven transformed into 12 inches, yet remained shrouded in mist, chaotic energy swirling, hiding any further changes. The willow spirit decided to bestow the final 5 drops of essence all at once to Xiao Tian. 13 inches, 15 inches, approximately 50 centimeters. The expansion of the cave of heaven came to a halt, with no further changes evident. During this process, as Xiao Tian transcended to the cave of heaven realm, he naturally connected with the boundless void, allowing him to refine the divine essence of the cosmos in this manner, enhancing his cultivation of the runic divine power, rendering it more complete. The cave of heaven realm ensured that his body no longer existed in a state of rootlessness as it had during the blood-moving realm. After a bout of combat, he would not deplete his vitality and energy. Now, with the cave of heaven siphoning the essence of the universe, his endurance was significantly augmented. Furthermore, the cave of heaven could also amplify the power of his runes, enhancing their potency beyond previous limits. Nevertheless, the old beast was truly mediocre. Having opened 3 caves of heaven, which was quite commonplace, Xiao Tian felt that, even without employing the powers of the gourd baby, he could obliterate it with a single punch. Within the activated cavity, the rhythm of the Tao flowed through his heart. In an instant, Xiao Tian comprehended. Thus it was, the cavity within his body inherently contained the potential of the universe, a true genetic lock, the gateway to the human cosmos. His ability to open this cavity was no mere coincidence. For others, the path to activation was fraught with insurmountable challenges, devoid of the requisite secret methods and opportunities, rendering it utterly impossible. Before Xiao Tian could ponder further, his body trembled violently, the Zhongwan point radiating heat, booming open, and in that moment, resplendent rays of light burst forth, myriad auspicious colors swirling, as if the very heavens and earth were being birthed anew, this internal cavity also unlocking with a thunderous roar. The aperture was awakened, and within it, a realm of 3 inches of heaven and earth swiftly took form, with vital energy swirling, golden and rolling like gilded magma. The Zhongwan acupoint is located in the upper abdomen of the human body, along the anterior midline, 4 inches above the navel. It belongs to the Run Meridian, one of the extraordinary 8 channels connecting to the Dantian. This was a golden paradise, radiant like a halo of gold, illuminating his physique until it shone as brilliantly as a golden body, with streams of luminous rain cascading, akin to countless pristine and sacred petals dancing in the air, as if he were on the verge of transforming into a golden-bodied Arhut. Indeed, this aperture had begun to tap into innate divine power, this extraordinary innate ability. Chapter 15. The fusion with the blue calabash boy, Xiao Tian toppled Sure How. Xiao Tian felt a profound numbness enveloping him. He had believed his talents were entirely self-derived, only to discover that it was predominantly his innate abilities that had paved the way for him. The panel of a mighty child had enabled him to unlock 2 special apertures, all of which were internal paradises, rather than external ones. Boom! Numbness be damned. Let us press on and continue the awakening. This time, the force directly overwhelmed Xiao Tian, as a certain aperture in his brain was activated, belonging to an unknown realm. A location that was impossible for ordinary individuals to access, a divine forbidden zone, the gateway to evolution. This place, which Xiao Tian referred to as the Void Aperture, was now awakened. At the moment of awakening, Xiao Tian felt as if he had fused with the surrounding void. An immense force of spatial energy was devoured and absorbed, merging within him as black vital energy surged, representing the ethereal. From this moment onward, Xiao Tian would become a favored child of space. Even if he had not traversed into this realm, he would possess extraordinary spatial abilities. But that was not all. Shortly thereafter, another aperture in his brain was unlocked, revealing a paradise where azure vital energy surged and flowed, still linked to the spatial realm, enabling his body to directly etherealize, adjusting its spatial dimensions to merge into different parallel planes, rendering ordinary attacks from this world utterly ineffective against him. He named this the Sky Aperture. Thus, did these 2 apertures signify the innate abilities of the 6 children? Indeed, Xiao Tian had directly unlocked 4 internal paradises in one breath: red, gold, black, and blue. At merely 8 years of age, he was subjected to such pressure. He yearned for discretion, yet it was clear that he could not remain low-key, feeling as if willow branches were sweeping over him. He longed to utter, "Leave me be," but dared not speak. The willow deity, an unparalleled celestial king, exuding an unmatched grace and power. Revered as the ancestral deity, his prowess was unrivaled, having single-handedly traversed foreign realms, striking terror into the hearts of the immortal kings of those lands. Unexpectedly, this fusion with the talents of the six children, the blue Calabash boy, persisted far longer than anticipated. It was his first time secluding himself for such an extended period. Little Gushin town, isolated from the world and with scant connections to the outside, rarely saw outsiders for a year or two. Yet, on this day, many had arrived. 6 months prior, Xiao Feng had settled in the town, glancing warily at the tumult in the forest, concerned for Xiao Tian's safety. However, knowing Xiao Tian was entangled with villagers and had even ridden the azure scale eagle, he felt somewhat reassured. The day after tomorrow, Xiao Tian would fulfill his wish of visiting the village he claimed to have dreamt of. It was his place of fortune, leading Xiao Feng to feel at ease. This vast wilderness was perilous. Recently, terrifying ancient beings had been clashing, and he had heard tales of the mountain treasures, which had seemingly been contending for 2 years. After a 2-year lull, he had hoped for resolution, yet the fighting had reignited, indicating that the mountain treasures remained undiscovered. Xiao Tian had warned Xiao Feng to keep his distance, for he had dreamt that the beasts competing for the mountain treasures were more fearsome than his grandfather, Ling Tianhou. At his peak, the intensity of Ling Tianhou's power was intended to instill a sense of awe in his grandson and broaden his horizons. Yet, having truly experienced such might from afar, Xiao Feng felt that his elder could not even contend with beasts like the Swanee, Lihua Mo, or the demon ape, let alone the formidable creatures vying for the mountain treasures, which were said to possess legendary prowess. From a distance of 100,000 miles, he witnessed 2 monsters clashing, crimson flames staining the heavens, golden claws obscuring the sun. This place was fraught with danger, and his primary concern was for his precious son, wishing he could whisk him away at once. On this day, outside Little Gushin town, the sounds of shouting and neighing horses echoed, the gleaming armor of outsiders catching his eye. Xiao Feng was certain these newcomers were drawn by the allure of the mountain treasures. They were already the 17th wave of visitors. Xiao Shan had adapted to local customs, donning coarse clothing and hiding at the entrance of their small courtyard. The purple mountain duke and the fellow from Luofu Marsh were notable, though the latter's pride was excessive. Upon arrival, he sought to confront the town's ancestral spirit, truly courting disaster, though fortunately, he was restrained by his elders. Dressed similarly to Xiao Yuan, Xiao Shan appeared indistinguishable from the townsfolk and remarked, "These youths, in terms of character, are far beneath the young master. Merely rotten fish and stinking shrimp, a monkey usurping the throne in the absence of the tiger." Xiao Shan commented, "That fellow is merely 6 years old and already quite impressive." Xiao Feng, adopting a similar stance beside him, replied, "My precious son Xiao Tian is already 8, rendering these little ones mere younger siblings in comparison. Such youngsters, he mused, at the same age as his son, could have been subdued with merely 20% of his strength." Meanwhile, in Shur village, after a brief study of Xiao Tian, the willow deity commenced the baptism of little Shur Hao, likely seeking to validate certain insights. The black cauldron in Shur village was unfathomably profound. After pondering it for a while, Xiao Tian found it beyond his comprehension, his cultivation still too low. During this process, he also discovered the Swanee treasure bone. Prior to his seclusion, Xiao Tian had encased several corpses in ice. Now, at 4 years old, Shur Hao was ready for his baptism. Naturally, Xiao Tian focused on studying the Swanee treasure bone. The villagers accepted him without fear of losing it. After 3 days of awakening, during the preparations, he transmitted his Luan bird treasure technique to Shur Hao. The Luan bird treasure technique bore similarities to the azure scale eagle technique Shur Hao had acquired, leading Xiao Tian to believe it resembled the techniques of the azure sky pong. The azure sky pong was undoubtedly an ancient being of legendary status, much like the Swanee and Luan bird. In the following days, a golden sun began to take shape within Xiao Tian's paradise, embodying the Swanee treasure technique, named spherical lightning. 5 days later, a golden sun rose behind Xiao Tian, filled with the roars of the Swanee, which detonated a nearby, small mountain with a resounding blast. Not bad, he mused. This journey has yielded a technique worthy of being a clan treasure, a fitting gift for the old master's 54th birthday. Their Xiao Clan, having accumulated thousands of years of heritage, possessed merely 2 such techniques, the ancestral spirit technique and the Luan bird technique. Xiao Tian reflected. It was time to depart. Lingering further would serve no purpose. He could no longer impede little Shur Hao's growth. Ding dong. At that moment, A system notification echoed in a manner only Xiao Tian could perceive. Congratulations, host. A new check-in location has been established. Please check in at the Void Divine Realm 1 year from today. Contemplating this new destination, Xiao Tian sensed the system's arrangements held significant meaning. What wonders might the Void Divine Realm contain? Unbidden, he thought of Sure E. Sure E would turn 9 next year, which meant he might enter the Paradise Realm. Perhaps he would encounter that foolish boy with the dual pupils who had stolen the Supreme Bone from Sure Hao. The potential of dual pupils clearly surpassed that of the Supreme Bone. Why would he choose to bind himself with the Supreme Bone, thereby stifling his own potential? The Supreme Bone, however formidable, could at most be comparable to the assessment that his son, Wang Teng, possessed the qualities of an emperor. However, the rarity of dual pupils has elevated my son, Sure E, to a stature akin to that of a true celestial being. With dual pupils, he has already attained an invincible path. What need is there to borrow the bones of others? Alas, this lad has been led astray by his own mother. Of course, she has since perished, her vision myopic and her heart malevolent, ultimately causing her own demise and condemning her son to a lifetime of suffering. Torn between guilt towards his cousin, Sure Hao, and the repercussions of a careless childhood remark, which led to his mother extracting his cousin's supreme bone to implant into him. Sure Yi's arrogance is boundless. The animosity between him and Sure Hao, ignited by the murder of his mother at the hands of Sure Hao's father, Sure Xiling, has rendered them irreconcilable. After experiencing death once, Sure Yi has likely come to a clearer understanding of many matters. From the ancient female with dual pupils, he learned that the gift of dual pupils surpasses even that of supreme bones. He has, in fact, ensnared himself in a web of his own making. His mother, not only venomous, but also a fool, has played a significant role in his misfortunes. It is also his fault. He revealed the existence of Sure Hao's supreme bone to his mother, which precipitated the tragic events that followed. Perhaps it is he who is the true fool. In the original narrative, Sure Yi intervened to halt the sacrifice of Sure Hao's blood when the latter was on the verge of exhaustion after battling 3 quasi-immortal emperors, only to sacrifice himself instead. In his final moments, he declared it a repayment of all karmic debts. He has lived a burdensome life, and each thought of his biological mother, dying indirectly by his hand, must inflict profound pain upon him. No matter how wicked she was, she at least loved Sure Yi. Let's compare our raw, physical strength, shall we? Little Sure Hao has arrived, having just completed his transformation. Compared to the original tale, where he possessed 8,000 pounds of strength, he now wields 10,000 pounds at the tender age of 4, certainly a bit inflated with pride. Xiao Tian, however, would not allow this little one to get carried away. He intended to strike hard and remind the lad that he, the elder brother, will always be the elder brother. Then, Xiao Tian extended his hand, pinning the little fellow's head down, rendering all attempts at resistance futile. At 4 years old, Sure Hao stands an impressive 1 meter and 15 centimeters tall. Yet, at 8 years, Xiao Tian has reached a height of 1 meter and 50 centimeters, ensuring that this young one could not misbehave in his presence. Clad in a clean linen garment crafted by the village matriarch, Xiao Tian proceeded to enlighten Sure Hao. Even if I were to regress 4 years to the age of 5, I would still possess 20,000 pounds of strength. You have a long way to go. You must strive harder, for outside there are countless talented youths stronger than you. Xiao Tian sought to inspire Sure Hao, perhaps to unlock more of his potential or expedite his growth by half a year or even a year. Now, dear brother, I shall teach you the bone script for 3 days, but I must soon depart. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask, for I am now a formidable being of the cave realm. With a gentle push, Sure Hao fell to the ground, landing with a thump, his face flushed from exhaustion. Soon enough, Sure Hao earnestly approached him with the original true interpretation in hand, which left Xiao Tian baffled. He could not comprehend it. Just that morning, he had boasted, only to be humbled by the afternoon. Ahem, this convoluted bone script that gives one a headache. Why not investigate it on your own? I shall instead teach you the Swanee treasure art. With a casual toss, Xiao Tian flung the original true interpretation to Sure Hao and, with a flick of his finger, propelled a thumb-sized golden sun, which pierced through a distant boulder weighing tens of thousands of pounds. Chapter 16. I am Sure Foam. After integrating the talent panel of the 6th gourd baby, Xiao Tian perceived a noticeable enhancement in his comprehension. Nevertheless, the original true interpretation remained beyond his grasp. It likely demands extensive study or a heart of innocence. It simply does not suit him. After 2 hours of study, he found himself dizzy. Each individual possesses their own opportunities and paths. His path does not lie within the original true interpretation, but rather in augmenting the panel of the gourd baby's talents. Thus, he shifted Shan Hai's attention. You mischievous child, are you attempting to create difficulties for your elder brother with this? Subsequently, Xiao Tian embarked on a hunting expedition with Shan Hai, imparting the Phoenix treasure art and the Cold Flood Dragon treasure art, while also guiding the little one in studying bone scripts and treasure arts. 2 days later, a myriad of unfamiliar faces arrived at Shan Village, including tribes riding silver-scaled unicorns, noble scions flying on enormous beast-bone ships, and figures of high stature mounted upon crimson flood dragons. A crystalline snow feather, extending 5 to 6 meters in length and radiating a sacred glow akin to angelic wings, bore an elder, 2 youths, and 2 6-year-old twin girls. Exquisitely beautiful with glistening eyes that sparkled like jewels. Xiao Tian also spotted his father, Xiao Feng, accompanied by 2 younger companions, Xiao Shan and Xiao Yuan, all clad in their original attire and riding blood unicorns. It was evident that they had come to Shan Village, as Xiao Feng sought an opportunity to visit, driven by long-held curiosity that had been restrained due to Xiao Tian's previous objections. This time, with such a gathering, they aimed to support Xiao Tian and prevent any unforeseen incidents. Xiao Tian did not elaborate further. His primary purpose in coming to Shan Village had been fulfilled. The village's spirit felt distinctly unusual. Whether it had been burned or struck by lightning, it remained unyielding and had even sprouted a tender shoot, signifying rebirth from destruction, an extraordinary treasure that could aid in transformation. None of you shall compete with me for this willow branch. It is mine. At that moment, a 6-year-old child shouted as he leaped from a 17-meter-high crimson flood dragon, enveloped in a gray-brown aura, landing gracefully. Ah, this village's spirit feels remarkably different. Let us descend to investigate. Other passing children also noticed the willow spirit, sensing its ethereal nature. It was evidently a being reborn from the ashes, embodying potent life force. Increasingly, children were drawn to the spirit of the willow due to the young dragon's shout. Eventually, 3 children, fueled by tempers and intertribal tensions, clashed directly. They hailed from the vast Luo Fu marshlands, the Thunder Tribe, and the Purple Mountain Clan, all aged between 6 and 7. Little one, I will back you up. Teach those impolite brats a lesson. Pointing to the 3 mounted figures, one a robust man who was his father, and the other 2 his protectors, Shan Hai declared, that blue-hued blood unicorn is my steed. They have likely come to protect me. Do not worry. We harbor no ill will toward Shan Village. My training journey is nearly at an end, and I shall return soon. Xiao Tian turned to Shan Hai, indicating the audacious young nobles. Brother, I truly envy you. You have a father, while I do not. And such a splendid steed as well. Shan Hai lamented, a hint of sadness in his voice. You are my brother. My father would not mind sharing with you. Besides, I believe you have a father. Shan Village is not ordinary. Just a steed I gifted to you. Xiao Tian chuckled, ruffling Shan Hai's hair as he lifted him from the ground. Oh, I understand now. Shan Hai, being cradled, felt a mix of shyness and joy. Let's go see together. With Shan Hai in his arms, Xiao Tian approached the group of children, drawing curious gazes from many onlookers. Brother, please set me down. I can walk on my own, Shan Hai shyly implored. Xiao Tian complied, squatting to place Shan Hai on the ground before taking his hand and continuing forward. Meanwhile, other children from Shan Village emerged, intrigued, while Pai Ho and Ermeng engaged in lively discussions, debating the merits of the Swanni and the spirit's meat quality, claiming it to be tough and overripe. Finally, they scrutinized the crimson dragon of the Luofu Marsh, debating whether it was more delectable roasted or boiled, their disdain for the creature evident in their words. What are you 2 wild brats muttering about? Are you so impatient with life? The angry Jiaopeng, caught in the midst of battle, was provoked, and his small eyes blazed with a fierce, chilling light, resembling 2 terrifying beams directed at Ermeng and Pai Ho. Wow, his eyes are aflame, quite intimidating, much like the ferocity displayed when everyone feasted on the spoils last night. Could that fool actually hear us? He is certainly no worse than the ice hound we consumed yesterday, Pai Ho remarked, a hint of skepticism in his voice, pondering if it was truly possible to hear from such a distance. A tinkling, melodious giggle echoed as 2 little girls perched upon a snow feather, suspended in midair, their legs swinging playfully. Dressed in fitted skirts, one black and the other white, they laughed uncontrollably, their long, curled eyelashes framing bright, clear eyes. The elders of the Lei clan, the Z Mountain clan, and those of the Luofu Marsh all spoke up, urging their young ones to cease their quarrels, as they were now quite curious about this village before them, suspecting it to be a secluded haven of an ancient clan. These 2 little girls are quite charming. They would make splendid brides, Xiao Tian remarked. Big brother, if you like them, I shall help you capture them, Shan Hai declared, thumping his chest with bravado. The twin sisters, upon hearing this, instantly froze, pouting in indignation, glaring at Xiao Tian and Sure Hao with fiery expressions. How dare you wild brats mock me and disregard my presence? After the truce was called, Jiao Peng's fury reached its peak. With a powerful leap, akin to a young dragon, he bounded forward over 20 meters, intent on teaching them a lesson. Alarmed, Sure Hao vanished in an instant, his body enveloped in azure runes as he activated the Phoenix's sacred technique, positioning himself before Jiao Peng just before the latter could strike. With a firm shake of his arm, Jiao Peng was sent hurtling backward. Thud! Jiao Peng crashed to the ground, disheveled and battered, as if struck by lightning, the earth cracking beneath him before he landed in a heap, covered in dirt and humiliation. Such weakness, to unleash brutality upon others, is a grave flaw. It will undoubtedly invite disaster upon you. Sure Hao admonished, recalling Xiao Tian's words that humility is the true path. If Pai Ho and Erming had been struck, they would have been gravely injured, and he found himself disliking this child who had just attacked. Xiao Tian, despite his immense strength, remained affable and had even assisted Erming and the others in tempering their bodies. Meanwhile, the gathered powerful beings from various tribes were collectively astonished into silence. Xiao Feng, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, while Xiao Shan and Xiao Yuan gazed at him, realizing that their family's treasure technique had been imparted to this young child by the prodigal Xiao Tian. Yet what could he say? This boy was his own flesh and blood, and undoubtedly a prodigy, more precious than the family's ancestral techniques. It was likely that his father, Ling Tianho, was aware but chose to remain uninvolved. Moreover, this child, appearing no more than 3 or 4 years old, exhibited extraordinary prowess. He is undoubtedly a fine seedling. With Xiao Feng's immediate instinct, others began to ponder more deeply, carefully examining this wild little village. What manner of place was this? Had they indeed stumbled upon a lineage of fearsome recluses? Little one, how old are you this year? Xiao Feng inquired with curiosity. Almost 4, replied young Sure Hao, his voice innocent and earnest, recognizing Xiao Tian's father. Xiao Feng was taken aback. Indeed, apart from Xiao Tian, there was no other child in the Xiao family with such extraordinary talent. Xiao Tian sighed internally. In reality, Sure Hao's true age was 5. He had nearly perished when his supreme bone was extracted at the age of 1, resulting in a regression that left him resembling a newborn. Pretending not to notice his father, Xiao Tian focused instead on the indignant twin sisters, contemplating the prospect of having them as attendants. Serving tea and warming his bed, such thoughts filled him with anticipation for the future. I refuse to believe it, Jiao Peng bellowed, his pride deeply wounded after being effortlessly tossed aside by a mere 4-year-old wild brat. Without hesitation, he charged again, this time opting to engage in a contest of physical strength without utilizing his techniques, resembling a young fledgling. Bang! In an instant, he was sent flying back at even greater speed, tumbling several times before landing on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, utterly stripped of any semblance of dignity or arrogance. The embarrassment was unbearable. Jiao Peng lay face down, his pride shattered, the humiliation burning on his cheeks. At last, the other adults could no longer contain their curiosity and approached, recognizing the extraordinary nature of this child. Child, what is the name of your village? Inquired the uncle of the Purple Mountain Marquis, who had personally come as a guardian for the Purple Mountain clan. Stone Village, young Sure Hao replied, his voice sweet and clear. May we enter your village to rest for a while? Purple Mountain Show asked kindly, as long as you are not here to cause trouble. You are welcome to enter, came Xiao Tian's response as he approached. All eyes turned to Xiao Tian, who appeared to be merely an 11 or 12-year-old boy, clad in coarse fabric, yet exuding an air of confidence and nobility that had not gone unnoticed by many. Little brother, how old are you, and what is your name? Purple Mountain Show continued with a friendly inquiry. 12, Sure Tian, Xiao Tian replied, his aura subtly restrained, possessing the innate talent of the 6-gored child, making it impossible for even revered figures to discern his true nature. Is there something you need? I am Sure Feng, the father of these 2 children. At that moment, Xiao Feng, upon hearing his son impersonating a villager, felt a surge of pride, never before having considered himself so clever, and seamlessly chose to join in, declaring, I am Sure Feng. I am Sure Shan. I am Sure Yuan, announced Xiao Shan and Xiao Yuan as they stepped forward to align themselves. Xiao Tian's mouth twitched slightly. What chaos are you all causing? If you disrupt the narrative, what if Goddess Lu doesn't have the chance to display her prowess? The others were momentarily stunned. Along the journey from that small, isolated town to this wild forest, they had encountered such remarkable backgrounds. Were these truly the denizens of Stone Village? They had long noted the strength of Xiao Feng and the accompanying Xiao Yuan and Xiao Shan, puzzled as to why they hadn't brought their own children along, only to realize they were preparing to return home. How utterly adorable! Two ethereal little girls, like sprites, had crept up to the small boy, playfully pinching his cheeks. Xiao Tian stepped forward and planted a kiss on each of the twin sisters' faces. "So cute," he exclaimed. "Oh." The sisters squealed in unison. "This naughty fellow. When did he arrive? You pinched my brother's face, so I kissed yours. We are even now. Why be so stingy?" Xiao Tian replied earnestly. "Bad guy." The two girls chimed together. Xiao Feng, witnessing this scene, wore a paternal smile, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This boy was undoubtedly stronger than he had been at that age. Meanwhile, the elder from the Cloud Sky Palace wore an expression as dark as a pot's bottom, as this was his precious granddaughter. Soon, the adults within Shurzhen were roused, prompted to venture out and ascertain the situation. Lately, Xiao Tian had been leading Shan Hai and several other children, each possessing strength exceeding 1,000 pounds, on hunting expeditions, returning daily with a substantial bounty. Shurzhen found itself untroubled by hunger or cold, and many villagers appeared invigorated. Some even managed to remedy chronic ailments, having feasted on the flesh of formidable spirits and savored the soup made from the flesh of the swan and I. Subsequently, Xiao Tian hunted several beasts even mightier than the previous ones, bolstering the villagers' strength. However, as the influx of visitors into Shurzhen grew, a sense of unease emerged. The sheer number of outsiders fostered an atmosphere of dominance. Voices rose in a clamor as they sought entry into the village to investigate. Soon, these visitors began to cause a ruckus, refusing to leave and instructing their children to gather information. The villagers, known for their simple nature, found themselves easily drawn into conversation, inadvertently revealing much about their lives. It became apparent that Xiao Tian was an outsider, having joined Shurzhen merely half a year prior, while Xiao Feng, Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Shan were meeting him for the first time today. Many speculated about the village's hidden treasures that had attracted such attention, particularly the coveted Swan and I treasure technique. Three boys, named Jiao Peng, Zi Shan Kuan, and Lei Mingyuan, were tacitly permitted to create mischief, their sights set on the recently returned young Qing Lining. Each of them aimed to claim a fledgling for themselves. This time, Jiao Peng, recognizing the formidable nature of the diminutive creature, refrained from overstepping. Despite his own fatigue from previous encounters, united, they launched 3 iron arrows towards the young Qing Lining, only to have them deftly evaded, as the fledglings had gained considerable skills from their time with Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was initially preoccupied with charming 2 young girls, promising to teach them the Swan and I treasure technique, engaging in playful affection and negotiating to have them as little friends. However, this idyllic moment was shattered by the unfolding chaos. "Little one, do not hold back. Give those boys a thorough lesson for daring to intrude upon our domain," Xiao Tian urged, rising to the occasion. Shan Hai, equally prepared to act, heeded Xiao Tian's words and charged forth like a young Qing Tian Peng, with 3 resounding thuds. The boys were sent sprawling, their arms broken upon impact, stark white bone protruding grotesquely. Each bore the imprint of a small foot on their faces, a fitting response to their shamelessness. Young Shan Hai seethed with indignation, having witnessed the capricious nature of humanity. These intruders were brazen in their attempts to infiltrate Shurzhen, and upon entering, they exhibited discontent, aiming arrows at the village's nurtured exotic fledglings, an act of utter shamelessness. Even at such a tender age, their cruelty was palpable. A servant from Luofu days stepped forward, coldly addressing Shan Hai. Yet before he could finish, he was sent hurtling away, his bones audibly cracking until he was expelled from Shurzhen, his structure shattered. Xiao Tian swiftly occupied the space where the servant had stood, confronting the intruders. "You lot truly lack any sense of restraint. You demand entry into Shurzhen and now seek to plunder? Young man, you are no denizen of Shurzhen. What brings you here?" "Our intentions align," a member of the Jinlang clan interjected unapologetically. "And what intentions might those be?" Xiao Tian inquired, his tone measured. "The Swan and I treasure technique," the Jinlang clansman replied bluntly. "You desire the Swan and I treasure technique? Very well, I shall grant it to you," Xiao Tian retorted coldly. In the blink of an eye, he became enveloped by a radiant golden sun, resembling a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing beside a young man from the Tianlang clan. Despite being in the same realm, felt as feeble as a lamb in comparison to Xiao Tian. He was propelled out of Shurzhen, crashing to the ground, his body crackling with energy, ultimately reduced to a charred husk. With the support of the Lu deity, Xiao Tian felt invincible. Foolish boy, you seek death. A powerful Jinlang clansman, at the level of transformation, roared with fury, morphing into a golden wolf, his lethal intent unabashed. Seeking death, are we? Xiao Shan bellowed in return, transforming into a blue jiao as he launched an assault, sweeping the massive wolf away with his tail. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng stepped forth declaring, Luofu Days is not a realm you can afford to provoke. Jiao Peng, seething with rage, spat blood and glared at Shan Hai. Uncle Jiao, please take action and capture that wild brat for me. Break his bones, but leave him alive to deliver his breath to me. However, before he could finish, Xiao Tian unleashed a crescent moon, adorned with flying wan birds, creating a breathtaking spectacle under the night sky. Yet, its swiftness was undeniable. In an instant, it severed the boy's head. A cry rang out as the Qing Lin Ying grew larger, its wings expanding to 40 meters. Embodying the essence of its heritage as a Qing Tian Peng, it dove down, effortlessly tearing a 20-meter-long gray jiao in two, showering the surroundings in a rain of blood. The gray jiao had no chance to emit a cry of anguish before being dispatched by the Qing Lin Ying, its skull shattered in an instant. A transformation-level gray jiao, having recently benefited from the Lu deity's influence, had also ascended to transformation, its bloodline significantly refined. Jiao Tsong, witnessing the carnage, felt his rage intensify. Yet he sensed that Xiao Feng exuded a might that rivaled his own. Who are you truly? He demanded. Esteemed friends, today's events cannot be brushed aside. We must eliminate these three and annihilate Shi Tzuan to share the swan and eye treasure technique. Jiao Tsong turned to the others, seeking allies. We of Yintian Palace shall not partake in such matters, one member asserted. Silence fell among the others, their eyes glinting with malice, each contemplating the theft of the swan and eye technique. Shi Fei Jiao and Shi Fei Hu, anxious, stepped forward, presenting a piece of tiger bone and a hide from a buy-in to Xiao Tian and Shan Hai, respectively. Xiao, my young brother, we are left with no choice. Please take the little one and depart from here. At that moment, it became evident that numerous powerful figures were concealed within the woods of Luofu Days, including those of the transformation level. Xiao Tian spoke no further, accepting the tiger bone, a treasure from an ancient white tiger bloodline, which instantly fused with his arm. In the next heartbeat, Xiao Tian vanished from sight as the cries of the Luofu Days inhabitants echoed around him. Empowered by the white tiger relic, he moved through the moonlight, leaving a trail of blood in his wake, as heads were pierced and lives extinguished before they even comprehended his movements. With the talents bestowed by the Holowawa brothers, he morphed into an invisible Ant-Man, wielding the power of the white tiger relic, rendering him nearly invincible. Now firmly in the realm of transformation. Boom! Jiao Tsong retaliated, targeting Xiao Feng, who wasted no time summoning the massive white bone blade he had nurtured within his domain. Silver runes swirling around him, a silhouette of a silver mountain faintly visible behind him. In an instant, Jiao Tsong was cleaved in two by Xiao Feng's strike. As the son of the Ling Tian Marquis, Xiao Feng was dispatched to protect Xiao Tian for good reason. His combat prowess was formidable enough to surpass most in the inscription realm. Indeed, with a weight of over 60,000 pounds and 6 realms of transformation, he was merely 1,000 pounds shy of his father's might. Yet within the Xiao Clan, he was deemed a prodigy, earning the moniker of Xiao Madman. However, it must be said that Xiao Feng is quite capable of procreation. At the very least, in the original narrative, his son, Xiao Tian, has indeed made a name for himself. He possesses a remarkable strength of over 80,000 pounds in the blood realm and has opened 8 portals in the cave heaven realm. Even among the last batch of disciples recruited by the Repair Pavilion, he stands out as the foremost prodigy, earning the title of the silver-robed youth, a name synonymous with brilliance. Of course, this title is bestowed by others, and during that time, Xiao Tian often felt his bloodline surging and his temper flaring whenever he heard the praise of being extraordinary. Who else could there be? Xiao Feng, brimming with vigor and pride, has suppressed his ambitions for 8 long years. After the birth of Xiao Tian, he had not engaged in any battles, leading some to mistakenly believe he could no longer wield a blade. In Chapter 18, the hidden check-in spot, let us join forces and slay him, shouted the clan uncle of the Purple Mountain, his voice echoing with authority. Aside from the elder from the Yun Tian Palace, who instinctively shielded his 2 granddaughters, the atmosphere was tense and uncertain. As for Shan Hai, he observed Xiao Tian swiftly dispatching the invading foes outside, and without hesitation, he merged with the ancestral artifact. The skin and fur of the buy-in, launching himself into battle against the powerful clansmen who dared to attack Xiao Tian. With enmity already established, he could not afford to show mercy, especially towards the members of the Purple Mountain Clan, Golden Wolf Clan, Thunder Clan, and the people of the Luo Fu Great Marsh. Despite being the invaders, they bore expressions of malice, glaring at the villagers of Shi Yuan as if they were the true victims. At that moment, the Willow deity could no longer restrain herself. The number of invaders was overwhelming, and they began to strike at the other inhabitants of Shi Yuan, treating them like mere ordinary people to be toyed with. With a flourish, the verdant willow branches danced like an unparalleled celestial sword, and wherever they passed, the vitality of those strong adversaries was forcibly stripped away by the willow deity, leaving behind nothing but decayed corpses as if eroded by the sands of time. Each clan left behind a single member at the transformation realm to escort the terrified children and youths who fled in a panic. Xiao Feng, Xiao Shan, and Xiao Yuan stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Though they bore various injuries, their robes stained with blood, they seemed oblivious to their own condition. Fixated on the charred willow tree at the village entrance, which bore but a single tender branch, Xiao Tian had returned. He approached the two little girls and playfully pecked each of them on the cheek, a fair gesture for each. The two young lasses, Yun Lu and Yun Shuang, with their fair skin and ethereal beauty, their large, sparkling eyes, exclaimed, "Are you not worried about your big brother Tian? Ah, you naughty boy." They both chimed in unison, unable to comprehend how Xiao Tian had suddenly appeared before them. Meanwhile, the elder from Yun Tian Palace smiled warmly, recognizing that Xiao Tian's talent was truly remarkable, to the extent that he could consider him as a potential son-in-law. In the following days, the people from Yun Tian Palace lingered in Shi Yuan, with Xiao Tian amusing the two small girls daily while also teaching them to cultivate alongside Shi Hao. He even personally concocted beast milk using a milk jug he had cherished since childhood, which had long been kept in his father's cave. Now, Xiao Tian presented this milk jug as a gift to Shi Hao, imparting the wisdom that there was no shame in drinking beast milk. The little fellow would sneak sips of the milk, and Xiao Tian felt a pang of sympathy at his bashful demeanor. Furthermore, Xiao Tian demonstrated to the three little ones how to drink the beast milk and taught them 8 different recipes, combining various beast milks with wild mountain honey for an even sweeter taste. On the 4th day, the elder from Yun Tian Palace bid farewell, taking with him the 2 reluctant little girls. Yun Lu, Yun Shuang, remember, you can only marry me, Xiao Tian called out as he watched them ascend on their feathered mounts. The 2 girls blushed furiously, feeling both flattered and embarrassed by Xiao Tian's affectionate advances. The little one, Shi Hao, was adorable but still too young, more intrigued by the beast's milk than anything else. "Little one, I must also depart. When you grow older, make sure to come to the Butian Pavilion to study. It is a place of supreme lineage, rich with divine inheritances, where you can learn many precious techniques. And this treasure I give to you for your protection." Xiao Tian presented a silver sword, crafted from a part of the Xiao Clan's sacrificial spirit. It was comparable to a treasure of the transformation realm, as the Xiao Clan's sacrificial spirit had undergone numerous metamorphoses, collected and refined into armor or weapons. Then, with the reluctant gazes of the villagers and little Shi Hao upon him, Xiao Tian approached the willow deity. "Willow deity, I must take my leave. Those people will not rest easy. Soon, powerful figures of noble rank will surely come to Shi Yuan. Thank you for aiding my breakthrough into the cave heaven realm. I know you are unafraid of those great clans. Otherwise, you would not have allowed those people to escape so easily." Xiao Tian stood beside the willow deity for a moment before stating, "You cannot leave." A voice echoed in Xiao Tian's mind, its gender indistinguishable. It was unmistakably the willow deity speaking. "Are you implying that someone is watching us? Since that is the case, I shall stay." Xiao Tian replied resolutely. He was aware of the situation, yet they had lingered in Shi Yuan for too long, uncertain of whether the willow deity would provide them shelter. He was merely testing the waters with his farewell. Xiao Tian decided against leaving, or perhaps he could not leave for the time being. The following day, he witnessed the leaders of the 4 premier clans, each with populations numbering in the millions, leading their strongest warriors, along with their clan spirits and treasures, to besiege Shi Yuan. However, before the willow deity's branch, which resembled the divine chain of order, they were utterly powerless. All were consumed and reduced to dust by her effortless sweep. The outcome was that the Purple Mountain Clan and the Golden Wolf Clan fled, while all others above the transformation realm perished, including the Xiao Clan leader and their sacrificial spirit, the Gray Jiao, the Wolf Clan leader, and the Thunder Clan leader. All became sustenance for the willow deity. Subsequently, the willow deity reclaimed the mounts ridden by those who had come, including scaled horses, unicorns, moon rhinoceroses, and feathered tigers, all impaled upon her willow branches, resembling candied hawthorns. Meanwhile, deep within the primal wilderness, the battles between the remnants of the four great ferocious beasts intensified. Fiery crimson flames, akin to blood flames, scorched the heavens. A small red sparrow, no larger than a palm, danced among them, contending with a monstrous figure shrouded in darkness, which spanned the sky. This creature, with its vast wings unfurled, cast half the sky in a shadowy mist, its blood-red eyes resembling immense grinding wheels, exuding an eerie allure while unleashing blood spears as thick as mountains to strike at the little red bird. This was the clash between the descendants of the vermilion bird and the sky-swallowing sparrow. Additionally, a gigantic ferocious beast, possessing pair of emerald eyes, loomed amid the surging sea of clouds, its body dark red, resembling a tiger, yet adorned with formidable bull-like horns, fierce and formidable, its hooves striking the ground with earth-shattering force. Its opponent was an enormous Zhu Yan, covered in dense golden fur, with a white mane and red feet, wielding a black iron staff as thick as a mountain ridge, swinging it with unparalleled might. Xiao Tian sat silently on a piece of blue stone in the village, observing everything with a contemplative gaze. He understood that this vast wilderness, within 100,000 miles, would soon be transformed into a desolate wasteland. The emergence of the mountain treasure, an unparalleled gem, and the fierce struggles among the four great ferocious beast remnants were beyond the control of the willow deity. And Xiao Tian found himself even more powerless to rescue the innocent beings of the wilderness. As for the descendant of the vermilion bird, it was meant to be the sacrificial spirit of the Fire Nation. The Zhu Yan would later face near demise, undergoing a rebirth into a little fluffball, later found by Shi Hao. Nonetheless, the willow deity had also faced near death, experiencing a form of rebirth. Perhaps many memories had not been restored, and her current power was that of a noble rank, insufficient to contend with the remnants of the ferocious beasts at the revered level. That day, human settlements were reduced to ruins, and the sacrificial spirits were powerless to prevent such calamities, including the small solitary mountain town and many more towns and tribes far and wide, with populations exceeding millions. Strength, in this moment, is felt with an intensity unparalleled, as Xiao Tian yearns fervently to grow stronger. He departed just moments before the deity Lu gathered the order runes to lead the stone village away. Utilizing the powers of the Sixhua, Xiao Tian left the village and ventured into the vast wilderness, driven by the need for flesh and blood elixirs to enhance his strength. His innate ability for invisibility rendered him undetectable even to the fierce beasts of the revered level engaged in battle, allowing him to witness this calamity unfold. With hopes of survival to settle scores later, Lu was aware of Xiao Tian's departure, yet his exceptional talent instilled a sense of hope for his survival. Ultimately, however, he is but a child, and human strength has its limits. The price of growth often entails the loss of one's former self. It is a painful enlightenment, yet willingly endured. What once mattered has become but a grain in the vast sea. A single thought reverberated within the cosmos. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden checkpoint in the realm poised to become ash. The requirement was to survive for 1 hour upon this land. Xiao Tian was astounded to discover, through a seemingly trivial decision, the hidden function of a system that allowed for checkpoints beyond those specified, unveiling a concealed location for him to register. Simultaneously, he overheard a conversation among several monsters who had noticed the retreat of the stone village, revealing its former status as the site of a divine fall. The likes of Qiongqi, the devouring sparrow, and the descendants of the vermilion bird were embroiled in a struggle for treasure, resorting to murder to silence witnesses, particularly Qiongqi and the devouring sparrow, who were actively targeting various clans. The sound of their thunderous dialogue reached Xiao Tian, as Zhu Yan and the vermilion bird endeavored to intervene, deeming the actions of the other two as a violation of the natural order. Resolutely, Xiao Tian plunged into the depths of the primordial wilderness, where powerful beasts and ancient species were enslaved by the devouring sparrow and Qiongqi to assault nearby human settlements. With limited personal strength, his only recourse was to seek vengeance in the future. For now, he required growth and resources for cultivation. During his recent excursions with Shi Hao and others, Xiao Tian learned from the village's hunters where the territories of formidable beasts lay, typically those of Cave Heaven Realm or higher. Soon, he discovered a marshland, once inhabited by a green flood dragon, likely a powerful beast of the spirit transformation realm. An aura of malevolence enveloped the area, and he stumbled upon numerous massive scales, each as large as a palm, transforming himself to the size of an ant. He leapt across the marsh without sinking. At the heart of the swamp, a 3-meter-tall sapling came into view, dwarfed by the towering trees of the primordial forest. It bore the blood fruit of the flood dragon, cultivated from its own essence in conjunction with the unique environment, presumably for its ascension. Shining like a golden dragon SI. Chapter 19. The Golden Staff of Transformation. At last, Xiao Tian was no longer exposed. His innate abilities allowed him to don clothing and wield weapons. The small tree bore only 9 golden fruits, adorned with dragon scales and leaves resembling those of a dragon. Dark and toxic. Yet, the fruits themselves were devoid of poison, immensely nourishing, with detoxifying properties. Xiao Tian plucked the fruits and swiftly consumed them, reaping the rewards before hastily departing. He moved on to a previously unvisited area, arriving beside a stony mountain, where he spotted a massive cave at its midsection. Adjacent to the cave was a 9-leaf purple cloud orchid, radiant in the sunlight, resembling a celestial herb. Previously, it had been home to a 3-tailed azure fox. Now summoned away. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian uprooted the herb, leaving not a trace behind. Thus, the depths of this primordial wilderness became Xiao Tian's sanctuary, where he unceremoniously collected various herbs, some hundreds, even thousands of years old. Before long, an hour had elapsed. Congratulations, host, you have successfully registered. He received the transformed golden staff of transformation, acknowledging him as its master. The staff featured 2 golden hoops at either end, with a segment of dark iron in between, adorned with star patterns, intricate lines, and dragon and phoenix engravings. The golden staff of transformation, in its needle-like form, weighed 500 pounds, with a standard weight of 135,000 pounds, its size and weight adjustable at will. Extract. Xiao Tian had certainly heard of this legendary artifact. There was no time for hesitation. In an instant, a radiant needle of dazzling brilliance materialized in his palm. What a treasure! He marveled, recognizing why Sun Wukong held such affection for the golden staff. What man does not relish wielding a staff? He found it irresistibly appealing. With a mere thought, the staff transformed into a size and weight that he could comfortably grasp, its weight adjusting to the standard 135,000 pounds. This weapon would undoubtedly facilitate his endeavors. Yet, another territory awaited exploration, the domain of a golden-maned lion, a formidable beast akin to the fiery bull and demon ape, an ancient species. As Xiao Tian entered the lion's territory, his innate sensitivity to the concentration of spiritual energy guided him to the location of rare treasures. From afar, he spotted a silver spirit mushroom, crackling with silver lightning, boasting at least 2,000 years of potency. Without a moment's hesitation, he uprooted the mushroom and stored it in his cave heaven, surmising that the fierce beast had likely vacated the area, consumed by the devouring sparrow and Xiongqi. Now, the territories of the Thunder Clan and Purple Mountain Clan had likely been reduced to ruins, and he lacked the power to intervene. His only option was to grow stronger, preparing to exact revenge upon the devouring sparrow and Xiongqi, repaying them in kind. Boom! Boom! The distant earth trembled as the 4 revered ancient beasts clashed mercilessly, attacking each other in a frenzy. The surrounding creatures had been devoured by the devouring sparrow and Xiongqi, leaving no witnesses. The once cautious Zhu Yin and the vermilion bird, now unrestrained, were embroiled in their own battle, having initially contended with each other before being ambushed by the devouring sparrow and Xiongqi, left severely wounded. Utilizing the powers of the Sixhua, Xiao Tian traversed the void with ease, unaffected by the strength of the revered beings, as they could shatter the earth but not disturb the fabric of space. A notorious prison for the lower realms, escape was a futile dream. Thus, these powerful entities could inflict no harm upon him as he slipped away beneath their very noses. The Sixhua's innate abilities positioned him in an unassailable state, remarkably potent and practical. Liu had taken the remaining villagers of Stone Village to a realm of chaos, hidden from the outside world for 2 months, until they finally glimpsed the light of day once more. During this time, Xiao Feng, Xiao Shan, and Xiao Yuan were frantic, unable to depart from the village, perplexed as to how the usually astute Xiao Tian had managed to escape amidst such turmoil. The only solace for Xiao Feng was a note from Xiao Tian stating, "I've gone home. Farewell, Xiao Clan." Crack. The original stone village seemed to have been ensconced within chaos. In reality, it was merely a stray willow leaf that had intruded upon it. A violent tremor coursed through this space, and soon the gray mist vanished completely, followed swiftly by the chaotic aura. Sunlight cascaded down, The inhabitants of Stone Village quickly realized they were no longer in their previous location. A crystal-clear river flowed past the village, its depths revealing plump fish swimming freely, some even leaping into the air, their golden scales sparkling and sending up rippling splashes. Not far off lay a lake, azure like the sky, reminiscent of the largest lake in Huaxiao on Earth, Qinghai Lake. Indeed, the willow deity had bestowed upon Stone Village a treasure trove suitable for propagation and survival. Uncle Feng, my elder brother, is so intelligent. He must have returned home by now, so you need not worry. Little Stone Hao, having observed Xiao Feng's daily concerns for Xiao Tian, couldn't help but recall his own parents, feeling sorrowful for quite some time. However, he was very understanding and knew how to comfort others. Xiao Tian, such a grown man, is truly a source of worry, engaging in antics unworthy of even a child. Little one, we must take our leave now. We are heading back to the Xiao Clan. Here is proof of my Xiao Clan identity. Keep it, and should the opportunity arise, come visit us. Xiao Feng held a deep fondness for the little one, recognizing him as a remarkable child with immense potential for the future. In recent months, Xiao Feng, Xiao Shan, and Xiao Yuan have been teaching the village children the ways of cultivation, also guiding Little Stone Hao in his practice. They benefited from this as well, with Little Stone Hao demonstrating the Swan and Eye treasure technique to them. After all, Xiao Tian had already learned it. Having a few more individuals acquire it wasn't a concern. Had it not been for Xiao Tian's disappearance, Xiao Feng would have felt fortunate to have gained unimaginable benefits from this excursion and witnessed the formidable power of the willow deity. Ultimately, Xiao Feng, Xiao Shan, and Xiao Yuan bid farewell to the willow deity and swore an oath not to disclose the location of Stone Village, unwilling to see these innocent people disturbed by chaotic forces. The steed Xiao Tian, gifted to Stone Hao, was ultimately left behind in the village. He discovered that outside the village, a herd of unicorns roamed, and he immediately set his sights on the lead unicorn, pristine and flawless, far more beautiful than Xiao Tian's teal steed. He resolved to rely on his own abilities to tame him out. The azure scale eagle cast a sidelong glance at the little one from a distance. Isn't the ante enticing? Xiao Tian, feeling rather speechless, noted how the four great beast remnants seemed tireless, having battled for 2 months. He had fled for 2 months, narrowly escaping the ravages of these four beast remnants. During this time, Xiao Tian also managed to open a cave heaven, albeit it was an external one. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Achieving a fusion with the other Hulu Hua panels, he could seamlessly integrate the external cave heaven into the corresponding talent acupoints. As for the 10 cave heavens in one that Stone Hao had pioneered, it had already become impossible once Xiao Tian had opened 4 internal cave heavens. Everyone has their own path to invincibility, and his would undoubtedly differ from Stone Hao's. Xiao Tian was indeed returning home, heading toward his family's direction. His grandfather was nearing his 58th birthday, and he aimed to return ahead of time, presenting the Swan and Eye treasure technique as a birthday gift, ensuring he arrived before his father. Following that, he intended to cultivate within the clan for a period, relishing the treatment of a young master from a prominent family, and ideally opening another cave heaven before clocking in at the Void Divine Realm next year. For now, he felt no urgency to enter the Void Divine Realm. Knowing his own capabilities, he had already become invincible in the corresponding area of the Void Divine Realm, having shattered the original shackles of this world with the inherent fragments of the Hulu Hua. Moreover, Xiao Tian sensed that throughout his growth, as he continuously assimilated the Hulu Hua panels, his essence would steadily strengthen, and the initial power of his physical body in the blood-shifting realm would likely undergo subtle growth. Essentially, he was genuinely growing stronger all the time, even without needing to undergo the numerous recalibrations that Stone Hao had due to the incompleteness of the heavens and earth. For instance, upon initially entering the upper realm's 3,000 states, Stone Hao had to recalibrate. Captured by Lan and taken to another realm, he recalibrated once more. As the great path of the world, there was far more complete than the fractured 9 heavens and 10 earths. 2 months later, upon returning home, Xiao Tian discovered that his father had already returned. Upon inquiry, he learned that, out of excessive concern for Xiao Tian, Xiao Feng, Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Shan had each shouldered their steeds when their mana permitted and rode when it did not, recovering their strength on the journey. Through day and night travel, they traversed over 120,000 miles in less than a month to return to the Xiao family. However, despite his father's efforts, upon returning home, he found Xiao Tian absent, nearly driving him to madness as he prepared to search for Xiao Tian, only to be suppressed by his grandfather, Ling Tianho. The old man's words were, "What is the hurry? Since Tianer has broken through to the cave heaven realm, he has reached an age suitable for trials. If he has chosen to venture out, You should respect his decision. Moreover, since he has left a message stating he would return, he undoubtedly will. He does not possess your ability to carry the Jiao blood horse on the journey, and even if he wishes to come back, it will require an additional month or two. Now, go and accompany your wife and daughter, telling them Tanner is out cultivating and will return home later. As Xiao Tian entered the family domain, he saw his grandfather, Ling Tianho, standing atop the city wall of Guangxi City, bathed in the dawn's first light. His tall silhouette was adorned with a golden glow. Riding an ancient exotic beast, the leopard hound, Xiao Tian felt his eyes moisten upon seeing that figure. He was certain that the old man must have been waiting for him here whenever he had the time. Otherwise, such a coincidental encounter would not have occurred. Grandfather, I am back. With a gentle leap, Xiao Tian manifested a pair of azure wings behind him, vibrant and alive, adorned with 5-colored edges, signifying that he had mastered his family's phoenix bird treasure technique to a profound degree. The leopard hound obediently followed behind, displaying the strength of having opened 2 cave heavens, yet behaving as docile as a kitten, hinting at the trials it had endured. Chapter 20. The dual pupils are the path to invincibility. It is good to be back. Do not be like your father, shedding tears at every turn. In the great wilderness, a man sheds blood, not tears. Ling Tianho secretly activated runes, drying the tears in his eyes, feigning calmness. Grandfather, I did not cry. Xiao Tian replied, during this trip, I acquired a clan-protecting treasure technique. Your birthday is tomorrow, and today I shall secretly inform you alone. Utilizing the same method, Xiao Tian harnessed the power of bone runes to dry his own tears. Alas, it seems you are a step behind. The birthday gift your father prepared for me is also the Swan and Eye treasure technique. Adjusting his mindset, Ling Tianho turned, smiling at his grandson. Ah, my father arrived so quickly. Xiao Tian was somewhat astonished. Given the distance, he believed he had been quite swift. If you had the strength of the inscription realm and carried your steed, you too would have returned swiftly. Ling Tianho replied, with a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. Ah, is that so? Grandfather, please elaborate. Xiao Tian exclaimed. Oh dear, my father must be furious. Will he scold me? He leaped forward and embraced Ling Tianho's sturdy waist, seeking to curry favor. I doubt he would dare. Your father is quite like this, Ling Tianho declared authoritatively. Thus, the grandfather and grandson shared in joyous laughter, reminiscing about their son and father as they embarked on their journey with their steeds, feeling both touched and amused. Time flowed like a river, and soon 8 months had passed. Xiao Tian naturally opened the 6th external cave heaven. Opening cave heavens is no small feat. His father had only managed to open 6 in a span of 5.5 years. Yet now, Xiao Tian, in just 1 year, had already opened 6 cave heavens and was not far from opening the 7th. In that year, within the esteemed halls of the Wu Wang residence, Shi transcended into the realm of Dongtian, astonishingly opening not 1, but 2 portals in a single breakthrough, thereby saving himself months of arduous cultivation. He had already begun to be hailed as an unparalleled prodigy, a rare sight in millennia. Meanwhile, in the depths of the lower realms, where countless souls languished in despair, the esteemed ones were perceived as lofty beings, their godly realms having become the stuff of legends. On this day, at the tender age of 9, Shi chose to enter the realm of the virtual divine. Xiao Tian also made his entrance. Upon successfully checking in, a notification echoed, exclaiming, terrifying indeed. Seated at the initial entrance of the Repair Pavilion, Xiao Tian lingered for 3 minutes, and upon hearing the system's prompt, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Following this signing-in experience, he was convinced of one thing. Gathering the complete panel of the Halua talents would prove to be a challenge, especially with the system hindering his progress towards invincibility. Moreover, the treasures acquired from this check-in were astonishing. Should the Shan Hai Jing cookbook become known, he would surely find himself pursued relentlessly by all the ancient ferocious beasts. At that moment, a golden passage materialized, and a young boy clad in exquisite purple garments, adorned with a golden crown, appeared at the very entrance of the virtual divine realm. This young lad surveyed his surroundings with calm poise, testing the solid blue stone ground beneath his feet with a firm step. The surface was robust, embedded with talismanic bones that wove an intricate network, radiating brilliance and forming a defensive barrier to protect this sacred space from destruction. Following closely behind Shi were several other youths of varying ages, quickly causing the initial passage to become quite crowded. Hey, move aside. Who do you think you are, sitting here? An 11-year-old from the Rain clan exclaimed upon spotting Xiao Tian. This fellow sat on the stone ground with his back to the crowd, enveloped in solitude, seemingly untouched by the commotion around him. However, This was not a place for contemplation. It was the initial passage into the virtual divine realm. My apologies. I was lost in thought, Xiao Tian replied as he rose from his spot, glancing back at the others with mild surprise. He had only occupied the space for 3 minutes, yet so many had already gathered. With a demeanor marked by grace and politeness, he offered a courteous apology. Just as well, this is the virtual divine realm. With an attitude like yours, you'll inevitably face consequences, another youth from the Rain Clan remarked. Xiao Tian paid little heed to the childish jibes. His polite demeanor was a reflection of his own character, and he felt no need to mimic the immaturity of the younger boys. What truly piqued his interest was the four-eyed boy surrounded by an entourage of more than a dozen youths. He mused that mastering the art of dual pupils to a certain extent should allow one to adjust at will, reverting to a standard pair of eyes if desired. It remained uncertain whether he was incapable of this or simply accustomed to his extraordinary innate trait, unwilling to conceal his unique appearance. Dual pupils are indeed the path to invincibility. Xiao Tian could not help but muse as he observed though he refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought. The youths surrounding appeared to be reveling in their admiration, though they sensed that something remained unspoken, a lingering phrase hanging in the air. At that moment, Yu Qinma stepped forward, one of the celebrated duo from the Rain Clan, adept in the art of painting. At the age of 10, she too had entered the virtual divine realm. These youths had either intentionally awaited or fortuitously arrived together, bolstering his presence with their numbers. Some among them hailed from the Wu Wang residence as well. Indeed, you seem to possess remarkable insight. Speak more if you can. It seems you are no ordinary individual, chimed another youth in agreement. Xiao Tian cast a glance at the young girl who had approached, noting her emerald attire and delicate features, her skin radiant as jade. However, her somewhat haughty demeanor marred her overall grace and aesthetic. He could not help but smirk. Did these children not comprehend that humility and courtesy were the true keys to longevity? What sort of upbringing has she had? He pondered, reflecting on his own composure, which remained untainted by pride. While awaiting the refresh of the new check-in location, Xiao Tian was content to explore the virtual divine realm rather than resorting to immediate conflict. Just as he prepared to turn away, Yu Xian stepped forward, blocking his path. What do you mean by this? Are you looking down on us? Do you have nothing to say? Or is there something hidden in your words? Xiao Tian raised a hand and waved it dismissively. In an instant, Yu Xian was struck as if by lightning. Despite having cultivated an impressive strength of 68,000 pounds, he was sent sprawling, his head ringing from the impact against the right side of his skull. I had suspected you all along, Yi declared, stepping forward with a fierce glint in his eyes, channeling the power of 90,000 pounds into a strike aimed at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian responded effortlessly, summoning a force of 99,000 pounds, meeting Yi's palm with his own. The collision produced a resounding clap, and the surrounding space quivered as the initial area of the virtual divine realm activated its defensive measures due to such immense power. The unexpected clash forced Yi to stagger back several steps, inadvertently colliding with two boys who had stood too close, sending them sprawling as if they were mere rolling gourds. Their cries of pain echoed through the air, equivalent to the earlier humiliation inflicted upon them by Xiao Tian's casual flick. Fortunately, he had held back some strength. Otherwise, the full force of 90,000 pounds directed at those unfortunate souls would surely have caused grievous injury. I underestimated you, Yi coolly remarked, and in the next moment, he planted his feet firmly against the hard stone, the surface shimmering with radiant light as talismans intertwined to reinforce the ground. He summoned all his might and struck toward Xiao Tian, akin to a surging tide crashing against the shore, an overwhelming aura enveloping him, causing the very space around them to tremble. Xiao Tian remained silent, executing a mere one-armed swing, exerting 99,900 pounds, still holding back, primarily to gauge the proficiency of Yi's dual pupils within the blood transport realm. The impact resonated like thunder, the winds held around them. The fabric of space warped and vibrated, filling the air with a low hum. He was once again forced back several steps, each footfall leaving cracks in the stone beneath him, inadvertently stepping upon the two unfortunate boys who had fallen earlier. A sickening crunch echoed as one was trampled on the back of his hand, and the other on his calf. Their anguished cries pierced the air, their eyes bulging with pain, bloodshot and frantic. Yi's arm trembled. The force of the previous clash had injured him, and he looked incredulously at the composed Xiao Tian before him. In the blood transport realm, he had cultivated a single arm capable of wielding a formidable force of 70,000 pounds. How could he possibly be overpowered in strength? In the original narrative, sure, he had been formidable in the blood transport realm, not much weaker than Sure Hao. Then, Xiao Tian unleashed 2 consecutive punches, each delivering an astounding force of 99,999 pounds, striking Sure Yi squarely in the eyes, leaving him dazed and reeling, spiraling into unconsciousness. Suddenly, from the depths of the initial area of the virtual divine realm, a stone tablet emerged from the chaos, swirling with primordial energy, radiant and illuminating the entire space. Upon it appeared a line of text, each character gleaming with a metallic luster, accompanied by the resonant clang of metal striking metal. With a single arm swing, 99,999 pounds. Reward: 1 piece of primordial treasure bone. The inscription vibrated, embedding itself into the stone, majestic and resplendent, lighting up the sky like a divine sword drawn from its sheath, echoing melodiously, capturing the attention of all nearby. Shortly thereafter, another stone monument surged forth from the chaotic energy, announcing, a single hand suppresses the young dual-pupil wielder. Reward: 1 piece of primordial treasure bone. Xiao Tian could hardly fathom how effortlessly he had acquired a piece of primordial treasure bone rewarded by the void divine realm. It was astonishingly simple. The air around him was already filled with gasps of astonishment as a throng of onlookers quickly gathered. Some recognized the dual-eyed stone, aware of his illustrious background. After all, in recent years, the Martial King's Manor and the Rain Clan had sheltered Stone making him a prominent figure in the vast wilderness. His reputation soaring high as the young sovereign with dual pupils, commanding great respect. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed that the young sovereign had met with a setback. Who was the one who had just subdued him? Xiao Tian swiftly reached out, his movements deft as he inscribed the words Nai Wa's brother upon the record monument before claiming his reward: 2 pieces of pristine treasure bones. Utilizing the abilities of the 6th brother from the Calabash Brothers, he instantaneously traversed through the crowd, departing from the scene. Chapter 21, Nai Wa's brother. Xiao Tian felt an immense joy. These 2 pieces of primordial treasure bones were immaculate, radiating a pure white akin to divine jade, adorned with flawless runes that shimmered splendidly, exuding brilliance and transparency. They contained powerful inscriptions, a form of ancient beast treasure art, a relic from a primordial fierce beast, which now meant he had a unique gift for his grandfather's upcoming grand birthday celebration. The pure-blooded fierce beast, Bai Zhe, was described as having a head reminiscent of a white tiger, with fur that resembled blazing white flames, akin to a lion's mane, adorned with dragon horns and goat-like whiskers. Its body was covered in fur that flickered like burning white flames, its 4 limbs designed for flight, and its tail like that of a white fox. In ancient Chinese mythology, Bai Zhe was considered an auspicious creature, capable of understanding the sentiments of all beings and discerning the matters of gods and spirits. It was said that a ruler with virtue could emerge, capable of dispelling all forms of malevolent energy from the human realm. Bai Zhe often appeared as a symbol of good fortune on banners and official garments. Info traditions frequently depicted it as a guardian deity at doorways to ensure domestic tranquility. Xiao Tian was pleasantly surprised, evidently. The void divine realm held him in high regard, gifting him high-quality primordial treasure bones. Unlike the original storyline, where Sure Hao was carelessly rewarded with a mere fragment of treasure bone after causing chaos. Even with just a cursory glance, Xiao Tian sensed that this treasure art was inherently linked to the enhancement of spiritual essence, imbuing its possessor with the majesty of a sovereign. It resonated with attributes of light and flame, evoking memories of the sacred land of Yaoguang from the novel Shrouding the Sky. This was a treasure art left behind by a fallen, respected elder of Bai Zhe. Additionally, there existed another piece, a primordial treasure bone of the trickster beast. According to the strange classics, a trickster beast was said to have a form resembling a rabbit, with a human face capable of speech, often misleading others with its words, claiming to speak of the east while acting towards the west, voicing malevolence while disguising its true intentions. This creature had a charming visage, its rabbit-like shape exhibiting elegance, and its snowy white body. However, it was notorious for its propensity to speak falsehoods, making it adept at deceiving others. Xiao Tian perceived this treasure art as particularly suitable for someone like him, an honest child who might easily be misled. By mastering the art of the trickster beast, he could discern the truthfulness of others' words, compel them to reveal the truth, while he could weave lies that would elude detection. Perhaps there were other applications yet to be uncovered, requiring his meticulous exploration. Xiao Tian departed, Stone E still in his youth, was hot-headed and had been knocked out by 2 strikes, or perhaps half-stunned by rage. Upon regaining consciousness in the real world, he was filled with delight as he entered the void divine realm, only to find his expression darkening. The most unbearable humiliation he faced was the realization that he had believed himself to have reached an unparalleled limit within the blood-moving realm, only to be swiftly defeated in direct confrontation. Was the prowess of the dual-eyed truly invincible? Did he not need to rely on others? Furthermore, Stone, he had vaguely heard the latter part of the stranger's words. Although he could not decipher the last syllable, he could infer its meaning. The elders of the Martial King's Manor and the Rain Clan had assured him that achieving a strength of 100,000 pounds in the blood-moving realm was the absolute limit. He had dedicated 2 years to surpass this threshold, even managing a single-arm lift of 170,000 pounds. Yet today, he had suffered such a disheartening defeat. This was his first loss since embarking on his journey in the blood-moving realm. Who was he? Birds flitted about, leaves rustled in disarray. Stone, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, as if a weight of immense proportions pressed upon his chest, rendering him breathless. No, I am not mistaken. My choices were correct. My mother was not wrong either. She was right. Stone, he reminded himself with each affirmation, as if hypnotizing himself. He understood that he must grow stronger to validate all his past choices. Meanwhile, the void divine realm was abuzz with excitement. Everyone searching for Xiao Tian, eager to learn his name. Some embellished tales of the dual-eyed being initially defeated by a mysterious youth, spreading the news throughout both the void divine realm and the real world. This was hasty. How could Tian collide with the dual-eyed so soon? Thankfully, that young lad had specifically sought out a treasure art capable of altering his appearance upon entry. Naturally, Ling Tianho was also apprised of the situation. While pleased internally, he could not help but voice a hint of envy. Ling Tianho realized that his grandson was astutely clever, meticulously planning every endeavor. No wonder he had spent the past 8 months searching for treasure arts that could modify one's physical form. It was all preparation for entering the void divine realm. However, upon reflection, he found it odd that the young lad had confronted the dual-eyed and had not been immediately recognized. No wonder the rumors spoke of the dual-eyed being pummeled into submission by the mysterious youth. Ling Tianho felt he comprehended everything, as if all the pieces had fallen into place. At this moment, Xiao Tian had already left the void divine realm, causing quite a stir, and many were inquiring about his identity. He needed to remain discreet. He eagerly anticipated that mischievous child Shan Hai entering the void divine realm soon to divert all attention elsewhere. Congratulations, host. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the Spirit Offering Pavilion by the Elder Vine. Duration 3 minutes. Upon hearing the system notification, Xiao Tian smiled faintly, knowing that he had accomplished all his objectives for this trip. Once he returned, he would diligently cultivate the treasure arts, eagerly awaiting the day he would reunite with Shan Hai in 3 years. Meanwhile, within the void divine realm, people continued to ponder the legend left by Xiao Tian. Naiwa's brother, what could it possibly mean? Time flies like an arrow. Old friends are lost to distant places. More than 2 years later, Xiao Tian had been in seclusion for 5 months, striving to break through to the 10th cave heaven. He was determined to venture into the Hengduan mountain range, intending to utilize his Shan Hai Jing culinary repertoire to transcend into the spirit transformation realm. The space of the Hengduan mountain range only permitted those below the spirit transformation realm, specifically those in the cave heaven and blood-moving realms. However, typically, only those in the cave heaven realm would enter. Anyone from the blood-moving realm would be courting death. Over the past 2 years, Xiao Tian had been steadily advancing. After 5 months, he achieved the 7th cave heaven. 7 months later, he attained the 8th. After 8 months, he reached the 9th, and 10 months later, he accomplished the 10th cave heaven. The reason for his relatively slow progress was the lack of cultivation resources, such as flesh and blood elixirs. The Xiao Clan had never produced an individual surpassing the 9th cave heaven, leaving them ignorant of what was required to break through to the 10th. Fortunately, Xiao Tian's exceptional talent allowed him to take his time, ensuring a more solid foundation in the long run. Boom! The place where Xiao Tian was in seclusion was a forbidden area designated for spirit offerings on Silver Mountain. A volcano erupted from the crown of Xiao Tian's head, spewing forth purple liquid, with purple mists swirling and clouds billowing in a magnificent display of purple energy ascending from the east. The spirit offering trembled slightly, observing this child of the Xiao Clan. It had benefited from Xiao Tian, having acquired the pure blood by Zhe treasure art. Such an art would surely entice even beings of the revered realm should they come to know of it. The pure blood by Zhe held immense potential. Long before the chaotic era, achieving supremacy was a foregone conclusion, given its innate gifts and lineage. However, since the battles between the celestial and ancient realms had rendered the heavens and earth incomplete, no new sovereigns had emerged for quite some time. The cultivation realms and the upper realms could be delineated as follows: divine fire, true unity, sacred ritual, celestial deity, void path, bright path, escape one, and sovereign. The immortal realm comprises true immortal king. In the realm of the underworld's prison, treasures and techniques, such as those possessed by Zhe, hold immense potential. This is precisely why the spirit of the White Silver Mountain feels fortunate to share in Xiao Tian's light this time. Its strength is merely at the level of a king in the array realm, and as a mountain deity, it is severely restricted, unable to venture far unless it ignites the divine fire one day. Its limitations surpass even those of plant-based spiritual entities, making it more suited for serving as a spirit guardian over a designated territory. However, its advantages are equally pronounced. Even as a mere array realm spirit in its domain, it can unleash combat power equivalent to that of a king in the array realm. Success. For most, breaking through to the ninth heaven seems to be the ultimate limit. Yet, Xiao Tian believes otherwise, contemplating the possibility that achieving the 11th heaven might not be particularly challenging. Nevertheless, time is of the essence. After consulting with the spirit, Xiao Tian hastily plunges into the void divine realm, anxious not to miss the unfolding spectacle. Success. In the sky, the diminutive figure of Shan Hai, just over 7 years old, resembles a pure-blooded golden-winged rock fledgling as he soars through the air, surpassing the blood-moving record set by the dual-eyed Shi. This is to be expected. In the original narrative, Shan Hai, after training his single arm to unleash an astonishing weight of 180,000 pounds, surpassed. Now he has attained a remarkable 100,099,999 pounds with the aid of the Willow Deity. Evidently, the Willow Deity has gleaned some insights from Xiao Tian. However, when Xiao Tian broke through to the cave heaven realm, he had already surpassed 111,099,999 pounds. Shan Hai spirals gracefully, his back adorned with a pair of azure wings edged with multicolored hues, and he lightly descends upon the higher peak of the Twin Mountains, allowing the howling mountain winds to tousle his shoulder-length black hair as his bright eyes gaze into the distant horizon. The record set by Shan Hai has been shattered. The mischievous child has outdone the legacy of the dual-eyed one. A chorus of astonishment erupts from the crowd, exclaiming in awe, "I have surpassed that individual, the one with innate dual pupils who took away his supreme bone." Utilizing secret methods, the Willow Deity has drawn upon fragments of Shan Hai's past memories, replaying events for him. This innate supreme being had been incapacitated by that older boy for years as senior, who, with a single remark, revealed his extraordinary nature. Within him lay a bone, intricate with runes, a mystery to behold. It was upon hearing this that his aunt, Shi's mother, callously removed his supreme bone and transplanted it into her own son, disregarding Shan Hai's fate entirely. Throughout, that boy remained coldly indifferent, lacking any semblance of brotherly affection, treating him with a chill more frigid than that reserved for strangers. Shan Hai now harbors a desire to one day confront that boy, asking, "Is my supreme bone of any good?" He feels aggrieved and on the verge of tears, yet he refrains. He has matured. Upon entering the void divine realm, he learns that the most spoken name is that of a mysterious young boy who, on his first day in the realm, encountered the dual-eyed Shi and directly established 2 records. One arm shaking 199,999 pounds and suppressing the dual-eyed one with one hand, earning him the nickname the Milk Baby's brother. Shan Hai feels he ought to know who that mysterious boy is, warmth flooding his heart. The milk bottle gifted by Xiao Tian proves exceptionally useful, as does the treasured longsword. Even when he faced the mountain-climbing pangolin spirit, it assisted him significantly. The techniques of the phoenix and the cold flood dragon are also remarkably practical. Suddenly, vibrant 5-colored runes shimmer in the distance as a phoenix, adorned with resplendent 5-colored feathers, flies towards Shan Hai atop the Twin Mountains. Chapter 22. The Female War God. It is the female war god of the Pursuit of Deer Academy. Without Shan Hai needing to ponder, a few fervent fans shout out her identity. The 5-colored phoenix is a primordial mount. Upon reaching maturity, it inevitably possesses combat power of at least the king level. The female war god, having just turned 17, is even more captivating than a ripe peach. Her cultivation already at the spirit transformation realm. Clad in a form-fitting golden armor that accentuates her alluring figure, her chest rises like a mountain, deep and enticing, with a slim waist that sways like willow in the wind. and her legs are long and graceful, perfectly merging a valiant spirit with an ethereal beauty. The golden helmet she wears adds an air of uniqueness to her charm, her exquisite visage a masterpiece of nature, with brows like distant mountains, bright eyes, and white teeth. Skin as smooth as cream, and lips resembling rosy clouds. One glance leaves a lingering impression on the soul. I wish to invite you to join the pursuit of Dear Academy. The female war god gazes at Shan Hai, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. By the decree of the Supreme Lord, let me indulge for once. Xiao Tian employs secret techniques, refusing to shy away. In this world, being playful is not a crime. Youth is meant for romance. Before Shan Hai can respond, an unfamiliar young man leaps from the ground, landing directly on the back of the five-colored bird and kissing the female war god's face fervently. After the kiss, Xiao Tian allows the female war god to strike his chest with her palm, floating lightly to the other side of the twin mountain. Beautiful sister, I wish to join the pursuit of Dear Academy. This time, Xiao Tian reveals his true appearance. In a few months, he'll be 12 years old, already standing at a height of 1.80 m, clad in black robes with thick, dark hair casually tied in a style reminiscent of an ancient sword immortal, carefree and dignified. Forget it, let us stamp the approval first. Alas, this is merely a kiss in the void divine realm. Perhaps it is a divine connection, or rather a divine kiss? In such a world, when one has strength, being unrestrained is deemed romantic. If one is powerful enough, can a grand romance not blossom? Rascal, scoundrel, the female war god, surnamed Yu and named Mei Run, is formidable, a leading figure of her generation at the pursuit of Dear Academy, widely respected as the female war god. Today, this audacious boy suddenly appears, daring to disrespect her. The female war god, Yu Mei Run, leaps from the five-colored phoenix, her crystalline hands raised, shimmering with radiant golden light, aimed at Xiao Tian's shoulder. Yet, Xiao Tian deliberately shifts his body, presenting his chest. The impact resounds as her palm strikes firmly, causing the mountain beneath him to explode, and he feigns a dramatic exit, flying away, appearing utterly wretched. Beautiful sister, please end my life. To perish at your hands would be my greatest honor. Xiao Tian quickly channels his beastly treasure technique, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. You shameless rogue. You've fallen victim to the pursuit of Dear Academy's divine art, golden jade hand. Your insides are shattered. Return to recuperate. The female war god's brows furrow slightly, her voice cold and resolute. Xiao Tian remains silent, activating his family's treasured technique, radiant five-color divine light swirling around him, his majestic form ablaze with five-colored divine flames, resembling a phoenix reborn from the flames. Shan Hai refrains from approaching. Upon witnessing Xiao Tian being struck away, he instantly understands that his elder brother is attempting to woo a girl, a term he learned from Xiao Tian during their time in Stone Village. This is the profound mastery of the Phoenix technique, a rebirth through flames. Who is this young man? Truly an exceptional talent. In the distance, an elderly man with a bird perched on his shoulder approaches, curiously observing the scene. Others watch with intrigue, and indeed, within merely 5 minutes, Xiao Tian appears fully healed. Of course, he had sustained no real injuries. It was all an act. Beautiful sister, thank you for your mercy. Now you understand my intentions, right? Xiao Tian speaks. He. Female war god, I believe you should accept him. Eventually, every woman must marry. It is rare for a young man to genuinely cherish you. Treasure this opportunity. At that moment, several ethereal women clad in flowing white garments soared gracefully above an ancient beast hide. Leading them was a striking figure, her long, lustrous black hair cascading to her waist, skin as delicate and white as sheep's fat jade, naturally exuding a radiant, crystalline sheen. She possessed an exquisite oval face, long eyelashes, and large, expressive eyes that sparkled more brilliantly than crystal. Her full lips bloomed with color, vibrant as flower petals, and her teeth gleamed with the purity of pearls. Xiao, should you desire it, do not hesitate to wed him. By the way, weren't you supposed to be the alternate for the Heavenly Pavilion, traversing the western frontier in search of disciples? The female war god, observing the current leader of the Heavenly Pavilion, Master Sister Xiao, furrowed her brow. Ah, you are quite well informed. Dear sister, your concern for me is overwhelming, the woman replied with a melodious laugh, her enchanting eyes sparkling with curiosity as they roamed over Xiao Tian. Brother, come join me at the Heavenly Pavilion. There will be countless beautiful elder sisters and fairy sisters for you to choose from, provided you possess the skill. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiao Tian couldn't help but scrutinize her more closely. No wonder this girl had captured Shan Hai's heart. She was a breathtaking beauty, embodying the contrasting natures of the war goddess Yumerin, serene and dignified, yet generous and kind, while Xiao was alluringly enchanting, clever as a fox, suggesting she might have perceived something deeper. Sister Yoyu, while you are indeed beautiful, my affections currently lie with my enchanting elder sister. You shall have to wait your turn. Xiao Tian cast a glance at Xiao, seemingly grappling with a difficult decision, reluctantly shifting his gaze back to the war goddess. You may join the Deer Hunting Academy. The war goddess was no fool. Having witnessed Xiao Tian's prowess in utilizing the academy's secret techniques without being expelled from the Void Divine Realm, it was clear that such a talent was essential for the Deer Hunting Academy, and she could not allow Xiao to snatch him away. Beautiful sister, you finally concede. I knew you had feelings for me. Our meeting in the Void Divine Realm was fated by heaven, with a swirl of 5-colored divine light. Xiao Tian instantly appeared beside the war goddess. Amid her startled scream, he swept her into a princess carry, spinning her around before gently placing her back down. Though he endured several strikes from the war goddess's elite techniques during this escapade, he was invincible within the realm of blood transportation, so it mattered little. Thud! Xiao Tian was sent flying, spewing 2 mouthfuls of blood. The art of deception swirled around him, silently nurturing his surroundings in the realm of deceit. The art of deception was unmatched. Beautiful sister, you might as well end my life. Perhaps you find it hard to accept this affection at first, but you must understand that fate is paramount. The onlookers stood agape. Initially drawn to witness the antics of the mischievous child, they were now bewildered by the unfolding drama. Boom! At that moment, Shan Hai slipped away, shattering the initial passageway and acquiring a piece of primordial bone, reveling in his good fortune. The record stone of the Void Divine Realm trembled, rewarding Shan Hai with yet another piece of original bone. Thanks to my elder brother, Xiao Tian's appearance has diverted everyone's attention, allowing me to confidently gather more original bones. Once more, just as the recently constructed green stone passageway, reinforced by rune power, was destroyed again, the Void Divine Realm did not grant him a reward this time. Instead, a dark cloud loomed overhead, delivering a stern warning from the Void Divine Realm. Why must it be this way? There are no rules prohibiting the destruction of the Void Divine Realm's passageways, Shan Hai lamented, blinking his innocent eyes with a hint of embarrassment. What makes the dual-eyed ones so special? If you claim he holds records, I shall shatter them. Shan Hai declared to the gathering crowd. Little brother, the Deer Hunting Academy sincerely invites you to join us. Just then, the war goddess, undeterred, pursued him with a gentle smile, her voice melodious and inviting. Indeed, little brother, come join the Deer Hunting Academy. Together, we shall grow strong and establish an everlasting sanctuary. A millennium from now, we shall be revered as ancestors. Xiao Tian turned his gaze toward Shan Hai, his words a humorous pretense, yet bolstered by the art of deception. Many perceived his sincerity in every utterance. However, upon reflection, they chuckled at the audacity of the youth's aspirations. War goddess, it seems you've arrived a moment too late. This little brother has already been reserved by me. Wouldn't you agree, little brother? Xiao approached, recalling having previously provided Shan Hai with a token to enter the Heavenly Pavilion, directly selecting him for the Genius Camp. The Deer Hunting Academy is truly commendable. Shan Hai's eyes sparkled as he beheld the record stone. With a sudden surge of energy, he punched it into dust. Though he intended to assist Xiao Tian, misfortune befell him. Chaos enveloped the air. Light reigned shimmering around them as a new record stone emerged, inscribing a fresh entry. Shattered the initial record stone. Severe warning issued. Expulsion from the Void Divine Realm for 2 years. Ha! Witnessing this classic scene, Xiao Tian doubled over with laughter. Oh my, this little rascal is simply too amusing. After just 3 years apart, how has he become so mischievous? Shan Hai glanced at Xiao Tian, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. This was indeed an awkward moment. He had wished to demonstrate his growth over the years, yet it seemed he had only stirred up trouble, especially in front of his elder brother, who now bore witness to his folly. They had yet to catch up properly. Nevertheless, despite their silence, their exchanged glances affirmed their shared understanding. I won't leave. You never said it was forbidden to smash things. Shan Hai grasped the expulsion portal, attempting to resist. Unfortunately, he was still ruthlessly cast out. The crowd found amusement in the spectacle of the mischievous child, while Xiao Tian remained, having dared to do what many men only fantasized about, teasing the war goddess Yumerin. Beautiful sister, now that the troublesome ones have departed, rest assured, I shall join the Deer Hunting Academy, and in due time, I shall become a pillar of strength, akin to a divine stabilizer, granting you peace of mind. Xiao Tian was resolute. He was determined to leave an indelible impression on the war goddess, believing that true power allowed one to act freely in this world. Moreover, he genuinely admired the war goddess and believed he could bring her happiness. Let us engage in a duel. Should you emerge victorious, I will permit you to join the deer hunting academy. The war goddess proposed gravely, having deemed that the previous unpredictable child was unsuitable for recruitment. If this young man proved himself worthy, she might reconsider. Chapter 23. The Heartfelt Connection of the Calabash Brothers. Very well, let us proceed to battle. Xiao Tian exclaimed with excitement, charging forward to carry the war goddess towards the wilderness beyond. Rascal, put me down. The war goddess felt a sense of foreboding. She realized in the realm of blood transportation, she was no match for this youth, and before she could react, she found herself swept away. The first kiss could be deemed accidental. The second embrace could be attributed to her distraction by Sure How. However, during the third instance, she had anticipated Xiao Tian's approach. Yet, as he crouched down and swiftly lifted her leg, the seamless execution of his actions left her utterly defenseless. Even when she summoned her bone tech's power to resist, it was as though she had cast a stone into the sea, creating no ripples whatsoever. The war goddess struggled fiercely, channeling the Deer Hunting Academy's secret techniques and summoning the pure-blooded Tinger Snake's power, her golden hands adorned with shimmering scales striking toward Xiao Tian's face. In response, Xiao Tian's palm expanded suddenly, catching both of the war goddess's hands firmly within his grasp. Do not be naughty. If you continue to misbehave, I shall spank you. Xiao Tian spoke in a gentle tone, as if coaxing a child. At present, Xiao Tian had further comprehended the innate abilities of the Calabash Brothers, enabling him to split into two entities, both of which were his true self. When one body was injured, the other could feel it, a genuine connection of minds. This was far more intricate than the primary and secondary techniques practiced by the Moonchan of the Heavenly Restoration sect. After separating, each body possessed the abilities of the first and sixth Calabash Brothers. Xiao Tian was not surprised by such supernatural prowess, as the Calabash Brothers could naturally separate and combine. Thus, he could easily send one body to the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion and the other to the Deer Pursuit Academy. The greatest challenge now lay in the fact that both bodies bore identical appearances. He needed to devise a method to learn the magical transformations, the 72 transformations. From sure how to enable effortless disguise. Put me down. There is no need for punishment. You may enter the Deer Pursuit Academy. I acknowledge you now. The female war goddess had never experienced such humiliation. Having attained a strength of 94,000 pounds in the blood transformation realm, she felt utterly powerless before Xiao Tian, which was a considerable blow to her pride. However, she suddenly speculated that she might have guessed the identity of this rogue. If you do not release me, do not blame me for revealing the incident involving the heavy-eyed stone E. I do not comprehend your words, Xiao Tian retorted, refusing to admit that this woman was attempting to deceive him. Such notions were far-fetched. With a sharp slap, Xiao Tian struck, enveloping his palm with the beast deception technique. Although separated by her armor, his technique allowed him to convince himself that no armor existed at all, and indeed, there was none. The sensation was bounteous, rounded like a massive water-filled sack. The only regret was that despite his diligent practice of the beast deception technique, he had not mastered it, as the war goddess still wore a layer of undergarments beneath her armor, which remained unpenetrated. The war goddess's delicate face instantly flushed. What had this rogue done? She was utterly flustered, despite being clothed. Just then, Xiao Tian set her down. Fear not. That was merely my secret method of cultivation. Others cannot see it, and your armor is still securely donned. Look, Xia Yoyu from the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion is over there, watching. You wouldn't want her to discover anything, would you? The war goddess, Yumeirun, seethed with indignation, casting several cold glances at Xiao Tian before hurling a token at him, choosing to exit the virtual divine realm and return to reality. Deer Pursuit Academy, a serene place where spiritual energy wafted, surrounded by misty waters. Lush grasses flourished in verdant symmetry, resembling a carpet of emerald. The vegetation here had absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, blessed by the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, making even the ordinary plants exceptionally vibrant. The flowers and trees appeared as if carved from jade. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, their branches twisting like dragons, robust and powerful, while the grass concealing rare medicinal herbs exuded a fragrant aroma. Ethereal birds flitted above, and rare beasts roamed, with divine springs bubbling nearby. A five-colored phoenix, awakening, turned its gaze towards you, Mayrin, expressing concern. Sister Mayrin, what troubles you? Why did you suddenly leave the virtual divine realm. It is nothing, Kair. I wish to be alone, she replied. Hearing that familiar address made her think of Xiao Tian. Feeling agitated, she rose and followed a winding path of cobblestones, pausing momentarily to gaze at the cascading waterfall nearby, its waters meandering into the beautiful depths of the immortal mountains, lost in thought. Having never suffered such a loss in her life, becoming the current senior sister of Deer Pursuit Academy was a testament to her formidable strength. Even some elders of the academy were no match for her. Yet today, in the virtual divine realm, she experienced a profound sense of helplessness, realizing the vast disparity in power between her and Xiao Tian in the blood transformation realm. Otherwise, she would not have been repeatedly taken advantage of by him. As she calmed her mind, the war goddess recognized that the scoundrel must be the same one who, 2 years prior, had brazenly assaulted the heavy-eyed Stone E, provoking his fury and leading to multiple incursions into the virtual divine realm in search of that mysterious youth. After that encounter, the enigmatic boy vanished from the realm, as if he had disappeared entirely. Over the past 2 years, some speculated that he had met with misfortune and had been found and silenced by the martial king, S. Manor, and the Rain Clan. Others suggested he had fled to other great domains. The lower realms were but an arid expanse. However, the war goddess now believed she had unraveled the identity of that mysterious youth. She wondered if, this time, he had once again altered his appearance through magical techniques, or if he had revealed his true self. Xiao Tian awakened from the spirit offering, Silver Mountain. And regardless of whether the war goddess now despised him or felt something else, she would not forget him. This was indeed a promising beginning. Ancestor, I have concluded my seclusion. I thank you for safeguarding my path, Xiao Tian said, reaching out to touch the silver mountain beneath him. Do not be so polite. Young one, it is a privilege for me to witness the birth of a prodigious talent from the legendary 10 celestial caves. You are commendable. Remain humble and patient. Remember, living longer than your peers is paramount. With your talent, you are destined to become a revered figure, perhaps even reach the divine realms spoken of in legends. The spirit offering Silver Mountain advised. Take this treasure, the mountain continued. This artifact is a result of my casual refinement over the years. Its might rivals that of treasures crafted by peak-level inscription masters. Since I have it, you may as well keep it for your protection. A small, resplendent silver ding emerged from the mountain, merely the size of a thumb, square-shaped, adorned with depictions of birds, beasts, insects, and plants, including the likes of the swan and eye and the phoenix. Such a generous gift, I cannot refuse. Thank you, ancestor, Xiao Tian replied solemnly, extending his hands to receive the four-legged silver ding. Although he possessed the Rui Jingu Bang and the Chef God S knife, they were not easily wielded. With this ding, he could use it openly and without restraint, and it could also serve as a cooking tool. Just thinking about it made him feel quite clever. After bidding farewell to the spirit offering, Xiao Tian walked along the stone path back to the Xiao Clan, preparing to head to the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion and the Deer Pursuit Academy. He had devised a plan to split himself into two, one to impersonate the mysterious youth and the other to attend school as Xiao Tian, maintaining a low profile. Naturally, the one going to the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion would be the mysterious youth. That place was already facing a calamity, and he did not wish to burden others at the Deer Pursuit Academy with his presence. When Xiao Tian mentioned receiving a special invitation from the war goddess to attend the Deer Pursuit Academy, Ling Tianho said nothing, already aware of the events unfolding in the virtual divine realm. His grandson indeed had prospects and discernment, having caught the eye of the war goddess. He fully supported this endeavor. Once confirmed, Xiao Tian declared his intention to go to the Deer Pursuit Academy alone, needing no escort. With his current strength, even formidable beings in the spirit transformation realm posed no threat to him. Xiao Tian had ventured out for training before, and his family felt reassured. His younger sister, now 6.5 years old, possessed talent that could only be considered exceptional among ordinary children, even less than the original Xiao Tians. However, being born into the Xiao clan had granted her a life of comfort, ensuring she was well provided for as she followed a steady path of cultivation. Once Xiao Tian matured and acquired valuable items, such as celestial fruits, he would elevate her directly. As Xiao Tian set out on his journey, a distance of over 700,000 miles lay ahead. It was essential to commence early. Fortunately, the paths to the Deer Pursuit Academy and the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion lay in the same direction. He believed that Shi Hao, accompanied by Shi Qing Feng and the Furry Ball, had also embarked on their journey to the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion. With Xiao Tian splitting into two, both entities could directly store each other's memories, and later, when time permitted, he could review them one by one. Although he had acquired a transformative treasure technique derived from a chameleon infused with dragon's blood, this skill was rather commonplace. He needed to locate sure how to obtain the wondrous ability of the 72 transformations. As they were all embodiments of the same essence, there was no distinction among them. Their focus should solely be on fulfilling their tasks and striving for strength. The two exchanged glances and spoke in unison, for their thoughts were perfectly attuned to one another. To avoid disturbing each other's concentration, they often had to shield their perceptions, lest it become inconvenient. This was likely the reason behind their deep connection, akin to that of the Gourd brothers. He had merged with the Gourd baby's essence, gaining the ability to separate their powers. However, he ultimately possessed only a singular consciousness, resulting in their current state. The innate abilities he wielded represented the first and sixth brothers. Even though they could utilize fragments of each other as powers due to their mental connection, they lacked the physicality that corresponded to their respective innate panels, thus hindering seamless operation. Nonetheless, there were advantages should Xiao Tian engage in combat, and if a cooperative formation or treasure technique were employed. The combined might of the Gourd brothers, once he gathered all their innate panels, would be immensely formidable, traversing mountains and rivers, enduring countless hardships. The two Xiao Tian set forth towards the Repair Pavilion and the Zhulu Academy. Xiao Tian was resolute. His primary intention for entering the Repair Pavilion was to check in, while the Zhulu Academy held equal significance, for the war goddess Yumerin awaited him, a matter integral to his emotional and psychological well-being. Alas, the Repair Pavilion was currently recruiting disciples, while the Zhulu Academy was not, with the recruitment periods of these two eminent forces typically staggered by 3 years. Of course, this did not preclude the possibility of one side trying to secure an outstanding disciple from the other, as was the case in the original narrative, where the war goddess harbored lingering thoughts of the mischievous Shan Hai, wishing to bring him to the Zhulu Academy. In the 24th chapter, Pursuing the Zhulu Academy, the body representative of the first brother donned a black robe, exuding an air of understated elegance. Eventually, the Zhulu Academy, a prestigious force, would also send individuals into the Hengduan Mountains, and Xiao Tian possessed confidence that his other body, representing the sixth brother, could also traverse those perilous terrains. 7.5 months later, after journeying 800,000 miles, Xiao Tian arrived at the foot of the Qiongong Mountain, where the Zhulu Academy resided. Although referred to as an academy, it was perched atop the mountain, shrouded in a mystical purple mist. From a distance, ethereal peaks were enveloped in violet haze, clouds swirling in a mesmerizing display, creating an otherworldly ambience. Even from the outskirts, one could sense the extraordinary nature of the place, rivaling the sacred grounds of the Xiao family. Verdant peaks and valleys, crystal clear springs gurgling melodiously, and lush vegetation flourished, with many plants seemingly imbued with spiritual essence, their leaves shimmering with luminescence. At that moment, a cry pierced the air, emanating from a 5-colored phoenix, a creature of the spiritual realm that the war goddess had once tamed as a steed. When adversaries meet, animosities flare. The 5-colored phoenix, being a bird, reveled in the freedom of the skies. Thus, the war goddess had entrusted it with the task of keeping an eye out for unfamiliar faces near the Zhulu Academy in recent months. As the saying goes, diligence yields rewards. The phoenix had indeed awaited this moment for over half a year. With its vibrant plumage shimmering, the phoenix dove straight toward Xiao Tian, its bronze-hued talons glinting ominously. It was evident this ancient creature, possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans, sought vengeance and aimed to teach Xiao Tian a lesson. Xiao Tian had anticipated such an encounter and remained unfazed. Majestic white wings of light manifested around him, akin to a celestial angel descending from the heavens. His radiant aura transformed into the brilliance of a midday sun, overwhelming and scorching, evoking tremors of fear in many onlookers as he deftly evaded the phoenix's assault. Following its failed strike, the 5-colored phoenix seethed with indignation. As a creature of the spiritual realm, it regarded Xiao Tian, at his age, as merely a prodigy, capable of opening at most 8 celestial apertures. With a graceful arc, it soared through the air, trailing a vibrant rainbow, reappearing before Xiao Tian with a fierce intent to capture him like prey, intending to deliver him to its beloved war goddess for reprimand. The 5-colored phoenix had been raised by the war goddess since infancy and was younger than her by merely 2 months, always referring to her as sister. Foolish bird. Xiao Tian radiated divine light, dazzling and resplendent, his hair glimmering like spun silver, his eyes emitting fierce silver beams. With a gentle rebuke, he raised his fist to meet the phoenix's descending talons, refusing to yield an inch. His punch bore the weight of mountains, unyielding, akin to a great sun colliding with the heavens, blindingly bright and impossible to gaze upon directly. Clang! The five-colored phoenix emitted a cry of anguish. Its formidable talons, forged of bronze, trembled in pain, as if it had collided with an ancient divine mountain. Xiao Tian leapt lightly onto its back, employing some of the first brother-esque divine abilities to enlarge his palm, grasping the creature's neck with a tone both warm and commanding. Take me to see the war goddess. I have no desire to harm you. Such would only sadden her. As the ancient text states, the phoenix takes flight, its call resounding like harmonious bells. The phoenix perceived Xiao Tian as a pure-blooded beast cloaked in human form, a terrifying presence. Just moments prior, its bloodline memories had surged forth, allowing it to sense the aura of the ferocious beast by Zhe, radiant and regal, embodying the virtues of sovereign. Despite the gentle tone, he still had its neck in a vice-like grip. What was so difficult about merely guiding him? Humph, insolent brat. The phoenix sulked, internally chastising Xiao Tian, feeling somewhat relieved after venting its frustrations. That last term it used was something it had picked up from the war goddess, whom it often heard scolding Xiao Tian in such a manner. Unbeknownst to Xiao Tian, who lacked mind-reading abilities, the five-colored phoenix was entangled in its thoughts. He sensed numerous eyes scrutinizing him from the shadows, likely the mountain-protecting elders of the Zhu Lu Academy. After all, they were still 3 miles away from the foot of the mountain, which towered at least 3,000 meters high, its peak piercing the clouds, shrouded in mist. Resembling a fairyland, riding the five-colored phoenix, he made his way towards the secluded courtyard where the war goddess practiced. In the distance, he could see a silver waterfall cascading, ancient trees reaching towards the sky with gnarled branches, the air fragrant with ancient medicinal herbs, and spiritual birds soaring above, while rare beasts roamed, and divine springs flowed abundantly. The lush green grass resembled a pristine carpet. Winding paths led to serene spots. Flowers blossomed with fragrant allure, and crystal-clear ponds revealed the graceful movements of fish. This was indeed a splendid place. Taking a deep breath, he felt the rich spiritual energy surrounding him. No wonder many formidable forces favored sending their disciples to such a place for cultivation. The Zhu Lu Academy stood on par with the Repair Pavilion, and the fact that the latter had fallen while the former thrived spoke volumes of its deep-rooted heritage. Xiao Tian surmised that the Zhu Lu Academy must also be guarded by a powerful ancestral spirit. The Zhu Lu Academy, where heroes rise and vie for supremacy. When the Qin lost its deer, all under heaven pursued it. The landscapes were picturesque, adorned with exquisite beauties, while the clang of weapons echoed in the pursuit of glory. The very name of the institution suggested a reverence for strength. Soon, he beheld the war goddess, who today donned a flowing azure gown that accentuated her slender waist, delicately outlined by azure ribbons. Her raven locks danced gently in the breeze, losing the sharpness of their first encounter, imbued now with a touch of tenderness. Yet she remained breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a blooming blue lotus, standing apart in her unparalleled grace. The war goddess deemed that a prodigy such as Xiao Tian was indeed worthy of her attention, deserving of meaningful dialogue and guidance. Her master, the head of the Zhu Lu Academy, and her grandfather had also discussed this matter with her. Ultimately, her grandfather suggested that her constant armor-clad appearance might intimidate young men, igniting their combative instincts. Thus, the dean's recommendation was for her to don a feminine attire and engage in a heartfelt conversation with Xiao Tian, ideally persuading him to remain at the Zhu Lu Academy. In recent years, the competition between Zhu Lu Academy and the Repair Pavilion has been fierce, and the Academy is in dire need of a prodigy like Xiao Tian, especially with that mischievous child likely joining the Repair Pavilion. Of course, the female war goddess may have assumed her grandfather merely spoke in jest, interpreting his words at face value. However, it is quite possible that the old man was subtly seeking a suitable match for his granddaughter. He is keenly aware of her capabilities. After all, for his granddaughter to endure being teased 3 times before leaving the void divine realm in a huff, that boy must indeed possess remarkable qualities. The female war goddess, Yu Marin, was left alone at the tender age of 3 after her parents perished on the battlefield of the 100 Clans, a sorrow that has haunted her grandfather, the old Dean Yu Fengxiang, ever since. Perhaps it is due to this lingering grief, coupled with the combative spirit of Zhu Lu Academy, that Yu Marin grew up more like a boy, fierce and resolute, diligently honing her skills. By the age of 15, she had already become the new generation's leading sister of Zhu Lu Academy. Long before the multicolored phoenix discovered Xiao Tian, Yu Fengxiang had been lurking nearby, observing and even driving away other elders who came to inquire. Xiao Tian's performance greatly pleased him. He was powerful and domineering, yet measured and strategic, effortlessly subduing the multicolored phoenix. Moreover, through secret methods, he discerned that Xiao Tian was merely 12 years old. He was a perfect match for his granddaughter, both in talent and appearance. Should this young man mature, Zhulu Academy would have a promising future, allowing the old man to rest easy, even when his time eventually came. Of course, the prerequisite for this is to win over both the heart and the person of this boy to Zhulu Academy, a task in which the old man held great confidence. This was the first time Yumerin, the female war goddess, wore ordinary attire and met outsiders. Feeling quite awkward and resorting to a cold demeanor, remaining silent. Yet, this very aspect of her beauty rendered her even more enchanting, leaving Xiao Tian reluctant to break the serene ambience with words. He gently leaped down from the back of the multicolored phoenix, which, upon touching the ground, immediately scampered over to Yumerin, lamenting its grievances. You cannot defeat him, and I might not be able to either, Yumerin stated earnestly. She was a person of conviction. As a primordial species, the multicolored phoenix possessed a clear innate advantage, often outmatching even some human prodigies at the same cultivation level. If measured against the blood transformation and cave heaven realms, most primordial species can attain weights of 80,000 pounds and reach the threshold of 8 cave heavens, showcasing their racial gifts. As for the pure-blooded ancient fierce beasts, 900,000 pounds and 9 cave heavens are the norm, and with diligent effort, they can manifest their bloodline advantages to achieve 100,000 pounds and 10 cave heavens, which are their legacy standards. The human race initially pursued this boundary of realms to catch up with the combat prowess of these ancient pure-blooded fierce beasts. In this world, where myriad races abound, humanity is but one among many, and a group that is inherently at a disadvantage. For instance, even the offspring of ordinary ferocious beasts can walk unaided after a brief recovery, whereas human infants are so delicate they can easily perish with the slightest misstep. More fragile than flowers. Fortunately, humanity is not without its merits. Wisdom, insight, and the human form itself is a manifestation that closely approaches the Tao. Many beings, upon reaching the pinnacle of their cultivation, willingly transform into human forms. Fairy Xiao Tian, clad in a blue robe resembling the vast sky, exuded an air of elegance and grace, his beauty inciting envy among women. Oddly enough, when Yumerin beheld such a sight, she couldn't help but reflect upon her own attire, feeling quite out of place. The sensation of their first encounter felt more genuine than ever. Back then, Xiao Tian was imposing, flamboyant, and radiated an aura of dominance, making a significant impact on the ever-competitive Yumerin, who had always believed no man was worthy of her. The present Xiao Tian, however, felt different. Beautiful sister, are you captivated by my ethereal charm and unparalleled appearance? Fear not, for I have grown accustomed to such admiration. You may gaze as you wish, for we have ample time, Xiao Tian declared, unfurling a folding fan with a warm smile. Yumerin couldn't suppress her eye roll. It was now certain that he was indeed a rogue. Chapter 25. The 9 Sons of the Dragon, Paleo. I'm still unaware of your name and background, Yumerin said, channeling her Jin-Yu technique to steady her emotions, realizing that resorting to violence might not yield a favorable outcome. Had the multicolored phoenix not faced defeat earlier, her temperament would have compelled her to confront Xiao Tian upon meeting him, silently reciting the Heart Sutra 10 times. With a heart of gold and jade, the heavens do not shake. The lineage of Zhulu Academy is derived from a powerful human deity, and the Jin-Yu technique is one of the Academy's supreme legacies, with the Jin-Yu hand being merely a fraction of it. My name is Xiao Tian, and Ling Tian Ho is my grandfather, he replied candidly. Xiao Clan. Yumerin pondered for a moment, recalling this prominent clan from the Stone Nation, feeling slightly astonished at the unexpected fortune that had birthed such an extraordinary talent. Now you need not fear that I harbor ulterior motives. Even if I were to seek entry into Zhulu Academy, it would undoubtedly be for you. Xiao Tian gazed at Yumerin's exquisite visage, and as for her physique, there was little to say. It was undeniably a beauty of unparalleled allure. Yumerin clenched her fists, reciting the Heart Sutra 20 times in silence. Come, let's pay homage to the ancestral statue of our Zhulu Academy. After the offering, you shall officially become my disciple, sharing in our honor and misfortune alike. After completing her recitation, the female war goddess turned and walked along the cobblestone path, lost in her own thoughts. Xiao Tian boldly glanced at the enticing silhouette of Yumerin, surprised by her captivating form, and quickly averted his gaze, mentally chanting his self-created heart sutra, reminding himself, I'm only 12, I'm only 12. You go ahead, Yumarin suddenly halted, gritting her teeth, wishing she could summon her war hammer and turn this audacious fellow into a pulp. Oh, Xiao Tian readily complied, moving ahead along the cobblestone path deeper into the pine forest. Shortly thereafter, a 20-meter-tall golden and jade statue appeared before him, with a 5-meter-high altar crafted entirely from black gold beneath it. The figure in the statue was tall and imposing, with skin like jade, golden hair, clad in golden armor, standing with arms crossed and gazing upward to the heavens. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the hidden check-in location, Zhulu Academy. Check-in requirement. Become a disciple of Zhulu Academy. At that moment, the system notification chimed. This check-in was remarkably simple. The only unexpected twist was that if he hadn't been attracted to the female war goddess, he would not have come here and thus would not have triggered the check-in. He is our Zhulu Academy's founding ancestor, Huang Wujia, a being of divine strength. Since the establishment of Zhulu Academy 70,000 years ago, it has remained one of the most powerful sanctuaries for human cultivation in the Stone Nation, Yumarin said with admiration in her eyes. I wonder which was founded first, Zhulu Academy or Butian Pavilion? Xiao Tian inquired curiously. As for Butian Pavilion, I'm not entirely certain. Do not ask further. Now, kneel and bow to the ancestor to formally join Zhulu Academy, Yumarin instructed solemnly. Xiao Tian, being straightforward, recognized that life is a journey where the accomplished serve as teachers, and humility is the mother of success. When one is weak, it is wise to endure and develop, avoiding the delusions of invincibility, for such arrogance could lead to swift demise. Thud. Xiao Tian knelt promptly, bowing earnestly 4 times to the ancestor of Zhulu Academy. Ancestor, I willingly join Zhulu Academy. While I live, I am a disciple of Zhulu Academy, and in death, I shall be a ghost of Zhulu Academy. The originally cold and solemn expression of the female war goddess softened considerably due to Xiao Tian's earnest actions and words. Regardless of the circumstances from this point forward, Xiao Tian would be her junior apprentice. The Zuluxu Academy would not be recruiting disciples again for another 3 years. All right, now, I shall take you to your dwelling. Her voice had taken on a gentler tone. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. You have acquired the Pu Lao beast technique of the divine fire realm. The Pu Lao, a progeny of the true dragon and the ancient fierce beast, the 3-legged silver toad, is renowned for its loud roar, serving as a beast bell to amplify its voice. This check-in yielded rather ordinary results, yet it was still more precious than the Xian technique, as it belonged to the ancient legacy of the divine fire realm. I intend to reside with you, Xiao Tian stated gravely, gazing at the female war goddess. Get lost, she replied with a dark expression, her tone brusque. Beautiful senior sister, please enlighten me. Xiao Tian disregarded her reaction, thinking that now that he had become a disciple of Zuluxu Academy, his priorities lay elsewhere. His grandfather had imparted to him the art of charming women, suggesting that by engaging with a girl multiple times, one could naturally win her over. Xiao Tian firmly believed that in a world where strength reigned supreme, pursuing elegance was futile. A more direct approach would yield quicker results. He recalled a skill that could pierce the heart, one that revealed true feelings over time. The female war goddess became alert, but in the next moment, Xiao Tian closed the distance and pulled her into his embrace. Golden jade body, tongue, she entwining hands. In the past 6 months, the female war goddess had finally cultivated her golden jade body to a minor success. After practicing the body refinement techniques within the golden jade skill, she had developed an untainted physique, as pure as jade, impervious to corruption, and capable of contending with ancient fierce beasts at the spirit transformation realm. Achieving full mastery would grant her a body of golden bones and jade flesh, allowing her to withstand even the formidable ancient species at the inscription realm. Thus, this esteemed academy's ultimate technique was indeed formidable. Unfortunately, Xiao Tian, undeterred by the prospect of facing a true ancient species like the 5-colored phoenix, showed no fear towards her. As her arms wrapped around him like ribbons, he activated the illusion beast technique, creating a mirage to deceive even the highest of realms, his body shimmering with a pure white aura that allowed him to disregard her embrace. Having diligently honed the illusion beast technique, Xiao Tian had witnessed its power firsthand in the void divine realm and had been tirelessly practicing it, now reaping some rewards. Senior sister, we have long been betrothed. Your grandfather promised you to me when we were children. As he fended off her attacks, he couldn't resist the urge to tease. employing the illusion beast technique to sway her heart. The female war goddess inexplicably felt that Xiao Tian's words held some merit. Perhaps her grandfather had indeed arranged a marriage between them. Xiao Tian secretly reveled in this notion and continued to charm her, recalling how, upon first meeting her in the void divine realm, he had been struck by her ethereal beauty. "You are my dreamlike fairy, the goddess haunting my thoughts." "Yes, indeed, continue," she replied, reciting the calming techniques from their academy to regain her composure, her gaze icy as she regarded the shameless rogue before her. This scoundrel wielded a perplexing technique that nearly ensnared her. In the next moment, the female war goddess summoned a treasure she had nurtured within her cave, a tiny jade hammer that soared toward the back of his head. Xiao Tian's mind raced, and from 3 inches above his head, a silver 3-legged cauldron emerged from the purple cave, rapidly expanding to block the blow. Golden jade body, tongue, she dragon technique. Seizing the opportunity, the female war goddess manifested her armor, blossoming like a golden lotus, transforming into a serpent that darted around him, launching rapid attacks with her left hand wielding the golden jade hand and her right employing the tongue shi technique. Boom! Xiao Tian unleashed the Bai Zhe technique, his entire being radiating light as if he were a resurrected deity, every inch of him aglow, even his hair shimmering. The blazing sun enveloped him, scorching the earth as if to purify the very heavens. His blood surged, boiling like magma, making him seem as if he had become the sun itself. The female war goddess was instantly pushed back, forced to create distance. Her crystalline body glistened, her black hair danced, her eyes shone like black gemstones, and her delicate brows arched gracefully, adorned in golden armor that accentuated her alluring curves, a figure that could enthrall any onlooker. Yet, she was drenched in sweat, astonished. Only when facing Xiao Tian could she truly appreciate what her minor trials had entailed. "This is the original bone technique you obtained in the void divine realm." The female war goddess's melodious voice resonated. "What did you say?" "I cannot comprehend." Xiao Tian feigned ignorance, attempting to pry more information from her. "Your denial matters not. Recently, a being with dual pupils has arisen in the wasteland, a mysterious youth, along with a mischievous child. The dual pupil individual is backed by the Stone Kingdom, with the Martial King's manor and the Rain Clan supporting him, showing no fear. That audacious boy who dared to confront the dual pupil youth risks bringing calamity upon his kin if his identity is revealed. Even the mischievous child has drawn the attention of numerous factions, some with ill intentions, others seeking to recruit him. Fortunately, he has received the Tian Kai order from Yu, granting him a secure place to cultivate." The female war goddess spoke as if lost in her own thoughts. Xiao Tian understood her implication. She urged him to focus on cultivating at Zuluxu Academy to avoid exposing his identity. "Beautiful senior sister, it is getting late. We should retire for the night," Xiao Tian suggested. Upon hearing his words, the once calm waters of the female war goddess's heart began to ripple once more. This scoundrel was impossible to reason with. She turned and departed without another word. Xiao Tian shrugged, deciding to let the matter rest for the day. Good things take time. Patience reveals true hearts. He was still young, merely 12 years of age, yet in this world, one was considered an adult at 13, capable of marrying and starting a family. He located a nearby stone and sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation, focusing primarily on the illusion beast technique, followed by the Bai Zhe technique. Not to mention, he had recently acquired the Pu Lao technique. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian blended into the crowd heading to the Tian Kai Pavilion to seek apprenticeship, clad in black attire, wielding an iron sword, riding the beast he had raised, the leopard hound, and approaching the vicinity of the Tian Kai Pavilion. As for his appearance, he had transformed to resemble the dashing Li Xiaoyao from his previous life. In an effort to profit from the crystal walls, Shurhouse spread the word that the mischievous child would be heading to the Tian Kai Pavilion, hoping to strike a lucrative deal with the Bird Lord and the Crystal Wall Grandmaster. Chapter 26, the Tian Kai Pavilion. Xiao Tian refrained from causing any chaos. He simply wished to quietly check in. He planned to venture into the Hengduan Mountains, gathering rare materials, hunting pure-blooded fierce beasts, and expanding his Shan Hai Jing cookbook. He aspired to unlock the 11th cave and ideally break through to the spirit transformation realm within the Hengduan Mountains. He preferred to prey upon others from a higher realm rather than engage in battles at his own level. As he neared the Tian Kai Pavilion, he encountered an increasing number of cultivators, hailing from prominent clans and ancient nations, all sending their offspring to participate in the entrance examinations. There were knights riding fierce beasts, traveling in treasure ships, and on flying swords, all amidst a throng of over 100,000 individuals. Naturally, There were also smaller clans and rogue cultivators hoping to test their luck, as passing the examination could lead to soaring success. In truth, the Bution Pavilion has begun its decline. The venerable sacrificial spirit has aged and sustained injuries, having fallen from the realm of divine fire. The current leader of the Bution Pavilion is merely at the perfected formation stage, not even reaching the esteemed status of a venerable one, marking a significant drop in its prestige. In the glorious days of the Bution Pavilion, only those with the divine fire, sacrificial spirit, could preside as pavilion masters, while the elders of the highest rank were all at least at the perfected formation level, with the Grand Elder and the Second Elder typically being venerables, thus maintaining the lofty standards of the ancient legacy of the Bution Pavilion. It is rumored that he has long since arrived, aiming for the ancient sacred institute of Bution Pavilion. Xiao Tian remains unconcerned. Each individual has their own fortune. And what significance does entering the ancient sacred institute of Bution Pavilion hold compared to the invaluable Kunping treasure art? Moreover, the old sacrificial spirit, the gourd vine, is indeed a living treasure. As long as it is willing to impart its knowledge, it can surely reveal some remarkable secrets. He directly located a large stone by the roadside and sat cross-legged at the foot of the Bution Pavilion, commencing a silent cultivation of the beast treasure art. By dividing into two, he effectively halved his training time. The White Zay treasure art embodies integrity and righteousness, possessing the virtues of sovereign, impervious to all forms of malice. The beast treasure art, on the other hand, is shrouded in deception, capable of subterfuge and trickery, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, where truth may masquerade as falsehood and vice versa. Xiao Tian waited in silence, unexpectedly enduring a wait of a month and a half. During this period, no one disturbed him. In fact, the ancient sacred land of Bution Pavilion still commands great respect. Those who arrive here are all bound by decorum, instructed not to stir trouble, for this is not a place for reckless abandon. Fellow practitioners, the Bution Pavilion exclusively recruits talented disciples. We do not accept the elderly, declared an elder seated at the pavilion's entrance. An old man, seated cross-legged, had his eyes flickering, weaving intricate runes that swirled like a vast sea, summoning the sounds of thunder, overwhelming those present with a sense of vertigo and ringing in their ears. Why have so many gathered here? Primarily due to Hao's troublesome nature, deliberately revealing his whereabouts, colluding with Lord Jingbi and Lord Niao to exploit the crystal wall. Forgive us, friends. We are here for the sake of the children of our clan, to witness the ceremony. We hope for your understanding. An elder from a prominent family stepped forward, speaking with courtesy. Suddenly, vibrant, multicolored rays illuminated the distance, heralding the arrival of a five-colored phoenix, which left behind a radiant bridge spanning the horizon. The divine light flowed as it approached the entrance of Bution Pavilion, where a woman clad in golden battle attire sat regally. Her eyebrows resembled willow leaves, her flawless face radiant, and her lips akin to vermilion. The golden armor accentuated her alluring figure, curvaceous enough to captivate even the most stoic scholars and revered monks. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Who was that person? All eyes were fixed in astonishment upon a figure who had his claws wrapped around the waist of the warrior goddess. Many felt as if their hearts were shattering within their chests. The warrior goddess, exasperated, found herself unable to shake off Xiao Tian. Originally intending to stealthily journey to the Bution Pavilion to see if she could retrieve that mischievous child and guide him into the Zhu Lu Academy, she was taken aback to discover that this fellow had stealthily followed her without her noticing, even while she rode upon the five-colored phoenix. And thus, the scene before them unfolded. Unable to dislodge him and unable to contend with him, the key was that Xiao Tian was undeniably exceptional. The warrior goddess possessed a vivacious and cheerful disposition. Her grandfather had spoken to her on several occasions about her potential suitors. Xiao Tian was indeed remarkable. If she were to choose a companion in this lifetime, it was clear that he would be the best choice. Furthermore, he was incredibly articulate along their journey. She had only mentioned, "I am 5 years your senior," when he immediately chimed in with a playful rhyme. A woman 3 years older embraces golden bricks. A woman 30 years older bestows kingdoms. A woman 300 years older gifts elixirs. A woman 30,000 years older ascends to immortality. A woman 300,000 years older feeds the Queen Mother and stands before the Buddha. At that moment, the warrior goddess thought it was nonsensical, yet upon reflection, she found it rather insightful. After all, they had traversed 30,000 miles over the course of more than a month, during which she had been amused numerous times by Xiao Tian's antics, feeling as though he were not your typical 12-year-old boy. Xiao Tian, of course, selectively recounted flattering tales, patting his chest to assure her that if he found that troublesome child, he would definitely bring him back to the Zhu Lu Academy. In truth, it was unlikely he could ever locate that rascal Shan Hai. He merely said it to please the beautiful warrior. Upon her arrival, the warrior goddess began to survey her surroundings, her gaze sharp and perceptive. She was rather naive. If it were that simple to locate Shan Hai, wouldn't he have perished 1,000 times already? You have crossed the line, young lady from Zhu Lu Academy, spoke the elder at the entrance of Repair Pavilion. Esteemed elder, we merely wish to observe. We are here as representatives of Zhu Lu Academy, Xiao Tian quickly interjected. The warrior goddess was pleased with Xiao Tian's response, a hint of a smile gracing her crystalline features. She stood upright, her legs straight and her waist like a supple willow, removing the claws that encircled her waist to address the elder of Repair Pavilion. He is my junior brother, esteemed elder. I apologize for the disturbance. The trial commenced. The elder stationed at the entrance of Repair Pavilion said little more, merely casting a few more glances at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's blue form was busy in pursuit of his companion, while his red form seamlessly blended into the trial region of Repair Pavilion, entering the 8th zone. He recalled that Shan Hai would enter here, and he needed to quickly learn the treasure art of the fur ball from him. However, his mastery of the Eat Beast treasure art allowed him to transform to some extent, though he ultimately lacked the specialized talents of the fur ball. Within this area, gravity was at play, testing the physical bodies of the children. Xiao Tian dashed into the depths of the 8th zone, concealing himself in a location containing treasure bones with formation bases, quietly biding his time. Before long, a chubby-faced boy appeared, sneaking about. Xiao Tian truly wished to give him a good whack to bring him to his senses. Little brat Hao, I've finally caught up with you. Xiao Tian revealed himself, transitioning from his diminutive form to a larger stature, startling Shan Hai into nearly throwing a punch. Big brother? Shan Hai inquired, puzzled. Yes, it's me. Quickly, share the treasure art that allows you to change your form. I have a treasure art here to exchange with you, Xiao Tian urged, urgency lacing his tone. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words and witnessing him pass on a treasure art, specifically the Pu Lao treasure art, Shan Hai was fully convinced. Only Xiao Tian would treat treasure arts so casually. What he offered was the Divine Fire Realm level Pu Lao treasure art, akin to the Swan and Eye treasure art, both belonging to dragon breeds, capable of merging harmoniously. Moreover, it was a sound wave-based treasure art that could compensate for some of Shan Hai's shortcomings. The two of them diligently studied the imparted treasure arts, and within less than half an hour, they each made notable progress, as their innate understanding and talent were among the finest in the world. Shan Hai continued to excavate primal treasure bones, which inherently contained Dao runes, serving as top-tier materials for practitioners of Formation Dao, potentially tradable for crystal walls. Crystal walls are akin to spirit stones in the lower realms, essential resources for cultivators. Xiao Tian, backed by the Xiao Clan, never had to worry about such resources. His contributions to the clan over the years justified the resources he consumed. Regrettably, the Zhuyin treasure art was incomplete, as Shan Hai had mentioned. The fur ball had nearly perished upon being found, and its innate bone inscriptions had become fragmented, rendering many of its innate treasure arts unattainable, such as the 3 heads and 6 arms, or 72 transformations. An hour later, within the 8th zone, Xiao Tian felt the pressure on his body ease, a smirk forming on his lips. It seemed the little one had accomplished a significant feat. The treasure bones maintaining the formation pressure in this area had been excavated, and the formation's pressure dissipated, signaling that an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. As for him, he chose to blend in with the crowd, merely seeking to enter the Repair Pavilion and find an opportunity to check in with the sacrificial spirit. This time, the check-in was remarkably different. He was quite eager. After all, the spirit of the Repair Pavilion was a gourd vine, which resonated profoundly with his innate abilities. Perhaps, this time he might have the opportunity to acquire other panels of gourd baby talents. Outside, Elder Xiong Fei began to tally the prodigies emerging from Zone 8. Given the abundance of talent this year, the Repair Pavilion was undoubtedly aiming for excellence. Even the formations might surpass those of the previous elections in terms of difficulty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 489, 490. Zone 8 was truly extraordinary. Could it be that all the talented disciples had congregated here? Such a rarity. Elder Xiong Fei, a formidable figure in the inscription realm, expressed his slight bewilderment. It was nothing short of remarkable, indeed surpassing past occurrences, yet this was a joyous affair. Those who succeeded in the assessments were undoubtedly promising seedlings. Elder Zhuiyun remarked with satisfaction as he stroked his beard. However, when groups of candidates began to swagger about, Linking arms and flaunting their camaraderie, Elder Zhuiyun's hand trembled, pulling out a few strands of his beard, his lips quivering in a manner that left one uncertain whether it was from pain or indignation. Elder Xiong Fei's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression shifting dramatically. More captivating than a theatrical mask, a blend of white and red hues, interspersed with streaks of black, green, and blue, culminating in a melange of purple. Ultimately, Elder Xiong Fei felt lightheaded, instinctively pinching the acupoint on his upper lip, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. At some point, Xiao Tian had approached Elder Xiong Fei. "Elder, are you all right? And you, esteemed Elder, are you both injured?" Elder Xiong Fei and Elder Zhuiyun exchanged glances at the 1-meter 80 tall version of Li Xiaoyao. "Child, how old are you? And how did you get in?" "Elders, I am 12. I walked in," Xiao Tian promptly replied with seriousness. "Ah, good child. You seem rather hasty in your growth. Please stand over there." Elder Xiong forced a somewhat friendly, yet grim smile, more ghastly than tears. Chapter 27. The Bully Little Qingfeng. Who on earth did this? A little while later, Elder Xiong Fei of the Butian Pavilion let out a heart-wrenching cry filled with indignation, evoking sorrow in all who heard it. "Elder Xiong, maintain your composure. There are numerous peers watching. We must uphold the image of the Butian Pavilion," Elder Zhuiyun urged, attempting to keep the facade intact. "This is utterly tragic. Over 10,000 entered Zone 8, yet only a little over 1,000 of the particularly weak managed to clear the initial area. The remaining 8,000 all emerged from Zone 8, passing the tests. The Butian Pavilion is in a bittersweet state. It is now certain that that rascal from the Void God realm has indeed infiltrated the Butian Pavilion. Even if he altered his appearance to blend in, his demeanor remains unchanged. Little brother, you need not fear. The doors of the Zhulu Academy are always open for you." The female war goddess quickly stepped forward. "Junior brother, you may feign elimination and come to my Zhulu Academy. I shall personally guide you, providing you with cultivation resources, exquisite treasures, and even arrange for you to marry 10 lovely brides." Xiao Tian, embodying the blue gourd baby, promptly stood up to assist the female war goddess in her endeavor. Aware that Shan Hai would never attend the Zhulu Academy, he nonetheless sought to establish a proper stance. The female war goddess, upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, fell silent, realizing she should never have come. Having secured Xiao Tian, a prodigy capable of challenging the heavy-eyed and defeating spirit realm beings, there was no need to push the rascal further. Otherwise, should Xiao Tian's past actions be exposed, the Zhulu Academy would descend into chaos even more tumultuous than the Butian Pavilion. Moreover, could this miscreant not maintain a lower profile? The assessment continued. Xiao Tian, in his red gourd baby form, was already dozing off while clutching the iron sword, ultimately standing asleep. "Hey, you 12-year-old, wake up. Are you still going to take the test? Everyone else has left." "Thank you." Xiao Tian opened his eyes to see Elder Xiong Fei's grim countenance and hurriedly dashed into the newly reconstructed assessment arena. Good heavens! What sort of remarkable beings have entered the Butian Pavilion? Is this child truly 12? Elder Xiong Fei lamented while gazing skyward in despair. "Elder Xiong, how can you judge by appearance? That child's aura is youthful, indeed within the required age limit of under 16 for the assessment," Elder Zhuiyun interjected. Half an hour later, Elder Xiong Fei and Elder Zhuiyun, having adjusted their mental states, entered the Genius Assessment Group, also known as the Second Battlefield, accompanied by several grand elders above the inscription realm to observe. Only those who managed to enter this second battlefield were considered true geniuses, their cultivation at the very least at the Cave Heaven realm. However, entering the second battlefield also implied the risk of life. Xiao Tian infiltrated, taking the opportunity to rescue a few hapless children. For him, it was merely a trivial effort. "Esteemed guests, allow me to present to you a semi-holy herb, meticulously cultivated by our Butian Pavilion over 8 centuries, its efficacy far exceeding normal herb age. At a millennium, it could potentially metamorphose into a holy medicine." Elder Zhuiyun declared with grace as he stroked his beard. "Look over there." Elder Zhuiyun glanced, only to see a pit. Instinctively rubbing his eyes, he confirmed it was indeed merely a pit. Who did this? Where has the precious herb gone? All the composure and elegance Elder Zhuiyun possessed vanished. Resembling an ancient celestial dog whose tail had been stepped on, the veins on his forehead bulged as he roared, shaking the mountains and causing the earth to tremble, his voice echoing throughout the landscape. "Elder Zhuiyun, maintain your composure. Countless peers are watching. We must uphold the image of the Butian Pavilion." Elder Xiong Fei stepped forward, tugging at Elder Zhuiyun's sleeve, conveying his message discreetly. The gathered powerful figures from various clans were collectively petrified, their eyes wide in disbelief. Elder Zhuiyun's mastery of sound waves was fearsome, earth-shattering. One by one, they began to subtly twitch their shoulders, their facial muscles quivering. They had undergone professional training to suppress their laughter, for the Repair Pavilion was already in dire straits. They had already deduced who was responsible for this incident. Xiao Tian, at some point, had arrived beside Elder Zhuiyun. Elder, are you showcasing the ancient ferocious beast's disastrous treasure technique? Your sound wave technique is astounding. I wish to learn it. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, Elder Zhuiyun was momentarily taken aback. You again? How did you end up here? Why can't I be in the second battlefield? I'm not the only youth entering it. Xiao Tian rolled his eyes. Indeed, he has a point, Elder Zhuiyun. This young man before you is destined to be a member of our Repair Pavilion's genius camp. You must not leave a bad impression on him. Elder Xiongfei endeavored to appear amiable. Elder Zhuiyun fell silent, his gaze shifting towards the guardian ancient species, the black killing tiger of the semi-holy herb. The black killing tiger, an ancient species with the bloodline of the white tiger, was entirely jet black, devoid of any mottling, its fur long, thick, and dense. Swirling like black mist. Standing there, it towered over the mountains, resembling an ancient demonic mountain, its blood-red eyes akin to two gigantic crimson moons, chillingly surveying the crowd. The appearance of the black killing tiger was equally furious. With a roar, the mountain swayed, the earth quaked, and it conveyed its consciousness, recounting all that had transpired. Indeed, I believe that rascal should abandon any thoughts of joining the Zhu Lu Academy. Just look at the Repair Pavilion, and one can imagine the terrifying chaos that would ensue should he be allowed to enter our Zhu Lu Academy. Xiao Tian stepped forward, grasping the delicate, jade-like hand of the female war goddess, earnestly advising her. The female war goddess, having also been left speechless by the events, couldn't help but acknowledge the devastation caused by the rascal, her heart slightly aligning with Xiao Tian's words, even forgetting to retract her hand. Finally, after another hour, the selection of disciples for the Repair Pavilion came to a conclusive end. Xiao Tian, in his blue gourd baby form, embraced the female war goddess at the waist. Joyfully returning to the Zhu Lu Academy, his red gourd baby form successfully entered the Repair Pavilion. After paying respects to the master of the Repair Pavilion, all individuals were assigned accommodations. These lodgings were nestled within a valley adorned with a grove of bamboo, suffused with spiritual energy and enveloped in auspicious mist. Particularly, amidst the crevices of the stones and alongside the flowing stream, some ancient herbs thrived, diffusing an array of medicinal fragrances, creating a serene and harmonious atmosphere. Ultimately, over 3,000 new disciples remained, a figure exceeding that of previous years by more than half. In the subsequent days, based on the performance during their initiation trials, many were designated to the genius camp. Here, Xiao Tian encountered Xiao Qingfeng, a youth of striking appearance with commendable talent, albeit with a limited duration of exposure to cultivation. Xiao Tian speculated that had he commenced his practice at the tender age of 2 or 3, he would certainly have qualified for the genius camp based on his innate abilities. Junior brother, shall we spar? Just a friendly exchange, he suggested. At that moment, a 13-year-old boy clad in blue turned to Xiao Qingfeng, wearing a self-satisfied smile. His flowing black hair and robust physique, complemented by a bronze complexion, suggested a formidable presence. Nervousness washed over Xiao Qingfeng. He was merely at the blood transformation stage and had only been practicing cultivation for a little over a year, having just turned 8. It was evident to him that this boy intended to bully him, and his instincts warned of ill intentions. Suddenly, Xiao Tian stepped forward and clapped a hand on Zhou Yuhao's shoulder, rendering the latter momentarily numb. What skills do you possess to intimidate an 8-year-old? Gulme, allow me to entertain you, he declared, revealing a dazzling smile and unsheathing his mysterious iron sword. Who are you? Zhou Yuhao's demeanor grew severe. I'm the gallantly Xiao Yao, unchanging in name and nature. Listen well, I cannot abide injustice. I draw my sword to assist those in need, Xiao Tian proclaimed, pointing his sword skyward. This is of your own making. Having been in the Repair Pavilion for 3 years, Zhou Yuhao had opened 3 heavenly realms. In the next moment, he launched an attack, employing his signature fish dragon treasure technique. His right hand traced a graceful arc, seemingly in harmony with the Tao, akin to an ancient fish dragon swishing its tail. In an instant, an explosion of endless runes erupted, blue light sparkling like splashes of water, surging toward Xiao Tian. Startling sword decision, Xiao Tian bellowed, enhanced by the beastly treasure technique. Reality and illusion intertwined as he envisioned the scene. In a heartbeat, a thunderous bolt descended from the heavens, merging with the tip of his sword. The earth trembled beneath him, as surrounding structures and ground were annihilated. Engulfed in a tempest of thunder, he seemed to transform into a vessel of lightning, and with a single strike, it appeared as though he could obliterate the very heavens. A colossal, ancient, golden-winged rock soaring above was struck by a bolt of lightning, instantly reduced to ashes. Ah! Zhou Yuhao screamed, overwhelmed by the sheer might. More terrifying than any battle he had witnessed among the inscription realm experts. Fear gripped him, causing him to lose control, and he collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth as consciousness faded. All around, spectators gaped in astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding events. They witnessed Xiao Tian's thunderous shout, sword pointed toward the sky, followed by Zhou Yuhao's evident terror and subsequent collapse, seemingly due to the backlash of his own technique. Ah, this junior brother has lost composure, realizing his error, succumbing to my overwhelming aura. Alas, my startling sword is rarely drawn. When it is, it will surely bring about cataclysmic ruin, Xiao Tian sighed, sheathing his sword. Hey, you in a white robe. Yes, I'm addressing you. You seem quite defiant. Come here. He beckoned to a seemingly elegant yet ominously smiling youth. Yu Feng's expression darkened. Zhou Yuhao was under his wing, and witnessing his defeat left him no choice but to confront Xiao Tian. Since my junior brother seeks guidance, allow me to demonstrate the unparalleled skills of the Repair Pavilion. He forced a smile, though it was insincere. Don't bother with that facade, Xiao Tian retorted. Yu Feng said nothing further and employed the fish dragon treasure technique, which resonated innately with the bloodline of his Rain clan. Raising his hand, he summoned a vividly lifelike fish dragon formed from runes, charging toward Xiao Tian with ferocity. Startling sword slash, Xiao Tian cried, invoking the Palo treasure technique. This time, the power resided not in the sword but in his voice. Sound waves morphed into formless sword energy. The fish dragon was cleaved in two, and the residual force struck Yu Feng, causing his body to tremble as excruciating pain coursed through him. He felt as if his very insides were being assaulted, unable to cough up the blood that threatened to erupt, suffering a grievous internal injury. Great might, celestial dragon, Xiao Tian shouted, this time utilizing the beastly treasure technique. The line between reality and illusion blurred, and a majestic five-clawed golden dragon emerged, towering at 1,000 feet, its scales shimmering with a chilling brilliance. The roar of the dragon shook the heavens, tearing through the primordial forest, leaving devastation in its wake. Onlookers recoiled in horror, blood streaming from their orifices, faces twisted in terror. The overwhelming energy wave threatened to obliterate them, their eyes bulging as they faced imminent annihilation. Wah! Elder, save me. Mama, I don't want to die, cried Yu Feng, now panic-stricken, his expression pale as he wept, leaving a trail of tears on the ground. The elders of the Repair Pavilion had decreed that any disciple who could report on the whereabouts of a troublesome child could ascend to core disciple status. Another one has lost their mind, a disciple remarked instinctively. They had witnessed nothing but the inexplicable descent into madness of Yu Feng, akin to Zhou Yuhao's earlier episode. All eyes turned toward Xiao Tian, as if encountering a ghost. What transpired here? An elder in gray robes appeared, pointing a finger that immobilized Yu Feng. Elder, he attempted to kill me. He is not of the heavenly realm. He is a pretender masquerading as an expert, Yu Feng exclaimed, regaining composure upon realizing he was alive and seeing the guardian elder. Such slander. How unjust. This scoundrel, as a senior brother, sought to bully a newcomer like me. I retaliated in self-defense, yet he shamelessly feigned madness, crying and howling before I could even draw my sword. Elder, this fool here, as I raised my sword and shouted. He soiled himself and fainted from his own backlash. Xiao Tian looked at the guardian elder, feigning innocence with his most innocent wide eyes. The guardian elder glanced at the unconscious Zhou Yuhao, then summoned a green vine that sprouted from the ground, showering him with a gentle green light. Awaken, he commanded, and Zhou Yuhao stirred, shaking his head in surprise. I'm still alive. All disciples exchanged incredulous glances, muttering, surely, he has lost his mind. Who can explain what just occurred? The elder inquired, initially intending to question Zhou Yuhao, but shifted his gaze to the surrounding onlookers. Elder, it was like this, and thus. A new disciple from the genius camp recounted the events he had witnessed. The elder inquired of a senior disciple, yet gleaned little information. Those present had only seen Xiao Tian's initial battle, the raising of his sword, and the declaration of the startling sword decision, after which Zhou Yuhao had collapsed. unable to control his own attack, succumbing to fear and losing consciousness. As for Yufeng, he had first been struck by the sword slash, which obliterated his fish dragon technique, followed by Xiao Tian's thunderous invocation of the great might celestial dragon. Then, what transpired was indeed witnessed by the elder. Elder, you heard everything, did you not? I am innocent. Xiao Tian approached with a playful grin. Elder is not as it seems. He must be a cultivator above the inscription realm in disguise, infiltrating our Bu Tian Pavilion with grand ulterior motives, by EU Feng insisted. Zhou Yuhao, initially overwhelmed by humiliation and feeling quite damp, was relieved to have Yufeng by his side. Indeed, Elder, I too sense that he may be a formidable infiltrator, possibly a revered one. That is why you cannot see through him. He harbors great ambitions, wishing to seize the treasures of our Bu Tian Pavilion. The brother who had wet his pants found camaraderie in their shared plight, as if the reason for their inexplicable failure had suddenly become clear. You two go wash up. The mountain guardian elder fixed his gaze on Xiao Tian for 3 seconds, as if struck by a sudden realization, then spoke to Yufeng and Zhou Yuhao. Turning back to Xiao Tian, he commanded, follow me. Mu Sun, Lu Qing, Cheng Peng, listen closely. Our new disciples must unite in purpose. I have high hopes for you. You are the top 3 in the second region's assessment and must bear the banner, becoming the new leaders of Bu Tian Pavilion. We shall forge our battle swords, craft our spears, and ascend the ancient beast mountain. When the yin and yang are thrown into chaos, my battle blood shall stain the western ridge. Xiao Tian addressed the 3 youths by name. Mu Sun, Lu Qing, Cheng Peng. Trembling, they realized that the western ridge beast mountain was the domain of the ancient pure-blood fierce beasts. You 30 or so. Do not squander this rare opportunity one have afforded you. Xiao Tian then turned his attention to the 30 or so reckless fools, whose lives he had saved by happenstance after the original story acclaimed them. The youths trembled, recognizing their mysterious savior. Elder, where are we going? You cannot possibly be swayed by the slanders of those 2 fools. I, Li Xiao Yao, am but 12 years old. Look at my arms, fair and unblemished. And I'm still a virgin. Xiao Tian shouted at the mountain guardian elder ahead. Upon hearing those last 2 words, Elder Tao Yi staggered, suspecting he had found the mischievous child. Meanwhile, the young women of the talented camp blushed, though they secretly thought that the brother named Li Xiao Yao was indeed quite handsome. A flick of Tao Ye's sleeve stirred a flurry of fallen leaves, weaving a pattern of runes that, in an instant, enlarged and bore him and Xiao Tian toward the grand hall atop the highest peak of Bu Tian Pavilion. The hall was magnificent, standing proudly at the summit, surrounded by swirling clouds and vibrant hues, gazing down upon the vast expanse, shrouded in mist, as if entering a palace above the clouds. Young lad, you protect that child named Shi Feng for a reason, do you not? Elder Tao Yi remarked in a cheerful tone. I have always detested the strong bullying the weak. Elder, you are overthinking this, Xiao Tian retorted, curiously surveying his surroundings. Do not feign innocence. You surely do not wish for me to hand you over to Xiong Fei and Zhui Yun, do you? Toye, a formidable figure of the Array realm, had lived for centuries, while Xiong Fei and Zhui Yun were both his juniors. Elder, you do not think I, Li Xiao Yao, am that infamous child from the void divine realm, the one reviled and expelled by the deities, do you? Xiao Tian rolled his eyes, exasperated. He berated himself for having to take the blame for that rascal Sure How. It cannot be. I will not bear this blame. Denial is fine. We have plenty of time ahead. For now, you shall cultivate within this grand hall, under my personal guidance, Elder Tao Yi stated with an air of calm assurance. Xiao Tian thought, so, he has indeed deemed me the mischievous child? This is unjust. I am truly not who you think I am. Wasting your time and energy on me will lead to regret. Perhaps in a few days, the real troublemaker will indeed cause a significant uproar. Xiao Tian sighed helplessly. After uttering these words, he mused that it would not be long before trouble arose. He was all too familiar with Sure Hao's penchant for chaos. Upon being led into the grand hall, Xiao Tian found 3 elders already present: Elder Mu Yin, Elder Lu, and Elder Han. These were the 4 most senior figures of Bu Tian Pavilion, each having reached the pinnacle of the Array realm. The most formidable among them was Elder Tao Yi, who possessed a magical artifact, a golden gourd, birthed from the sacred gourd vine, imbued with divine essence, a treasure one could hardly hope to encounter in the mortal realm. Next was Elder Mu Yin, a master of thunderous combat, unparalleled in his prowess. Following him was Elder Lu, the guardian of the Scripture Pavilion, who wielded the mighty golden-winged rock technique, immensely powerful. Compared to these 3, Elder Han specialized in fire magic, which had little relevance to Shan Hai's original storyline, resulting in minimal interaction. The pavilion master, having achieved perfection in the array realm, stood on the brink of ascending to the revered level. A mere hair's breadth separating him from that goal, which often placed him in seclusion, yearning for breakthrough. As Xiao Tian entered the grand hall, the three elders regarded him with unfriendly gazes. Do not be deceived. I am not that mischievous child. That brat is at most 7 or 8 years old. Do I look like a mere child? Xiao Tian boldly declared, unperturbed by the elders' disapproving stares. Upon hearing his words, the elders exchanged glances, pondering whether they had indeed misjudged him. If that is the case, then you shall remain here and cultivate with us old fellows. Elder Tao Yi said with a smile. He felt an intense conviction about this child. Even if he was not the infamous one from the Void Divine Realm, he was certainly extraordinary. The other three elders likewise scrutinized Xiao Tian intently, barely restraining their eagerness to engage him. Do not touch me. If you humiliate me, I shall seize the opportunity to flee to the Deer Hunting Academy. Xiao Tian plopped down on the ground, infuriated, as he found the idea of temporarily bearing the blame for Shan Hai quite displeasing. 7 days swiftly passed. Xiao Tian immersed himself in the cultivation of the Swan Ni and Pu Lao techniques, aspiring to merge them into the true dragon technique. Dragons give birth to 9 offspring. Both Swan Ni and Pu Lao are ancient progenies of dragons, just as in the original plot, where Shan Hai fused the golden winged rock and the azure sky rock techniques to form the embryonic Kuan Peng technique. The direction was indeed correct. Xiao Tian felt quite pleased with his progress, having made considerable strides. He had cultivated the Swan Ni and Pu Lao techniques within the same cave, positioned at the Yin Xiao point, the depression between the front and rear Yin, also known as the perineum, with the Bai Hui point at the top forming a straight line, serving as a conduit for the body's vital energy. As it was an internal cave, his cultivation was occasionally accompanied by the sounds of croaking frogs and roaring lions. The mountain guardian Elder Tao Yi remained to guard Butian Pavilion against external threats, while Elder Lu had departed, leaving only Elder Mu Yin and Elder Han to observe Xiao Tian. Upon hearing the sound of dragon roars, the two exchanged glances, both unable to contain their amusement, wearing peculiar expressions. This boy was undoubtedly a rarity. What on earth was he cultivating to produce such sounds? However, Xiao Tian paid little heed to the thoughts of the two unscrupulous elders. Within his first cave, chaotic energy surged as a golden 5-clawed dragon-like being coiled and twisted, engaged in a fierce battle with a 3-legged silver toad and a golden lion king. In the end, the 5-clawed golden dragon gained the upper hand, defeating the fearless lion and the 3-legged silver toad as the technique officially underwent transformation, aligning with Xiao Tian's expectations. His first and 6th incarnations were synergistically cultivating, yielding excellent results and rapid progress. During these days, the 6th incarnation, far away at the Deer Hunting Academy, was also in seclusion. Swan and I likely descended from the fearless lion and the true dragon bloodline, while Pu Lao was a descendant of the 3-legged silver toad and the true dragon bloodline. The fusion of the two led to a more complete skeletal framework of the true dragon technique, naturally suppressing the incomplete skeletal frameworks of the other two fierce beasts. It must be said that the nature of dragons embodies the essence of man. As long as it is female, he dares to act in the realm of existence. The most renowned ancient progeny imbued with dragon blood undoubtedly includes the illustrious 9 sons. Within the halls of the Butian Pavilion reside the likes of Qioniu, Yizi, Zhao Feng, Bu Lao, Suan Ni, Ba Xie, Bian, Fu Si, and Ji Wen. Are these ancient progeny associated with treasure techniques? After diligently cultivating for 7 consecutive days, Xiao Tian opened his eyes, his first utterance a demand for treasure techniques. You truly are a remarkable individual. To speak candidly, such techniques do exist. The Butian Pavilion boasts a long-standing legacy, collecting a myriad of treasure techniques. Among the ones you mentioned, we possess 2, the Fuxi treasure technique and the Qioniu treasure technique. However, such techniques must not be imparted lightly, without significant contributions. You cannot simply learn them at will, remarked the revered ancestor, Lei Zhu Mu Yan. Thus, your initial step should be to integrate into the Butian Pavilion, rather than contemplating escape to the Deer Academy. Moreover, trust between individuals is paramount. You ought to acknowledge your identity and truly immerse yourself in the Butian Pavilion. Eldan interjected. At that moment, Elder Tao Yi approached, cradling a golden gourd, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Xiao Tian, now somewhat convinced of his innocence. Why do you look at me so? Do you believe I am wrongfully accused? Since my debut, I have never stooped to impersonate another. I conduct myself with integrity, Xiao Tian asserted, rising with a serious demeanor. Puffed. Ancestor Mu Yin and Elder Han could scarcely contain their amusement at Xiao Tian's earnest expression, finding it inexplicably humorous. Recently, the students had engaged in a nonsensical brawl, with Zhou Yuhang and Yu Feng nearly facing dire consequences. After a general understanding of the events, it was revealed that the source lay with the child, Shi Qingfeng. Elder Tao Yi regarded the chuckling Mu Yin and Han with an expression akin to that of a fool. His words indicated that the troublesome child still lingered within the academy. When Xia Yu had initially issued the special recruitment tokens for the genius camp, each token was assigned with clear purpose. Only the token for that troublesome child had been attributed to Shi Qingfeng, a fact well known to the upper echelons of the Repair Pavilion, as Xia Yu had reported it long ago. Hence, the individuals within the Repair Pavilion were keenly aware of Shi Qingfeng, deliberately using him as bait to draw out the troublesome child. This also accounted for the suspicion directed toward Xiao Tian, who was unfairly bearing the blame for Shi Hao. Unexpectedly, Shi Qingfeng had not only lured out Xiao Tian, but had also attracted a mysterious child who remained deeply concealed. Ordinary elders like Xiong Fei and Zhu Yun were entirely unaware of this matter. Subsequently, Elder Tao Yi recounted the events and his deductions. After Xiao Tian's departure, Yu Feng and Zhou Yuhang had grown increasingly irked by Shi Qingfeng, intentionally seeking trouble and seizing the opportunity to bully him. Consequently, the two were beset upon without cause, suffering grievous injuries that would require months of recuperation. Xiao Tian was speechless. He had not anticipated the narrative returning to its original course. Were Zhou Yuhang and Yu Feng courting disaster? He surmised that, barring unforeseen circumstances, in a few days, he would be liberated, the truth revealed. The vengeful spirit of the Repair Pavilion would ultimately ensnare Shi Hao, leaving him unscathed, and, at that point, he could freely attend to his duties without the oppressive gaze of the two elder formations. Thus 6 days passed, and Xiao Tian reaped significant rewards from his recent diligent cultivation. Occasionally consulting the two elders, the most pivotal moment arrived when he was awarded the Fu Shi treasure technique, brought forth by Elder Lu. They likely now regarded him as genuinely wronged. In recent days, the medicinal garden of the Repair Pavilion had experienced several instances of lost spiritual herbs, and the perpetrator remained unidentified. Fu Undicesimo, the eighth son of a dragon among the ancient Chinese mythos, was known for his scholarly disposition, often depicted coiling atop stone tablets, with a penchant for literature. The technique associated with Fu Shi is particularly unique, suited for cultivators endowed with intellect. For those lacking such gifts, it remains merely an ordinary ancient progeny technique, while for the gifted, it becomes an immensely formidable treasure technique. Of course, this ancient beast treasure technique currently lay dormant within the Repair Pavilion's scripture repository, gathering dust. Overlooked, it was bestowed upon Xiao Tian primarily because they recognized his need, a mere token gesture. Xiao Tian believed that his thorough familiarity with the 300 Tang poems would allow him to recite poetry even without composing it himself. Furthermore, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of the 300 song lyrics and other classical poetry from various dynasties, thanks to his journey into cultivation, which had fortified his soul and rekindled memories of his past studies. Thus, in a moment of leisure, Xiao Tian penned a narrative titled The Injustice of Do Yi to articulate his current feelings of helplessness. Trying to imbue it with the Fu Shi treasure technique, he found, in an instant, that he had released an ancient progeny ice technique of the transformation realm, enveloping the Great Hall in a flurry of snowflakes and a piercing cold wind, as if capable of encasing everything in ice. Achoo! Elder Han sneezed, the wave of warmth that surged forth counteracting the formidable essence of the technique conjured by Xiao Tian, a testament to the elder's remarkable control over the power of treasure techniques. Not bad, Xiao Tian mused, somewhat astonished. This technique was fascinating indeed, as it could discern the quality of literary composition to release its power. It's snowing. It's snowing. Outside the Repair Pavilion, many disciples and elders were taken aback. It was June, yet snow fell abundantly, creating a scene of white wonderment within the confines of the pavilion, leaving the elders visibly shaken. This bewilderment extended to external forces that had been observing the Repair Pavilion, rendering them utterly confounded by the unfolding events. Fu Shi, being a dragon progeny, naturally manifested such celestial phenomena under the influence of Xiao Tian's literary brilliance. Elder Tao Yi sat cross-legged at the mountain gate, opening his eyes to the June snowfall, furrowing his brow as he retrieved his gourd. Upon uncorking it, the swirling snow, along with the clouds above, was instantly consumed. Simultaneously, Elder Han and Mu Yen, who had been perusing Xiao Tian's tale of the injustice of Do Yi, wore expressions of disbelief, gazing at Xiao Tian in astonishment. This lad, in an effort to express his grievances and experiment with the Fuxi treasure technique, had audaciously concocted such a story. Truly a remarkable talent. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian had closed his eyes, delving deeper into the understanding of this treasure technique, and soon enough, he would integrate it into the embryonic form of his true dragon treasure technique. This was merely a minor interlude. That evening, within the new disciple accommodation area, a cacophony of howls and cries erupted. Elders Xiong, Fei, and Zhuiyun, feeling the weight of age upon them, found themselves drained of energy, unable to eat or sleep, thoroughly exhausted and overwhelmed, their mouths even developing blisters. Yet, they rushed over in a flurry, only to discover that a significant calamity had indeed occurred. The specter known as the Ghost Lord, who had manifested once every few centuries since ancient times, had returned. The appearance of the Ghost Lord not only portended death, but also signified the imminent reopening of the Hongduan Mountains. As for the Ghost Lord, few had ever witnessed him. Those who did described an elder with a head pierced by an ancient sword, oozing black blood, with disheveled hair and hollow eyes, a harbinger of misfortune and death. The ancient hall, aptly named the Hall of Antiquity, was adorned with primal treasures and rare stones, arranged according to the patterns of the heavenly Tao, illuminating the space as if it were perpetually bathed in light. The grand hall, with its 6 sides adorned with flowing runes, stood as a guardian of the Butian Pavilion's most ancient edifice. Calmly, Xiao Tian continued his cultivation, emanating streams of divine radiance, with interwoven bone inscriptions resonating around him. As the sounds of dragons, tigers, frogs, and serpents filled the air in a vibrant cacophony. At that very moment, Elder Xiong Fei stepped cautiously into the ancient hall, nearly succumbing to terror. He felt a chilling aura seeping into his very being, leaving him shivering and on edge. To make matters worse, an unfortunate child clung tightly to his neck, exhibiting an extraordinary strength that rendered escape impossible. As a mere elder of the inscription realm, Xiong Fei found himself burdened with such overwhelming pressure. He truly did not wish for his demise. The accounts of Lord Ghost were terrifying, and it was said that even elders of the Array realm had perished upon incurring his wrath. As Shan Hai entered the ancient hall, he immediately spotted Xiao Tian. Indeed, this was the individual who had transformed into his elder brother, adopting the alias Li Xiaoyao. They had once collaborated on a treasure technique in the 8th assessment area. Resisting the urge to rush over, Shan Hai had heard that Xiao Tian had been taken away by an elder from the Butian Pavilion and had yet to return, which genuinely troubled him. After discreet inquiries with the elders, he learned that Xiao Tian was being valued by the seniors and was currently in seclusion within the ancient hall, which alleviated his concerns. Xiao Tian opened his eyes and, upon seeing Shan Hai, swiftly shifted his gaze toward Elder Tao Yi. The elder, ever direct, tossed over the precious bone inscribed with the records of the Qianyo treasure technique. Xiao Tian understood that this was an act of compensation. Indeed, to cultivate within the ancient hall was a surefire endeavor. The abundant spiritual energy and array patterns made it easier to enter a meditative state and focus. Furthermore, he had fortuitously acquired 2 ancient dragon seed treasure techniques. Numerous elders had entered the ancient hall, numbering over 100, the majority of whom were at the inscription realm. These individuals held a status higher than both Xiong Fei and Zhuiyun, belonging to the esteemed senior ranks of the Butian Pavilion. Given the history of the Butian Pavilion, it was only natural to have such a number of inscription realm powerhouses. Having too few would indeed be abnormal. Chapter 30, The Virtue of Kings. It is likely that all present are already aware of the unfolding events. The appearance of him implies that the 100 Dunsan is set to open once more. Eide Taoye, a figure of significant standing, took the foremost seat in the hall, cradling a resplendent golden gourd in his hands. With the position of the pavilion master at the center left vacant, he occupied the first chair to the left and surveyed the assembly, proclaiming, "However, it is peculiar that this time he did not visit the Holy Academy or the Genius Camp, but rather the area for ordinary new disciples. This is truly uncanny." One elder voiced his confusion, and indeed, it was strange. Another elder inquired about the identity of the youth. "Elders, what are you discussing? I cannot comprehend a word." Shan Hai expressed his bewilderment. "Child, calamity has befallen you, and you remain oblivious. Allow me to ask you this. Do you wish to live?" Elder Tao Yi regarded Shan Hai with the demeanor of an ancient sage, his expression brimming with amusement. "What do you mean? Please clarify," Shan Hai replied. feeling a sense of unease as he instinctively tightened his grip around Elder Xiong Fei's neck. Cough, be gentle, or you shall break my neck. Elder Xiong Fei grimaced, visibly displeased. Suddenly, Elder Xiong Fei felt a revelation wash over him. Why had he chosen an ordinary disciple? According to his patterns, he typically selected outstanding elders, followed by exceptionally talented disciples. Realizing he had grasped the truth, he spoke in a gentler tone. Child, you may come down. Here, he will not pursue you. Do you comprehend what I am saying? You have drawn the ire of the most ominous force within our Butian pavilion. Anyone who incurs his attention must pledge to assist him in retrieving his sword, for without such an agreement, survival is impossible. Throughout history, no one has emerged unscathed from this ordeal. Elder Tao Yi spoke solemnly. But isn't the sword resting atop his head? Sure Hao questioned, perplexed. Elder Tao Yi shook his head regretfully. We have long deduced that it is not his sword. It likely belongs to a foe from his past. Each time he appears, it coincides with the opening of the 100 Fin, leading us to speculate that his sword lies lost within its depths, awaiting retrieval by a mortal. However, no one has ever succeeded. 100 Danshan, Sure Hao echoed, his curiosity piqued. The 100 Danshan, shrouded in mystery, was a place where even the mightiest of beings could not enter once they reached the spirit transformation realm. While those at the blood-moving realm could enter, none ever return alive, making it a crucible for aspiring talents. Only those at the cave heaven realm were ideally suited to venture within. Each time it opened, ancient nations, great sects, and even the progeny of primordial pure-blooded ferocious beasts vied for entry, for within lay treasures coveted even by revered beings. Countless opportunities awaited those who entered. Those who survived the trials emerged with achievements as formidable as that of a duke, with many ascending to the rank of king. Indeed, many emperors of ancient nations, leaders of great sects, and masters of primordial divine mountains had traversed its treacherous paths in their youth. Elder Tao Yi patiently elucidated this to Sure Hao, occasionally glancing at the restless Xiao Tian, who had inadvertently conjured a scene akin to June's snow while practicing treasure techniques, a true prodigy. Seeing the elders gaze upon him, Xiao Tian rolled his eyes in irritation. What a sly old man. Why did he insist on dragging him into this predicament and now tempt him to enter the 100 Danshan? Although he was determined to go, he couldn't shake the disdain for the elders' shrewd demeanor. Legends had long circulated that the 100 Sun was once a battlefield of the ancient saints, a place where gods wept and blood flowed. However, over time, it transformed into a realm where only the truly gifted could venture for trials. Elder Mu Yan interjected. The 100 Shan may very well be a fragment of the world connected to the 7 kings of the borderlands, brimming with treasures that even the upper realms might not attain. The Little Bone Tower, an asylum for practitioners above the immortal king level, harbors the descendants of the 10 fiends, nurtured within its confines. This place can be seen as a unique novice village. Ah, do not think to deceive me into entering. Sure Hao vehemently shook his head, akin to a rattledrum. If you refuse to enter, then you shall await your demise, Elder Tao Yi replied with an air of indifference. Historically, those who have tangled with him and declined to comply have found their graves overgrown with grass. Some bones have even crumbled to dust. Sure Hao's expression shifted as he contemplated this, his eyes darting. Upon catching sight of Xiao Tian, a spark of realization ignited within him. Yet, aware of the cunning individuals surrounding him, he quickly diverted his gaze. Unfortunately, it was too late. The 4 elders, having keenly observed him, exchanged knowing looks. What have you decided? That place is now a coveted treasure. Ancient clans of the human race are prepared to clash fiercely for a chance to enter. Progeny of emperors, pure-blooded ferocious beasts, and the most gifted of great sects will all be vying for entry. It is a battleground for young geniuses, where descendants of the white tiger, Qilong, and nine-headed lion compete fiercely for passage. Even the ancient progeny of various species swarm in droves to undertake trials within. Elder Tao Yi spoke nonchalantly, all the while discreetly observing Xiao Tian's reactions. The mischievous youth had already been identified, and they speculated he was the child at the center of the scandal in the martial king's mansion. The unfortunate boy who had his supreme bone extracted at a young age. Thus, they exhibited a particular patience toward Sure Hao. Their curiosity lay in Xiao Tian's identity. And based on age estimation, Elder Tao Yi harbored a bold hypothesis. Is it truly so wonderful within? Isn't it said to be perilous? The little one expressed confusion, unable to fathom why one would willingly venture into danger when merely living was sufficient. You do not understand, child. To become an unparalleled powerhouse, one must compete. Over 800 years ago, when the Hungwan Mountain opened, the emperor of the Shirwa who entered the former head of the Deer Hunting Academy, and various pure-blooded ferocious beasts from the ancient divine mountains have all become titanic forces, governing vast territories and safeguarding billions of humans from becoming prey to ferocious beasts. Han Lao spoke, his expression grave and impassioned. In truth, the master of the Butian Pavilion had missed the opportunity to enter the Hungwan Mountains and was now stranded at the threshold of the esteemed realm, unable to progress further. Xiao could not help but reminisce about his childhood, when the four ancient primordial species vied for mountain treasures, resulting in the slaughter of countless beings across a vast expanse of 10,000 miles, leading to the obliteration of innumerable human villages and great clans. For instance, the more than 10 factions that had once visited Shur village, including the Zishan Clan, the Lei Clan, the Luofu Great Marsh, and the Wolf Clan, all of which boasted formidable sovereigns to protect them, had vanished, leaving behind only remnants of crumbled walls and ruins. As a child, Xiao lacked the understanding of great principles and the weight of racial righteousness, yet he still felt a pang of sorrow, an innate sense of empathy for the fallen. Now he grasped a fragment of understanding. By entering the 100 Broken Mountains for training, he could potentially become one of the top powerhouses in this vast wasteland, perhaps even safeguarding many individuals and ensuring that countless children would not meet their doom at the jaws of ferocious beasts before they could comprehend the world. This, perhaps, was the essence of the Emperor of the Wasteland, a young heart imbued with unparalleled kindness. Moreover, his prodigal elder brother would undoubtedly venture into the 100 Broken Mountains. He was clearly a troublesome child, having dared to rush into the fray during the battle of the four ferocious beasts. For him, entering the 100 Broken Mountains would be a trivial matter. At that time, he and Xiao Tian would join forces, and the pure-blood, ancient ferocious beasts and primordial species within would yield their precious blood and bones to the two brothers. I can enter, but I demand benefits. I seek powerful secret arts to enhance myself, Xiao declared loudly. Since he was preparing to enter, he believed it necessary to secure some advantages, confident that these old men had ulterior motives for coaxing him inside. Indeed, this matter requires careful deliberation. Let us convene later. Xiong Fei, Zhuiyun, please escort these two down for now, Elder Tao Yi instructed. They had finally managed to secure a troublesome child and a young fox boy. There was no need to rush. Xiao Tian rolled his eyes and, along with Xiao, was led away. Once outside, Xiao felt a sense of unease, but fortunately, the ghostly figure did not approach him again, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Tian emerged from the ancient hall, stretching lazily and instinctively gazing skyward, only to find an elderly figure almost pressing his face against his own. A resounding shout, imbued with the essence of Pu Lao's roar, erupted, reverberating through the ancient hall and manifesting runes for protection. Xiong Fei instinctively activated his treasure arts, conjuring a massive iron-eating beast formed of runes to shield his figure. Meanwhile, Elder Zhiyin unleashed a rune-formed tiger dragon, its body resembling that of a tiger, its tail that of a serpent, and its head akin to a dragon. Another manifestation of an ancient species treasure arts, showcasing the depth of the Butian Pavilion's heritage. Without thinking, Xiao Tian unleashed a punch, enveloped in the Bei's treasure arts, appearing like a blazing sun, radiating brilliance and impervious to all evils. His blood surged within like molten lava. Suddenly, the ghostly figure retaliated with a punch, emitting a satisfying hiss of black smoke. Such a presence was indeed somewhat restrained by the Bei's arts. After all, the Beis, a divine beast from ancient Chinese mythology, possessed the ability to communicate with all things and comprehend the matters of spirits and gods. A ruler endowed with virtue and talent would emerge, capable of dispelling all malevolence from the mortal realm. Xiao Tian's acquisition of such arts was a testament to his royal virtues and the favor of the heavens. Soon, a throng of elders surged forth, drawn by the commotion. Rushing out from the ancient hall, "What has transpired?" boomed the voice of Ancestor Mu Yin, casting a glance at Xiong Fei and Elder Zhuiyun, awaiting their explanation. "It seems a formidable presence has manifested, and this hasty young lad has caught sight of it," Elder Xiong Fei remarked. "The might displayed moments ago could only be unleashed by a powerhouse in the transformation realm." Elder Zhuiyun stammered, pointing at Xiao Tian, rendered speechless. The assembly quickly re-entered the ancient hall. Elder Tao Yi smirked slightly. Indeed, his predictions had proven correct, were it not for the circumstances. He would have loved to let out a triumphant howl to the heavens, followed by hearty laughter. Chapter 31. Strike sure how early. Let us conclude for tonight. We shall resume our discussions tomorrow at noon. Everyone disperse. Elder Tao Yi instructed as they entered the grand hall. The other elders were equally uninterested in lingering there, promptly exiting through the side doors at the back of the Grand Hall. After all, none wished to become entangled with the most peculiar and ominous source of the Repair Pavilion. Ultimately, only the 4 esteemed elders remained, alongside the 2 most outstanding new elders, Xiong Fei and Juyin, while the 10 or so other elders of their generation were still at the Transformation realm. These 2 had already ascended to the Inscription realm, which is why the significant task of recruiting disciples was entrusted to them. Elder Tao Yi was also present, merely to oversee matters and guard against unforeseen events. Regrettably, due to Shan Hai's antics, Xiong Fei and Juyin nearly fell into a state of instability. You troublesome child. You have once again brought great misfortune upon the Repair Pavilion, even drawing ominous attention towards our other gifted disciples, such as Li Xiaoyao, who is utterly innocent and now also under scrutiny. Elder Tao Yi scolded. Without rules, there can be no order. Now, prepare to accept your punishment. He added with a sinister chuckle. The 4 elders swiftly surrounded Shan Hai, delivering a flurry of playful slaps to his backside. What spectacle! If only these elders knew they were spanking the future emperor of the wasteland. Remember, dear elders, this is your crowning moment. The tale of having bested the emperor of the wasteland, a story to boast about for a lifetime. Ah, if you strike me again, I shall defect to the Ji Lu Academy. Shan Hai protested, realizing he had landed himself in trouble. It was clear he could not remain too close to these cunning old foxes. His identity was likely exposed. The 4 elders instinctively glanced at Xiao Tian. Such familiar words. The same old tricks. Unwilling to remain idle and accept his fate, Shan Hai retaliated against the spankings, launching a slap that collided with one elder, resulting in a thunderous crack that echoed through the Grand Hall, though the protective bone inscriptions ensured it remained unscathed. At that moment, Xiao Tian rushed forward, delivering a kick to Shan Hai's backside. This troublesome child was infuriating. Witnessing the antics made his feet itch, and he could not help but kick him, especially since this boy had made him shoulder the blame for half a month, only to attract the ominous, ghostly figure. Xiao Tian suspected it had already set its sights on him. Isn't it maddening? Ah, elder brother, why do you also strike me? Shan Hai complained, feeling wronged. Yet, no sooner had he uttered those words than he realized he had spoken out of turn. You are the one being punished. I sought refuge in the ancient hall, yet still fell victim to your mischief. I took the blame and endured confinement for half a month, only for you to bring this ominous ghost upon me. What have I done to deserve such treachery? Xiao Tian was truly relentless. He was determined to ensure Shan Hai had a complete childhood. It would be unwise to beat him when he grew up, as it could sour their relationship. Thus, he resolved to deliver a thorough beating now before addressing any other matters. I'm a prodigal. I wonder why I kept hearing that term lately. Are you really going to start calling me that? What an absurdity! Shan Hai retorted. Xiao Tian, unable to contain his annoyance, kicked Shan Hai's backside twice more. If you strike me again, I shall retaliate, Shan Hai declared, feeling a surge of rebellious spirit. He still harbored some defiance toward Xiao Tian, believing himself to have matured and grown stronger. Go on, let us see what you've learned over the years, little brat, Xiao Tian replied lightly. As he raised his hand, he summoned the same power as Shan Hai, and their hands met, causing the entire Grand Hall to tremble slightly, a collision of pure physical strength. Neither had any intention of employing treasure arts. Shan Hai resorted to the simplest primal hunting technique from his original true comprehension. A direct and miraculous assault aimed at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback, having received a punch to the chest. This young lad possessed quite an array of techniques. At times he resembled a true wolf, at others a unicorn-like golden beast, and at yet other moments, he mimicked the majestic golden-winged roc. In terms of combat prowess, Xiao Tian indeed found himself outmatched by Shan Hai. Fortunately, the latter had not exerted his full strength, gradually augmenting his own capabilities to a staggering 11,100 Jing. Ultimately, with a resounding thud, he shattered all barriers, sending Shan Hai flying. The latter could not withstand the increment of 5,000 Jing. Well done, little one. Your growth truly astonishes me. You are formidable, Xiao Tian remarked, a warm and sunny smile illuminating his face as he refrained from further probing or striking. Brother, Shan Hai exclaimed as he rose from the ground, unscathed and brimming with joy. Even in defeat, he felt no remorse. After all, Xiao Tian was a prodigious talent praised multiple times by the divine Lu, and moreover, he was his elder brother. To aid Qing Feng, he had been confined by those elderly men trapped in this place. Shan Hai never anticipated that the old ghost with the peculiar headgear would directly target Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian approached him, brushing off the dust and straightening his clothes before lifting him into his embrace. He held no real animosity toward Shan Hai. It was merely that Shan Hai's exceptional talents had drawn the attention of the ghostly elder. "You've grown," he noted, acknowledging Shan Hai, who had now opened 6 celestial realms, a remarkable achievement. Thus, Xiao Tian resolved to strive harder. Upon entering the Hengduan Mountains, he needed to rapidly enhance his abilities with sufficient training resources, propelling himself into the realm of spiritual transformation. "You are that mischievous child." Both Xiong Fei and Elder Zhui Yun snarled in unison, their teeth gritted in resentment, now certain of Shan Hai's identity. Xiao Tian's identity was nearly confirmed as well. Having entered the virtual divine realm for the first time, he subdued the spirited dual-eyed individual, casually establishing unprecedented records. The mysterious youth, this was the brother of the milk-drinking lad. As for Shan Hai, he had entered the Pavilion of Heaven Repair, breaching the initial passage and breaking records while leaving behind the fondness for beast milk. Thus, this pair of brothers was beyond question. "Elders, my younger brother is rather naive. I appreciate your efforts. This time, when I venture into the 100 Broken Mountains, I promise to fulfill one reasonable request from each of you, as long as it is within my capability," Xiao Tian boldly declared. Shan Hai had indeed put the 2 elders in a dire predicament, bringing them to the brink of collapse, and, as the elder brother, he felt compelled to resolve the matter. If it could be settled with some training resources, it was hardly a concern. Upon hearing this, Xiong Fei and Elder Zhui Yun exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to delight, though they refrained from speaking immediately. They indeed desired the treasures of the 100 Broken Mountains, but they harbored even more pressing needs. We shall not truly harbor anger towards a child. After all, it is not a calamity of great magnitude. However, if possible, we seek the elixir of eternal youth from the 100 Broken Mountains, as it holds significant importance for our Pavilion of Heaven Repair. Yes, our only request is for the elixir of eternal youth. If you possess the capability, it would be splendid if you could safely retrieve some. Elder Xiong Fei and Elder Zhui Yun exchanged knowing smiles and turned their gazes back to Xiao Tian, each echoing their sentiments. Elder Tao Yi was quite pleased. Among the new generation of elders, Xiong Fei and Zhui Yun were orphans raised within the Pavilion of Heaven Repair, holding it dear and exhibiting a high level of awareness. "Agreed. It is settled," Xiao Tian affirmed without a moment's hesitation. He certainly would not let the opportunity for the elixir of eternal youth slip away. Subsequently, the 4 esteemed elders approached, gazing intently at Xiao Tian. "Are you the youth from the virtual divine realm 3 years ago? Do not inquire. I shall admit nothing. However, rest assured, having entered the Pavilion of Heaven Repair, I am now one of its disciples. If I live, I am a child of the Pavilion. If I die, I shall be a ghost of the Pavilion," Xiao Tian responded smoothly. You speak with such ease. It seems you have stated this before. Very well. We can grant you and the mischievous child each a spot, with only one requirement. Do your utmost to bring back some elixir of eternal youth," Elder Tao Yi decreed. "Rest assured, as long as you return with the elixir of eternal youth, you shall be honored as great benefactors of the Pavilion of Heaven Repair. And the coveted top-tier techniques you desire will not be withheld from you." Old Lu, the guardian of the scripture repository, chimed in. "Fear not, Elder. If the opportunity arises, both Li Xiaoyao and Hao Ian will surely bring back the elixir of eternal youth," Xiao Tian assured, using the alias Hao Ian in the Pavilion of Heaven Repair, akin to his own name, Li Xiaoyao. Following this, the elders imparted some details regarding the 100 Broken Mountains, merely their superficial understanding, as none had ventured within. Once Xiao Tian and Shan Hai departed the ancient hall, the sun had risen high in the sky. "Brother, allow me to take you to a splendid place. Training there during the day is extraordinary," Shan Hai exclaimed cheerfully along the way, gathering some spiritual herbs. "Very well, let's go explore, and do bring along Xiao Qing foam." Xiao Tian consented readily. As they journeyed, Xiao Tian also lent a hand, plucking several spiritual herbs and gifting them to Shan Hai. Such herbs, aged for hundreds of years, held little value for him. He required treasures aged over a millennium to challenge the 11th celestial realm. After bringing along Qing foam and the little ball of fur, they strolled confidently towards the location of the sacrificial spirit. The higher-ups of the Pavilion of Heaven Repair were aware of this matter, but felt no fear. Even if these youngsters intended to harm the sacrificial spirit, it was an impossibility. The sacrificial spirit was far too powerful, previously existing at a divine level. The abode of the sacrificial spirit was an expansive, ancient garden, worn by the passage of countless years. The divine patterns once embedded within had long faded. and the area was overgrown with weeds, featuring crumbling bridges and flowing streams, with pavilions and halls in a state of disrepair, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Brother, why does the sacrificial spirit's dwelling appear so dilapidated? Xiao inquired, puzzled. This is nostalgia. The sacrificial spirit is a sentimental elder who refuses to alter any of this. Xiao Tian explained. As they proceeded, the desolation around them was palpable, with all the essence of heaven and earth seemingly drained away by a malevolent force. As if forcibly stripped away. Let us move on. Carry Xiao Qingfeng on your back and traverse this area swiftly. The sacrificial spirit is inhaling the spirit of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon, shielded by runes, Xiao Tian cautioned. Sure how, having been there before, was quite experienced. Covered in runes, he transformed into a radiant azure moon, enveloping himself, Shi Qingfeng, and the little ball of fur atop Shi Qingfeng's head. After advancing a short distance, they beheld beams of starlight cascading from the firmament, the silver moon enchanting, its luminescence like water bathing the time-worn courtyard in a sacred and serene glow. I have visited here before. The courtyard consists of 3 levels, and we're currently on the 2nd level, while the sacrificial spirit resides on the 3rd, Sure how informed. Chapter 32. Checking in at 7 Wawa upon entering the 3rd level of the courtyard, Xiao Tian, Sure how, Shi Qingfeng, and the little ball of fur found themselves in what appeared to be the backyard of the Master's residence, complete with stone tables and benches. Rays of light cascaded down like feathers, the starshine and moonlight creating a hazy atmosphere, imbuing the place with a sense of sanctity and tranquility. There he is, the sacrificial spirit uncle. He seems to be unwell. I suspect the elders desire the elixir of eternal youth for him. Sure how pointed towards a gourd vine nestled among the stones in the corner. Check-in requirements met. You have arrived at the check-in location beside the Pavilion of Heaven Repair Sacrificial Spirit Gourd Vine. Please maintain your check-in for a duration exceeding 3 minutes. The mechanical voice of the system echoed, audible only to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian then directed his attention to the ancient gourd vine of the sacrificial spirit. Its tendrils had turned yellow, stretching only 6 meters long, sprawled across the rubble of the broken wall, lacking luster. The leaves were withered and sparse, devoid of divine radiance, appearing sickly, much like a gourd vine in late autumn, withering away year by year. Hidden beneath a yellowed leaf lay a small green gourd. However, upon arriving here, one cannot help but sense a unique ethereal rhythm that evokes a profound reverence, an almost divine pressure that is ineffable, conjuring thoughts of deities. Brother, do you feel it? That elder spirit must be an ancient god, murmured Sure how, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth in a rather unbecoming manner. It must be so. Let us not squander time. Our cultivation here is paramount. Each increment in our strength before entering 100 Broken Mountains holds immense significance. As for the gourd, remember, it is not to be plucked lightly. What use would a sword-wielding adept have for a gourd? Better to contemplate the moment you find the sword of the ghostly elder and request him to bestow upon you the sword atop his head. Xiao Tian interjected, swiftly redirecting Sure how's perilous thoughts. With that, Xiao Tian settled into a lotus position, his mind enveloped in tranquility, patiently awaiting the passage of 3 minutes. Ding. Check-in successful. Acquired the talent panel of the 7th Gourd Brother. Would you like to merge? At last, the prompt from the dream system echoed once more. Xiao Tian inhaled deeply. Merging was a foregone conclusion. While he had yet to breach the spirit transformation realm, he believed that merging more of the Gourd Brothers' innate talents would solidify his foundation. As Xiao Tian's spirit stirred, an intangible force emanated from the depths of his soul, irresistibly drawing him into a profound state of cultivation. Behind him, chaotic mist churned. Clouds billowed, and purple energies intertwined, stretching endlessly like a mountain range without end. The base of this colossal peak was entwined by a gourd vine, spiraling around the entire mountain, resembling an ancestral dragon that slithered through time. The vine's skin bore the hue of deep azure scales, ancient and majestic. Each leaf seemed to cradle 3,000 worlds, with endless stars twinkling and myriad small realms rising and falling. In a dazzling display of 7-colored radiance, the chaotic aura surged, rendering all else non-existent. This moment felt fleeting, yet in reality, 10 days had elapsed. Outside the pavilion of mending heaven, many gazed in wonder, for on this day, the essence of countless suns and moons transformed into radiant beams, cascading deep into the pavilion, where the spirit gourd vine rested. The spirit gourd vine awakened in full. Actively absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the quintessence of stars, and the divine brilliance of the sun and moon. Even amidst the day, one could behold the bright moon and a sky full of stars above the pavilion. This was the spirit actively drawing in the essences of celestial bodies to nourish itself, simultaneously aiding Xiao Tian in his cultivation. Naturally, Shi Hao, Shi Qingfeng, and the fluffy companion also reaped great benefits. Just as Xiao Tian completed his check-in and merged with the innate talent panel of the seventh gourd brother, the dormant spirit gourd vine, teetering on the brink of life and death, heard a mysterious resonance of the Tao, akin to a child's laughter, yet also reminiscent of the primal sounds of creation. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if the gourd vine was experiencing growth. Upon opening its eyes, it beheld the extraordinary spectacle behind Xiao Tian. In that moment, those ephemeral echoes of divine resonance revealed to the spirit gourd vine a glimmer of the Tao's foundation, a rare opportunity to transcend to true divinity, leading to rebirth and renewal. A vast amount of the sun, moon, and star essence was refined by the spirit, transformed into the gentlest of energies, cascading into Xiao Tian's body. Crack! A fissure appeared at the center of Xiao Tian's brow, radiant purple light bursting forth, a torrent of purple energy roiling within. Boom! It was as if the sounds of creation resonated, and this orifice was opened, transforming into a purple cave of wonder. Thus, Xiao Tian's 11th cave was unveiled under such circumstances. The center of his brows, known as the Naiwan Palace, is the convergence point of all yang energies. Half a day passed. With a sudden jolt, Xiao Tian opened his eyes, two beams of brilliant divine light shooting forth, piercing the heavens, as if he had gained the sight of 1,000 miles. However, it was evident that he had merged with the innate talent panel of the seventh gourd brother, not the second. He remained silent upon opening his eyes, quietly assessing his current state. The cave in his brow was now filled with swirling purple energy. A vast expanse where a purple gourd floated, seemingly crafted from amethyst, naturally flawless, adorned with faint golden Tao patterns. Seventh gourd brother, an innate treasure gourd that can absorb all things. It can gradually dissolve what it consumes. The small gourd possesses a four-dimensional space within, capable of sealing any immense object, with an extraordinary storage capacity, able to shrink enemies or objects before absorption. The entrance at the gourd's top can unleash a powerful Tao wind to devour all things in the world, except the user. Upon its birth, while the other gourd brothers emerged by breaking free from their shells, the seventh gourd brother flew forth from within the gourd as a purple heart, which transformed into him, after which the gourd shrank and fell into his hands, becoming a treasure gourd. Thus, Xiao Tian effectively acquired a growing innate treasure, more profound and unparalleled than the only artifact of the heavens. This is akin to the innate supreme treasure born alongside Dong Huang Tai Yi. However, Xiao Tian remains weak. Should he continue to grow stronger, by the time he ascends to the realm of immortals, this treasure will undoubtedly surpass the refining pot of Kuan Di. For Xiao Tian senses that the primary characteristic of this treasure is its power exceeding that of his current realm by an entire level, meaning that while he is at the peak of the cave heaven, this treasure might correspond to the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm. It inherently possesses the ability to absorb the Tao patterns of heaven and earth, evolving and growing continuously. It is Xiao Tian's cultivation that currently limits the potential of this innate treasure. Once he steps into the early stages of the immortal king realm, this gourd will become a treasure akin to that of a quasi-immortal emperor. Moreover, Xiao Tian has opened his 11th cave, and, at the brow position, a unique innate divine ability has emerged, the heavenly eye. This ability is crucial even before merging with the second gourd brother. Even after the merger, it remains significant. The purple heavenly eye possesses two capabilities. One, akin to a mirror that reveals the true essence of beings, discerning the core of things and seeing through illusions, whether they be divine transformations or demonic mazes. The second function resembles that of a laser, albeit far superior, capable of delivering potent spiritual and magical dual attacks. The heavenly eye can emit a beam of golden light, capable of splitting mountains and stones, directly harming the opponent's soul. In terms of current capabilities, it enhances the shortcomings in the second gourd brother's offensive abilities, akin to the heavenly eye of Yang Jian from Chinese mythology. As Xiao Tian opened his eyes, he beheld that Shi Hao had also broken through, directly opening his seventh cave, an external cave that resembled a verdant volcanic crater, ancient and natural, exhaling azure divine light, drawing in the essence of the sun, moon, and stars from above. Meanwhile, Shi Qingfeng had undergone a divine baptism, with runes swirling around him. effortlessly cultivating to a strength of 84,000 pounds, still in a meditative state and yet to awaken, with the potential to reach 90,000 pounds and break through the cave heaven realm. It is worth noting that before coming here, he had only achieved a strength of 73,000 pounds. Once he breaks through, he will possess a degree of self-defense, allowing him to cultivate here alongside Xiao Tian and Shan Hai in the 100 Broken Mountains. However, this child is timid. Perhaps it would be better to entrust him to the ancient hall for training. The same goes for the fluffy companion, which also reaped some benefits and entered a transformative state, glowing brilliantly. You two little ones are fortunate to be awake. The 100 Broken Mountains have opened. Tomorrow, you shall set forth, but tonight, cultivate once more. I will impart to you a unique treasure technique of my own. At that moment, the aged voice of the spirit echoed. He has already contacted the high-ranking members of the Sky Mending Pavilion, acquiring knowledge about the external circumstances, as well as the situations concerning these two extraordinary youths. In the original narrative, he was in a state of lethargy, incapable of imparting any wisdom to Shan Hai. However, his current condition has markedly improved. He has faintly grasped some opportunities for breakthrough. Yet, age and past injuries hinder him from living another lifetime and transcending to the True One realm, as he still requires a bit of undying material support. Thus, the fountain of immortality remains crucial. Perhaps with it, he could truly achieve rebirth, restoring his peak condition and reigniting the divine fire within him. Next, the gourd leaves swayed gently in the breeze, while the gourd vine quietly exhaled the essence of divine energy. A splendid green gourd shone brilliantly, resembling an emerald star, akin to an ancient rune flickering, accompanied by ethereal divine auras, exuding an air of profound mystery. This was an original treasure of the divine fire realm. Shan Hai was destined to connect with the original true understanding, having once delved deeply into enlightenment, almost entranced, with the original true understanding imprinted in the depths of his soul, allowing him to visualize it at will and assisting him in his path to enlightenment. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, was inherently attuned to the gourd's treasure technique. This time, Shan Hai could not match him. He swiftly mastered this treasure technique, integrating it with ease and advancing into deeper realms. In the universe at his brow, a gourd Tao pattern was engraved upon his innate precious gourd, continuously being perfected. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian appeared as if he had unblocked his meridians, gaining an even deeper understanding of this treasure technique, causing its power to elevate significantly, transcending the divine fire realm's techniques. Thus, Xiao Tian and Shan Hai, each possessing their unique fortunes, rapidly comprehended the original treasure technique, runes, presented by the spirit of the old gourd vine. In the end, in Xiao Tian's eyes, that diminutive green gourd transformed into a rune, and as the rune shimmered, the sounds of the Tao resonated throughout heaven and earth, while the gourd vine itself was akin to a rune. Soon, the time reached 8 o'clock the following morning. Xiao Tian was the first to open his eyes. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Shan Hai concluded his understanding. A radiant purple Tao pattern emerged at the center of Xiao Tian's brow, reminiscent of the markings on Yang Jian's brow from the Baolian lantern, though his was purple while Yang Jian's was silver. His celestial eye, with a mere thought, could evolve into a noble, deep purple celestial eye, akin to the heavens opening their gaze upon sentient beings, imbued with a terrifying mental deterrence. As Xiao Tian's mind stirred, the power of the celestial eye gradually subsided, and the Tao pattern slowly faded. Congratulations, host! A new check-in location has refreshed. Please check in at the Divine Medicine Garden of the 100 Break Mountains for a duration of 3 minutes. Upon hearing the system prompt, Xiao Tian smiled faintly. All objectives of this journey had been accomplished, and there was even a bonus question. Brother, I have comprehended the sacrificial spirit technique. How did you fare? Would you like me to teach you? Shan Hai exclaimed excitedly. No need. I have also grasped it, Xiao Tian replied warmly. As for Shan Hai's exuberance, he chose to disregard it. It was normal for a mischievous child to be carried away. After all, he himself had been 8 once. At that moment outside, 8 elders from the Sky Mending Pavilion arrived at the shrine of the sacrificial spirit. Apart from Old Han, Old Lu, Tao Ya, and Lei Zumuyan, the other 4 were all at the pinnacle of the inscription realm. Judging by the current situation, the strength of the Sky Mending Pavilion was inferior to that of the Stag Pursuit Academy. The old president of the Stag Pursuit Academy was a revered sage, as was the sacrificial spirit. Presently, the only advantage the Sky Mending Pavilion possessed was the sacrificial spirit's ancient gourd vine. After all, it was initially a deity who ignited the divine fire. Seeing both youths conclude their cultivation, All the elders breathed a collective sigh of relief. The old man hurriedly gathered around, beginning to impart advice, as if to a grandchild embarking on a distant journey. The 100 Mountains are teeming with heroes. You cannot approach them with a casual mindset. Once you enter, anyone may become your adversary. The finest disciples of the most formidable powers in the desolate realm, ancient progenies, and pure-blood ferocious beast offspring will all be present. You must exercise utmost caution and never be complacent. Along with the group of elders came 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, who were prodigious talents personally nurtured by some of the elders. Each was around 14 years of age, rarely seen in the genius camp. Yet as true disciples, their cultivation far surpassed that of ordinary true disciples. The mischievous child Shan Hai's inclusion was known to all the elders. As for Xiao Tian, many had heard of him, having just entered the genius camp 2 days prior. The promising talents by Yi Yufeng and Zhou Yuhao were nearly driven mad. Rumors soon circulated that he had also entangled himself with the ancient ominous ghost lord of the sky mending pavilion, making it nearly certain that he was a prodigious genius. As historically, the ghost lord had always pursued the finest talents. This was also somewhat related to the fact that the sky mending pavilion currently lacked a sage to oversee matters. The deceased ghost lord, an ancestor of the sky mending pavilion, indirectly burdened it, as many prodigies had perished at his hands since ancient times. The elders were all entering the 100 Mountains to seek his broken sword, but it was no easy task. Xiao Tian was aware of some descriptions from the original narrative. Upon entering the 100 Mountains, barring misfortune, the optimal choice for a genius was to acquire rare treasures, consume them, and enter seclusion to enhance oneself, seeking to find a hole to hide in and remain inconspicuous until the end. Ultimately, the elders mentioned that top talents, such as Yi, the dual-eyed one, had already been escorted in advance by their respective clans to the 100 Mountains. Shan Hai then instructed Qingfeng and Mao Qiu to remain in the ancient hall and await their return. After providing instructions to the disciples heading to the 100 Mountains, the elders collectively knelt down and began to pray, honoring their guardian deity, the ancestral spirit. Xiao Tian and the other talented disciples quickly followed suit, kneeling before such ancient beings who had bestowed upon him the gift of teachings felt entirely appropriate to him. Subsequently, the elders swiftly arranged formations and special ancient progeny bones emerged, constructing the teleportation array patterns. Once all was prepared, the sacrificial spirit took action, extending a branch upon which a green gourd hung. With a thunderous boom, a radiant light surged forth, the power of space roiling, and a blue teleportation passage was successfully established. Tao Ye, as the team leader, led 6 participating disciples from the sky mending pavilion into the passage. A flash of brilliance enveloped them, and they vanished deep within the back courtyard of the sky mending pavilion. Xiao Tian felt the tumultuous power of space around him. He was quite familiar with it. Whether it was the 6th or 7th child, both had connections to the spatial domain. Of course, the 7th child's techniques were more aligned with devouring. Theoretically, that precious gourd could absorb all things, consuming everything and transforming it into the most primordial essence for the 7th child to refine and enhance himself. This teleportation passage resembled a road forged from azure gold, adorned with various intricate runes, akin to stars dotting the vast cosmos, instilling a profound sense of security and an aura of mystery and sanctity within everyone. This was the power of the sacrificial spirit stabilizing the passage. A sage, upon reaching that realm in the lower world, could forcibly open spatial passages, traversing millions of miles in a short time. This teleportation felt as if it took an eternity, yet also a mere instant. The concept of time became blurred, accompanied by the emergence of portals in the distance, twinkling like stars, as azure light surged forth and everyone was gently ushered out of the spatial passage. The distance from the sky mending pavilion to the 100 Mountains was 180,000 miles, and it took less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to arrive here. This exemplified the might of the sacrificial spirit of the sky mending pavilion, a deity that once ruled and exerted pressure over this land. Due to the advanced age of the ancestral spirit, it had rarely displayed divine might in recent centuries. Seeing the astonished gazes of everyone, Tai could not help but stroke his beard with pride. Xiao Tian sighed, realizing that the high-ranking members of the sky mending pavilion seemed unaware that the sacrificial spirit's gourd vine was nearing its end. The original narrative unfolded similarly, with the 4 great sages ultimately besieging the sacrificial spirit and many hostile forces taking advantage of the chaos, leading to the downfall of the sky mending pavilion. Certainly, This time Xiao Tian was genuinely unaware that due to his fusion with the 7 babies' innate talent origin panel at the spirit gourd vine of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, some peculiar phenomena had occurred, which yielded significant rewards for the spirit gourd vine. If he could obtain the Fountain of Youth, there might be a possibility for the spirit to relive another life. Indeed, his cultivation could potentially advance further. Remarkable! Sure Hao exclaimed in admiration. The other 4 prodigies from the Heaven-Mending Pavilion also voiced their astonishment. Why can't I see any mountains? Where is the 100 Broken Mountain range? Xiao Tian casually remarked, seeking to assert his presence. In truth, he had already sensed that the team from the Deer Hunting Academy had also arrived, resting and waiting in the ancient city ahead. The City of Void was situated upon an ancient land, once home to an immensely glorious ancient kingdom that ruled over endless territories, boasting a population exceeding 100 billion. However, due to a great war, it was obliterated by the passage of time, and the spirits of that kingdom perished as well. This fate mirrored the calamity currently faced by the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, a formidable force exerting pressure over countless lands, should the spirit of the ancient gourd vine perish. This lineage that has persisted since antiquity would surely vanish into oblivion. The City of Void was exceedingly ancient. It gradually developed into a city from the emergence of the 100 Broken Mountain range, once belonging to the obliterated kingdom and now a part of the territory of the Stone Kingdom. As the day of the 100 Broken Mountain range's opening approached, the current City of Void was not only bustling but also perilous, a mingling of various races and creatures. The streets were alive with the sounds of commerce, flanked by numerous shops selling an array of goods. The inhabitants of this place, having lived through generations, were well acquainted with the world. Aside from ordinary people selling daily necessities, there were cultivators peddling precious beast bones, aged medicinal herbs, and weaponry. Xiao Tian, with a blue baby in hand, walked alongside the female warrior, trailed by 2 esteemed elders from the Deer Hunting Academy, accompanied by 7 disciples. Similar to the situation in the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, some disciples from the Deer Hunting Academy, like Shi Yi and Hua Linger, chose to follow their kin into the 100 Broken Mountain range. Why is the female warrior here as well? Some individuals had lost their dignity. Without her escort, he wouldn't enter the 100 Broken Mountain range. Along the way, Xiao Tian witnessed numerous humans harnessing carts, carrying litters, and fierce beasts riding in vehicles. In a more astonishing scene, a person was seen carrying a young fire god bull on their back. It was said that this young fire bull was out for training and had encountered several dragon horses, ridden by 3 humans exuding a formidable aura akin to celestial steeds, inspiring awe in the beast tribes. Xiao Tian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, momentarily unable to recall that the difference between carrying and riding was merely a letter apart. Yet the meanings diverged vastly. However, upon reflection, it seemed that for mounts, the significance might be somewhat similar, having once been ridden by a human. As Xiao Tian passed by, he secretly swallowed hard many times, captivated by the pure-blooded descendants of the ancient species, such as the fire god bull, the golden-winged roc, and the pure-blooded Pishio. Beautiful. Once I emerge from the 100 Broken Mountain, I shall certainly lend you my assistance in reaching the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm, Xiao Tian proclaimed boldly. The other 7 disciples from the Deer Hunting Academy remained silent. They had already been thoroughly bested by Xiao Tian, now behaving with remarkable decorum. This time, entering the 100 Broken Mountain range, they would heed Xiao Tian's arrangements. Otherwise, even returning alive would result in their expulsion from the Deer Hunting Academy. Those who did not leave were without status or background, with some directly being the personal disciples of the Academy as esteemed elders, who dared not defy orders. Furthermore, Xiao Tian was indeed formidable. Even when they combined their efforts, they could not touch the hem of his garment before being defeated. The old dean did not oppose Xiao Tian's pursuit of the female warrior. They had all been warned by their respective masters that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Tian would likely become the future son-in-law of the Deer Hunting Academy, and the female warrior, Yumerin, was exceptionally talented, capable of achieving the status of a revered one. With Xiao Tian's superior talents, their union would epitomize a match made in heaven, a sight many esteemed elders of the Deer Hunting Academy would welcome. For the ancient beings, their primary concern lay in legacy and progeny. As long as their descendants were sufficiently outstanding to safeguard the Deer Hunting Academy, they could die with their eyes closed, even if they had already passed on. Chapter 34, The Little White Tiger. Xiao Tian never imagined that one day he would become the son-in-law of someone esteemed as a revered one in the eyes of others. All he needed now was a protagonist to come forth, challenge him, and steal the heart of the female warrior. Contemplating this, Xiao Tian couldn't help but shake his head, realizing how absurd his thoughts were, as if plucked from the pages of a novel. "Hey kid, what are you staring at? Why are you shaking your head?" At that moment, a white tiger sat atop a jade litter, making its way down the street. As it passed by Xiao Tian, it suddenly let out an enraged roar. Xiao Tian was taken aback, never expecting to be confronted by a little white tiger. Had he ever even looked at it? "We at the Deer Hunting Academy fear no one. Little white cat, you've grown accustomed to being arrogant at home. Do you not realize where you are? Is this a place for your antics?" Just then, the female warrior stepped forward, her aura brimming with killing intent, declaring, "In this lower realm, unseen by the realm of divine fire, the heaven-mending pavilion may have fallen, but the Deer Hunting Academy is currently thriving, unafraid of any forces." Moreover, Xiao Tian was, in name, her half-husband. The female warrior-esque character was such, she was not one to rebel. Her grandfather had chosen Xiao Tian, and the elders of the Deer Hunting Academy were satisfied with him. Besides, Xiao Tian was indeed exceptional, and she was no match for him. That was sufficient. Xiao Tian was already considered her man, even if he was still young. This would change in a few years. Such was the nature of the female warrior, strong, decisive, and unafraid to love or hate, eschewing any muddled entanglements. Otherwise, she would not have earned the title of female warrior. The white tiger, feeling the pressure of the female warrior-esque cultivation in the spirit transformation realm and the renown of the Deer Hunting Academy, faltered in its arrogance. "The Deer Hunting Academy is quite formidable. Our young master hails from the West Ridge Beast Mountain. If the mountain does not turn, the waters shall flow. There will be a day we meet again." The charioteer, an elderly human, spoke without fear. "You coward hiding behind a woman. We shall meet again after entering the 100-broken mountain," the little white tiger coldly retorted, before the charioteer urged the carriage away. "Thank you, fair maiden. I truly dislike such verbal disputes, and this is not the time for conflict. When I emerge, I shall bring you the primordial treasure bone of the white tiger." Xiao Tian leaned closer to the female warrior, speaking earnestly. "Be cautious. There is no need to engage in such futile quarrels. Safety comes first. Surviving within is essential for the future. My grandfather was not the most outstanding when he entered the 100-broken mountain, yet he is now a revered one. Do not forget his advice," the female warrior admonished with seriousness. "Rest assured, I have already unlocked the 10 caves, which is why I can contend with you." Xiao Tian conveyed telepathically, "I have long suspected that it is not so easy to fight across realms. I only advanced to the spirit transformation realm after breaking through the 8 caves in the cave realm," the female warrior replied, casting Xiao Tian a sidelong glance and communicating telepathically. Witnessing the intimate exchange between the two esteemed elders from the Deer Hunting Academy couldn't help but chuckle. As for whether Xiao Tian could defeat the little white tiger, they had no doubts. If the female warrior, at her spirit transformation realm, could not best Xiao Tian, then even when she teamed up with her ancient beast mount, she would still be subdued by him. During the month at the Deer Hunting Academy, there were grand skirmishes every 3 days and minor ones every 2. The female warrior was exhausted from her numerous defeats, and the Academy's elders were thoroughly entertained. Their princess, the female warrior, had been utterly overwhelmed, suffering terribly. They speculated that pure-blooded fierce beast offspring, even in the cave realm, might not necessarily stand a chance against Xiao Tian. This little white tiger, though perhaps of purer bloodline, was certainly not a pure-blood white tiger cub. Even the other 7 disciples of the Zhulu Academy, comprising 4 males and 3 females, gazed silently at the retreating figure of the white tiger in solemnity. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by Xiao Tian, so powerful that it instilled a sense of despair within them, rendering them hesitant to even aspire to match his prowess. They also recognized his vindictive nature. Within Zhulu Academy, he meticulously scrutinized every junior and senior disciple, challenging those who spoke ill of him every 5 days. His intent was not to inflict lasting harm, but rather to administer painful lessons that would ensure their injuries would heal just in time for the next encounter. Bai Yinkong and senior brother Lu Chuan, who admired the female war goddess, were challenged by Xiao Tian again just before his departure from the academy. They seemed to believe that they were on the cusp of victory, eagerly anticipating his return from the 100 Broken Mountains for another bout. In truth, many had once harbored similar thoughts, only to be left in despair. These 7 individuals held a unique status. Their master had stated that even the senior sister, the female war goddess, was no match for Xiao Tian. Hence, their formerly rebellious and impetuous spirits had been tempered, leading them to speak less and observe more as they journeyed. "Let us return and rest, adjusting our states earnestly. This place is ill-suited for conflict. If we provoke the younger ones, the elders will only be troubled. All matters can be settled upon entering the 100 Broken Mountains, Xiao Tian murmured in a lowered voice. Indeed, the female war goddess concurred, recognizing the futility of further wandering. Two elders of the Zhulu Academy, one stout and the other slender, exchanged a glance, both reflecting satisfaction in their eyes. They were increasingly impressed by Xiao Tian's formidable abilities and his restraint, and they almost wished to see their granddaughter wed to him. The little white tiger was indeed furious. Just moments ago, while it had ventured outside, several disciples from the Repair Pavilion had mocked it for having a master. This indignation was etched in its heart, vowing that upon entering the 100 Broken Mountains, it would consume these disciples entirely. Now, encountering the Zhulu Academy disciples was an affront too great to bear. That woman, the female war goddess? It recalled the words of its servant and protector, who had conveyed that she was among the most exceptional of the younger generation of humanity, the current senior sister of the Zhulu Academy. At this moment, it was clear that it was no match for her. Just wait. Once we enter the 100 Broken Mountains, I shall ensure that the disciples of Zhulu Academy meet the same fate, it resolved. Xiao Tian found the situation rather absurd, for he possessed only two bodies and had already clashed with the ancient beast, the little white tiger, twice due to his affiliations with two different factions. Was this a peculiar twist of fate? Meanwhile, trouble was bound to arise from the Repair Pavilion, and there was no need for excessive caution. Xiao Tian and Shan Hai trailed behind, accompanied by the other four disciples, meandering through the streets. As they stepped onto the thoroughfare, they encountered two factions of young nobles, reminiscent of the foolish Jiao Peng from the past. The two groups, each numbering in the dozens, began to clash right in the middle of the street, unleashing runes that transformed into weapons, spectral beasts, and surging waves of energy, creating a tempestuous atmosphere. What a pack of frogs at the bottom of a well. If they truly possess the capability to battle in the 100 Broken Mountains, they would do well to exercise restraint. Their impulsiveness will only serve to benefit others, remarked a youth sipping tea at a window seat on the second floor of a nearby tea house, visibly disturbed by the commotion. Mind your own business, fool. Who are you calling a fool? The two factions snapped back, their attention drawn to the tea-drinking youth. Unaware of the consequences, the youth replied coolly, and, at that moment, a 5-colored spirit sparrow perched on his shoulder transformed into a radiant rainbow light. It opened its mouth, conjuring a terrifying 5-colored vortex, poised to engulf the dozens of young nobles. With a swift motion, Xiao Tian unfurled his paper fan, causing the 5-colored vortex to dissipate, preventing the young nobles from being consumed before his eyes. The bewildered spirit sparrow returned, recalling that it had already devoured others. The narrowly escaped youths were left trembling in fear, too terrified to linger any longer. The tea-drinking youth furrowed his brow, but said nothing further, hastily setting down his teacup and departing. Brother, why did you save them? They brought this upon themselves. If they fail to learn from their mistakes, they will only meet their demise, Shan Hai remarked. I spared them because I detest witnessing ferocious beasts and malevolent creatures consume humans before my eyes. As for their future, it is not my concern. I am not their guardian, Xiao Tian replied. The four senior disciples from the Repair Pavilion were struck with astonishment. They had not perceived Xiao Tian's prowess until now, finding him to be as formidable as the rumor suggested. Infuriating, Shan Hai exclaimed upon spotting a flyer being distributed on the street, bearing his likeness from the time he was in the void divine realm, with a bounty placed on his head, promising rare treasures, bone tomes, and spiritual herbs as rewards. The timing of the 100 Broken Mountains opening was impeccable, as it was rumored that 3 exceptional talents had emerged among humanity, one a born saint with dual pupils, another shrouded in mystery who had bested the first dual pupil individual upon entering the void divine realm, and lastly, the youngest and most renowned, referred to as the Bear Child, whose head was being hunted by numerous human factions. A towering treant, standing at nearly 30 feet, spoke up, its limbs resembling those of a human. Its bark-like skin a deep green, with a head resembling a tree stump adorned with paper strips and leaf for hair. Its eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and its massive maw was filled with fearsome fangs, resembling serrated edges. Humans, masters of intrigue and deceit, failing to protect their talents while seeking to extinguish them. What a foolish endeavor. A winged youth, standing 3 meters tall with thunderous purple wings, interjected, rather than waste such potential. It would be better to capture them as my servants. I have already acquired 4 beautiful human female geniuses as handmaidens and 12 robust male human geniuses as guards, each one a prodigy from the vast populace of humanity. Just then, a figure emerged, 2 meters tall, clad in azure armor. bearing an appearance closely resembling that of a human, with lustrous purple hair that shimmered beautifully. His face was almost human, handsome yet marred by a golden horn protruding from his forehead, and as he spoke, his mouth revealed a pair of fang-like incisors that appeared menacing. You have amassed quite the collection of servants and handmaidens, but that human bear-child is mine. If humanity does not want him, I shall claim him. He will become my servant. Spread the word that this human genius should follow me, for one day he may reign over boundless territories, carve out his domain, and settle scores with his enemies. A colossal golden lion, standing 4 meters tall with a shoulder height exceeding 2 meters, approached, its golden mane dazzling and radiant. Remarkably, this lion possessed 9 heads, one large head flanked by 4 smaller ones on either side. Each head was vividly expressive, exuding overwhelming power and a commanding presence that sent shockwaves through the air as it spoke. This was the legendary 9-headed lion, whose collective roar could cause mountains to crumble, rivers to dry, and forests to turn to ash. As the 9-headed lion's words echoed, many human powerhouses passing through the street turned pale. Such occurrences were not unheard of. There were indeed human geniuses who had allied themselves with ancient beasts, ultimately rising to prominence and safeguarding vast stretches of human territory, earning reverence and worship. The few alien geniuses present also paled at the sight of the 9-headed lion, their expressions grave, reluctant to provoke such a formidable entity. Although the 9-headed lion was not pure blood, it was immensely powerful, boasting a purity of bloodline that reached 40%. As long as it did not fall prematurely, it was destined to become a venerable sovereign. Sure Hao's face turned as dark as a soot-laden pot. Even the ancient beast was vying to claim him as a servant. Let us maintain a low profile as we enter the 100 Broken Mountains. Whatever intentions you harbor can be pursued there. For now, it is trivial to dispatch a few younger ones. But should we attract the attention of elder monsters at the realm of array or sovereign level, we are not yet equipped to deal with them. With such idle thoughts, it would be far more prudent to retreat and cultivate, accumulating strength. Xiao Tian conveyed through sound transmission. Within the city of Duankong, conflicts erupted incessantly. Bloodshed was a constant occurrence. Sustaining injuries was a minor concern compared to the dread of being devoured and transformed into a delicacy for the ancient remnants. Xiao Tian had no desire to be a saint, rescuing others at every turn, nor did he wish to linger. Seeing the turmoil stirred an impulse to intervene, which would only disrupt his peace of mind. Better to return and immerse himself in cultivation, out of sight and out of mind. Everything would yield its resolution upon entering the Baiduan mountain range. To Xiao Tian's astonishment, this wait extended to a full half-month. As the journey to the Baiduan mountains leisurely dragged on, surpassing the usual delay by 10 days. This resulted in a gathering of unruly talents from various races within Duankong City, leading to escalating conflicts and bloodshed. Many unfortunate souls found themselves unable to enter the Baiduan mountains in time, becoming mere refuse for others. Half a month later, early in the morning, at the outskirts of Duankong City, where the distant horizon met the sky, the sun had yet to rise, yet a vast expanse of multicolored mist began to ascend, ethereal and elusive. Suddenly, a tremendous roar reverberated, causing the very fabric of the surrounding world to tremble, as if 2 ancient lands had collided, unleashing a torrent of spatial power, shrouded in chaos, while the spiritual essence of heaven and earth surged, accompanied by thunderous roars and unanticipated torrential downpours. Indeed, it rained spiritual essence, resembling the onset of an apocalypse. Within the city, many powerful individuals observed but dared not approach. There had been a revered one who attempted to venture close, only to be obliterated by the rampant thunder and spatial forces, leaving not a trace of their existence. An ancient mountain range gradually materialized, like a mirage, becoming increasingly distinct. All the elders were admonishing their descendants, while the youthful heroes and beastly progeny eagerly prepared, itching for the challenge ahead. Sure Hao was also preparing, pilfering pots, pans, knives, and seasoning from the backyards of affluent families, stuffing them into a large sack he had acquired, leaving behind a piece of jade as compensation. Xiao Tian stood a distance away, having already prepared his own cooking utensils, which he had stowed within his internal realm, nestled in the middle dantian. Truth be told, Xiao Tian believed that his slow growth over the years was primarily due to being hampered by the scarcity of cultivation resources. His internal realm still had the potential for further development. Junior brother, what on earth is that? Where did you procure such a large sack, taller than you? What's clanging inside it? Inquired 4 curious senior brothers and sisters from the Repair Pavilion, their expressions a mix of amusement. Li, do you know? a strikingly beautiful sister, with a visage surpassing many internet celebrities of her past life, directed her gaze at Xiao Tian. Although she had entered the Butian Pavilion 3 years prior, that mattered little now. Merit took precedence, and as they ventured into the Baiduan Mountains, they would need to rely on Xiao Tian, who was likely to become the master brother of the Butian Pavilion. Upon entering the Baiduan Mountains, you shall understand that these treasures are meant to enhance our survival. Xiao Tian replied. Meanwhile, all races were mobilizing, rushing to the walls of Duankong City. There were flying demon apes, airborne jade-skinned beings, towering golden giants, and a youthful figure resembling a white jade dragon, galloping with abandon. At that moment, everyone's objective was clear: to enter the Baiduan Mountains. The spatial fluctuations at the horizon had calmed, leaving only the ebb and flow of spiritual essence, resembling a tsunami as two worlds converged, with the spiritual essence leaking forth, creating a blanket of white mist. From a distance, it appeared tumultuous and fearsome, yet it posed little lethal threat. Even a body capable of lifting 50,000 pounds could withstand it. Some fierce beasts and alien races were particularly audacious. For instance, a 10-meter-tall, golden divine ape seized its grandson and hurled him towards the Baiduan Mountains, the little divine ape vanishing into the white mist, seizing the opportunity. Next, creatures of the sky and ground raced forward, each vying to reach the Baiduan Mountains first. Xiao Tian beheld black butterflies adorned with silver patterns, radiant crimson dragons, and golden-winged rocks soaring past, alongside a massive jade spider bounding along the path. A lively spectacle indeed. He also spotted his sixth brother, who was protecting the individuals from the Zulv Academy. The female warrior appeared somewhat delicate at that moment, eagerly anticipating Xiao Tian's emergence, as she likely would not depart without him. As the crowd thickened, the mist of spiritual essence was absorbed, revealing the situation behind the haze. A colossal portal loomed, soaring 1,000 feet high and over 600 feet wide. Yet, the entrance was congested, teeming with life. A glance revealed more than 30,000 beings, with many more behind them, pressing forward relentlessly. Naturally, among such a multitude of prodigious talents from the wilderness, it was uncertain how many would emerge alive. The survival rate was not high, often as low as 1 in 10. Clang, clang. Sure Hao trailed behind Xiao Tian, the clattering of utensils within the sack echoing. Even knowing the unfolding narrative, Xiao Tian was reluctant to walk alongside him. Brother, once we enter, which delicacy should we sample first? I think humanoid forms would be unpalatable, and consuming those who were once human is out of the question. Sure Hao transmitted. Choose as you please. Your happiness is what matters, Xiao Tian replied. Brother, lend me a treasured item so I can carry some provisions. It's truly inconvenient otherwise, Sure Hao implored. This is childhood. While I possess spatial equipment and could hold it for you, I must refrain. It's worth it to create a lasting impression of your childhood. Once you grow up, you will understand, Xiao Tian stated. But brother, I feel that recalling this will be quite embarrassing when I grow up, Sure Hao murmured. Fear not. You won't be the one embarrassed. The discomfort lies with others. Just look at Elder Taye's flushed face, and behold me as well. Keep your distance from me, lest anyone assumes we are affiliated, Xiao Tian advised. Sure Hao immediately felt disheartened, unwilling to continue engaging with his spendthrift brother, perceiving it as a deliberate attempt to mock him. Wait until we enter. Once you realize the ample benefits of my preparations, you won't think so anymore. This was a culinary skill he had learned from the ants in Stone Village. The abundance of ancient remnants within the Baiduan Mountains would surely make for delicious and nourishing sustenance, potentially unlocking 10 internal realms for him. Along the way, many cast peculiar glances at Sure Hao, who proudly puffed out his chest and declared, "This is a treasured item bestowed by the elders of the Butian Pavilion." Sure Hao then noticed Elder Tia, who was escorting them from behind, blushing like a monkey's backside. Indeed, he was unembarrassed, while others felt the shame. Consequently, many looked on with envy, and a beautiful sister approached, eager for a glimpse, though Sure Hao refused to let them see. Such treasures were not to be casually displayed. However, the young lad had truly gone astray. Xiao Tian observed him slapping the backsides of several young maidens, who were significantly more innocent compared to his own childhood antics. At the very least, he only targeted those he fancied, never laying a hand on others, nor speaking ill of them. Kiss me, and I shall show you. Sure Hao's chubby face flushed red. Dream on. The group of female cultivators dispersed in laughter. Dear friends, it is indeed commendable that the Butian Pavilion possesses such profound depth, remarked a passing elder from the Three-Eyed Clan, casting a glance at the sack and then at Taoya, smiling. Taoya looked skyward, unwilling to utter a single word. At long last, They reached the entrance, and with a swift motion, they passed through the grand portal. The air was thick with a rich, ethereal mist that obscured the path ahead. Suddenly, a violet rune materialized on Xiao Tian's forehead, transforming into a purple celestial eye, granting him clarity as he gazed forward. Hold hands and follow closely. Do not stray, he instructed. As long as you stay together and keep pace with me, I assure your safe passage out. Xiao Tian was more than willing to look after the disciples nurtured by the elders of the Repair Pavilion. It was a mere trifle for him. Furthermore, given his immense strength, he relished the idea of having a few cheerleaders by his side to exclaim in awe after he vanquished formidable foes. Otherwise, life would indeed be as lonely as the falling snow. Thus, leading the way, Xiao Tian guided his fellow seniors along a narrow pathway. Upon entering the portal, they encountered a myriad of branching passages, each leading to different realms within the Baidwan Mountain. Meanwhile, Shan Hai, preoccupied with taking advantage of the situation and bullying the eager disciples from various clans who approached to admire his treasures, lagged behind. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, he hastily caught up. Entering the passage necessitated haste. Otherwise, they risked encountering stragglers, which could lead to conflict. To avoid such confrontations, everyone pushed forward with all their might. None wished to engage in battle amidst the vast, white mist. Time grew nebulous as they traversed the teleportation space for an indeterminate duration. Just as a glimmer of light appeared ahead, they suddenly emerged into a wide-open expanse, having exited the teleportation passage and entered the Baidwan Mountain. In an instant, they sensed that the spiritual energy in this realm was far denser than that found in the core area of the Repair Pavilion, the Genius Camp, or even the Elders' abodes. Taking a deep breath felt as if it could enhance their cultivation by a fraction. The richness of the heavenly essence was almost palpable, resembling a natural sanctuary for cultivation. It was no wonder that a tide of spiritual energy formed here, exponentially denser than that outside. The 36th chapter unfolds with the phrase, "In my left hand, a bear, in my right, a goat," with the two worlds connecting and the spatial passage intertwining. It was only natural that some of the heavenly essence from the Baidwan Mountain would flow into the desolate domain, creating such extraordinary tides. Although referred to as the Baidwan Mountain, within it lay an entire world, vastly unexplored, as no one had thoroughly mapped its expanse. Otherwise, it would not have easily accommodated hundreds of thousands of youths from various clans. The area where they were teleported revealed a shimmering lake, as clear as a mirror, with pristine waters reflecting the depths below, veiled by wisps of mist. It exuded a profound spiritual essence, akin to a fog of vitality, ethereal and enchanting, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. A gentle breeze brushed past, carrying the intoxicating fragrance of ancient herbs, invigorating the senses. Based on Xiao Tian's experience, the source of this aroma was likely a medicinal herb at least 800 years old. In the distance, the furious roars of wild beasts could be heard, confirming that others were already engaged in battle to harvest spiritual herbs. Gazing into the distance, they beheld towering peaks, shrouded in clouds and vibrant hues, resembling celestial abodes. With spiraling vines and lush greenery, dewdrops glistened on the leaves, embodying the essence of heaven and earth. Here, one could indulge in the celestial delicacies and drink from the morning dew, truly a sanctum akin to a fairyland. Ah, for spiritual herbs! Exclaimed Yang Ying, a senior sister from the Repair Pavilion, her excitement palpable. Mine, all mine, shouted little Shan Hai, brimming with enthusiasm. However, instead of rushing towards the spiritual herbs, he dashed toward a verdant, dripping tree beside them. With a resounding crack, he lunged forward like a humanoid beast, toppling the tree with a swift kick, which transformed into a tree spirit, letting out a mournful wail before quickly disintegrating into fragments. Xiao Tian approached, his eyes gleaming with interest. He delivered a kick to the tree spirit, commanding, "Stop playing dead. Come together at once. From now on, you shall follow me. Wherever I rest, you shall transform into a great tree to provide me shade. And do not even think of escaping. You cannot flee." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath him cracked, and he leaped over a mountain, landing atop a small, horned bear that Shan Hai was chasing. With a single finger, he pierced through its skull, effortlessly slaying it. The tree spirit trembled in fear, its essence nearly escaping in fright. The other disciples exchanged glances, terror etched across their faces. As a dawning realization began to settle in, Shan Hai, still lamenting his lost bear paw, squinted at the scene, his eyes narrowing like crescent moons. "Da Hong, you cannot escape. Come to the pot," he bellowed, startling a hovering fire cloud sparrow, nearly causing it to plummet. Just then, a green moon soared overhead, and in a flurry, the sparrow managed to tilt its head, but its wing was severed, leaving it with only its head intact as it plummeted from the sky. Do not kill Da Hong. Keep it as our lookout for other prey. Xiao Tian shouted. Yes, do not kill me. I am willing to do anything. I can fly, serve as a mount, and help you find firewood for roasting meat and provide illumination. The fire-cloud sparrow pleaded, terrified at the sight of 3 ancient remnants having been slaughtered. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian had seized a golden goat with his hands and was dragging a purple camel back towards the lakeside. Upon entering, he had already utilized his celestial eye to spot several hidden figures preparing for treachery. Had they not been ruthless, they would have been the ones slaughtered, and their treasures would have become spoils for these fierce beasts. Returning to the scene, the tree spirit hastily rejoined its severed parts, employing its racial secret techniques to heal itself. As a plant-based entity, it possessed a resilient vitality, making it difficult to kill. It scampered over to Xiao Tian, awaiting his orders. Xiao Tian retrieved a kitchen knife from his domain, a golden blade adorned with engravings of birds, beasts, insects, fish, and various herbs, appearing simple yet timeless. Next, he summoned his silver cauldron, transforming it into a 2-meter diameter vessel, and instructed the fire cloud sparrow and the tree spirit to fill it with water from the lake and prepare a fire. The tree spirit immediately lifted the silver cauldron with vines, filling it with water, while the fire cloud sparrow quickly unleashed a stream of fire to heat the water. Xiao Tian then produced a large cutting board, measuring 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide, and with a flourish of a knife in his hand, he began to prepare the ingredients. The horned bear, with its sleek black fur resembling flames, stood at 5 meters tall. However, under the influence of his divine abilities, it was reduced to 0.5 meter. He skillfully skinned it and processed its innards, feeding them to the fire cloud sparrow. Despite its injuries, the sparrow accepted the offerings without hesitation, recognizing it as a rare opportunity to replenish its strength, as the horned bear belonged to the ancient remnants. The unfortunate fire cloud sparrow desperately wished to reclaim its wings, but Shan Hai denied it that privilege, forcing it to temporarily use its magical abilities to staunch the bleeding. Soon, its wings were being plucked by the diminutive figure. The feathers and entrails of the horned bear were all offered to the tree spirit, which had transformed into a great tree, providing shade for Xiao Tian, who could not show favoritism. Xiao Tian wielded his knife with terrifying skill, rapidly dismembering the bear, preserving its paws for roasting. The pitiful horned bear, an ancient remnant of the Shan Hai Jing, left behind its primal treasure bones. But Xiao Tian deemed them unworthy and casually discarded them into his domain. Next, he turned his attention to the golden, 2-headed goat, its body shimmering like a work of art, measuring 3 meters in length and over 2 meters tall at the shoulder. He proceeded to skin it, discarding the head and hooves, feeding them to the fire cloud sparrow and the tree spirit. Lastly, he approached the purple camel, which still bore its primal treasure bones, revealing an unusual violet hue. It was a fierce beast from the ancient records of the Shan Hai Jing. As Shan Hai presented the 4 ancient herbs, Xiao Tian promptly utilized them as ingredients, following the culinary guide of the Shan Hai Jing. The single-horned bear and camel meat were ideal for stewing, while the double-headed golden sheep lent itself perfectly to roasting whole. The Shan Hai Jing's bloodline remnants of yaks were also present. The wings of the fire cloud sparrow, measuring an impressive 2 meters in length, were roasted as well. Throughout this process, Xiao Tian took the opportunity to impart knowledge to Shan Hai, encouraging him to learn diligently. The fire cloud sparrow, an ancient relic itself, descended from the illustrious lineage of the vermilion bird. Shan Hai, salivating at the prospect, gathered the 4 disciples from the Repair Pavilion to cleanse the pots and pans, preparing for their feast. Perhaps it was the flames of the stew or the peculiarity of the pot, but within 5 minutes, an irresistible aroma of meat wafted through the air, all sourced from ancient species, each a treasure in its own right. The meat in the cauldron is ready to be savored, Xiao Tian announced. Wonderful, let us indulge, Shan Hai exclaimed, filled with excitement, showing no hesitation in diving into the feast. The 2 female disciples, Yang Ying and Zhang Lulu, immediately seized their chopsticks and bowls, each taking a piece of single-horned bear meat and presenting it to Xiao Tian. Another, with her delicate hands, offered him a chunk of purple camel meat, saying, "Brother, please partake." "Thank you," Xiao Tian replied gratefully before digging in. "You too should join in as well." The tender, glistening meat, held in hand, radiated brilliance, a luminescent delicacy that, after Xiao Tian's expert preparation, possessed unique effects. It melted in the mouth, a divine essence flooding into every limb and sinew. a feast for the senses, rich in flavor and nourishment. Moments later, Xiao Tian's meticulously roasted whole sheep was ready, its meat glistening with a rich, reddish marinade. Aromatic and tantalizing. As the sizzling sound of the roast filled the air, a drop of hot oil trickled down the succulent meat's surface. When sliced, the interior revealed a golden sheen that dazzled the eyes and tantalized the palate, offering a taste that was neither greasy nor gamey, crisp on the outside, yet tender within. An exquisite delight that left one yearning for more. Xiao Tian and Shurho feasted heartily, wielding their chopsticks with speed, the meat dissolving instantly upon contact with their mouths. The tender stew vanishing rapidly. The newly joined companions, the fire-cloud sparrow and the treant, were equally thrilled to partake in this enticing dish, which had them drooling at the mere scent, a veritable treasure of flesh and essence. Within Xiao Tian, an abundance of divine essence surged forth, and, as it accumulated, he would gradually experience growth. The effects of the 4 spiritual herbs melded flawlessly with the broth, leaving neither Xiao Tian nor Shurho willing to waste a single drop. The 4 herbs, known as the red crystal orchid, resembled blood diamonds, their surfaces shimmering with brilliance, standing side by side after 800 years of growth. Yet comparable to a millennium-old herb, blood-red rings had already manifested upon them, indicating their 1,000-year potency, capable of aiding one in breaking through thresholds. The others had already consumed their portions and began to glow, the 4 disciples from the Repair Pavilion being strikingly handsome and beautiful, though their appetites were rather modest, collectively consuming less than a tenth of what Shurho had. Shurho, in turn, had only consumed a fifth of what Xiao Tian had devoured. As for the fire-cloud sparrow and the treant, known as Dahong and Dalu, being ancient relics and exotic beings, they feasted more than the 4 disciples, but still only about 1/7 of what Shurho had eaten. Now, the 4 disciples were glowing with vitality, having received an extraordinary boost, necessitating their retreat for refinement. They had already opened 5 celestial realms, and this time, they might very well unlock a 6th. The fire-cloud sparrow was enveloped in flames, its wings, severed by Shurho, regrowing rapidly, not only healing but also strengthening. The treant experienced a similar recovery, appearing poised for a breakthrough, also on the verge of opening a 6th celestial realm. This gave Xiao Tian a clearer understanding of the talents entering this domain, most being on the threshold of their 6th celestial realm. However, the double-headed golden sheep had already unlocked its 7th celestial realm, only to fall victim to Xiao Tian, becoming a prime source of nourishment. Meanwhile, the fearsome reputation of Xiao Tian and Shurho spread swiftly, reaching a mountain where ancient pines stood tall and verdant, their trunks winding like dragons and towering over 30 meters, their needles gleaming with metallic luster, as if they were on the cusp of sentience. Here, several beings gathered, engaged in fervent discussion. Have you heard? The prodigies of the treant race, the fire-cloud sparrow, the single-horned bear, the purple camel, and the double-headed sheep have all been hunted down by 2 ruthless human prodigies, reduced to mere ingredients. Just moments ago, I caught a whiff of that enticing roasted meat from afar. Do treants even taste anything? Their meat is so dry, remarked one incredulous being. Those 2 human prodigies hardly resemble humans. They seem more like the offspring of some pure-blooded ferocious beasts, another cautioned. Let us proceed with caution. Perhaps band together or seek refuge with some top-tier talents for mutual support. A multitude of beings, including double-headed and winged races, as well as ancient relics, congregated in discussion. Chapter 37. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn. A being from the spiritual silver race, entirely enveloped in dazzling light, stood out with silver eyes that shone fiercely, and cascading silver hair reminiscent of a starry sky. This creature, a member of the powerful spiritual race, gazed towards the direction of Xiao Tian and his companions from a distance, hesitant to approach, while confident in his ability to easily suppress a single strong human youth. He knew that facing 2 together would be a different matter entirely, potentially resulting in humiliation. It would be wiser to ally with the 9-headed lion, who had shown interest in the bear cub. Thus, he resolved to capture another prodigy from Repair Pavilion as a servant. On another front, Xiao Tian, accompanied by his 7 small followers from the Zhu Lu Academy, entered the 100 Broken Mountains, being among the first to arrive. Upon entry, they were transported directly to a peach grove. Xiao Tian's expression shifted as he instructed, "Leave this place. No one is to speak or resist." In the next moment, he extended his hand, swiftly grasping the 7 disciples, each shrinking to the size of mung beans. Fortunately, the first child's innate abilities allowed for a connection of intent. enabling the sixth child to utilize similar powers, albeit not as freely as the first. With this connection, the sixth child had also opened his 11th celestial realm, possessing abilities akin to the heavenly eye. In an instant, the sixth child transformed into a shadow, vanishing from the grove and swiftly escaping. If he was correct, this area was one of the most perilous regions of the 100 Broken Mountains, home to a fearsome monkey king at the level of a ray formation. Once Xiao Tian departed, a group of monkeys appeared in the spot they had just vacated, bewildered. Although they sensed an unfamiliar presence, upon arrival, they found nothing amiss. Xiao Tian led the disciples from Zhu Lu Academy away, journeying thousands of miles, distancing themselves from the Monkey King's territory. Along the way, they encountered few precious herbs, as the monkeys had harvested them for brewing. It was not yet the time to provoke the Monkey King, lest he go mad prematurely and disrupt their hunting endeavors. After a full day of travel, having crossed over 10,000 miles away from the Monkey King's domain, Xiao Tian released his companions, casually skinning a 5-colored deer and a qizhen he had hunted along the way. The qizhen, a mythical beast from Huaxia folklore, resembled a red leopard with 5 tails and 1 horn. Its sound akin to stones clashing, as described in the Shan Hai Jing. These 2 ancient relics had been effortlessly captured by Xiao Tian, who sought vengeance for the more than 20 human prodigies slain by them. However, now Xiao Tian had avenged those fallen comrades. To expedite their journey, he swiftly dispatched the 2 ancient relics and also harvested 6 spiritual herbs, affirming that the 100 Broken Mountains were indeed a treasure-laden land. Brother, who are they? As the esteemed disciple of the Grand Elder of the Deer Hunting Academy, Jiang Ming approached with astonishment. In our desperate flight, we were unwittingly thrust into the perilous expanse of 100 Break Mountain, a veritable death trap. The headmaster provided a marked map, compelling me to guide you to safety, traversing a daunting distance of 10,000 miles, from morning until dusk, Xiao Tian explained. Thank you, senior brother, for your life-saving grace. Jiang Ming solemnly expressed his gratitude. Trusting his words, Xiao Tian had no reason to deceive them. The other disciples of the Deer Hunting Academy also voiced their thanks, lamenting their misfortune of being transported directly to a deadly locale. Without Xiao Tian, they had little confidence in their survival. The separation of the 7 brothers had its singular drawback, the inability to share energy. Thus, for the 6th brother to grow stronger, he needed to engage in hunting, be it for fleshly treasures or naturally occurring spiritual herbs, striving for ever greater prowess. Soon, with the assistance of 2 junior sisters from the Deer Hunting Academy, Xiao Tian completed the cooking. One sister wielded the fire cloud sparrow technique, while the other commanded the fire crow technique, both ancient and potent fire-based arts, ideally suited for igniting flames. Meanwhile, a senior brother adept in the Shin turtle technique was responsible for adding water and cleaning. In an effort to involve them, Xiao Tian made do without a pot, resorting to roasting their meal. His culinary efforts were simple, having only brought a modicum of salt to avoid arousing suspicion regarding the connection between his 2 bodies. Utilizing the treasure gourd imprint, he summoned a resplendent gourd adorned with purple patterns, which devoured the remnants of fur and teeth, refining them into a vital essence. It's ready to eat. Sometimes, arriving early proves fortuitous. Just then, a youth adorned with a multicolored sparrow perched upon his shoulder, flanked by over 10 other youths clad in ornate robes and armor, approached swiftly. One among them declared, "Fate has brought us together. Do you have any wine?" Xiao Tian sensed their imminent arrival too late to escape directly. You may be overthinking this. Those tales you've read are mere fantasies. Here in 100 Break Mountain, it's survival of the fittest. Out of kinship, seeing that you've toiled to prepare your feast, we shan't slay you. Merely depart at once, a youth in silver robes scoffed. Indeed, vacate immediately to avoid any change of heart on our part, a boy in bronze armor coldly added. In light of your mercy, allow me to make a request. Relinquish your multicolored sparrow and vanish from my sight, lest you face death, Xiao Tian replied, rising with a hearty laugh, shaking his head. The vibrant sparrow, already imbued with spirit, understood human speech. Xiao Tian, having encountered such fearsome creatures before, knew of their ferocity. Had it not been for his eldest brother's intervention a fortnight prior, this savage beast would have devoured over 20 people in one gulp. In the next moment, the multicolored spirit sparrow took flight, its beak agape as intricate 5-colored runes swirled, manifesting a terrifying vortex that engulfed Xiao Tian. Ignoring the sparrow's assault, he effortlessly leapt forward, seizing its head and gently crushing it, ending its life. Stop! The leading white-clad youth, agitated, shouted as he transformed into a radiant burst of 5-colored light. employing the ancient peacock technique to conjure a five-color divine sword aimed directly at Xiao Tian's head. Ancient relics are no trifles, Xiao Tian remarked coolly, extending two fingers, which shimmered with silvery divine light, effortlessly grasping the five-colored sword and reducing it to dust with a slight tremor. Then, with a resounding roar, he unleashed the Pu Lao technique, echoing like a dragon's roar mingled with a frog's croak. Behind him, a creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a frog, adorned with silver dragon scales and dragon claws, materialized, its lifelike presence filling the air. When it opened its mouth, a sound akin to a resounding gong reverberated, overwhelming the senses and shattering the eardrums of the 10 or so human youths surrounding them. As the wind swept through, their bodies crumbled to dust, as if eroded by the passage of eons. The clattering of fallen treasures echoed around them as Xiao Tian activated the treasure gourd to refine the sparrow's corpse into essence. He subsequently collected the scattered treasures, storing them in his mind's cave for future encounters with his eldest brother or to be gifted to his clan, enriching the Su family's resources. Xiao Tian's choice of the Deer Hunting Academy stemmed from a desire to shield his clan from calamity during his formative years. Firstly, his family, including his parents and grandparents, belonged to the Xiao Clan. Secondly, he had indeed drawn upon numerous cultivation resources from the clan, which had been procured through great effort by his kin. Given these circumstances, it was imperative not to join the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion under the name of Xiao Tian, as it might invoke misfortune upon the Xiao Clan. While in the Deer Hunting Academy, he had borrowed numerous spiritual herbs upon opening the 11th cave and aimed to repay this debt by gathering more herbs to bring back. All right, let us feast. After satisfying our hunger and thirst, we must swiftly seek out opportunities, Xiao Tian declared. Meanwhile, a prodigy of the Lingyin tribe encountered a genius of the Golden Horn tribe, and the two quickly formed an alliance to hunt down the human geniuses of the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion, intending to subjugate them as servants. The Golden Horn youth, immensely powerful, was accompanied by 4 beautiful maidens and 12 formidable guardians, all of whom were human geniuses with 5 cave openings or more, now reduced to mere servants. As these 2 formidable beings of ancient lineage approached, Xiao Tian seized the opportunity to send forth his 7th brother, believing that an additional presence would enhance their chances of collecting valuable treasures. However, after traversing a mere 300 miles, the 7th brother found himself surrounded by a group led by 2 striking figures, one covered in fine silver scales, possessing a remarkably handsome visage with alluring peach blossom eyes and flowing silver hair, and the other, a familiar face to Xiao Tian, who had previously sought to recruit Shan Hai as a servant, distinguished by golden horns and purple hair, along with vampiric fangs. Daring to venture alone in 100-break mountain? You must be a human genius. Here's your chance to become my servant, the Golden Horn youth remarked, eyeing the 7th brother with satisfaction. The form of the 7th brother mirrored Xiao Tian's previous life, with an unremarkable appearance. Standing at a modest height of 5 feet 7 inches, just an ordinary face in a crowd. I also extend you both the opportunity to become my servants. Xiao Tian responded with a gentle smile. Excellent. I particularly enjoy defiant subordinates, the Golden Horn youth replied. Jinjue, you already boast a plethora of followers. Why not cede this one to me? The Lingyin youth interjected. At that moment, the Lingyin youth stepped forward, declaring, I hail from an ancient lineage, bearing royal blood, and possess 8 cave openings. I consider myself equal to anyone here. Very well. This human is rather unattractive and does not meet my standards for servants. The Golden Horn youth replied nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Tian. Let me first see if you possess the qualifications to be my follower. The Lingyin youth exclaimed impatiently, unleashing a powerful punch that sent forth a silver torrent, violently crashing toward Xiao Tian, uprooting boulders and vegetation in its wake. In response, a violet symbol manifested on Xiao Tian's brow as he released a burst of violet divine light, akin to an indomitable violet sword that flickered momentarily, instantly disintegrating the Lingyin youth's arm, leaving behind a gaping hole in his chest. Continuing, Xiao Tian formed a seal with his hands, and a purple gourd materialized within his grasp. He uncorked the gourd and, addressing the youth of the Spirit Silver clan, commanded, Gather. And no, the Spirit Silver youth, filled with terror, struggled and shouted, yet was powerless to resist. Terrifying runes emanated from the purple gourd, resembling chains of violet light that ensnared him and drew him into the gourd. Damn it, all of you attack together. The youth from the Golden Horn clan bellowed. In the next moment, his followers launched a coordinated assault on Xiao Tian, unleashing an array of runes and artifacts from all directions, bombarding him relentlessly. Meanwhile, The golden horn youth turned and fled, having realized he had encountered an iron wall. He had sparred with the spirit silver youth and knew all too well of his formidable strength. He was no mere pretender. Gather, Xiao Tian roared, and the incoming runes and artifacts were swallowed completely, including those from the human followers who had dared to strike him. As for the golden horn youth, who had fled in disdain of his looks, could he truly escape? If his senses did not deceive him, his elder brother and Shan Hai were in that direction. Indeed, from a distance, Shan Hai spotted the uniquely horned, violet-haired youth and recalled the scene where the latter had vied to take him as a servant alongside a nine-headed lion. "Brother, wait for me. I shall slay this purple-haired fiend," Shan Hai shouted, as the radiant wings of a five-colored phoenix unfurled from his back. With a stomp, the ground beneath him shattered, and he flew and leaped as if teleporting, appearing before the golden horn youth. "Kneel before me. You sought to take me as your servant. Now I shall claim you as mine. You cannot attack me. I am being pursued by a powerful member of the three-eyed clan. A battle between us would only benefit them." The horned youth protested, clenching his fists as golden runes swirled rapidly between his fingers. He engaged Shan Hai in a fierce clash, only to find his arm numb and his shock palpable. "Three-eyed? What of it? I fear not even the four-eyed." Shan Hai roared, his youthful fury unabated, his raven hair flying as he circled the golden horn youth, striking swiftly. A resounding shout imbued with the power of the Pu Lao technique sent the golden horn youth reeling, stars dancing before his eyes. Xiao Tian, witnessing Shan Hai's fervor, stumbled slightly, his face darkening as if charred. Meanwhile, his seventh incarnation had already departed. "Do not kill him. Force him to annul the master-servant contract binding those 16 human followers," Xiao Tian urged his elder brother. To become another's servant meant being subject to their will, bound by a contract that could dictate life and death, thus allowing for total trust in their followers. Though Shan Hai had only opened 7 heavens while the golden horn youth had opened 8, it mattered not, as he soon shattered the youth's limbs, standing triumphant above him. "Annul the contract, and we shall let you go. Otherwise, death awaits," Xiao Tian declared. Faced with the specter of death, the golden horn youth acquiesced, relinquishing the sole imprint of the contract. As he did so, the imprints dispersed into the ether, liberating the 16 servants. "Very well, you may leave," Shan Hai remarked nonchalantly. "What a pity. You're merely human-shaped. How unappetizing." Upon hearing this, the golden horn youth felt an overwhelming sense of relief, having noticed the nearby tree folk youth, while the great red bird had flown off to lure and hunt. "I am willing to follow you, just like him," the golden horn youth, Jinju, declared suddenly, a chill coursing through him as he sensed imminent death if he left this place. In the meantime, Xiao Tian's 7th incarnation furrowed his brow, having released the 16 human youths from the gourd. Upon their emergence, 4 of the human maidens chose self-immolation. They had been captured under duress, bound to servitude, and now refused to continue living in such a state. Xiao Tian could surmise their ordeal as he observed the remaining 12 youths, only to find that 5 strikingly handsome individuals had also chosen to end their lives. "Alas, begone!" Xiao Tian's foot lashed out, and the golden horn youth's bones cracked audibly, akin to popping beans, as he was sent flying over 100 miles, landing amidst the caravan outside the mountains. Xiao Tian had indeed allowed him to depart. Any death inflicted upon him by others could not be construed as a breach of promise between himself and Shan Hai. A throng of talented individuals, over 40 in number, formed a cadre guarding a resplendent crimson chariot. With a flash, a beam of red light transformed into a flying sword, forged from phoenix blood and red gold. In an instant, the head of the figure, whose limbs had been shattered by Shan Hai and heavily wounded by Xiao Tian, was severed, as he was already in a semi-conscious state, unable to mount a defense. Then, a graceful and slender figure soared from the jade chariot, blood-red wings unfurling behind her, dazzling in brilliance. Her skin was as fair as snow, her face delicately sculpted, and her waif-like waist swayed like a serpent, captivating all who beheld her. "That is the Golden Horn clan prodigy, Jinju," someone exclaimed from the crowd. The bloodline of that clan was said to possess remarkable properties that could aid in the cultivation of fire-based techniques. And the golden horn itself was a valuable ingredient for alchemy, enhancing the mastery of such arts. A figure clad in black robes waved his hand, collecting the fallen corpse, which had been instantly charred at the wound, leaving not a drop of blood. Huolinger felt a surge of joy. This was indeed fortuitous news. Among her entourage were those skilled in alchemy, a group specially arranged by the Fire Emperor. She had entered the 100 Cuts Mountains to cultivate, solidifying her foundation, and gathering resources to strengthen herself. Thus was the reality. Some were born into privilege, even in a perilous place like the Hundred Cuts Mountains, while others faced near certain death. For Huolinger, this was merely a hunting ground. Everyone, you have stolen our brother's prey. Such behavior is exceedingly unfair. Just then, Xiao Tian and Shan Hai arrived, with Shan Hai fuming. Encountering Huolinger, a little heiress, was not an opportunity to be missed. That purple-haired fiend was severely wounded by my brother, Su Tian. Given his condition, he could not have fled far. Xiao Tian spoke calmly. Huolinger smiled charmingly, acknowledging the situation. When she had intervened, Jinju had shown no resistance. I shall not take advantage of you. Bring forth the purple cloud heart for them, she commanded, her voice melodious, reminiscent of the song of a phoenix. No one dared to protest. The essence of Jinju's blood and horn was of great significance to Huolinger, while the purple cloud heart, a treasure derived from the ancient creature, the purple cloud ferret, was equally precious. They recognized that the newcomers belonged to the Repair Pavilion, and with their princess training there, conflict was unlikely. Only the 4 senior disciples of Repair Pavilion and the tree folk remained silent, having clearly heard the agreement to let Jinju go, only to see him betrayed moments later for profit. Are you both disciples of Repair Pavilion? I do not recall seeing you before. Shan Hai joyfully accepted the purple cloud heart, contemplating a breakthrough, having already consumed 3 ancient species along with 4 spiritual herbs. He was on the verge of a breakthrough, and with this heart, he could directly open his 8th heaven. Xiao Tian had asserted from the outset that the purple-haired youth was his capture and his spoils, and he had no desire for the reward. Moreover, Xiao Tian needed more resources for his own breakthrough. A single purple cloud heart was of little use to him. We are all disciples. Shan Hai grumbled in dissatisfaction upon hearing Huolinger refer to Xiao Tian as senior brother and him as junior. You little chub, are you even 10 years old? How dare you call yourself senior brother? Huolinger teased, a smile playing at the corners of her lips as she turned to Shan Hai. Whoever enters first is the senior brother. I enter before you, thus I am your senior brother. Come, pay your respects, Shan Hai declared with an air of authority, as if he were an elder. Xiao Tian did not intervene. He was initially curious whether he would feel a stir of emotions upon encountering Huolinger and contesting with Shan Hai for her affections. However, upon their actual meeting, he discovered that he felt nothing at all. When he first laid eyes on the female warrior, an instinctive possessiveness surged within him, leading him to believe that she ought to be his woman. In contrast, the 16-year-old Huolinger left him rather indifferent. Her ancient, tranquil gaze and her striking long legs, serpentine waist, and exquisite features merely prompted him to glance at her a few extra times. Given this, he felt no internal conflict about pursuing Huolinger, as he had no feelings for her. In the perfect world, there was no shortage of unparalleled beauties. He was confident he would encounter someone who would truly captivate his heart. As for harboring a singular affection, he apologized, for he had not traversed into a Qiong drama. Besides, even those dramas could be quite convoluted. He admired demigods and semi-devils more. Nowadays, even female-centric novels were quite extravagant. Setting a modest goal, he resolved that he must not allow Shan Hai to surpass him. Wait, hold on. Was it you who maimed Jinju? Huolinger suddenly recalled, her voice tinged with astonishment. Jinju was renowned alongside the 9-headed lion, the feathered king, and the silver-blooded giant. Long before entering the 100 Broken Mountains, she had gathered ample knowledge about many formidable prodigies. Moreover, Jinju was not alone. He had 16 human prodigies serving as his attendants and bodyguards. Indeed, junior sister, do you now comprehend the might of your senior brother? Shan Hai boasted, lifting his chin and thumping his chest with pride. Xiao Tian could not help but chuckle. Little Shan Hai, at merely 8 years old, exhibited such a strong desire for recognition, a clear sign that he had encountered a girl he fancied. It was the nature of man. You mischievous child, I found you. Huolinger's large eyes sparkled with delight, her beautiful and delicate visage radiating pride. It was a simple deduction. Jinju was no mere empty name, but a genuine genius, and yet he had met with a crushing defeat. Don't spout nonsense. You are the mischievous one. Junior sister, I warn you not to wrongfully accuse the innocent. Shan Hai replied, blinking his large eyes defensively. Xiao Tian could hardly contain his laughter. The young brat had indeed met his match this time, being so easily identified by others in just a few exchanges. Fortunately, they were within the 100 Broken Mountains. Had it been outside, he would have been in grave danger. Chapter 39. The Happy Life of the Seventh Child. Let us go, Xiao Tian. Farewell, junior sister. May we collaborate again in the future. Xiao Tian stepped forward to divert the two's attention. Junior sister, until we meet again. Shan Hai promptly bid farewell, unwilling to entangle himself further with the tenacious little princess of the Fire Nation. Yes, senior brother, travel safely. After a moment's consideration, Huolinger chose not to pursue the matter further. Entering the 100 Broken Mountains was not for reminiscing, as everyone had their own affairs to attend to, and growth and strength were paramount. The other four authentic senior brothers and sisters of the Butian Pavilion had no intention of approaching. They certainly did not dare to be as casual with Huolinger as Xiao Tian and Shan Hai had been. After all, she was the most beloved daughter of the Fire Emperor, and Huolinger was the idol of many. Observing the 20 or so talented youths from the Fire Nation surrounding Huolinger, each one a prodigy in their own right, often of noble lineage, it was clear they were also her devoted protectors. Xiao Tian's seventh child interred the few who had perished, collecting their treasured artifacts into a gourd for refinement. As for that foolish member of the Spirit Silver tribe, he was directly refined into divine essence. The seventh child possessed a gourd capable of refining all things. A straightforward method of growth through devouring and refining, akin to the art of the sky-devouring demon. As for the 5 survivors, they naturally became Xiao Tian's followers. He planned to find an opportunity to integrate them into the Lu Deer Academy in the future, as all 5 were of prodigious talent. One had even opened 6 celestial domains at the tender age of 15, a genius rare among billions. Now, moving forward, the 3 of them would develop together. The first child would accompany Shan Hai to gain experience, mingling with the child of the world, encountering countless fortuitous opportunities without worries about sustenance. The 6th child possessed a precious map granted by the Lu Deer Academy, a map drawn from the old headmaster's explorations based on his memories. As for Xiao Tian's 7th child, he was free to roam wherever he pleased. The 7th child had also opened 11 celestial domains. Aside from the 1st and 6th children's talents and abilities being unrestricted, other magical techniques could be freely utilized. After 3 days of travel, Xiao Tian arrived at the entrance of an expansive valley, where he caught a distant whiff of fragrant spiritual herbs. He instructed his 5 followers to wait at a distance and suggested they dig a pit to conceal themselves. Then, employing the 6th child's innate ability, he traversed through the void and infiltrated the valley. At the rear of the valley lay a ravine, where a clear spring cascaded down, forming a 10-meter-wide river and a lake spanning 49 square kilometers in the valley center. The area was replete with wildflowers, their scents intoxicating. Had he not possessed a keen sense of smell, he would have struggled to discern the hidden spiritual herbs within. Among the treasures, there were 2,000-year-old blood diamond goji berries, each fruit the size of a glass bead, glistening red and exuding a rich fragrance, numbering well over 100. Additionally, there was a vast expanse of honeysuckle, some hundreds to thousands of years old, easily numbering in the hundreds. Unbelievable, indeed. How could such a wealth of treasures exist in this valley? At the very center stood a 3,000-year-old old herb, Schisandra, a tree so immense that 5 people would need to embrace it. Its verdant foliage was striking, and its bark resembled that of an ancient dragon. The Schisandra fruits, as large as longans, glowed a fiery red under the sun, radiating brilliant crimson light. With possibly over 1,000 fruits densely clustered, Xiao Tian was certain that this valley was extraordinary, with such an abundance of spiritual herbs. The absence of harvesters indicated its uniqueness. Indeed, he soon observed white bones emerging from the grass beneath his feet. The skeletal remains glimmering, clearly remnants of a powerful ancient creature. The beast's bones were colossal. Based on his culinary experience, they belonged to a creature over 10 meters long. Buzzing. Just then, a fist-sized golden bee flew past where Xiao Tian stood, suggesting that the 6th child's abilities had inadvertently leaked their presence, attracting the valley's master. Xiao Tian contemplated, gazing downwards. A purple fissure opened between his brows, piercing through illusions and revealing the enormous hive beneath the thick soil, extending over 1,000 meters underground and containing more than 30 layers. He estimated that this valley housed thousands of golden bees. Was this the secret of the place? It was terrifying. Even the divine Monkey King would likely refrain from provoking these golden bees. Upon inspection, he noticed within the hive bees of the inscription realm, each as large as a basin, all male, their bodies seemingly forged from gold, their backs adorned with dark, glimmering stingers that instilled dread in any who beheld them. Most importantly, at the center of the golden hive lay a queen bee, as large as a grinding disc, peacefully slumbering. The aura emanating from her was undoubtedly that of the formation realm. Everything became clear, from the ground above and below. Various bones of fierce beasts and demonic birds were strewn about, along with human remains. This was a valley of devouring, where one could enter but never exit. Fortunately, Xiao Tian traversed through the void, avoiding disturbing the flora, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yet, Xiao Tian was unwilling to leave empty-handed. Having spotted several golden ginseng plants, each at least 2,000 to 3,000 years old, the spiritual herbs here seemed more challenging to become sacred medicines compared to those outside. Such ancient herbs had not yet reached the level of sacred medicine. The Butian Pavilion had lost an 800-year-old black evil lotus to Shurhao, which had already been classified as a quasi-sacred medicine. However, the essence of heaven and earth contained within these herbs was precisely what Xiao Tian needed. Upon leaving the valley, he found himself at a loss regarding how to deal with the 5 burdens he had rescued. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Tian took out his gourd and swiftly enveloped the 5 individuals within it, not for the purpose of refining them, but rather to provide them with a temporary sanctuary. He then returned to the valley, this time shrinking to the size of a flea and infiltrating the interior of the spiritual fruit, resembling a maggot as he began to voraciously consume and refine the fruit's medicinal properties. Eating was indeed the right course of action. He had unwavering confidence in his own abilities. As the day elapsed, Xiao Tian had ingested over 100 5-flavored fruits, which grew at the very heart of the underground hive. Even the golden bee, in its wildest imaginings, could never conceive that someone could shrink to the size of a fruit worm and, with the aid of divine powers, infiltrate the fruit to pilfer its essence. After a night had passed, he devoured an additional 200 fruits. Feeling somewhat overindulged, he sensed a genuine breakthrough approaching. Buzzing. At that moment, a golden soldier bee of the spirit transformation realm widened its eyes in disbelief at the sight of Xiao Tian, who was now perched atop a 5-flavored fruit, clutching his stomach like a little person or a tiny worm. Before the golden soldier bee could launch an attack, Xiao Tian made the first move, summoning the purple gourd from his brow to devour the creature, absorbing it into the gourd's refining area. The gourd was partitioned into 2 segments. One served as a storage space, capable of containing living beings, with a diameter of 200 meters in the first layer. The second layer was even more expansive, stretching to a diameter of 400 meters, where anything that entered would be refined into divine essence by the yin-yang forces contained within, thus nourishing Xiao Tian's cultivation. Naturally, as Xiao Tian's strength grew, so too would the gourd's power and capacity. Having completed this task, Xiao Tian promptly slipped into the void, hastily departing from the valley. He was determined. Everything here belonged to him, including the royal jelly, which was an essential ingredient for barbecuing. He even coveted the hive of golden bees, envisioning the possibility of subduing them and keeping them close at hand for honey at any time. As soon as Xiao Tian left, the valley reverberated with a hum as hundreds of golden bees emerged, surrounding the area in search of the thief who had disturbed their medicinal bounty. Unfortunately, after a thorough search, they could only buzz angrily, unable to locate the perpetrator. Xiao Tian traversed thousands of miles after leaving the Bee Valley, seeking a mountain peak where he captured a spirit transformation realm azure-scaled eagle that had previously dominated the summit. He entered the mountain's core and constructed a stone chamber, 3 rooms and a hall, because life must possess a sense of ritual. The earth and stone were directly absorbed into the gourd for refinement. After accomplishing this, Xiao Tian adorned 7 fist-sized luminous pearls and entered a state of secluded cultivation. He aimed to see if he could unlock the 12th cave heaven, as he felt that after integrating the 3rd gourd baby's innate origin panel, he had surpassed the limits he previously reached in the blood transformation realm. After all, possessing fragments of the Tao within him, his innate talents and natural Tao marks allowed for organic growth. He believed he had exceeded the previous achievement of 11,999 pounds in the blood transformation realm, estimating that if he returned now, he could at least achieve a single-arm tremor of 12,999 pounds. Thus, he speculated that he might unlock another cave heaven in the cave heaven realm. Having consumed so many spiritual herbs, and with 2 spirit transformation realm exotic beasts and spirit insects to refine, it was worth a try. Days passed in seclusion, and Xiao Tian felt a throbbing in his temples. The temples, located at the sides of the forehead, just above the extension of the outer corner of the eyes, were pivotal points. After several struggles without success, he frowned, contemplating that if he could merge another gourd baby's talent panel, he might unlock both the temple and the Yin cave. Good things take time, and he was not anxious. He considered that perhaps achieving such a breakthrough would be easier with the unification of the 3 bodies. After all, had it not been for his unique nature, the current situation might have drawn forth ominous and eerie incursions, trapping him in a dark prison. With that, he resolved to continue his pillaging, slowly grinding away. After a few days of seclusion, Shurhao emerged, fuming, as he had not succeeded in breaking through to the 8th cave heaven. his resources were insufficient, leaving his eyes a vivid green. Coincidentally, Huolinger and her companions had been nearby refining precious medicines to enhance her cultivation. And Huolinger had already unlocked the 8th cave heaven, pushing towards a 9th. The outcome was that Shan Hai had not succeeded, and neither had Huolinger attained the 9th cave heaven, as their accumulation still fell short. The crux of the matter was that her innate talents were slightly lacking. Transcending the 8th cave heaven proved to be exceedingly difficult. However, Huolinger still reaped substantial rewards, leaving her feeling somewhat guilty, as she believed she had taken advantage of her junior brother from the sky-mending pavilion. The ancient ferocious bird, the purple cloud mongoose, they had hunted had merely unlocked 7 cave heavens. Chapter 40, Five-Finger Mountain. In truth, after their last parting, none had ventured far. They remained in the vicinity. For the past few days, Xiao Tian maintained a mental connection with his 7 baby bodies, wholly absorbed in his fruit thievery. When the 7 baby bodies attempted to breach the 12th cave heaven, his eldest body also tried, only to find it unfeasible, not merely due to resource constraints. Yet, there was no rush, as he had only recently achieved the 11th cave heaven. One day, Huolinger's group discovered Shan Hai and proactively approached him to discuss exploring a divine cave. This was a proposal Huolinger had derived after extensive consideration. The members of the sky-mending pavilion were, by all accounts, allies, while those she sought to collaborate with were from other tribes, such as the Feather King, the 9-headed lion, the silver-blooded giant, and the fire cloud sparrow. Upon gathering in the valley, they encountered several strong individuals from other tribes who had sent their subordinates to make contact. Xiao Tian was aware of this foreign team, knowing that De Hong had infiltrated their ranks and was waiting for their arrival to capture them all in one fell swoop. The Tree People's genius, De Lu, had designated himself as a tree. Whenever Xiao Tian rested, he transformed into a large tree to provide shade and keep watch. Indeed, Shan Hai had feelings for Huolinger, as he couldn't help but tease her upon their first meeting, playfully smacking her backside and even escalating to a mock fight, typical behavior for a young lad experiencing the stirrings of first love. Shan Hai was just a child. By the age of 8, he had already awakened his potential. Children from the mountains were indeed distinct. Perhaps he fancied bringing a hefty prize back to his village. Huolinger, enveloped in a crimson glow, transformed into flames, her large eyes glaring at Shan Hai as she exclaimed, "You little rascal. How can you be so naughty at such a young age? One must never strike a girl's backside. Don't you know that? But my elder brother does just that." Shan Hai innocently replied, his large eyes looking towards Xiao Tian, feigning innocence. Xiao Tian, caught off guard by the unexpected blame, could hardly believe the child would implicate him. Huolinger scrutinized Xiao Tian, surprised to discover he was perceived in such a manner. "Junior sister, I have more to say. You ought to lose some weight. Your backside is too plump. It bounces when struck, lacking combat effectiveness. You should strive to transform all that into solid muscle, like mine," Shan Hai continued. Huolinger's eyes widened in shock, almost leading to an embarrassing moment, as she instinctively glanced toward Xiao Tian. "Don't look at me. This child is inherently mischievous." "I have never taught him such things," Xiao Tian said, his face darkening. The young Emperor of Chaos had indeed been a mischievous child, prone to troublesome antics. And Xiao Tian found it hard to suppress a smile. This was hardly a good representation of his character, after all. "You little rascal, just wait. I shall teach you a lesson." Huolinger was utterly incensed this time, her whole being ablaze with fury. She had cultivated her ancestral Zhuke treasure technique to an advanced level, unfurling her crimson wings behind her, her lithe and graceful figure dancing through the air like a delicate waltz. A sword forged from flames, reminiscent of the South Ming's Li Hua sword, traced an elegant arc as it sliced toward Shan Hai. This lad, employing the treasure technique imparted by Xiao Tian, spread his 5-colored wings wide, summoning a verdant moon that clashed repeatedly with the scarlet flame sword. Thus, the two engaged in a playful yet tumultuous skirmish, creating an atmosphere of delightful unrest. The members of the Fire Nation's sycophantic entourage gazed upon them with envy and resentment, yearning for such experiences, yet daunted by the prowess of Huolinger, knowing full well that to provoke her would spell their doom. Eventually, both were left panting, Huolinger glistening with fragrant sweat. However, Shan Hai appeared to be feigning exertion, deliberately mimicking Huolinger in an attempt to provoke her further. Xiao Tian observed Shan Hai and was reminded of his own youth, recalling the moment he first laid eyes on the war goddess, when he acted on impulse. Now, circumstances seemed to favor him. Ahead loomed a towering peak, rising to 4,000 meters, appearing as though it were a colossal stone that had fallen from the heavens, abruptly manifesting upon the vast prairie. exuding an aura of grandeur and majesty. The group's objective was a dark cave nestled halfway up the mountainside. Xiao Tian could sense that the extraordinary presence of this mountain was deeply intertwined with the subtle aura emanating from that cave. Hua Ling immediately perceived that this aura was related to divine beings, having encountered similar energies during her time in the Fire Nation. Thus, she had deliberately sought alliances with some foreign tribes to share the risks, leading to the scene before them. Beneath the mountain, a gathering of foreign tribes had already congregated, their leaders exuding distinctive presences, some fierce, others amiable, and yet others weighty. Amidst them, a nine-headed lion nearly provoked a laugh from Xiao Tian. The lion, resplendent in golden scales and enveloped in a layer of golden fur, appeared as though it had been forged from pure gold. Its 4-meter-long body and 3-meter shoulder height radiated a primal energy akin to a furnace, with a heartbeat that resonated like thunder, imposing yet inexplicably endearing. "Ah, you there? What do your eyes imply?" roared the nine-headed lion, glaring at Xiao Tian with palpable ire. The disdainful gaze made it shiver uncomfortably. "The great king has finally arrived," exclaimed the exuberant Dahong, turning to the nine-headed lion. "Follow my magnificent king, and you shall become the mightiest steed in the wilderness, with endless glory awaiting you." "How dare you?" The nine-headed lion's fury ignited, incensed by the shameless words of the fire-cloud sparrow. "What the ancient species? You are merely a soft-bellied creature. No wonder you have been relegated to a mount." The feathered king, a humanoid figure with golden horns and 5-colored wings towering at 2 meters, cast a dismissive glance at the fire-cloud sparrow before regarding the nine-headed lion with condescension. "Ah, you are that troublesome brat. Come forth, serve as my attendant, and in time, you shall be granted nobility, safeguarding your kin." The silver-blooded giant turned its gaze toward Shan Hai, its eyes suddenly gleaming. Standing 18 meters tall, it spoke with a booming voice reminiscent of a drumbeat. Shan Hai realized that his fierce battle with Hua Ling had been overly intense, prompting an involuntary reversion to his original form. Hua Ling was indeed formidable, having cultivated her strength to an astonishing 98,000 pounds, nearly surpassing the 100,000 mark. And it was no wonder the Fire Emperor doted on her so. "Xiao Tian, that avian creature is yours. The other two are mine," he declared, feeling the need to stretch his limbs. With that, he stepped forward, his form rapidly expanding to tower 2 meters above the silver-blooded giant. His left fist struck out, aimed squarely at the giant, which barely raised its arm in defense. Accompanied by blazing runes, the impact twisted its arms grotesquely, causing its blood to ooze as it was sent flying, carving 2 massive trenches into the earth. With his right hand outstretched, he seized the nine-headed lion, enveloping it in a silver light as he invoked the treasure technique of the Silver Mountain, a profound gravitational force descending upon it. The nine-headed lion felt its first stand on end, overwhelmed by the terrifying threat emanating from Xiao Tian, instinctively causing it to roar in unison, creating a seismic wave of golden ripples from its 9 heads, converging like a tidal wave, causing the golden runes to resonate with the heavens. Were it unleashed, the resulting devastation would rend the very earth within a 10-mile radius. Yet it was futile. Xiao Tian's hand descended, manifesting a silver mountain akin to the Buddha's 5-finger mountain, suppressing all golden runes and terrifying sound waves, dissipating them into nothingness without a ripple. In the next moment, he seized the nine-headed lion by its nape, lifting it effortlessly beside him and playfully flicking its forehead. As his massive fingers approached, the nine-headed lion struggled futilely. "Don't come any closer." Thud! The nine-headed lion felt as if its head had collided with an ancient divine mountain, stars exploding in its vision, leaving it dazed and confused, unable to discern direction. After being struck by Xiao Tian's fist, the silver-blooded giant wasted no time in fleeing, eager to distance itself from this monstrous figure. Unfortunately, it was too late. Xiao Tian's foot struck the ground, shaking the very earth, and in a single leap, he crossed over 10 miles to position himself before the silver-blooded giant, drawing forth a golden sun that transformed into 2 massive wheels of light, within which a Swanee roared. With a resounding crack, the silver-blooded giant was engulfed, its legs ensnared and severed at the thighs, instantly charred by the lightning, leaving no trace of blood behind. The blood of the silver-blooded giant can refine one's flesh and bones. "I would exchange your 2 legs for a piece of the ancient Li Hua divine bull." Propositu linea e agali. She had encountered a Li Hua divine bull upon entering the 100 Mountains, carried by a human servant during her time in Duankong City, and had become the target of a hunt by Hua Ling and her companions. "Deal," Xiao Tian replied directly. "Spare me, human powerhouse. I, Inchuan, am willing to submit." The silver-blooded giant pleaded desperately. With its legs lost, it could regrow them, but losing its life would mean being refined into spiritual essence by another. And it was unwilling to die, especially after witnessing Xiao Tian accept the lesser beings, the fire cloud sparrow and the tree man, as his followers. Very well, Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly. Having such a colossal subordinate would afford him protection in his travels, with the tree man providing shade and the giant acting as a bodyguard. Quite an attractive proposition. Upon receiving Xiao Tian's consent, the silver-blooded giant quickly produced a medicinal treasure from its person, refining it to recover from its injuries as its severed legs began to regrow rapidly. This was the advantage of being in the cave heaven realm. Those in the blood-moving realm lacked such capabilities. In the cave heaven realm, even organs, aside from the head, were no longer considered vital. Chapter 41. The White Tiger, My Favorite Meal. Immediately, Xiao Tian swiftly beheaded the 8 small heads of a 9-headed lion. The thought of braised lion's head had lingered in his mind since his days as a university student on Earth, when he had salivated at the scene in which Shan Hai savored this delicacy at midnight. Now, his long-cherished desire was at last fulfilled. As Fire Spirit watched the spectacle, her lips moved. The lion's head was a supreme treasure, capable of aiding one in transcending their limitations. Hurry up, Xiao Tian. It's time to feast on braised lion's head, she urged. Brother, please don't kill that lion. I want to tame it as my steed, Shan Hai exclaimed anxiously. No sooner had he spoken than the head of the Feather King was pierced through, instantly slain. The Feather King, of equal realm, stood no chance against Shan Hai. With a swift motion, Xiao Tian severed the 2 front legs of the 9-headed lion. It was said that the best meat for lion's head was from the front legs of pigs, as they were frequently used, resulting in tender and flavorful meat, perfectly suited for braising. Therefore, in the interest of ensuring ample provisions, the 9-headed lion had to be sacrificed this time. Junior sister, prepare the flesh of the fire divine bull. If you desire meat later, please contribute a few precious herbs, Xiao Tian instructed. The 9-headed lion remained silent, its spirit deflated. Shedding tears of despair, it lamented its unfortunate fate. Upon entering, it had boasted to its grandfather about battling pure-blood ferocious beasts, such as the pure-blood Xiao, pure-blood Baifang, and pure-blood Xiaolong. Yet now, it found itself in this dire predicament, letting out a mournful howl, contemplating self-destruction. Foolish creature, just eat a bit of the blood and flesh elixir my brother has prepared, and you will soon recover and grow stronger. In the future, as my steed, we shall conquer the vast wilderness together, and I shall bestow upon you the title of 9-headed Lion King. Shan Hai comforted, having rushed over to see the lion's wounds already charred from electric strikes. Indeed, Brother 9, I too have had my wings severed before. I felt just as you do now, but after feasting on the delectable dishes prepared by the Great King and Second King, not only did I heal, but I also grew stronger, unlocking my 8th celestial realm. The great red bird, reminiscing about its past, hurriedly came to offer solace, albeit primarily to flatter. Much of the essence of the 9-headed lion was concentrated in its 8 small heads, and now, its spirit was deflated, seemingly devoid of hope. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian commenced cooking, while a Tran transformed into a towering tree to provide him shade. This creature even possessed knowledge of water-based magical arts, using vines to suspend the ingredients, making it an ideal assistant. Xiao Tian instructed it to hang the corpse of the fire divine bull, which had been well preserved for only a few days. The 4-legged square cauldron gifted by the spirit of the White Silver Mountain was once again summoned, and the divine blade was drawn forth. Shan Hai even contributed his copper cauldron, which was modestly stowed in a sack. Fire Spirit also offered a medicinal furnace, much to the chagrin of the nearby black-robed elders, whose lips twitched at the sight. In this culinary endeavor, Xiao Tian prepared braised lion's head exclusively for himself, Shan Hai, and Fire Spirit. The Fire Lark contributed 5 precious herbs, while the Silver Giant added 1, and the 9-headed lion was reluctantly compelled to donate another. The deceased Feather King provided 3 herbs, and the fallen Golden Rooster contributed 2. The herbs from the 100 Broken Mountains were often aged over 800 years, some even exceeding a millennium. Such treasures were rare and could only be obtained through perilous encounters with savage beasts or ancient progenitors. With this ample supply, Xiao Tian's cooking was nothing short of a spectacle, imbued with an aesthetic beauty akin to a master chef skillfully preparing a feast. The flames from the ancient fire lark were perfect for cooking, and as the flames flickered, the aroma of braised meat wafted through the air. The crimson beef simmered, while the bull's horns were ground into powder and added to the mix. After 5 minutes, it was ready to serve. As Xiao Tian announced this, Shan Hai hurriedly rushed to open the lid of the copper cauldron, and in an instant, a crimson glow soared skyward, the fragrance of the braised meat causing everyone to involuntarily swallow. Sure Hao began to feast. While the two senior sisters from the Pavilion of Mending Heaven expertly scooped meat into bowls, serving Xiao Tian first. Others had long begun to grab bowls. Some even took out their jade cauldrons meant for herbs, effectively bringing their own dining ware. Fortunately, the Fire Divine bowl was large enough, even in its youth. It measured 8 meters in length and over 6 meters high. Fire Spirit nibbled at the braised meat, her eyes sparkling. But upon glancing at the 40 or so companions she had brought, she suddenly felt a twinge of guilt for being among those who feasted without contributing more. Although she had provided 5 precious herbs, she couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort. However, she soon noticed that many were glowing with vitality, rushing off to cultivate. Unable to eat anymore. The essence of the ancient Fire Divine Bowl, combined with the 6 herbs and Xiao Tian's culinary skills, perfectly catalyzed the medicinal effects, resulting in a veritable elixir. Fire Spirit's followers included those of the 5th, 6th, and a few of the 7 celestial realms. Only a handful of the sealed black-clad figures had taken a few bites, fearing that indulging further would trigger their cultivation and lead to demise under the rules of the 100 Broken Mountains. The despondent 9-headed lion, along with the bloodless silver giant, once again utilized their bone script powers to intertwine their hands and scoop up the meat, placing it into their respective cauldrons used for collecting herbs. These two brothers, momentarily forgetting their pain, found solace in the delicious meal. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian had already begun to braise the lion's head, utilizing 6 precious herbs. As he ate, he controlled the flames personally, and soon the lion's head was simmered to a golden hue, the meat perfectly tender, its essence merging with the divine light and herbs, infusing the rich broth and then soaking into the fragrant meat. As the lion's head continued to simmer, it began to emit strands of radiant light, the aroma of meat and herbs intertwining, filling the air with an irresistible fragrance. After another 3 minutes, the lion's head, combined with the lion leg meatballs and a broth that resembled liquid gold, reached perfect harmony. Time to eat, Xiao Tian called out, swiftly extracting 2 golden lion heads. Taking a bite, his eyes lit up. The lion head was extraordinarily tender, melting in his mouth, while the golden juices burst forth, accompanied by strands of radiant light. Sure Hao took a bite, his eyes narrowing in delight. He felt as if he were soaring, riding the 9-headed lion across an endless expanse of verdant pastures. Fire Spirit felt enveloped in flames, as though she were undergoing a rebirth. The flavors were exquisite beyond measure. Even as the favored daughter of the Fire Emperor, she had never had the chance to savor braised lion's head made from the 9-headed lion. Each lion head was nearly the size of a basketball, given that the central head of the 9-headed lion was as large as a grinding stone. Xiao Tian attended to his 4 senior brothers and sisters from the Pavilion of Mending Heaven, and as they collectively devoured one, they found themselves unable to eat any more. Feeling on the verge of a breakthrough, it was astonishingly swift considering they had just recently achieved 7 celestial realms. Could they be on the brink of reaching the legendary 8th celestial realm, becoming unparalleled geniuses of the human race? It must be noted that, in this day and age, for mainstream human talents, breaking through 8 celestial realms was a once-in-a-thousand-years occurrence. However, under Xiao Tian's guidance, their meals were bountiful. The 9-headed lion was a chance for them to break through to the 9th celestial realm, and claims of its ability to contend with pure-blood ferocious beasts were not entirely exaggerated, possessing a solid foundation. For them, consuming such blood and flesh elixirs had a fortifying effect, for even the Fire Emperor's daughter, Fire Spirit, did not enjoy such culinary fortune. In a display of opulence reminiscent of Xiao Tian and Sure Hao, the two indulged in 3 lions' heads each, while Huo Linger partook of 2. As for the others, those with sufficient prowess were granted a share of the inferior versions crafted from 9-headed lion legs. The broth, however, was entirely consumed by the gluttonous Sure Hao, leaving not a drop behind. This time, he was resolute in his ambition to break through the 8 caverns. Meanwhile, the 9-headed lion and the silver-blooded giant had each commenced their cultivation to recuperate from their injuries. The 9-headed lion bore the brunt of the damage, and this substantial restorative elixir could only restore half of its vitality. Yet, hope glimmered on the horizon. Should it be fortunate enough to consume 2 more doses of equally potent restorative elixirs, not only would it heal, but also advance further. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, sighed inwardly, recognizing that such delicacies offered little benefit to him. Slaying a pure-blooded ferocious beast, complemented by some sacred herbs, might aid him in his breakthrough. As night fell, many individuals successfully ascended in their cultivation, reveling in joy. Sure Hao also triumphed, as his exceptional talent made the leap to the 8 caverns a relatively effortless endeavor. The only barrier being accumulation. Conversely, the 4 senior disciples from the Repair Pavilion failed to breach the 8 caverns, their physical foundation insufficient when compared to Shan Hai. Likewise, Huolinger was unable to advance to the 9 caverns. However, she harbored the notion that consuming a primordial relic that had attained the 9 caverns might present an opportunity. Rumor spoke of a young white tiger clashing with the Repair Pavilion. This tiger, hailing from the western ridge Beast Mountain, was deemed perilous, and Huolinger speculated that, given its aptitude, it had likely already opened the 9 caverns. She promptly instructed her associates, clad in black robes, to gather intelligence regarding the whereabouts of the young white tiger. Next, it was time to delve into the divine cave. Xiao Tian had no intention of entering. Instead, he sat quietly, feigning meditation, while the 4 senior disciples from the Repair Pavilion and the recovering silver-blooded giant stood guard beside him, providing protection. The fire cloud sparrow was brimming with excitement, for as a primordial relic, it felt that another meal of equal quality would facilitate its ascent to the 8 caverns effortlessly. It resolved to venture forth at dawn in search of new prey. Meanwhile, Huolinger organized her team, preparing to explore the divine cave that night, though sadly, the previously invited alien team had suffered great losses. Some perished, others were maimed, and many fled. Xiao Tian's thoughts, however, had already soared to the Honey King Valley. His 7th avatar had become entangled here, incessantly returning to consume spiritual herbs. Crucially, he had acquired experience, consuming the essence of the spiritual fruits while leaving behind their skins, replenishing them with ordinary spiritual energy, making it appear as though they had remained untouched. In the ensuing days of diligent effort, he had successfully captured 2 golden ginseng plants and devoured most of the blood diamond honeysuckle and 5 flavored fruits. He had uprooted 5 stalks of the 1,000-year-old honeysuckle. With dawn approaching, Xiao Tian prepared to depart, having thoroughly ravaged the spiritual herbs in the vicinity. His next destination would be to exploit other locations. And once his power had sufficiently increased, he would devise a plan to return and pilfer the honey royal jelly, which was the true treasure, rivaling the Monkey King's monkey wine. Of course, this was contingent upon his breakthrough into the spirit transformation realm. When that time came, he intended to carry away the entire hive. As for Xiao Tian's 6th avatar, it led the junior disciples of the Deer Hunting Academy, sharing the exquisite meal of primordial relics, which aided in their cultivation enhancement. Following the map meticulously drawn by the old dean, they spent over 3 days searching and finally located the entrance to the stalactite cave. Within lay the earth spirit milk, a treasure for cultivating earth-based techniques, capable of washing marrow and refining the body. The former dean of the Deer Hunting Academy, who was not particularly gifted, had, through the earth spirit milk, broken through to the 8 caverns, elevating his combat prowess to that of a primordial relic, ultimately achieving the spirit transformation realm on the 100 Broken Mountains, thus enabling his survival. Surviving a great calamity begets future blessings. Upon their arrival, they found themselves on the territory of the Monkey King, in a vast expanse of peach blossom forest spanning 800 miles. Their swift discovery of a location instructed by the dean suggested that the Deer Hunting Academy might soon boast 7 disciples capable of attaining the 8 caverns, potential future champions of formations, perhaps even reaching the dean's level. The excitement among all was palpable as they gazed at Xiao Tian, awaiting his directives with bated breath. The cave housing the earth spirit milk lay beneath a deep pool. The dean had stumbled upon it while fleeing pursuers, seeking refuge in the waters. Xiao Tian sensed that the depths of the pool held secrets. Perhaps the dean had been destined for greatness, his life spared for a purpose. He gazed upon a colossal waterfall cascading from a height of 3,000 feet, its thunderous roar resonating as a vast pool formed below, larger than any he had encountered in his previous life. He remained unconvinced that the depths concealed no mysteries, for deep waters nurture dragons, while shallow pools yield shrimp. "Wait here for me. I shall catch a ferocious beast for a test," Xiao Tian declared. "Understood, senior brother," the 7 disciples from the Deer Hunting Academy replied obediently. They were acutely aware of their roles. If Xiao Tian instructed them to head east, they would comply without question, and if he told them to lie down, they would remain still, eager not to hinder his progress. 500 miles away, Xiao Tian soon traversed the territory of a blue jade ivory rhinoceros, a ferocious beast of spirit transformation caliber, a hybrid of primordial relics and ordinary beasts. It measured 23 meters in length and stood 19 meters tall, its entire body cloaked in a carapace resembling white jade, akin to a rhinoceros but adorned with two blue jade tusks that gleamed with an eternal blue-gold luster. Its snout bore two horns, one long and one short, pristine as white jade. This creature possessed a dual affinity for earth and water. Upon encountering Xiao Tian, it was subdued in 3 punches, its body, trembling from the impact, temporarily rendered immobile, a technique from the spirit ritual of the Silver Mountain. A fearsome shockwave capable of shattering internal organs and even the brain, inducing a brief paralysis. Subsequently, Xiao Tian hoisted the massive creature and carried it to the pool, tossing it in with a flourish. Splash! A towering column of water erupted, soaring over 5 meters high. Once submerged, the blue jade, ivory rhinoceros quickly regained control of its body, letting out a terrified howl as it desperately raced towards the shore. Thud! The surface of the lake erupted once more as a creature resembling a blue crystal sculpture burst forth from the depths. Crowned with a singular horn and shimmering like refined blue gold, adorned with exquisite scales that sparkled in the sunlight, flowing like water. This dragon-like entity measured over 40 meters in length and was as thick as a rural grinding wheel. Rising amidst swirling fog, its form partially obscured, coiling gracefully. Its eyes shone brilliantly, reminiscent of 2 guiding lights, captivating all who beheld them. Roar! The awakened blue dragon, disturbed from its slumber, seethed with fury. It was one thing to be left undisturbed. It was entirely another for a reckless beast to dare provoke it. Once a mere serpent 800 years prior, it had now ascended through fortune and recognition by an ancient ancestor of this realm, achieving a level of independence in its power. Its contributions had earned it a few extra centuries of life with the Elder Dragon, yet the efficacy of any treasures was not limitless. After numerous uses, they had ceased to benefit the Elder Dragon. As the blue dragon roared in frustration, the blue jade ivory rhinoceros stood paralyzed with fear. In the next moment, the blue dragon opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of mist that transformed into a whirlpool, and in that instant, the blue jade ivory rhinoceros shrank rapidly, ultimately being swallowed whole. Having completed all of this, it surveyed its surroundings, gazing into the distance before plunging back into the water pool, showing no signs of departure. In the distance, the 7 sons of the Deer Academy, hidden behind a great mountain, trembled in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Fortunately, Xiao Tian possessed foresight. Had they ventured into the water for exploration, they would have long since met their end within the belly of the terrifying blue dragon. Speaking of which, where was Xiao Tian? The Xiao Tian of the Deer Academy, known as the Hidden Child, had already traversed the void, entering the water pool. Following the path from which the blue dragon had emerged, he soon discovered a limestone cave not far away. However, the stalactites had undoubtedly been consumed by the blue dragon, leaving behind only a meager amount in a puddle. Luckily, nearby stood an 800-year-old precious herb, the golden water chestnut. This plant, renowned as the ginseng of the water, bore fruit resembling a chicken's head, affectionately dubbed the chicken head fruit by locals. But the common folk prefer to call it the water ginseng. Xiao Tian harvested it all, amounting to approximately 6 bottles of mineral water. He refrained from touching the golden water ginseng for the time being, as it surely bore the mark of the blue dragon. That was common knowledge. Each rare material was invariably guarded by a protective beast. Initially, he had intended to take a bath. Another discovery. As he walked through the void, he followed the clues and, to his astonishment, found a stone lotus, which was the source of the earthly spirit milk. This naturally formed stone lotus was a pristine white jade color, flawless and translucent, radiating brilliance, with 36 petals the size of a basin, flourishing atop a ley line. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian excavated it and stored it within his mind's cave. Upon entering, the stone lotus immediately took root amidst the violet energy suspended in midair. Simultaneously, Xiao Tian received a consciousness of ownership. This treasure could assist others in metamorphosis, enabling rebirth, theoretically yielding better results for those with lower cultivation levels. This was indeed a land of the earth lotus, a site of auspicious geomancy, where the great dragon's den was heavily protected, with formidable guardians surrounding it, marking a significant location for burial. Of course, in the present world, such a terrain had birthed a dragon, and the most precious aspect was this earthly treasure lotus. Hidden within the mountain's belly, the treasure remained obscured by natural topography. Had Xiao Tian not been curious and followed the ley line spring, he would have undoubtedly overlooked such a treasure. In the area where the lotus grew, a small lotus pond had naturally formed, containing enough earthly spirit milk to fill 3 bathing tubs, which he promptly collected. Xiao Tian departed quietly, not taking much time. The blue dragon had just exited in a fit of rage, flaunting its power after devouring a blue jade ivory rhinoceros before returning, which provided him ample opportunity. Timing it perfectly, just as the blue dragon re-entered the water, it sensed its precious herb had been plucked. It immediately surged back, discovering that even the meager amount of delectable earthly spirit milk had vanished, stolen by some wicked scoundrel, erupting in fury and once again surfacing to vent its wrath. Fortunately, it knew that after a brief slumber, in 3 to 5 months, more earthly spirit milk would flow forth. After a brief tantrum, it would return to sleep. Meanwhile, the 7 sons of the deer had already fallen into Xiao Tian's hands, making their escape with a significant haul, realizing that it was unwise to linger here. Finding a suitable location, he distributed 2 bottles of earthly spirit milk among the 7 sons for their enjoyment. Recalling that the dean had mentioned that his own transformation had come from less than half a bowl of the earthly spirit milk. As for Xiao Tian, he thought that this substance would merely serve to replenish his energy and enhance his spiritual prowess. The notion of metamorphosis was beyond his reach. In his current realm of cultivation, he had already surpassed normal limits. What treasure could possibly enable such a fundamental transformation of his essence? However, a soak should pose no problem. If it proved ineffective, he could always let the female war goddess continue to bathe in it, which would undoubtedly be beneficial for her. As for Xiao Tian, with a body as pure as ice and jade, he remained immaculate, fully capable of soaking while drinking without concern. In the vicinity of the first child's position, a thunderous rumble shook the earth, as if the towering stone mountain was about to collapse. Those who had entered were met with misfortune, save for Fire Spirit, who emerged with an egg. In their words, it was a den of demons, not a divine cave, but rather a trap laid by the wolf god to ensnare intruders, refining them for nourishment for its offspring. Regrettably, time had changed everything. Though the formation was intricate, it now bore flaws, allowing Fire Spirit and her companions, armed with their esteemed artifacts, to escape. This was precisely why Xiao Tian had been reluctant to enter. There was no benefit, only peril. Just one wolf egg, which he deemed beneath his interest. If he were to acquire a pet, he would prefer a 9 netherhound to serve as a celestial canine. Remember, there existed 9 netherhounds within the celestial institutes of the heavens and earth. With the existence of a being as terrifying as the world-destroying elder, it was clear that the 9 netherhound possessed the most formidable potential among the 10 great fiends. Chapter 43. Sister, do you have milk? A vast pack of wolves converged, numbering in the thousands and divided into several clans, each differing in species. There were azure wolves born with wings, fiery red-horned wolves, as well as silver wolves, black wolves, and the strikingly beautiful ice blue wolves, among others. For reasons unknown, the wolf egg was snatched away by the small one, claiming it was for roasting. Fire Spirit, her eyes ablaze with fury, gave chase, leading to a playful tussle between the two. As for the pursuing wolves, their king was merely a weak spirit realm cultivator, possessing a rudimentary understanding of treasures, belonging to the category of savage beasts. As long as one possessed the talent to open 7 caves, they could still withstand the onslaught. However, the primary objective was to flee. No one wished to be worn down by the relentless horde of wolves. Xiao Tian, having refrained from stealing the egg, found himself unexpectedly attacked by the foolish wolf king leading the pack. He unleashed his mutated spirit vine technique, a blue gourd adorned with purple runes, floating above his head, its mouth devouring all in its path, capturing over 1,000 savage wolves enveloped in black mist, prompting the pack to abandon their pursuit. As a result, after a night of chaos, the following morning, when Shan Hai attempted to roast the egg, he found it impervious to his efforts, neither breaking nor cooking, ultimately hatching into a small gray wolf with soft fur and tiny wings, appearing incredibly delicate. Its pair of small ears stood upright, and tool bumps on its head suggested budding horns. Xiao Tian surmised that this must be a descendant of the celestial wolf. Its parents were undoubtedly not of ordinary divine fire realm or true one realm, for otherwise it would not have survived Shan Hai's attempts to smash or cook it. The creature was entirely gray and fluffy, with large, glossy black eyes, appearing bewildered as it surveyed its surroundings. Instinctively, it curled up in the small one's embrace, gazing at the crowd, baring its teeth and emitting a soft whimper. Having seen Shan Hai first upon its birth, it instinctively felt dependent, unaware that it had nearly become a meal for this mischievous little rascal. How wonderful! I have hatched a little divine wolf. So wolves can indeed be born from eggs. Let me see the primal runes on you. Shan Hai exclaimed with unrestrained excitement, tugging at the little creature's tail. Eager to investigate, after a moment, he pondered, Why are there none? This shouldn't be the case. Could it be a false wolf? Shan Hai lamented, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him. At that moment, the little creature gazed pitifully at Shan Hai, letting out a series of cries, undoubtedly indicating its hunger. Huolinger, utterly enchanted, felt her heart melting at the sight. You little rascal, come here. Don't torment it. It's surely starving. Shan Hai scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward for the first time, as he had not been particularly gentle with the little wolf, yet it clung to him so affectionately. Hearing Huolinger's words, he instinctively turned to Shui Linger and asked, Junior sister, do you have any milk? This provoked Huolinger once more, her irritation flaring up. Is this how you speak to a beautiful girl? A battle of wits was reignited. As for the others, the nine-headed lion appeared somewhat lethargic. Its legs and head had grown, yet it was still insufficient. It was hard to believe that the grandson of the Nine Spirits King had almost been devoured. However, the thought of the pitiful Feather King brought a slight balance to his heart. Glancing at the silver-blood giant, who had also fallen to the status of a mere companion, he felt a bit more reassured. After all, when they first entered the 100 Mountains, they had all boasted of their titles: the Feather King, the Nine-Headed King, the Silver-Blood King, and the Golden-Horned King. Speaking of which, the Golden-Horned King and the Spirit King had gone off to find a troublesome child and had yet to return. One could only speculate that their fate would not be favorable. With this in mind, Shan Hai tossed the little gray creature to Huolinger and began to comfort the nine-headed lion, assuring it that they would find the fountain of youth to aid in its transformation and progression. Meanwhile, the little gray creature, clever as it was, feigned innocence to curry favor with Huolinger, managing to secure treats that it then brought back to Shan Hai. Huolinger, feeling frustrated, considered the little wolf to be an ungrateful beast. Eventually, a few elderly figures in black robes proposed to separate from her, advising her to steer clear of Shan Hai. They suggested that if the little wolf were nurtured for a while, it would naturally come to rely on Huolinger and, in the future, might become the guardian beast of the Fire Nation. Neither Xiao Tian nor Shan Hai were particularly concerned with the Fire Nation's little schemes. They had simply formed a fortuitous bond, and parting ways was for the best, as the little creature was merely a burden, a freeloader. After 3 days of travel over countless miles, they found themselves enveloped in a misty haze. The nine-headed lion exclaimed with excitement, "We've arrived. We can leave this area and enter the next." The nine-headed lion clan, with its ancient lineage, possessed a corresponding map and was aware of certain details about the 100 Mountains. However, the situation with the Repairing Heaven Pavilion was unique, even with a map. Many who ventured inside had met their doom, merely to assist the Ghost Lord in seeking a sword. Indeed, as they passed through the hazy mist, they could see a glowing passage at the end of the area, resembling a teleportation array. Great King, Second King, upon entering this passage, we shall enter the next region. We have heard that several human clans wish to do harm to the Second King. The Silverblood Giant promptly warned. No matter, we shall charge through. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots are but trifles, Shan Hai replied. He did not reject their titles, finding them rather enjoyable. Poetic appellations were not his preference. Shan Hai was aware that some had deduced his true identity and had come to hunt him down. Additionally, his ostentatious behavior in the virtual divine realm had provoked the ire of certain powerful clans. At that moment, Huiyunk boldly stepped forward, stating, "Great King, Second King, I shall investigate the situation." "Very well, go ahead," Shan Hai encouraged. Soon, Huiyunk returned with news about some ancient remnants in the area. It seemed that a coalition of human powerhouses was probing into the situation concerning the Second King, while also inquiring about what lay at the other end of the passage for the Great King. "Brother, why don't we take a different passage and ambush them from behind?" Shan Hai suggested. "It's worth a try, though I suspect both passages may harbor ambushes." Xiao Tian mused. As a result, the group spent half a day navigating the area, only to discover that it was raining, with a green dragon deliberately bringing forth the rainfall. The fine mist enveloped the surrounding area for dozens of miles. It was likely that the Rain Clan had employed some means, paying a price to have the green dragon create this realm, as it was said that the Rain Clan's combat prowess multiplied during rainy days. "Be cautious. I want that green dragon," Shan Hai declared. The green dragon, an ancient remnant, had joined forces with the Rain Clan, or perhaps had been rewarded for its efforts. Regardless, it had been a while since they had tasted dragon meat. With that, Shan Hai unfurled a pair of multicolored wings from his back and soared into the sky, pursuing the green dragon directly. The dragon, upon spotting the group, attempted to flee, but to its astonishment, Shan Hai, a mere human, flew faster. After running for over 10 miles, it found itself nearly caught up to prompting it to dash towards the location of the Rain Clan in a panic. Boom! At that moment, a rune formation in the sky was triggered. Without touching it, one could not discern its nature. As Shan Hai soared into the heavens, the formation unleashed its deadly assault. Thud! Shan Hai retrieved his Rui Jingu Bang from his ear and transformed it to its normal size, striking it lightly against the sky, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble as the formation was torn apart. Next, he raised his hand, sweeping the Rui Jingu Bang across the sky, elongating and thickening it, sweeping across a region of over 1,000 meters, obliterating the rune formation into powder. Great King is magnificent, the fiery red bird exclaimed excitedly. The Great King is invincible, both cultured and martial, a blessing to all living beings, unifying the 100 mountains for millennia. The tree man shouted, unwilling to be outdone. The Great King possesses immense powers and boundless magic. The silver-blood giant chimed in, equally eager to praise. The nine-headed lion, utterly bewildered, thought to itself what a talent. After accomplishing all this, Shan Hai stowed away the Rui Jingu Bang once more, deeming it beneath him to use such a treasure to slay mere rubbish. The formation is broken. Let's attack. Shan Hai leaped onto the back of a nine-headed lion, offering some motivational words. Charge forth, nine-headed king. Keep your spirits high. Rest assured, I will find a fountain of youth. If all else fails, we can capture a pure-blood ferocious beast cub for my brother to concoct a blood elixir to aid you in breaking through. With a mighty roar, the nine-headed lion unleashed its pent-up frustration, and a colossal nine-headed lion materialized behind it, joining in the furious roar. In an instant, the ground, mountains, and rivers within a 10-mile radius erupted, accompanied by terrified screams. Shan Hai echoed the roar, employing the Pu Lao treasure technique. Summoning a creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a frog, adorned with silver dragon scales and clawed limbs, it appeared vividly alive, opening its mouth as if a great bell tolled, producing sound waves that shattered all obstacles. In the midst of the fine rain and mist, the combined sonic attack from the nine-headed lion and Shan Hai reduced the area into a vacuum. Shan Hai glanced around, knowing that the Rain Clan's members were doomed, with several of them exploding on the spot, turning into blood and bone. Fixating on the green dragon, Shan Hai summoned the power of thunder, coalescing a thunderous spear that took on a solid form, adorned with patterns of the swan and eye. Roar! Shan Hai bellowed, and with the enhancement of the Pu Lao treasure technique, the green dragon's body momentarily hesitated in midair. Then, a thunderous spear shot across the sky like divine retribution, piercing directly through the green dragon's head, nailing it to the ground and killing it instantly. Thud! The enormous green dragon, measuring 20 meters in length and thicker than a barrel, crashed to the earth, causing the ground to shudder as fissures spread like a menacing black serpent. Behind Xiao Tian, a pair of multicolored wings belonging to a pair of mythical birds fluttered, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing beside his quarry. He placed his hand on the corpse of the azure Jiao, which rapidly shrank until it transformed into a small insect that he tossed into the jade box he had taken from his pocket. Chapter 44. Furious slaughter of the ancient species in the spirit transformation realm. As the rain and mist dissipated, Shan Hai rode upon the nine-headed lion, wielding a silver broken sword in his left hand and the bone mirror of a swan and eye in his right, with golden scissors hovering above his head. He unleashed his full strength, recognizing the presence of the Rain Clan, knowing there was no need for restraint. The Rain Clan had expended considerable resources to summon their allies from various clans. A number had perished, and now only 12 remained, controlling the Grand Formation. However, against the combined might of Shan Hai, the nine-headed lion, the silver-blooded giant, and the tree man, the Rain Clan found themselves at a disadvantage, particularly as they were restrained by the power of thunder and swiftly fell to the onslaught of the swan and eye as sacred arts. The remaining members were soon exterminated, yielding a bountiful harvest of 15 spirit herbs aged over a millennium. Let us depart. Once you grow stronger, a reckoning will inevitably come. And I shall lend you my support then, Xiao Tian said, noticing Shan Hai's dejected demeanor as he approached and patted him on the shoulder. I understand, brother. I'm Fine. I've matured, Shan Hai replied, warmth filling his heart as he resolutely declared. Is that so? Shall I give you a hug? Xiao Tian teased, raising an eyebrow. Shan Hai recalled the scene from when he was 4 years old, with 8-year-old Xiao Tian carrying him to meet the Thunder Clan, the Wolf Clan, and the Purple Mountain Clan. He immediately refused, patting the nine-headed lion's head. Quickly, run. The nine-headed lion, having been inspired by Shan Hai's encouragement, obediently bolted away. However, at the edge of a lake, a tremendous crimson creature erupted from the water, sending white waves crashing like a colossal war platform. A gaping maw, over 20 meters wide, appeared, revealing a fish dragon of immense proportions, its length exceeding 100 meters and its height reaching 20 meters. Adorned with fiery red scales that sparkled brighter than rubies and shone more brilliantly than blood diamonds. With a single bite, it devoured a substantial portion of the land by the shore. The nine-headed lion leaped, soaring hundreds of meters high, terrified and regretting not having sprouted a pair of wings at birth. A nearby forest was obliterated in an instant, with its razor-sharp teeth emanating a terrifying glow, as runes cascaded like rain, sweeping toward Shan Hai and the nine-headed lion. The attack was met with the swan Ni's bone mirror, which shattered a nearby low mountain with a resounding crack. Seeking death, Xiao Tian, who had been leisurely walking behind, initially intending to scare Shan Hai, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a spirit transformation realm ancient species fish dragon. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath him erupted, and he leaped over the surrounding mountains, covering over 10 miles as he descended toward the distant lake. As he descended, his form rapidly enlarged, ultimately reaching a height of over 1,000 meters, towering alongside the modest mountains in the vicinity. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Xiao Tian's followers, the tree man, the scarlet bird, and the silver blood giant, transformed into serpentine beings, astonished by Xiao Tian's terrifying powers, which seemed almost divine. They stood dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting their surroundings. With a tremendous splash, his massive form plunged into the water, causing colossal waves that surged skyward, propelling the fish dragon into the air. Xiao Tian's enormous hand struck down, and with a booming sound, the fish dragon was sent flying, crashing into a distant mountain, shattering it to pieces amid the thunderous roar of splintering rocks. In an instant, Xiao Tian took a step forward, pursuing the creature with his body radiating a soft golden aura. A cleaver materialized in his hand, and with a swift motion, he severed the head of the fish dragon clean off. At the point of severance, the radiant surface resembled a mirror, devoid of any blood. As all the essence was sealed within the fish dragon's body, this was the profound mystery of the cleaver. It was the knife of the celestial chef from the primordial heavenly court, having prepared countless ancient species for the Jade Emperor's banquet, where dragon hearts and phoenix livers were but ordinary dishes. Yet perhaps due to Xiao Tian's relative weakness, he could only harness the basic capabilities of the weapon, unable to sense its internal divine essence. Inevitably, combined with the dozen spirit herbs he had acquired and the 2,000-year-old bloodheart orchid guarded within the lake, he was ready for a feast. The bloodheart orchid bore leaves that were cross-opposed and lanceolate, with tender leaves of red and larger leaves that were green on the upper surface and red beneath, while its flowers bloomed in white spikes. Fish Dragon Feast. Let us indulge, Xiao Tian exclaimed, directly chopping off a fifth of the fish's tail, measuring a good 20 meters in length, complementing the length of the 20-meter-long fish dragon. Of course, Xiao Tian reserved a portion of the fish dragon to take back for the war goddess and his mother, Duan Jiao, both of whom were in the spirit transformation realm. As a result, after a single fish dragon banquet, even the heavily injured, nine-headed lion grew back several smaller heads, albeit somewhat misaligned and aesthetically unpleasing, yet everything was progressing positively. Was it not? The Rain Clan's twin prodigies still lived. Perhaps a few swift escapees remained. On the way, the scarlet bird returned with more news, brimming with enthusiasm. At this rate, they would soon open the 8 heavens. As an ancient species, it possessed a powerful bloodline and immense potential. The Tree Man clan's genius had reaped benefits and broken through to the 7th heaven. The Silver Blood Giant, already at the 8th heaven, entered the 100 Fragment Mountains seeking opportunities to break into the 9th heaven. The Nine-Headed Lion, inherently possessing the potential to achieve the 9th heaven, aspired to contend against the pure-blood ancient beast offspring, yearning for the legendary 10th heaven. Let them come. We will confront any obstacles that arise, Xiao Tian stated nonchalantly. No one questioned his words. The formidable ancient species, the fish dragon, had been consumed by them, all single-handedly exterminated by Xiao Tian. Now, no beast doubted his combat prowess, believing him to be a pure-blood ancient beast in human guise. Ultimately, they pressed onward, finding no further traces of the Rain Clan. Xiao Tian pondered silently. It seemed his display of strength had frightened them away. He recalled the Rain Clan's twin prodigies. One was Shan, the other a woman endowed with fate-related talents named Uzimo. Had it been Shan Hai alone, she might have come forth to battle, undeterred by danger, as in the original tale. Now, with Xiao Tian by his side, she was not foolish. She would not rush in a certain death against 2 opponents whose formidable strength she could not perceive. The Rain clan had also sent in sealers. It was uncertain how many had entered, considering he had previously dealt with the heavy-pupiled ones. If the Rain clan discovered this, they would surely plot against him, seeking to extinguish him. Of course, it was also possible Shi, unwilling to concede, sought to enter the 100-fragment mountains for another confrontation. Or had the error occurred? Perhaps it stemmed from teaching that white-clad Yufeng a lesson. After this incident, Yufeng had calmed down and might have made some deductions. In that case, he awaited Shi of the heavy pupils, knowing that with Shi's aptitude, he would inevitably break through to the 10th heaven and then enter the spirit transformation realm. Thus, Shi would prepare to seek trouble with Xiao Tian. Perhaps the Rain clan had surmised that he had entered the heavenly restoration pavilion and had allied with Shi Hao. Given Shi's arrogance, he currently regarded Shi Hao as no rival, considering the 4-year age difference. Only after suffering a death might he awaken to the reality that in battles of equal realms, he had been bested by Shi Hao, who was 4 years his junior. In other words, the Rain clan's probing has come to an end. Their next strike shall be as fierce as thunder, intent on annihilating both him and Shi Hao. Moving forward, Xiao Tian sat cross-legged atop the back of Dahong, meditating. For his 6th incarnation was also endeavoring to breach the 12th celestial realm, soaking in the essence of the earth's spirit milk. He estimated that the task would not be as simple as it seemed. Perhaps to transcend the 12th realm, a unification of all 3 incarnations was required. 5 days later, the true water of Tai had been discovered by the Rain clan, a piece of intelligence I had managed to uncover. The tree man proclaimed proudly, having finally contributed. No longer merely a tool for shade. His innate racial abilities allowed him to transform into a tree, conceal himself, and communicate with plants to gather information. Initially, he believed he had stumbled upon a minor achievement in tracking the Rain clan, but upon further investigation, he learned that the Rain clan had first visited this region centuries prior, faintly sensing the legendary aura of the true water of Tai. The true water of Tai is an extraordinarily rare divine liquid, revered for its myriad applications, whether in medicinal concoctions, the crafting of unparalleled elixirs, or the refining of potent blood and flesh remedies. Even during the forging of magical artifacts, a single drop of this water could significantly enhance the quality of the item. Moreover, the true water of Tai inherently embodies the principles and order of water, rendering it invaluable to those who cultivate water-based techniques. The Rain clan dispatched 4 sealers, accompanied by several prodigies, to seek this precious remedy, deliberately avoiding confrontation with Xiao Tian and Shi Hao, preparing instead to acquire the true water of Tai, for Shi was in dire need of it as well. Upon receiving the news from the tree man, Xiao Tian and Shi Hao sprang into action, accompanied by the silver blood giant. The tree man, riding on the fire cloud sparrow and the 9-headed lion. They ventured not to the large lake or the spiritual spring, but delved deep into the solitary desert, where in the distance they beheld a small pool of water, merely a meter square, from which the divine liquid gushed forth, exuding an aura of auspiciousness. The value of this treasure was comparable to that of Xiao Tian's earth spirit milk, with some aspects even exceeding it. Of course, the earth spirit milk held its own formidable properties, capable of transformative effects. It was through this substance that the former headmaster of the Deer Hunting Academy altered his innate talents, achieving the 8th celestial realm and standing out among his peers. With relentless speed, they journeyed day and night, finally arriving at their destination. The golden desert stretched infinitely, its grains shimmering like gold, blindingly bright. Treading upon it felt akin to stepping into molten iron, unbearably scorching. Even the winds that swept through were more searing than steam, capable of instantly turning an ordinary person into a desiccated mummy. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was aware that his 7th incarnation was also present here. In the original storyline, Xiao Tian reached this place first, and now he could do the same. 800 years ago, the last king-level powerhouse of the Xiao Clan had come here, but tragically, the vast wilderness was not tranquil, and that king-level warrior ultimately perished in a clash with the Stone Kingdom and the ancient Divine Mountain, dying in a mutual destruction with an adversary of equal caliber, prompting the Stone Kingdom to view the Xiao Clan with newfound respect and protection. Chapter 45. The Stabilizing Needle of the Sea. The true water of Tai was nestled within a golden desert, directly following the footsteps of the Rain clan to its destination. From afar, one could see a small pool, merely a meter square, amidst the swirling yellow sands, untouched by the tumultuous winds. The divine liquid surged from its spring, exuding auspicious vapors, while the encroaching sands transformed into pure essence. This divine pool appeared as a trivial puddle, one that could easily be engulfed by the surrounding sands. Yet upon closer inspection, It emanated vast, earth-shattering waves, akin to the surging tides of the Mariana Trench, containing immense power akin to the boundless ocean. The true water of Tai shimmered with clarity and divine light, radiating a sacred glow untainted by sunlight. One could imagine that by nightfall, this place would be enveloped in ethereal hues and divine mist, with essence surging forth. The only lament was that, in this expansive golden sea of sand, such a diminutive pool was exceedingly difficult to detect, akin to a mayfly in the vastness of heaven and earth, a mere grain in the ocean. The members of the Rain clan, filled with excitement, prayed and embraced one another, tiptoeing in triumph. They had succeeded in obtaining this small pool of true water of Tai, which would undoubtedly restore the clan's former glory. The Rain clan had once produced deities, renowned as the Rain god, immensely powerful, not merely a false god, but a true divine being, possibly even a celestial god. Over the endless ages in the original storyline, Shan Hai had provoked the treasures left behind by that Rain clan deity, sensing that the ancient being might still exist, albeit in a distant realm, unable to return or regain its former strength. Xiao Tian surmised that it had likely ventured to a certain region within the 9 heavens and 10 earths. After all, in the original narrative, Shan Hai's primary activities were concentrated within the 3,000 states of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and he had also traversed the great Crimson Heaven. Moreover, this true water of Tai, already imbued with spiritual awareness, could soar through the skies and traverse the earth, much like the earth spirit milk that Xiao Tian had encountered, capable of concealing itself. Furthermore, this true water of Tai had nearly attained sentience, evolving runes and principles, beginning to shift towards the transformation of spirits. As the Rain clan approached, its runes could even manifest various ferocious beasts, vividly alive, roaring towards the heavens, resembling the arrival of beasts inscribed in ancient texts. Most importantly, these manifested beasts were not mere illusions. The black tiger could whip up a storm of sand. The purple camel could summon thunder from the skies, and the golden eagle could soar through the heavens, its wings scattering golden feathers like a rain of swords. This was a warning from the true water of Tai. It could even summon the bones of the fallen from the desert, commanding a legion of the deceased to launch an assault. Xiao Tian's 6th incarnation had already brought the 7 sons of deer hunting and was swiftly making their way here. His 7th incarnation was also nearby, bolstered by Xiao Tian's eldest incarnation. Xiao Tan, undeterred by the challenges of acquiring the true water of Tai, much like the Rain clan, who prayed in situ, sought a bestowal from the water. He desired to possess it all. The world was on the brink of destruction. Where was the time for restraint? He understood many principles and had learned the wisdom of moderation, yet he was resolute in his pursuit. His aim was to grow stronger swiftly and save the world. With determination, Xiao Tian sharpened his tools. This time, he would employ both the Rui Jingu Bang and the chef's knife. Fortunately, his 6th incarnation was not far from here, and with its innate talents, it could escort the Deer Hunting Academy members without hindrance, confronting even the mightiest of beasts without issue. Moreover, there was the Guardian Spirit Vine, a symbiotic vine cultivated by the true water of Tai, both entities mutually enhancing one another, successfully thwarting the Rain clan's advances. Shan Hai's eyes widened with excitement as he exclaimed. Xiao Tian remained silent, pondering whether Shan Hai had misused the idiom. It seemed he had confused it with allying with the same faction against the different, and hastily conveyed a lesson to Shan Hai. Understood, brother. When shall we act? Shan Hai inquired, wiping his mouth as he gazed longingly at the true water of Tai. Have you heard the saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, or the clam and the snipe in conflict, only for the fisherman to benefit? Patience is key, Xiao Tian replied with a smile. Fortunately, he had recently consciously drawn his 3 bodies closer, initially to prepare for breaking through the 12th celestial realm, but now it was proving beneficial. This true water of Tai had indeed attained a degree of sentience, which was splendid, as it could communicate, making the situation even more convenient. In just 5 minutes, his 6th incarnation would arrive. His 7th incarnation was already prepared with the gourd. It was a vine of azure water, possessing the strength of a king-level entity. Impressive indeed. The Rain clan's artifact, a replica of the Qinkuan bag, had also been torn apart. This indicated that the true water of Tai should remain discreet, avoiding encounters with the ancient king-level entities of the 100 Broken Mountains microcosm. Partnered with the azure water vine, it could thrive harmoniously. The Rain clan members were heartbroken, lamenting the damage to the Qinkuan bag, which their clan had painstakingly refined for ages, now punctured by the azure water vine. Xiao Tian felt a slight heaviness in his heart as he reached up to extract the Rui Jingu Bang from his ear. out of respect for the Monkey King. The Emperor Yu, and the Old Lord, who might even be considered a fellow townsman, he realized that he could not tarnish the illustrious reputation of his own treasure, the sea-stabilizing divine needle. He needed to stabilize the Tai Chi True Water shortly. This staff is a marvelous artifact. May I touch it? Sure Hao exclaimed with excitement. Not a chance. You already possess a staff of your own. This is my Rui Jingu Bang, and except for my woman, no one else is permitted to lay a hand on it, Xiao Tian retorted, his expression darkening as he withdrew his hand. Sure Hao looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation, as he wondered where his own staff had gone. The ambushed silver blood giant, the nine-headed lion, the treant, and the crimson bird were equally perplexed, unable to grasp the unfolding events. On the side of the Rain Clan, urgency set in. After a brief discussion, they sent forth a small altar, dark and over a foot in height. The Rain Clan members promptly knelt in reverence. Once the altar was arranged, they carefully retrieved a yellowed piece of paper, cradling it in their hands, and placed it upon the altar. The sealers of the Rain Clan then began to recite incantations, invoking the sacred rites passed down by their rain god. What are those Rain Clan folks babbling about? Sure Hao interjected, his attention diverted. That is a divine decree. The knowledgeable Treant replied. Our Treant clan has also performed rituals for deities, revering the goddess of nature. The golden yellow paper gradually emanated a radiant glow before igniting spontaneously. In the void, characters materialized as if branded in the air, each character a gem of wisdom, dancing like dragons and phoenixes, a profound aura of authority descending upon them. Accompanied by the emergence of these divine writings, an ancient sacrificial sound echoed faintly, solemn and sanctified, invoking an irresistible urge for worship. Everything is prepared. Once the Rain Clan finalizes their ritual, you all should attack them. If you find yourselves outmatched, retreat, but your primary objective is to divert their attention. Sure Hao. Join forces with me to seize the Tai Chi True Water, Xiao Tian declared. I cannot lend you this treasure, for it is one of my family's invaluable heirlooms. He handed Sure Hao a water-stabilizing pearl, fully aware of the boy's impetuous nature, and cautioned him, when we acquire the Tai Chi True Water, this artifact will assist you in refining it. Oh, I understand, brother, Sure Hao replied, his expression innocent. Xiao Tian rolled his eyes. Keep playing innocent. Everyone knows your reckless nature. If you weren't afraid of him, you would have already caused a ruckus. This treasure was crafted from the remnants of a once powerful king of the Xiao Clan, a testament to their heritage. Unfortunately, in the original narrative, Xiao Tian had also been bestowed this artifact by his family, and now he was bestowing it upon Sure Hao. This artifact was a fragment of the sea-stabilizing divine pearl, which had been forged after its shattering in ancient times. Chiwa had already traversed the void, seamlessly merging with Xiao Tian, as if the essence of the cosmos had returned to its source. This treasure originally resided in Chiwa's possession. Xiao Tian had offered him the chef god's knife to coerce him, using the gourd to capture the Tai Chi True Water. If it dared to resist, he would sever its spirit with the knife. Naturally, the same applied to the spirit vine. If it disobeyed, it would be reduced to mere cabbage. Indeed, the Rain Clan succeeded. The Bai Shui vine was so terrified that it knelt, repeatedly communicating with the Tai Chi True Water. The Rain Clan began their half-truths, painting grand visions, promising to venerate the Tai Chi True Water as a divine spirit, assuring it that they possessed the power to make it a deity, having once birthed a formidable rain god. The rain god's laws were innately attuned to water, capable of guiding the Tai Chi True Water towards enlightenment. After deliberating with the Bai Shui vine, the Tai Chi True Water's attitude shifted completely, willing to follow. Having been thoroughly deceived, especially the Tai Chi True Water, which had only just begun to awaken a faint consciousness, it was easily enticed by the prospect of immense benefits, unaware of the intricacies of human deceit. The Bai Shui vine, being a companion to the Tai Chi True Water, also expressed willingness to accompany it. At this moment, the members of the Rain Clan were overjoyed. They genuinely harbored no ill intentions toward the Tai Chi True Water. With both the Tai Chi True Water and the Bai Shui vine, they envisioned a future filled with powerful spirits. The Rain Clan was destined for greater glory, and it was not far-fetched to imagine establishing the Rain Kingdom, even if they were to separate from the Stone Kingdom. Every individual in the Rain Clan wore an expression of solemnity, utterly serious and devout, not daring to entertain even a hint of disrespect. They produced a meticulously prepared pure white jade cauldron, devoid of any harmful inscriptions, solely a storage vessel, beseeching the Tai Chi True Water to enter the cauldron, eager to whisk it away from this prison-like little world and into the vast expanse of the outside realm, aiming for greatness and shared glory. The Tai Chi True Water and the Bai Shui vine hovered in midair, transforming into a resplendent orb of light. They offered no resistance, nor did any mishaps occur, and they directly flew into the jade cauldron prepared by the Rain Clan, leaving the once sandy pit completely dry, with not a drop of Tai Chi True Water remaining. Now, let us act, Xiao Tian commanded. He and Shi Hao moved first. In the original narrative, Shi Hao had jumped directly into the rain cauldron, but this time, Xiao Tian would not allow such a wasteful act. He instructed Shi Hao to attack the elder holding the cauldron. As for Xiao Tian, he leapt gracefully, shrinking in size as he approached the cauldron, plunging the sea-stabilizing divine needle into its center, declaring, "Now, where do you think you're going?" The spirit vine was equally dazed, much like the Tai Chi True Water, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, and was immobilized by an enigmatic force. The Bai Shui vine and the Tai Chi True Water were simultaneously subdued by the sea-stabilizing divine needle, proving once more the exceptional nature of the Rui Jingu Bang. Chapter 46. Brother, you're drooling. Snap. Meanwhile, Shi Hao dispatched his golden scissors, severing the arm of the elder who held the cauldron. This treasure had been seized from a spirit pangolin, and even the willow god had remarked upon its extraordinary nature, especially after the deity within had been vanquished. In truth, it was indeed remarkable. The materials shed by the Xiao Clan's spirit had formed a silver sword, which had also been cleaved by this weapon. Regardless, after a brief resistance, Shi Hao seized the opportunity to slay the pangolin, and from that moment, the golden bone scissors became his trump card, alternately utilized with the swan's precious bone, fashioned into a mirror. Xiao Tian's treasured gourd appeared in his hand, promptly absorbing the jade cauldron. Moreover, he directed the gourd's opening towards the Rain Clan members. Gather. As Xiao Tian focused his intent, raising the gourd high, this treasure, akin to a pinnacle of spirit transformation, emitted a radiant glow, resembling a black hole, unleashing an irresistible gravitational pull that enveloped the Rain Clan members. Purple rune chains extended, ensnaring individuals and drawing them into the gourd. Some members of the Rain Clan attempted to deploy their treasures, relying on their substantial lineage to escape. In response, Xiao Tian summoned the chef god's knife, spinning in his hand before launching it, snap, snap, as the knife whirled, severing the various artifacts conjured by the Rain Clan members into halves. Subsequently, in an instant, all were ensnared within the gourd's bottom layer, where the duality of yin and yang flowed, enveloping them like a Taiji diagram. Those ensnared transformed into wisps of essence, refined on the spot. In the 100 Broken Mountains, regardless of the sealers, encountering Xiao Tian meant only one path, death. Even at their peak, they were no match for him. After all, sealers typically possess cultivation at the spirit transformation level, with those above the inscription level being elders of their clan, who would willingly gamble their lives. As for the Rain Clan, they suffered significant losses this time. To ensure absolute certainty, Xiao Tian chose to silence them. All 20 or so Rain Clan members present were refined into divine essence within the gourd, along with their spiritual herbs and various treasures. Once the last individual was collected, Xiao Tian sealed the gourd and stored it within his mind's celestial realm. Shi Hao gazed longingly at Xiao Tian's gourd, consumed by envy. It turned out that he too possessed a gourd, which explained why he had been dissuaded from pursuing the idea of using a gourd during the spirit sacrifice at the Repair Pavilion last time. Here, this is for you. Refine it a bit, mend the hole, and it's still usable. Upon noticing the glimmer of desire in Shi Hao's eyes, Xiao Tian understood his intentions immediately and tossed the damaged imitation of a Qinquan bag to him, hoping to divert his attention. Shi Hao was instantly reminded of the formidable capabilities of this Qinquan bag, and he could hardly contain his excitement. The key was that it could transform into a palm-sized object, easily stowed away, serving as a marvelous storage tool. A while later, Xiao Tian, in the guise of Lu Hua, arranged for the personnel of Repair Pavilion to enter seclusion nearby. They had all reaped some benefits, and the earth spirit milk within them had yet to be fully refined, so they cherished it, consuming it drop by drop. Subsequently, Lu Hua quietly returned, merging back into Xiao Tian's being. With such an abundance of precious cultivation resources, Xiao Tian naturally declared a retreat. Before closing himself off, he generously allocated 10 jin of Tai True Water to Shi Hao, while the other companions received half a jin each as a token of appreciation for their contributions. Needing a little encouragement, there remained over 100 jin of Tai True Water, yet it could not be overused as it would harm the foundation. Xiao Tian directly took 20 jin to begin refining. Both he and Shi Hao entered seclusion, while the others naturally took on the role of guardians. They could not refine Tai True Water, so it was best reserved for crafting treasures or concocting elixirs. After consuming the Tai True Water, Xiao Tian was instantly enveloped in a radiant glow, as though he had vanished from sight in an instant. His body absorbed the Tai True Water like a sponge, effortlessly assimilating it without any unexpected complications. The left temple throbbed, and ultimately, a sound resonated as if the heavens were being torn asunder. A fountain of blinding white light erupting forth, surging with solar power and transforming into flickering golden flames, fiercely ablaze, while ethereal white light mist ebbed and flowed, shrouding the cave realm in a mystical haze. Finally, he broke through after a prolonged period of anticipation, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. This cave realm was theoretically one of Lu Wa's hidden talents. Among the Gourd children, Lu Wa was the most unique. This implied that Lu Wa could also open a cave realm of the right aperture. There was no rush once he acquired the Fountain of Youth. It would signify the opening of his 13th cave realm. As he introspected within the cave realm, he realized he had achieved a level of understanding that others could scarcely imagine. During his breakthrough, his divine radiance was contained, and the rhythm of the Tao flowed through him, giving him the sensation that both his body and soul had undergone a comprehensive enhancement. His form became translucent, his bones gleaming like jade, his organs radiant in color, and even his skin exuded a soft glow, shimmering with brilliance. His hair was lustrously black, each strand remarkably resilient, radiating a jade-like light, untainted by dust. Continuing his retreat, each breakthrough deepened his comprehension of the Gourd child's innate talents, allowing him greater freedom in wielding them. Once the cave realm was established, Lu Wa and Lu Wa each employed Lu Wa's hidden talent of invisibility, continuing their tasks, thereby facilitating Xiao Tian's resource gathering. As for the Tai True Water, it was now nurtured within the white jade cauldron, under the suppression of the Rui golden cudgel, requiring gradual guidance. From the current perspective, following Xiao Tian had incurred significant losses, yet viewed in the long term, it was a fortuitous opportunity for the Tai True Water. To placate it, Xiao Tian even offered a bottle of earth spirit milk. After all, it was merely a child without complex thoughts, easily appeased. Xiao Tian also regaled it with a story about the sea stabilizing needle, encouraging it to pay homage to the pillar that held it steady. For that was the true opportunity. As for the azure water spirit vine, Xiao Tian declared that if it disobeyed, upon his departure from Baiduan Mountain, he would promptly dispatch a venerable figure to stew it, utilizing it as a sacred medicine. In truth, this spirit vine was indeed comparable to half a sacred medicine, having absorbed Tai True Water for its growth, showcasing immense potential. Xiao Tian continued his retreat, opening the 12th cave realm, thus enhancing his control over solar power, which was inherently a hidden talent belonging to Lu Wa. He was aware that Shan Hai's gains this time would be monumental. Barring unforeseen circumstances, his reincarnation bone would awaken, and the magical abilities contained within it would undoubtedly rival those of true immortals, particularly of the pinnacle variety as it pertained to the realm of time. Recently, Xiao Tian's brilliance had overshadowed Shan Hai, leading their companions to speculate that Xiao Tian concealed even deeper secrets, even deducing his identity as the mysterious youth who had previously defeated the Zhongtongjia. At 10 in the afternoon, a thunderous roar erupted from the place where Shan Hai was in seclusion, a terrifying might sweeping across the heavens, causing the surrounding mountains and earth to tremble slightly, scattering the clouds above into nothingness. Shan Hai's chest emitted a brilliant glow, more dazzling than the sun, imbued with an aura of formidable power that rendered the surrounding world pale in comparison. Xiao Tian cast a calm glance, remaining unfazed as he continued his retreat. At this moment, Shan Hai was on the cusp of rising to prominence. Not only that, but he effortlessly opened the 9th cave realm. The recent fish dragon banquet had already provided immense nourishment, as they had feasted along their journey, and Shan Hai was merely a hair's breadth away from breakthrough. With the Tai True Water in hand, wasn't the opportunity right before him? Xiao Tian felt he was in a similar predicament, lacking only the Fountain of Youth as his opportunity. If all else failed, he would find ways to supplement himself. He remembered that the Monkey King possessed the quasi-sacred medicine Silver Peach, and there was also monkey wine, as well as the royal jelly from the Golden Bee King. The next morning, Shan Hai awoke to the newly risen sun, opening his eyes to feel the warmth of the supreme bone in his chest. His large eyes gradually became misty, so much had transpired because of this bone. Presently, he had no idea where his parents were, or where his grandfather might be. The supreme bone had been reborn, and indeed, after the nirvana, it was even more formidable. He needed to work hard. Now was not the time for sorrow. Once he grew stronger, All formidable foes would be mere chickens and tiles beneath his feet, and once unparalleled beings would beg for mercy at his feet. Xiao Tian gazed at the nascent sun as well, pondering the possibility that the sun within this small world was the corpse of the golden crow. If he were to stew it, surely it would be immensely nourishing. Brother, you're drooling, Shan Hai remarked. No, you're mistaken, Xiao Tian replied sternly. Brother, are you craving golden crow meat? Shan Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement. This time, Shan Hai's breakthrough evoked envy among the silver-blooded giant, the scarlet bird, the treant, and the nine-headed lion, their gazes toward him now entirely transformed. Being an 8-cave realm practitioner was already a rarity among the human race, deserving of admiration as a prodigy. Now, with Shan Hai effortlessly breaking into the 9th cave realm, the small sun in his chest could even resonate with the heavens and the earth, underscoring his extraordinary nature. Recalling some scandals that had circulated from the Martial King's mansion, it seemed a naturally supreme child had been deprived of his supreme bone, which was then transplanted into the Zhongtongzhi. At the time, this incident had caused quite a stir, as Xiaoling, the genius of the Martial King's mansion, had slain the mother of the Zhongtongzhi, causing an uproar throughout the entire Shi city imperial capital. Reflecting on this now, and after witnessing everything that had transpired with Shan Hai last night, it became evident that the rumors held truth. The mischievous child before them was indeed the pitiful child who had been so cruelly wronged. The young supreme had been rendered powerless by the mother of the Zhongtongzhi. Had he been born into another race, he would have been revered, with powerful protectors dispatched to guard him for 20 hours. Such events would never have transpired. What a tragedy! With Shan Hai's breakthrough, he felt as though he had been reborn. His physical form had grown significantly stronger, not only due to the enhancements brought by breaking into the 9th cave realm, but also from the rebirth of the supreme bone. However, the thought of Xiao Tian's terrifying combat prowess caused Shan Hai to worry. He suspected that Xiao Tian had long since attained the 10th cave realm. The divine Willow once articulated that, for a true, pure-blooded, ferocious beast, attaining the 10 hollow heavens represents perfection. Thus, it is imperative that the 10 hollow heavens be achieved. Continue your journey, and remain vigilant for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. My friend has discovered the earth spirit milk. If you exert yourselves sufficiently, I shall assist you in nurturing 2 beings to reach the 8 hollow heavens, instructed Xiao Tian to the scarlet bird and the treant. In Chapter 47, titled The Rift Sky Demon Butterfly Seeks Death, the scarlet bird possesses the potential to attain the 8 hollow heavens. Yet with the earth spirit milk, success would be assured. The Treant clan's genius is in a similar predicament. With the earth spirit milk, his elevation to the 8 hollow heavens is guaranteed. Even the 9-headed lion is invigorated by the prospect of the earth spirit milk, a legendary treasure said to facilitate a complete transformation. After Xiao Tian's 6th avatar and Shan Hai resumed their journey, Xiao Tian's 6th avatar unexpectedly collided with a butterfly. Upon merging the 3 forms and breaking through the 12th hollow heaven, Xiao Tian's 6th avatar sought the 7 stags. As preparations were made to depart this area for the next, Xiao Tian stumbled upon the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly, which flitted into a fragmented gorge. Shrouded in darkness and seemingly bottomless, a perilous sight. Yet emboldened by the presence of the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly, Xiao Tian's 6th avatar dared to venture in. Xiao Tian retracted the 7 stags and followed closely behind the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly into the gorge, where he witnessed the butterfly engaged in a fierce battle with a golden serpent of the spirit transformation realm. At first glance, it resembled a tongued snake, but upon closer inspection, it bore more resemblance to a cobra, akin to descriptions from the Shan Hai Jing that recounts the region of Dushan, rich in copper and jade, home to a yellow serpent with fish fins and a lustrous body, heralding drought upon its emergence. This 10-meter-long golden serpent, adorned with fish-like fins, also known as dorsal fins, danced gracefully in the air. However, Xiao Tian discerned that it was not a pure-blooded ferocious beast, for despite its spirit transformation prowess, it was being pushed back relentlessly by the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly. It was likely an ancient remnant from the 8 Hollow Heavens era, struggling to break through. The Rift Sky Demon Butterfly had already opened 9 Hollow Heavens, fluttering elegantly amidst a cluster of dazzling 7-star hawthorn blossoms, their tender green branches adorned with exquisite pink flowers. A sight of unparalleled beauty. This artifact was crafted from the most precious parts of plant-like ferocious beasts, akin to the primal bones birthed by demon birds. Empowered by this artifact, 7 golden stars danced around the remnant, diminishing its agility and offensive capabilities. The petals of the 7-star hawthorn bore 7 tiny yellow dots, which inspired its name. It was a fearsome, poison-based artifact. The Rift Sky Demon Butterfly, measuring over a meter in length, displayed iridescent wings that shimmered like a cascade of colors, each glimmer resembling a spatial bomb capable of breaching the remnant's defenses. The rift sky demon butterfly was, in essence, a formidable spatial insect, its fearsome reputation rivaling that of ancient ferocious beasts. After observing for a while, Xiao Tian had a sudden epiphany and decided to circumvent the two combatants, thinking to himself that he would investigate what treasures lay within this gorge while they continued their duel. Upon entering the sheer cliffs of the gorge, a violet pattern appeared on Xiao Tian's brow, and his body surged into the cliffside. As his celestial eye opened, he immediately beheld a vast expanse of red copper ore, rich in red copper essence. This material, indeed, could be used to forge artifacts, even suitable for array realm experts, though for Xiao Tian, it was not a significant surprise. Delving deeper, he focused on a silver stone at the center of the red copper essence, about the size of a fist, naturally suspended in mid-air, its aura intertwined with the surrounding red copper essence. This was void god copper. He recalled reading about it in fan translations of Jatian, where it was mentioned that the void realm was forged from this very material. The formation of this vein was attributed to the radiative power of the void god copper, which had altered the essence of the surrounding stones over time, resulting in its current scale. Xiao Tian hastily used his mental connection to summon the seventh avatar, who had not yet departed this area. The materials for forging artifacts could be easily transported, and the invaluable void god copper could be directly refined to enhance the space of his gourd. The red copper essence could be taken back to the Xiao Clan, with a portion allocated to the Seven Stags Academy, for in the absence of primal bones, red copper essence remained one of the premier materials for crafting artifacts. After a day's wait, the two combatants were still locked in battle. By the time the seventh avatar arrived to collect the divine gold and all the ore in the gorge, the opposite mountain wall of the gorge collapsed instantaneously. Following the opening of the 12th hollow heaven, the seventh avatar's gourd now possessed two spaces, the upper measuring 600 meters in diameter and the lower 900 meters. Unaware of the chaos that had unfolded, the remnant and the rift sky demon butterfly were immediately thrown into a frenzy. Xiao Tian's sixth and seventh avatars were unafraid. Moments later, the remnant was conveniently captured by the seventh avatar, adding yet another delicacy to their collection. As for the rift sky demon butterfly, it found itself matched against the sixth avatar, engaged in a spatial confrontation. The butterfly was unable to contend with the sixth avatar's innate divine abilities, and in a mere instant, it was nearly shattered by the force of the encounter. The battle concluded almost before it began, with the sixth avatar seizing the butterfly's wings and placing the rift sky demon butterfly upon its shoulder. The butterfly, having given up on life, felt utterly defeated, unable to fathom how its grand ambitions had led to such a crushing downfall. Regrettably, the butterfly offered little in terms of sustenance, possessing only a small amount of flesh along its spine and legs, rendering it largely inedible. Xiao Tian sighed to himself. The rift sky demon butterfly could not suppress a shiver. It had heard tales of its kind being consumed and sensed that Xiao Tian spoke with a wealth of experience. From now on, you shall accompany me. I shall ensure you indulge in the finest delights, Xiao Tian continued. The void god copper has its merits. I promise to procure a piece of celestial gold for you in the future. Observing the emotional glimmer in the butterfly's eyes as it listened to his words, Xiao Tian pressed on, recalling how Hao had once drawn grand visions for the nine-headed lion. How about I give you a name? Libby Bada who? Xiao Tian suggested. The rift sky demon butterfly immediately shook its head and, for the first time, spoke. I shall be called Liu Li. Ah, a female butterfly indeed. But how do one distinguish between the male and female of your kind? Xiao Tian inquired with curiosity. Ask again, and I shall end my existence here. The rift sky demon butterfly retorted in despair. Very well, no need for agitation. Living instills hope, bravely endure, and you shall witness the sun rise anew. Look at the sky, so blue, and the sun, so radiant. How could you bear to relinquish life? Xiao Tian hastily comforted. Your parents brought you into this world and nurtured you. It was no easy feat. A good death is inferior to a miserable life. Xiao Tian continued. Modern youth are too impulsive, having not yet faced the trials and tribulations of life, often seeking to end it all without regard for its value. Gulme, drink some earth spirit milk to restore your vitality. Once you recover, we shall grow strong together. You will scout for heavenly materials while I seize them. Together, we shall conquer the white tiger and slay the golden-winged roc. I have heard that your insect clan, upon consuming their avian foes, may experience a bloodline transformation. Perhaps you could open the 10 hollow heavens. Xiao Tian persisted in painting a vivid picture of the future. The rift sky demon butterfly gazed at the half-pound of earth spirit milk Xiao Tian offered, inhaled its aroma, glanced at him, and, without hesitation, extended its curled proboscis into the jade jar to sip the nectar. This is my reserve milk jar. I drank beast's milk until I was 8 years old. Let us share this fortune without distinction, Xiao Tian added. Hearing his words, the rift sky demon butterfly slightly trembled, its eyes vacant as it gazed at the sky, silently continuing to drink the earth spirit milk, savoring its exquisite flavor. Strangely enough, it bore resemblance to a proud girl rolling her eyes while sipping milk tea. 3 days later, in the heart of the Baiduan Mountain, there lies a remnant of antiquity, replete with treasures such as swords, cauldrons, spears, divine rings, and bells, all of which soar freely, having long since awakened their spirits. Each time the Baiduan Mountain emerges, seekers of fortune rush to seize these precious artifacts. Any single item holds the potential to rival the treasures of the Array realm, with some even surpassing the crafted relics of esteemed beings, thus earning the title of divine weapons. Xiao Tian's sixth avatar gazed in astonishment at the land, feigning ignorance as he inquired further. After all, granting others the opportunity to shine is essential for forging friendships. The Laertan Moidia had been in a state of discontent for 3 days. But after accompanying Xiao Tian and indulging in the flesh of ancient avian relics, its injuries healed, rekindling its hope for existence. Indeed, the Laertan Moidia replied tersely. In that case, let us embark. I would appreciate your company. Xiao Tian suggested. It is merely a meter long. How could such a substantial creature bear the audacity to wish to mount its back? I could grasp hold of one of your legs, and together we could soar. Xiao Tian proposed. Patience, for time, is ample. You shall ride upon it eventually. After all, the divine abilities of the first avatar can be shared with the sixth, due to their intrinsic connection. As for the 7 avatars of the deer, they exchanged resigned glances, having been gathered by Xiao Tian into his sleeve. His comprehension of spatial techniques was astoundingly high, and having learned a modicum of spatial arts from the he could easily accommodate them within his sleeve, even if it lacked the full grandeur of true spatial manipulation. The 7 avatars expressed no objections, content to enter a meditative state, knowing Xiao Tian would remember to nourish them during his feasts. Their self-assigned role was to ensure they did not hinder progress, aspiring to utilize the earth spirit milk within them to break through to the 8th heaven upon their departure from Baiduan Mountain. Subsequently, the Laertan Moidia guided Xiao Tian toward the central ruins of the Baiduan Mountain, which sparked numerous rumors throughout the region. Initially, it was said that the Laertan Moidia had captured a human, but the tale quickly morphed into one of the Laertan Moidia reveling in human consumption, unleashing a bloody rampage. Despite this, no human rushed to defend Xiao Tian. Instead, the human cultivators in the wake of the Laertan Moidia fled in terror. You humans are truly fascinating, remarked the Laertan Moidia. You do not comprehend. It is precisely their ignorance that begets unforeseen surprises, Xiao Tian replied calmly. Once they discover that I have suppressed the Laertan, I shall undoubtedly astonish them. The Laertan Moidia mused. I truly wish to cast this fellow aside. Do not be discontented. Should you ever manage to suppress me, I would gladly call you my master. For now, you cannot defeat me, thus you must heed my words. Xiao Tian appeared to discern the Laertan Moidia's thoughts, promptly offering a glimmer of hope. Life necessitates a hint of anticipation to invigorate one's spirit. In Chapter 48, I implore you to behave like a person. The Laertan's multifaceted, glimmering eyes reflected a spark of humanity. Stirred by Xiao Tian's words, this young human demonstrated remarkable prowess. Should it take him as a servant, they could potentially ascend to the revered realm together, pursuing the path to divinity. The quality of his cooking became inconsequential. The Laertan Moidia possessed a pair of luminous, multifaceted eyes composed of myriad smaller hexagonal lenses, affording it a panoramic view devoid of blind spots and an impressive range of vision, far surpassing that of ordinary butterflies. After all, it was the Laertan Moidia, an ancient and fearsome creature, akin to the offspring of pure-blooded ferocious beasts. During their journey, Xiao Tian witnessed numerous battles as they traversed 21 regions, rescuing several individuals along the way and acquiring a handsome reward for each life saved, receiving a millennium-old spiritual herb in exchange for each life, a fair price for existence. Naturally, alongside them, they orchestrated several significant heists, evading relentless pursuits from formidable beasts for thousands of miles. All it took was swiping a few dragon eagle eggs and snatching a plant obstructing the sunlight near its nest, borrowing a flower from the doorstep of a 3-tailed dragon horned tiger, Xiao Tian took advantage of the creature's distraction while chasing the Litan to pilfer some of its gathered primal treasures. Indeed, his haul was substantial within the realm of inscriptions. Wealth abounded. The pursuit was arduous, yet the experience was far from pleasant. Fortunately, Oda mastered spatial techniques, allowing for swift escapes. Otherwise, its life would have been prematurely extinguished, never to witness the day it could claim dominion. 10 days later, Moide feasted upon a golden egg shell larger than itself, extending its tongue to savor its meal. Xiao Tan, intrigued, grasped its tongue for a moment, inciting vehement protest from the creature, leading to 3 days of silence between them. I can only imagine the exquisite taste of the golden-winged giant's blood egg. The flesh must be even more delectable, Xiao Tian mused, spooning egg custard into his mouth. Among the ancient progenitors, there exists a golden-winged giant, Tan noted, excitement flickering in its voice. Consuming the essence of such a powerful avian would greatly benefit it, potentially providing the opportunity to attain the legendary eighth heaven. Their inherent enmity with avian beasts, whether as predator or prey, rendered their interactions tremendously advantageous, even capable of awakening and amplifying their bloodline. 2 days later, upon reaching the area of the teleportation passage leading to their destination, they found the earth stained crimson, not merely with fresh blood. For eons, each emergence of the Baiduan mountain had claimed countless lives. The darkly tinged ground, barren and devoid of vitality, starkly contrasted with the rich essence of heaven and earth. Moreover, the air was rife with roars and the sounds of combat. As an overwhelming number of talented beings from various races converged, conflict was inevitable whenever sentient beings attempted to conceal themselves. As they drew nearer, the central region came into view, shrouded in ethereal mists, with clouds swirling and divine light shimmering, obscuring the depths beyond. 2 colossal stone mountains stood sentinel, framing an entrance to a vast expanse. The white mist morphed into a dense black fog, akin to fluttering ribbons, enveloping the ruins within. At intervals, artifacts soared skyward, producing a sound akin to the tearing of air, reminiscent of a sorceress clad in flowing black robes, dancing gracefully, her enchanting smile revealing glimpses of her pristine skin, an alluring paradise that beckoned to men. Yet, despite the throngs of gifted individuals gathered at the threshold, none dared to step forth first to partake of its allure. "Behold the golden-winged giant," Xiao Tian exclaimed, spotting a magnificent golden bird poised at the forefront. Facing off against a menagerie of formidable creatures, including the swan Ni, Pai Xiao, golden hound, Qi dragon, earth dragon, and even a silver ant leading 11 bronze ants. Naturally, numerous powerful figures from the human realm had also arrived, including those from the Fire Nation, led by the illustrious Hua Linger. Just then, Xiao Tian recalled that he represented the team from the Deer Academy, with the 7 avatars currently in meditation within his sleeve, occasionally emerging to share a meal, reveling in their carefree existence. At that moment, a new group approached, their heavy footsteps resonating ominously. Indeed, a silver-blooded giant, towering at a staggering 20 meters, arrived, with Xiao Tian's first avatar seated upon its shoulder. Accompanying them was a 9-headed lion, with the other 8 heads having nearly restored their former might. Alongside them were the magnificent red bird and the treant, along with a small, agile purple marten, serving as their guide due to its diminutive size and minimal meat. Just then, Xiao Tian's 7th avatar stepped forward, fixating on a plant-like entity. The other party had just arrived, their flight akin to a fleeting sunset, vibrant and resplendent, with wisps of mist swirling in every direction. Before them stood a tree resembling a dandelion, towering at 5 meters, dwarfed by the majority of the towering trees in the 100 Broken Mountains. Its branches shimmered like emeralds, delicately glistening with a vibrant green hue, while its leaves, serrated and sharp, radiated a tender green aura. Most striking was the snow-white spherical object growing at the topmost point of the tree, resembling a fluffy orb that emitted a crystalline glow, reminiscent of a luminescent jellyfish. The ethereal light danced about, akin to tiny parachutes or perhaps delicate white umbrellas, drifting alongside it, occasionally shedding a few, which floated gracefully in all directions, like snowflakes in the air. "The dandelion demon tree," someone exclaimed, their voice laden with terror, prompting others to hastily retreat, wary of the crystalline white flakes drifting forth. The fallen white fluff appeared to be the tree's parasitic manifestations, akin to miniature dandelion demon trees. Those unfamiliar with its nature referred to them as cursed tendrils. Legend had it that upon landing on any living being or inanimate object, they would immediately take root, siphoning essence and growing rapidly until their host was reduced to ashes. In other words, these entities were nearly indestructible as they passed by. The fluff that fell would gradually grow into replicas of the original, regaining memories of their former selves during their evolution. At that moment, Xiao Tian's seventh child stepped forth, brandishing a gourd seemingly carved from purple jade. He uncorked the gourd and bellowed at the dandelion demon tree, commanding, "Absorb." In an instant, the gourd's opening appeared to transform into a cosmic black hole, consuming everything in its path. Streams of purple energy coalesced into chains of order, sweeping towards the dandelion demon tree and the surrounding fluff. With a resounding whoosh, the vast expanse of white fluff emitted by the dandelion demon tree was swiftly absorbed into the gourd, instantly refined into divine essence. The dandelion demon tree was taken aback. Its roots, which had been roaming like feet, immediately anchored themselves into the ground, extracting the earth's vitality to counter the gourd's devouring force. The tree unleashed its might, enveloped in a divine radiance that shone brilliantly, reminiscent of an ancient deity awakening, instilling fear in all who beheld it. It fought with all its might against the seventh child's innate abilities, its branches and leaves glistening with a vivid green hue, infused with a natural rhythm of the cosmos. The snow-white orb emanated a pure holy light, akin to a full moon descending upon the earth, with wisps of snowflake-like fluff swirling around, transforming into a blizzard that surged towards Xiao Tian's seventh child. However, it could not draw near. The seventh child and the purple gourd were innately bound, imprinted upon the void itself. Regardless of how many fluffs approached, they were ruthlessly consumed. As the seventh child absorbed the divine essence, he grew stronger, a purple pattern manifesting upon his forehead. In the next moment, a beam of purple divine light struck the fluffy orb atop the dandelion demon tree, sending more fluff spiraling into the air, which he ensnared within the purple crystal gourd. The dandelion demon tree began to fight desperately. Mystical bone inscriptions appeared all over its body, shimmering with radiant light, while mysterious symbols transformed into a star, enveloping its form. Divine seeds scattered across the sky glowed, imprinting themselves into the void, coalescing with various symbols to form a fearsome magical array in opposition to Xiao Tian's powers. Its branches, leaves, and even roots shone with brilliance, transparent like crystal as the leaves trembled and rustled, surging with green light, creating an ethereal mist that rose to the heavens. Its roots, resembling hundreds of arms, actively lunged toward Xiao Tian in an assault. Simultaneously, from within the dandelion demon tree's branches, a charred black staff emerged, surrounded by the aura of the sun, moon, and stars. With a gentle wave, countless phantoms appeared, headless golden giants dripping with blood, winged beasts with broken wings, and human deities riddled with parasitic dandelion seeds, their heads aflame with divine fire. Blurred apparitions emerged, depicting desolate lands drained of life, where vengeful spirits wailed and entire tribes were slaughtered, ancient nations obliterated, transforming into barren wastelands, with a towering demonic tree faintly visible. "Dandelion, my child, I come to bless you." But just then, Xiao Tian's eldest child intervened, issuing a powerful shout as he hurled his kitchen knife, cleaving the charred staff in two, causing all the phantoms to vanish completely. "Absorb." Seizing the moment, the seventh child raised the gourd high, disdainful of the dandelion demon tree's desperate struggles. With a resounding command, the gourd radiated a resplendent purple light, dazzling like a massive purple sun, its devouring power surging forth, resonating like chains of order. In the next instant, the dandelion demon tree and its severed staff were enwrapped in an endless purple divine chain, struggling violently, its final cries forcibly drawn into the treasure gourd. Regardless of whether it had left seeds on other beings or animals, its current form was doomed. Having accomplished this, the seventh child departed, seeking a secluded place to cultivate, knowing that refining the dandelion demon tree would yield power equivalent to 3 or 5 pure-blood ferocious beast cubs. "Thank you, brother. When we meet again, I shall repay your kindness," the seventh child remarked at times, acknowledging the gravity of their encounter. "The act must be complete. No need for thanks. The dandelion demon tree must be eradicated. It is a scourge that must be eliminated swiftly," Xiao Tian's eldest child calmly stated, standing upon the shoulder of the silver-blooded giant. Amidst the murmurs of those around, he learned that the dandelion demon tree had re-emerged after causing many deaths in ancient times before being subdued, only to resurrect unexpectedly. Xiao Tian was acutely aware that this entity from the celestial ancient times was even more terrifying, a true celestial king. Chapter 49. Borrowing a leg to comprehend the great Tao. The dandelion demon tree was utterly repugnant, virtually indestructible, likely having left seeds in other locations to escape demise. After all, it sowed seeds wherever it drifted. Unless the entire 100 broken mountains were refined, eradicating all suspicious life forms, this entity could not be killed. To vanquish it, one must master causality and fate techniques, directly following the lines of cause and effect to annihilate all its seed manifestations. The departure of the seventh child brought relief to the onlookers. This mysterious prodigy of the human race was formidable enough to contend with the dandelion demon tree. Yet, some understood that had it not been for the youth seated upon the silver-blooded giant's shoulder, it would have been far more challenging to subdue the dandelion demon tree. The silver-blooded giant, the fire-cloud sparrow, the nine-headed lion, and the treant. This ensemble is comprised of the mischievous children of the heaven-mending pavilion and the enigmatic youth, someone exclaimed. In the next moment, all the other races and ferocious beasts felt a shiver run down their spines, their fur and feathers bristling in alarm. As the two most formidable calamities of the 100 broken mountains appeared, rumored to consume everything except for humans, always carrying a pot. Soon, attention was drawn to the black pot upon the back of the great redbird, a recent creation of Shan Hai and Xiao Tian, forged from rare ores, enhanced with thumb-sized dragon-patterned black gold, rendering it extraordinarily resilient and wielded as a weapon by the great redbird. Xiao Tian had marveled at the discovery of this unparalleled divine gold from the celestial Tao realm within the nest of the azure sky palm. Just then, a howling wind swept through, darkening the skies as a massive azure bird swooped down from afar. Its body was as if cast from ethereal azure gold, adorned with crimson patterns that shimmered brilliantly. Its beak was pure white, resembling flawless sheep fat jade, and most remarkably, it possessed but a single leg, standing 12 meters tall. Its leg alone measured 4 meters, while its neck extended 3 meters, exuding an air of unmatched pride, its lively eyes surveying all beings present. Xiao Tian inquired of the rift sky devil butterfly. If this Bifong were to feast upon you, do you think you could break through your bloodline limits and ascend to the next level? The celestial butterfly of the rift fixed its gaze intently upon the Bifong. Should this mere butterfly, defying the natural order, consume a pure-blood offspring of such a fierce avian, it would undoubtedly transcend its species constraints and ascend to a higher realm, unlocking the 10 celestial domains. Many ancient beings and human talents present could not suppress their gasps in such a hushed atmosphere. A fool had the audacity to provoke the Bifong. Upon closer inspection, the speaker was none other than the human servant rumored to have been captured by the celestial butterfly of the rift. My master, I shall heed your every command. In the next moment, the celestial butterfly of the rift realized its purpose, casting a sweet and obedient glance at Xiao Tian, and spoke in a melodious voice. Ababa, the assembly of human prodigies, ancient beings, and even the pure-blood young beasts fell into a collective silence. What have they just heard? You two wish for death. I shall oblige. The Bifong, enraged, emitted a clear, youthful voice. In the following instant, the ground beneath it shattered, and it soared into the sky, exuding the might of having already unlocked 9 celestial domains. Presently, every pure-blood fierce beast entering the 100 broken mountains had achieved the same, all seeking the opportunity to breach the 10 celestial domains. Should they succeed, they would immediately ascend to the spirit transformation realm, gaining an advantage over other talents to enhance their combat prowess and secure greater resources. In the original narrative, Shan Hai had only unlocked 9 celestial domains by the end of his journey in the 100 broken mountains. Meanwhile, the strongest young talents, such as Shan Hai and several pure-blood ancient beast offspring, had successfully broken through to the spirit transformation realm, an accomplishment unimpeded by the mountain's rules. Go! With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Tian hurled the celestial butterfly of the rift toward the Bifong, remarking that it had yet to master human language and was attempting to engage in human cunning. How naive. Swish! The celestial butterfly flapped its wings, creating ripples in the void to obstruct the Bifong's advance. In response, the Bifong opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of bright yellow flames that crackled like fireworks, capable of igniting the very air. This was the divine fire of the Bifong. In Chinese mythology, the Bifong is a legendary divine bird. Its call reminiscent of burning firecrackers, and its flames are said to exorcise spirits and ward off evil. The act of setting off firecrackers emulates both its cry and its flames. However, in this realm, The Baifeng was a fierce avian. When it ignited, flames could ravage thousands of miles, leaving nothing but scorched earth, molten rock, and dried rivers in its wake. The celestial butterfly of the rift danced gracefully, shimmering with iridescence, while the divine fire of the Baifeng crackled and transformed into numerous smaller Baifangs, relentlessly attacking the celestial butterfly. Yet, the celestial butterfly, with a powerful beat of its wings, harnessed the forces of space, and the terrifying spatial ripples annihilated the approaching yellow flame birds one by one. Was the pureblood Baifeng a result of bloodline regression? No wonder this bird had appeared so high and mighty, disdainfully gazing down upon others, including the golden-winged Great Peng, the Swan-Ni, the Xiao, and the Qi dragon, exhibiting an air of arrogance. This suggested that the celestial butterfly of the rift was indeed at a disadvantage against the divine bird. Just as Xiao Tian's thoughts crystallized, the celestial butterfly's plea for help rang out, "Master, assist me." Witnessing the harsh reality striking the celestial butterfly, Xiao Tian's form vanished in an instant. Boom! Xiao Tian's figure materialized before the Baifeng, delivering a kick that, despite his diminutive stature, contained formidable power. Akin to an ancient demon mountain crashing into the Baifeng's face, the avian let out a pained cry and plummeted to the ground, causing the earth to fracture and sending debris flying, accompanied by a seismic upheaval. Hiss! Seizing the opportunity, the celestial butterfly launched a surprise attack, extending its wings to create a fine-dimensional rift that sliced towards the Baifeng's head. In a flash, Xiao Tian dashed forward, employing the void power of his sixth child to shield his right leg, extinguishing the spatial rift and saving the Baifeng's life. In the next moment, the Baifeng unleashed a brilliant yellow flame, emanating an overwhelming force. Even under the oppressive rules of this world, Xiao Tian had no doubt regarding its terrifying potency. Human, you cannot harm me. My grandfather awaits outside. He is a revered one. Who fears whom? I possess my own protective treasures. I too have esteemed elders. Master, swiftly slay it, so we may feast. The celestial butterfly of the rift called forth its treasured artifact, the seven-colored begonia. Thud! Xiao Tian promptly tapped the celestial butterfly on the forehead, leaving it dazed and seeing stars. This magical creature required frequent admonishment to ensure compliance. Allow me to borrow a leg to comprehend the Tao with the celestial butterfly. Furthermore, you must vow upon your heart to never allow others to retaliate against me. Should you feel otherwise, you are welcome to seek me out at any time. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to slay you today, utilizing your flesh to assist me and a little butterfly in grasping the Tao. Xiao Tian stated without reservation. He desired to taste the Baifeng's flesh, but if he did so, with so many present, ancient beings, word would surely spread, leading to significant trouble. He detested those who would retaliate against the innocent after vanquishing the guilty. Very well, the Baifeng was surprisingly decisive, consenting without hesitation. In the next moment, before Xiao Tian could act, it shattered its only leg with runic power and offered it to him. Last night, the Baifeng had extracted a jade cauldron containing a wisp of purple exotic flame, which it consumed. In the blink of an eye, it was enveloped in bright yellow flames and swiftly regrew a leg. The Baifeng had a voracious appetite for fire, consuming flames wherever they ignited, a symbol of conflagration in ancient China. That purple flame belonged to an ancient fire-type exotic species, the purple scale. Xiao Tian suddenly perceived that the Baifeng bore a resemblance to the innate talent panel of his future fusion with the fire child. The Baifeng's treasure techniques might indeed be quite suitable for him. Xiao Tian casually took the 3-meter-long leg of the Baifeng. Little Baifeng, after this collaboration, would you care to sample the flesh of the celestial butterfly of the rift? Consuming the flesh of such a formidable insect will undoubtedly benefit your cultivation. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, the celestial butterfly of the rift regarded him with its bright compound eyes, unable to contain itself as it turned to flee. However, it knew escape was futile. It had attempted to flee many times before, only to be captured and had 2 legs severed, experiencing the taste of its own flesh. Offering her a few legs is no great loss. With some cultivation, they will regrow. This bird appeared rather foolish. They would strategize to acquire the Baifeng's techniques, sacrificing a few legs in exchange for the true path of evolution represented by the Baifeng's powers. Xiao Tian communicated telepathically with the celestial butterfly, concerned it might become despondent. Simultaneously, he reached out to the Baifeng, continuing to persuade, not only can you consume the flesh of the celestial butterfly, but should you acquire its innate bone runes, what is the sacrifice of a leg in comparison? You would gain the treasured techniques of the celestial butterfly lineage, This is the true path of evolution. There is no rush. Let us three first collaborate to seize the divine armaments. Afterwards, we can gradually explore the path to strength. Xiao Tian further elaborated. Although fierce beasts held their innate treasures in high regard, akin to their lives, Xiao Tian understood he did not seek their demise. He grasped the essence of the deliciousness principle, commonly known as pay more to gain more. Look at the celestial butterfly of the rift and the bifong. Had it not shown some interest? Everyone knew that these two powerful rival species, upon consuming one another, would undoubtedly elevate their own power, leading to some profound transformation. Such information was recorded in their respective bloodlines. In truth, this temptation was far greater for the celestial butterfly of the rift, as it was the one facing loss. Being the consumed, if it acquired the bifong's innate techniques and feasted upon its flesh, the benefits would be immense. What was crucial was a powerful presence like Xiao Tian, capable of suppressing them, imparting reason with a firm hand. As Shan Hai gazed at Xiao Tian from the Academy of the Deer, he couldn't help but rub his eyes. Feeling as if he were mistaken, there appeared to be two of his elder brother, Xiao Tian. What could possibly be the explanation for this? He was certain that the figure beside him was indeed Xiao Tian. No wonder he had adopted the alias Li Xiao Yao. Was this some form of splitting technique? Nine-headed king, what has transpired? I've heard that you have been subdued and have become the mount of that unruly child from the human race. The nine-headed lion rushed over to rejoin his companion, while the five-colored phoenix approached and remarked, "Brother, you may not be aware, but that unruly child is extraordinarily formidable. I am no match for him. Moreover, I sense that my path to enlightenment lies with him, and I willingly accept the role of his steed." The nine-headed lion stated with unwavering conviction. Chapter 50, The Blackbird. When I become ferocious, I even devour myself. The nine-headed lion, who had always revered the strong, was somewhat simple-minded and straightforward. After witnessing Shan Hai manifest the nine heavens and the resurrection of the supreme bone, it deeply felt the potential of that unruly child. Currently at the eight heavens, it had struggled for ages without breaking through to the nine heavens, whereas that unruly child succeeded effortlessly. Even if Shan Hai were to achieve the legendary 10 heavens in the future, the lion would believe it. "Indeed, it is you. How wonderful." At that moment, a familiar yet strange voice echoed, chilling and laced with unmasked murderous intent, sweeping toward Shan Hai. The speaker was a bizarre serpent, 5 meters long and as thick as a thigh, its scales a brilliant crimson, resembling armor forged from phoenix blood and gold. Its body branched into two below the head, having 6 legs like bird claws, each golden and razor-sharp, and 4 wings that shimmered with a golden sheen, the feathers smooth and glossy, creating an overall grotesque yet fearsome appearance. Fei Yi, the serpent, had attempted to eat Shan Hai while he was wandering through the city of the void. But Shan Hai had interrupted, leading to its grudge against him. Just then, a jet-black crow, perpetually engulfed in flames, appeared, possessing the mystical trait of 3 legs. "How arrogant can human geniuses be? I believe it is time to clear the area," it proclaimed, having come alongside Fei Yi. The two seemed to conspire together. The arrival of Fei Yi signified a severe drought, and the crow, bearing the bloodline of the golden crow, was no pleasant omen, but a harbinger of misfortune and death. Xiao Tian's elder form exchanged glances with Shan Hai, and in the next moment, Shan Hai lunged at Fei Yi while Xiao Tian charged at the 3-legged fire crow. As the black feathers scattered, Xiao Tian surged past, unleashing a bolt of golden lightning that struck the 3-legged fire crow like a massive millstone, unleashing a torrent of thunder. And black flames rained down. With a resounding crash, Xiao Tian stomped the ground, leaping onto the back of the 3-legged fire crow. With a single step down, the 3-meter-long creature screeched and plummeted from the skies, shattering upon impact. The two human geniuses, in their reckless display of power, made it clear that the 100 broken mountains were now under the dominion of their kind. At that moment, a 3-eyed alien with a large head bellowed. As soon as it finished speaking, the 5-colored phoenix attempted to rush forward, but was intercepted by the 9-headed lion, who cautioned, "Brother, heed my words. Our two races are connected by ancient ties. I will not harm you, nor should you come to my aid." Just as the words left its mouth, the fire crow was dispatched by Xiao Tian with a mere gesture, its body collected and sealed within a cold jade cauldron, a relic they had acquired on their journey. Meanwhile, Shan Hai had Fei Yi pinned underfoot, severing its head with a silver sword and swiftly retrieving another cold jade cauldron to seal the serpent's body within. "I wonder if consuming the flesh of the 3-eyed race will grant me the divine sight," Shan Hai mused, evading the attack of a blue-haired youth from the 3-eyed race. His demeanor icy. In the next instant, a burst of golden lightning appeared in his hand, striking the 3-eyed youth, leaving him charred and barely alive. His twin brother, seething with rage, lamented, "I don't wish to intervene, but my brother is far too impulsive." Although they had both attained the 8 heavens, confronting Shan Hai was akin to being crushed beneath a wheel. "Please spare my brother. I'm willing to follow you," the three-eyed youth pleaded. "No, however, you may buy your life with spiritual herbs. Each of you must present 6. Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly, "The chaos is not yet sufficient. With so many witnesses, it would not be wise to commit too many acts of vengeance, lest we cultivate too many enemies, making it impossible to return to the Academy of the Deer." In the original narrative, Shan Hai found himself in a similar predicament, compelled to associate with Fire Spirit in search of protection from the Fire Emperor. "Brother, let us share a meal together. I possess a leg of Bai Fong, and we require a gallbladder from Fei Yi for my companion, De Qing, who was injured earlier," Xiao Tian's elder form suggested. Xiao Tian's elder form proceeded to prepare the meat of Fei Yi and the 3-legged fire crow. In the past, no one dared to consume crow meat, yet it was in fact a medicinal ingredient known to nourish the yin and invigorate the blood, expel parasites, and calm the liver. The black and white meat of the 3-legged fire crow was harmoniously melded by Xiao Tian, utilizing a recipe from the classic of mountains and seas. Combined with various spiritual herbs, 2 drops of the true water of Tai Chi, and 2 spoonfuls of earth spirit milk, transforming into a nourishing yin-yang dragon and phoenix soup. Even the leg of Bai Fong was seamlessly integrated, becoming the dish's phoenix claw. Bai Fong observed with envy as the others feasted heartily, noting that its own leg was in the mix. Fortunately, Xiao Tian presented a gallbladder from Fei Yi, which it reluctantly consumed, finding the flavor surprisingly pleasant. In the next moment, a surge of crimson light erupted from its body. The essence of the gallbladder was overwhelmingly potent, brimming with the serpent's vitality, quickly revitalizing Bai Fong's somewhat weakened form, causing its body to emit a thunderous sound, crackling with bright yellow flames. The great red bird looked on with envy, but Shan Hai handed it another gallbladder, saying, "Here, De Hong, this will be even more beneficial for you." The fire cloud sparrow gratefully accepted, not hesitating to swallow it. "Ah, this is incredible. I can feel that after this meal, I will surely break through to the 8 heavens." Initially, it felt somewhat uneasy about consuming avian flesh. However, it soon became lost in its meal, realizing that as they were not of the same kin, there was no reason to feel remorse. It would eat its fill without hesitation. Bai Fong, the divine bird, suddenly thought that this arrangement was rather agreeable. The serpent stew, too, was a great boost for it. Although Bai Fong refrained from eating, considering its own flesh was included, it still felt a twinge of discomfort. The 7 sons of the deer and the 4 sons of the sky pillar quietly savored their respective jade cauldrons, exchanging glances that reflected their shared joy in this respite. They each felt that if they could not break through to the 8 heavens on this journey, they would deserve divine retribution. They indulged in a feast beyond their wildest dreams, filled with rare spiritual herbs, ancient breeds, and a pure-blooded fierce beast leg, along with some meat from the realm of spirit transformation. For Xiao Tian, failing to fully unleash the culinary properties of these dishes would be an affront to his culinary skills. Eventually, Bai Fong, unbeknownst to them, also embraced a jade cauldron and began devouring meat and soup, reassuring itself, "I cannot let these fellows benefit from my flesh. I must reclaim what is mine." Xiao Tian and Shan Hai exchanged glances, silently acknowledging, "This is certainly a fierce creature." Once the pot of nourishing yin-yang dragon and phoenix soup was consumed, many rushed to break through, especially the fire cloud sparrow and the tree folk, who had accumulated too much energy. This time, even a 9-headed lion roared with excitement, fully recovered from its injuries and stronger than ever. Unbeknownst to anyone, the fiery spirit, Huolinger, had stealthily arrived to partake in the feast, only to be captured by Shan Hai. After a thorough scolding, Huolinger consented to leave Baiduan Mountain, promising that her father, the Fire Emperor, would provide them with support. It must be said that the little one had finally matured and understood the importance of seeking external aid. He was also aware that while they were enjoying a bountiful feast, venturing out would inevitably incur the wrath of numerous aged adversaries. "How could this be? I feel on the verge of a breakthrough," Huolinger expressed, her disbelief evident. In the realm of Jidongshan, she was truly on the cusp of a significant transformation. "Ha! Does this mean she will become invincible, capable of battling the progeny of ancient ferocious beasts with bloodlines above 60%? She will soon be the empress of the Fire Nation." This was one of the reasons her father, the Fire Emperor, cherished her so dearly, eagerly anticipating her ascension to Jidongshan, envisioning her as the protector of countless beings within the Fire Nation. After all, in the lower realms, it was generally understood that a human genius who could break through to Beidongshan held the potential to achieve the rank of a revered sage. And surpassing Jidongshan could even lead to divinity. In time, the Fire Nation could thrive for millennia. Meanwhile, Shurhao consoled the ancient species, the five-colored phoenix, which had narrowly escaped being devoured, along with the two three-eyed beings, who believed they were about to meet a grim fate, their bodies battered and charred. He reassured them that through mutual cooperation, they could share in the rewards. The little one had grown, now adept at forging alliances and making friends. With a resounding boom, the exuberant red bird screeched in delight. It had made substantial gains, devouring the flesh of the plump and the three-legged fire crow, as well as the meat of the Baifeng, all of which were of the fire element. It felt as though it had undergone a metamorphosis, shedding its old feathers for new ones that were even more vibrant and resplendent, its form slightly diminished. Even the pure-blooded young Baifeng had benefited greatly. Flames of bright yellow dancing upon its body, its azure feathers now glimmering with enhanced luster, displaying a two-tone flame, azure at its core and bright yellow on the surface. The dual flames engulfing its body vaporized the nearby rocks and ground, turning them into boiling lava that flowed profusely. Ha! I feel my bloodline has strengthened once more. If I could, Baifeng gazed at the Liatan, contemplating the prospect of consuming this creature to elevate its bloodline purity from 85% to 90% without a doubt. Indeed, for ancient species, a bloodline purity exceeding 50% was a badge of honor, allowing them to claim lineage from the pure-blooded ancient beasts. At this moment, the Liatan, having consumed the flesh of Baifeng and the fire crow, along with other delicacies, felt the surrounding space begin to crack, its wings pulsating with the legendary power to tear the sky asunder. Clearly, the late Tan had also grown significantly stronger, contemplating that consuming the Baifeng might propel it to the realm of Jidongshan, reaching the pinnacle of butterfly existence, as Xiao Tian and others reaped tremendous rewards. Even the 7 sons of the deer and the 4 sons of the Repairer of Heaven were brimming with excitement, realizing their prospects of breaking through to Beidongshan and potentially becoming revered sages in the future. Each harbored their own dreams and ambitions, as did Xiao Tian and Shurhao. One aspired to unlock the Tanshan on the right, attempting to breach the 13th Dan Tian, while Shurhao aimed for Jidongshan, having already successfully traversed through to Beidongshan. His goals always clear. As for Xiao Tian's 7th child, after acquiring the Muasu, he immediately began a rigorous process of refinement, feeling that he was not far from breaking through to the 13th Dongtian's Dinshe. Chapter 51. Seizing the blood of the white tiger. Gathered in this place, refraining from entering the ruins, they prepared to await other formidable beings of similar caliber to collaborate. Inside the ruins, the treasures were endowed with sentience, possessing an almost lifelike quality, and were exceptionally powerful, often shifting locations and proving to be fearsome adversaries. Many talented youths from various clans had ventured within, only to meet catastrophic ends, slaughtered by those sentient treasures, their blood staining the ground and bodies littering the area. Ultimately, those ancient, pure-blooded offspring of ferocious beasts were merely those with bloodline purity exceeding 60%, their parents having adorned them with prestige. This was why the Baifeng, with a bloodline purity of 85%, was regarded with disdain, considering itself a pure-blooded offspring of a ferocious beast, especially when encountering a little white tiger with merely 60% purity, lost in its own pride. Such arrogance stemmed from the fact that even the Baifeng, with its 85% purity, hesitated to boldly claim its status as a pure-blooded offspring of ancient beasts. The golden-winged Dapeng possessed only 54% purity, while the Qilong had 80%. The Pai Xiao and Swan Ni, remnants of true dragons, boasted 75% purity. How could they dare to proclaim themselves pure-blooded offspring of ferocious beasts? However, the human race was truly terrifying. It felt as if one among them was the genuine, pure-blooded offspring of a ferocious beast. The 7 sons of the deer and the 4 sons of the Repairer of Heaven had not been retracted this time, having qualified to break through to Beidongshan, needing to hone their skills further, stimulated by the specter of death to unleash greater potential. This relic was, in fact, an ancient battlefield, reduced to a desolate wasteland, vast and boundless, shrouded in swirling black mist, creating an atmosphere of gloom where the sun and moon seemed absent, obscuring visibility within a radius of 200 meters. The ground was strewn with rubble and shattered walls. Once, splendid pavilions and celestial abodes might have graced this place, now long in ruins, transformed into a relic of antiquity. As the group entered this forsaken realm, a silver branch, as thick as a human arm, suddenly soared towards them from the depths of the earth. It had once been a vital part of a certain plant, akin to the primal bones that birth ferocious flying creatures. A flash of silver light enveloped the area as the branch gracefully descended into Xiao Tian's hands, while others were poised for combat, believing the treasures within would attack. They watched in astonishment as the branch approached Xiao Tian, slowing down and finally landing gently in his outstretched palm. This. Xiao Tian glanced at the others, the purple marten, the five-colored phoenix, and the twin three-eyed beings, who had fervently insisted that the treasures here were perilous. Yet, this silver branch had been refined into a 2-meter-long sword, crafted from the original bones of a peach tree. Holding the hilt, Xiao Tian sensed the sword's joy and the faint happiness it radiated. It belonged to a silver, sentient peach tree, once associated with a spirit who had attained the realm of divine fire, a silver peach. What a fortuitous beginning. Even as others claimed the treasures were lethal, this peachwood sword had voluntarily come to him. The alien beings who had cast a glance at Xiao Tian were left speechless, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Indeed, these were remnants of the ancient gods, inherently formidable, even in an incomplete awakening. Their basic sharpness was sufficient to leave the talented youths of various clans in dire straits. After all, in the original narrative, Xiao had discovered the small bone tower within these ruins, a relic of a bygone era's transcendence. Let's go, Xiao Tian stated calmly, grasping the silver peachwood sword as he ventured deeper into the ruins. Boom! At that moment, a 5-meter-long purple beast horn erupted from the earth, charging towards the group. Xiao Tian leaped into action, slicing through it with a single stroke, severing the purple horn from its source. He extended his hand to inspect it. This was a weapon forged from the horn of a unicorn within the divine fire realm. Behave yourself, he warned, brandishing the silver peach wood sword, or I shall grind you to dust and make a stew. Sensing something, the unicorn horn quivered and fell silent, revealing its true form, which had been refined into a purple thunder spear. Here, take it, Xiao Tian offered. Xiao, a bold and audacious individual, boldly seized the purple spear, feeling the faint currents of electricity coursing through his body. Sensing Xiao's formidable physique, the weapon ceased its resistance, for such treasures possess a spirit and discernment. Choosing their master wisely, as the group continued along their path, they were met with a cacophony of cries ahead, witnessing numerous ancient creatures and human prodigies fleeing in desperation. The fire cloud sparrow inquired, and it was revealed that a cluster of treasures had banded together, ruthlessly slaying any beings that dared enter the relics. It was an affront to the heavens. After all, weapons are merely instruments of war. How could they dare to defy fate? Xiao Tian coldly remarked. Wielding a kitchen knife in his left hand and a silver peachwood sword in his right, I shall confront these weapons. You all be cautious and retreat immediately to safer grounds, avoiding the attacks of those sealers. In the distance, the horizon shimmered with radiant lights of various hues, resembling a multitude of suns ascending into the sky, fiercely blazing and rumbling with thunder, crossing the heavens and bearing down upon them. Xiao Tian's avatar, with a third eye opening on his forehead, beheld an array of prize bones, furs, and fangs, all forged into magnificent artifacts such as the golden crow feather fan, the Jiao dragon spear, the Shin turtle shell armor, the Bian flying carpet, and the Qi dragon skin drum, each a coveted instrument of true power that even the esteemed would covet. Fear not, brother, I am fully aware, Xiao replied, undeterred, as he led the others in a rush towards a different direction. The might of those weapons was too terrifying, and any ancient creature caught would meet immediate demise. He spotted an ancient creature, the ostrich mouse, measuring over 3 meters in length, with a pair of purple lightning wings and a silver mouse body. Its fur as smooth as silk, exuding an aura of dread, with fangs protruding menacingly. In an instant, it slew an ancient creature known as the lightning bird. However, the very next moment, it was impaled by a Jiao dragon spear, offering no resistance. Xiao Tian's 6th avatar, accompanied by the students of the Hunting Deer Academy, along with the rival pair, Bai Fong and the Splitting Sky Demon Butterfly, quickly retreated in different directions. What shall we do? The Splitting Sky Demon Butterfly inquired. We shall pursue the Golden Winged Dapeng or the Qi Dragon. Additionally, we can see if we can collect some corpses. This task falls solely upon me. So you two remain vigilant, Xiao Tian instructed. The Splitting Sky Demon Butterfly and Bai Fong said nothing further, silently approving of his plan. With that, Xiao Tian's avatar stepped forward, vanishing without a trace to gather the fallen. As he sprinted forward, he witnessed a battlefield strewn with corpses. Far too many beings had perished, and all were fleeing for their lives, neglecting the collection of remains. Suddenly, a golden crow feather fan locked onto Xiao Tian, descending from the heavens like a golden sun, aimed directly at him, with flames so fierce they could easily incinerate mountains and boil seas. This was merely the basic ability of these treasures. Yet they had not even revived. With a swift motion, Xiao Tian twirled the god of food's knife in his hand and hurled it towards the approaching golden crow feather fan. With a sound akin to slicing through tofu, the fan was effortlessly cleaved into two smooth halves, losing its former arrogance. There are divine powers that can shred it into strands, which can be combined with other spiritual herbs to brew a nourishing elixir, Xiao Tian mused. Following this, he wielded the kitchen knife, embarking on a rampage to gather 10 types of ingredients. The Chi dragon skin drum shattered, the fire cloud sparrow feather sword broke, and the Xian turtle shell armor crumbled. The remaining 7 or 8 once mighty artifacts, resembling a blazing sun and exuding an aura of invincibility, scattered in fright, seeking refuge, no longer daring to act with such arrogance. Xiao Tian's avatar left in high spirits. Although they had been forged into weapons, their intrinsic materials still harbored divine essence. Once they were rendered useless, it was primarily due to their failure to recognize their place and their inability to abandon the dark in favor of the light, aligning with a worthy master. The nourishing elixir, it seemed, required a return to his clan to brew it for his grandparents and parents, as it contained divine essence. The portion for the goddess of war could not be overlooked either. Coincidentally, Xiao Tian's 6th avatar traversed the battlefield, assisting some ancient creatures in collecting remains, yielding a significant bounty, though it was not he who had slain them, having gathered over 100 corpses. The unfortunate human youth outnumbered them far more, already exceeding 1,000. However, compared to the original narrative, at least 1,000 fewer had perished, as Xiao Tian's intervention had been timely. Nevertheless, he had profited from this encounter. As he passed by, he casually flicked a spark, purifying the corpses. On his return journey, Xiao Tian spotted a golden chariot atop a mountain, with a white tiger seated within, while 2 human prodigy maidens cautiously fed it fresh meat, which was unmistakably the flesh of other human geniuses. On that day, he had boasted to the goddess of war that he would acquire the primal bones of the white tiger, and now he had the opportunity to fulfill that promise. In a flash, Xiao Tian moved unnoticed beside the young white tiger. His divine eye had already locked onto the location of its primal bones, situated in its forehead and 4 fangs. Approaching the side of the young white tiger, the god of cooking's knife appeared in his hand, and with a swift stroke, he severed the white tiger's forehead and the fangs from its half-head, unable to destroy the innate bone patterns in time. With another stroke, this time horizontal, he decapitated it, ensuring that the brain matter did not splatter, preserving it perfectly. The protective white tiger skin bestowed by the elder of the young white tiger failed to provide any defense against the esteemed weapon. As the young white tiger fell, the 2 human maidens, for burly human men, and an old servant all perished on the spot. The young white tiger's bloodline was pure, undoubtedly reaching 60% purity, and was highly regarded. These servants were bound to serve it faithfully, their lives no longer their own. Xiao Tian ignited the corpses with a spark. This world is harsh. The more one has experienced over the years, the more adept one becomes at navigating this existence, harboring no ripple of emotion in his heart. The young white tiger was exceptionally affluent, adorned with treasures such as a Chinquan bag, a precious seal, and 28 battle spears. However, the spears and seal were swiftly discarded by Xiao Tian, as he deemed them too dangerous to keep, lest they pose a threat with potential tracking methods. Having already dismantled numerous divine weapons today, he found little value in such items. Ultimately, he retained the Chinquan bag, inspecting it meticulously with his divine eye. Discovering it bore a mark, he promptly shattered it with his gaze. Just as a terrifying divine consciousness imprint surged forth, he swiftly dispatched it with a single stroke. At last, he secured half of the white tiger's blood, a remarkable ancient creature with a purity of 55%. Chapter 52, The Knife of the Kitchen God. Using the kitchen god's divine knife to slay humans felt unsettling to Xiao Tian, but it was perfectly suited for slaying beasts. "Let's go," he exclaimed, having acquired a Chinquan bag, which was quite satisfactory. Xiao had already obtained a Chinquan bag from the Rain clan during a recent raid. In the time since, Xiao had devoted himself to refining it day and night, successfully mending its flaws. In this world, the most formidable force is perhaps solitude. No matter how powerful one may be, without recognition, admiration, or envy from others, life becomes utterly flavorless. Thus, Xiao Tian resolved to seek out the 7 children of the hunting deer, the splitting sky demon butterfly, and the Bai Fong divine bird. He needed to guide the splitting sky demon butterfly and the Bai Fong divine bird further, encouraging them to contribute their precious techniques for his consideration. Meanwhile, Shurho was utilizing the Earth Phoenix fire to refine his replica Chinquan bag. This lad had long desired a piece of storage equipment, and at last, his wish was coming to fruition. Mine is the sword. Mine is the sword. A faint voice echoed in Xiao Tian's ears, persistent yet elusive, sending shivers down his spine. It was apparent that the ghostly figure from the Butian Pavilion had become ominous. Despite feeling no external force encroaching upon him, he could still hear it. Remembering the curse bestowed upon him by the ghostly figure, Xiao Tian felt an urge to confront Shurho, blaming him for attracting such trouble and dragging him into it. With the connection to the bodies of the 6th and 7th brothers, Xiao Tian felt utterly speechless upon sensing the situation of the first brother. He finally understood why the prodigies of the Butian Pavilion had perished on the 100-break mountain. To survive in such a treacherous place, cursed and compelled to seek out swords, while being hunted by treasures specifically designed to slay the beings within the ruins, the outcome was all too predictable. Not every disciple of the Butian Pavilion possessed the exceptional prowess of himself and Shurho, capable of disregarding the threats of curses and living a life of indulgence. Soon, half a month had passed. During this time, Xiao Tian captured over a dozen divine weapons, among which only 2 belonged to the botanical category, one being a willow leaf flying knife and the other a spiritual vine rope, both of which were genuine first-tier treasures. Xiao Tian discerned that botanical treasures seemed to have an innate affinity towards him. Could it be due to his integration with the essence of the Calabash baby's panel? The other 13 swords were mercilessly chopped into pieces with a kitchen knife. Now, he could prepare 2 portions of a nourishing soup. Thus, he decided to consume 1 portion and use the opportunity to break through to the 13th cave heaven. Consequently, Xiao Tian's 3 forms of the Calabash baby converged once more. He did not hasten to divide the treasures, but instead opened the Tying acupoint, with the cave heaven to follow later. Soon, he selected portions of flesh and blood from 10 different ancient species, including the dragon-headed minks, moon-watching rhinos, little white tigers, serpents, lightning sparrows, unicorns, and golden-armored beasts, among others. He also gathered 10 spiritual herbs, such as purple ginseng, OPMC trees, sections of Bai Shui, spiritual vines, and Yujing Jiaolan. Before long, within 10 minutes, everything was prepared, and after spending half an hour, this was the first time Xiao Tian devoted such an extensive period to cooking. He completely infused the divine essence from those weapons into the 10 types of similarly attributed foods, transforming them into the nourishing soup of the Shan Hai Jing recipe. As he lifted the pot lid, a brilliant white light shot up to the heavens. Within this pot of soup, the sounds of dragon roars, tiger howls, and phoenix cries filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. This was truly a medicinal feast. All the bones and meats melted away, merging into the pristine broth, which exuded an enticing aroma. A single whiff could make one feel as if they were about to ascend. Xiao Tian took out a jade cauldron, sealing some for the goddess of war, his parents, and his grandfather. He also prepared a portion for Shurho. After completing these tasks, Xiao Tian enlarged his body and consumed the entire pot of nourishing soup in one gulp, reminiscent of someone drinking milk. Originally, this nourishing soup would require 30 or 40 people to partake, yet he finished it in an instant. Simultaneously, Xiao Tian entered seclusion. The OPMC tree within the 7th brother's calabash, along with his scepter, instantly transformed into nourishment. Xiao Tian's cultivation surpassed that of the OPMC tree, which succumbed to his calabash without any resistance and was swiftly refined into boundless essence, comparable to 6 pure-blood ancient species. Xiao Tian radiated with intense light. The power of bone inscriptions surged, and divine brilliance sparkled. Within his right Taiyang acupoint, a booming sound resonated as the dark, demonic power of the Taiying surged violently. He activated the 13th cave heaven, situated within the Taiying acupoint, belonging to the inner cave heavens. Henceforth, Xiao Tian would navigate the domain of the Taiying path with unparalleled ease, like a hot knife through butter. With a crack, accompanied by the sound of creation, the 13th cave heaven finally opened. At that moment, Xiao Tian's calabash seemed to have undergone a cosmic birth, witnessing the emergence of the heavens and the earth. The bridge between the heavens and the earth connected, and the Taiyang and Taiying acupoints sparked with energy, further unlocking his potential. The golden and black suns within the 2 cave heavens boiled with fervor. In the next instant, the 7 internal cave heavens and 6 external cave heavens within his body erupted simultaneously. Xiao Tian felt his combat power continuously escalating, his physical vessel, the domain of bone inscriptions, and the integration of the Calabash baby's talents all further enhanced. The seventh brother's precious calabash appeared to merge seamlessly with Xiao Tian, as it was originally the calabash that nurtured the seventh brother. At some point, Xiao Tian found himself enveloped in a purple crystal calabash, which shimmered with golden patterns. The cursed power enveloping him transformed into wisps of dark energy, which were devoured by the calabash. The upper and lower spaces of the treasure calabash expanded to 3,000 meters and 4,000 meters in diameter, respectively. In terms of miles, that translated to 6 and 8 miles of capacity, a substantial spatial volume. Now, with the calabash's power further enhanced, even entities in the spirit transformation realm would be absorbed by this treasure if they lacked formidable protective artifacts. Even someone like his father, Xiao Feng, at the ordinary inscription level, could be consumed. The 6 cave heavens were truly insignificant, weak in comparison. Furthermore, the strength of the calabash had significantly increased due to consuming the OPMC tree's charred scepter material, making it impervious to destruction even by those at the marquee level inscription realm. This was truly a leap in ascension. It was time to visit the treasure divide. He intended to continue acquiring treasures, even if he had to destroy them to strengthen his calabash. This time, Xiao Tian allowed only the sixth brother's form to depart in search of the Tian Pavilion members, while the seventh brother remained behind to enhance his precious calabash, which possessed a unique and immense potential for devouring, albeit still in a nascent state, requiring his reinforcement, such as top-tier divine metals and celestial gold, as well as various treasures from this ruin. Upon arriving at the treasure divide, Xiao Tian found Sure Hao already beginning his ascent. Naturally, the Lie Tianma Jie and Bai Fong had also arrived, bringing along the 7 stags. One of the 7 stags had recently broken through to the 8th cave heaven and gained some self-preservation capabilities. Remarkably, the 2 former enemies now coexisted harmoniously, protecting humanity while earning disdain from other pure-blood ancient species, who regarded them as akin to the 9-headed lion, a disgrace among ancient aberrations. The treasure divide towered majestically, rising over 6,000 meters into the clouds, with a massive expanse characterized by swirling black mists, resembling an ancient demonic mountain. As Xiao Tian approached, he was met with a chilling aura that pressed down upon him. Ascending the slate blue stone steps, he beheld a desolate mountain expanse, barren of vegetation. The earth rendered a dull brown, with certain rocks stained dark red, as if steeped in blood. Along the way, Xiao Tian encountered many creatures claiming to be pure-blood ancient species, such as the Qilong, Swan-Ni, and Pishio, yet the golden-winged rock was nowhere to be found. He glanced at the Lie Tianma Jie and Bai Fong, informing them that this matter pertained to them, even though he had not witnessed the battle firsthand. Indeed, they had truly awakened. It seemed that the Qilong was likely in grave danger. Among the so-called pure-blood ancient species, there had also been a golden armored beast. But regrettably, it encountered Xiao Tian's first brother, who swiftly dispatched it. Along the journey, numerous fossils formed from the remains of ancient ferocious beasts were visible, their divine essence long since evaporated, devoid of any utility. Unlike the other mystical ruins, where treasures might attack intruders, the treasure divide, true to its name, would not exhibit such behavior. Only those with the capability to earn the treasure's recognition would be deemed worthy of ownership. Upon officially reaching the treasure divide, he noticed an ancient stele standing at the cliff's edge, inscribed with several lines of archaic characters, forbidding any noise that might disturb the slumber of the saints or any actions that would damage the divide, lest one face utter annihilation. Inexplicably, a fool, undeterred by superstition, achieved an ancient species intentionally caused destruction, and now lay in a gruesome state, its flesh and bone shattered. The weapons upon the treasure divide, in truth, were the remains of fallen sages who did not wish for their weapons to languish underground, intentionally placed here for the worthy. Originally, the treasure divide was a place where strong beings had transcended. Boom! At that moment, a massive boulder in the distance split apart, and a staff erupted forth from within. Less than a meter in length, crimson as blood, glistening and translucent, radiating myriad hues of twilight, entwined with numerous runes, flames of a sanguine hue dancing upon it. An awe-inspiring sight, imbued with tremendous power. Upon its emergence, the staff soared directly toward the divine bird, Bai Fong, signifying an automatic recognition of its master, leaving all witnesses in a state of helpless resignation. In such circumstances, seizing it was ill-advised. Bai Fong was exceedingly formidable and had allied with a human and the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly. Regrettably, the staff was severed by considerable length, and I was left with merely a third of it, lamented the divine bird Bai Fong. Let us proceed deeper. Within lie numerous sculptures of diverse forms, each sealing treasures. Contingent upon one's ability to claim them, quipped the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly, fully aware that Bai Fong was deliberately flaunting. The cliff above was remarkably spacious, strewn with various colossal stones, forming a veritable stone forest. Those who ascended the mountain dared not make a racket or engage in conflict, for foolish individuals had previously sacrificed their precious lives to test the waters. They were indeed valiant souls. Some of the massive stones bore imprinted patterns of Tao traces, vividly alive, reminiscent of the golden crow basking in the sun, the purple qilin pursuing lightning, the baxi carrying mountains, and the golden pung spreading its wings in myriad forms. Greetings, esteemed brothers, Shan Hai exclaimed as he approached the adversarial sealers of the four clans, playfully patting an elder's shoulder, overly familiar. This provoked the elderly men to fume with indignation. In the next moment, Shan Hai found himself outmatched. Xiao Tian, stroking the forehead of a gray-haired sealer from the Martial King's mansion, remarked, "At last, I see you. I've heard that those from the Martial King's mansion have a strong desire to kill me." Chapter 53, The Offering of Guanyin. And you, young brother, do not scowl. It is better to resolve grievances than to harbor enmity. My beating of Shan Hai was merely based on my disdain for him. That boy has a petty heart. A miscreant since childhood, inherently corrupt, having stolen his brother's supreme bone and even caused his mother's demise. Xiao Tian continued to ruffle another elder's hair, disheveling it into a bird's nest, his smile sinister. The sealers of the Rain clan wished to slay Xiao Tian, and the sealers of the Martial King's mansion felt similarly, perceiving him as a threat to the dual-eyed. The Rain clan sealers had already suffered the loss of 4 to Xiao Tian, and the Martial King's mansion had never encountered him until now. "You wish to die?" grumbled the elder through clenched teeth. "Calm yourself. As an elder, you should embody a noble demeanor, possess magnanimity, and embrace the spirit of forbearance." Xiao Tian patted the elder's head as if comforting a pet, provoking the elder to nearly roll his eyes in irritation. "Damn brat, do not go too far. Do not think we will hesitate to act." Onlookers were unable to contain their fury, their teeth grinding audibly. Xiao Tian approached, seizing the man's head and offering him the same treatment. "Young brother, cannot bear to watch, can you? Do you wish to replace him? Dare you strike at me here? Come, by all means." The middle-aged man, in his 30s, was consumed with rage, having never endured such an affront. Yet in this place, shouting and fighting could lead to death. Shan Hai had similarly located those sealers from the 4 clans who had ambushed him. He mimicked Xiao Tian's earlier behavior, having called them brother moments ago, now affectionately greeting them as young brothers, inciting tremors of rage in the white-haired sealers. Others had entered seeking treasures, but these 2 rascals were engaged in mockery. "In truth, I am your grandpa. Call me that, dear grandson." Xiao Tian employed the art of the trickster beast. His mere words, devoid of combat, were considered a violation of the local rules. "Grandpa," the middle-aged man involuntarily exclaimed. "And what of you? Do you not greet your grandpa?" Xiao Tian added. "Grandpa indeed," chorused the other 10 or so elders and middle-aged men, almost instinctively. "Ah, very obedient. Too bad I have no sweets to offer you. You may as well weep loudly," Xiao Tian proclaimed. Suddenly, several individuals broke into tears. Boom! A terrifying force surged forth, enveloping them, and one by one, they were reduced to mere puddles of flesh. The remaining sealers trembled in fear, hastily covering their mouths, stifling their cries, their faces cycling through shades of green, white, and black, with some even spitting blood. "Let us depart from here," someone suggested. "This is too eerie. What kind of power can distort perception and judgment?" Simultaneously, Shan Hai could not suppress a shiver as a chilling whisper echoed in his ears. My sword, my sword." "Cough, brother, did you hear anything?" Shan Hai quickly glanced at his companion, alerting him. "No, I'm fine, little one. You aren't hearing the call of the Ghost Lord again, are you? Quickly seek the sword. This is something I cannot assist you with." Xiao Tian offered Shan Hai a look of helplessness before departing with a smirk of schadenfreude. How blissful it is to be rid of the Ghost Lord's curse, free of burdens. Shan Hai's mood soured, leaving in a huff, wondering where the camaraderie of sharing fortunes and misfortunes had gone. Once brothers in hardship, now only he remained in solitude. Found it. At that moment, Shan Hai gazed down in astonishment at a 2-foot-long, dilapidated stone, resembling a sword box, now cracked open, emitting a thick cloud of black smoke, a truly sinister weapon. Unlike the radiant weapons others acquired, This stark contrast was remarkable. The ancient sword was dull, rusted, and appeared to be a sword of tetanus, approximately 40 centimeters long, still a broken blade weighing over 40,000 pounds. The unblemished sections were black, with vague patterns faintly visible. Xiao Hao pinched the broken sword with 2 fingers, feigning disdain outwardly, yet inwardly reveling in delight. He sensed this sword possessed considerable merit, at the very least not inferior to any weapon he had previously encountered, perhaps even surpassing the purple spear Xiao Tian had once given him. Soon, Xiao Tian also experienced a stroke of fortune, not far off. The sound of resonant Buddhist chants filled the air, as an ethereal visage of an ancient Buddha emerged, causing a giant stone to crack open, releasing a battered wooden fish that soared toward him. Xiao Tian's expression darkened more than Xiao Hao's youthful visage, for this weapon did not appeal to him. He knew Xiao Hao's broken sword was indeed formidable. However, this wretched wooden fish, linked to the little western heaven, was utterly repulsive. Those bald monks would approach, insisting on a connection, ultimately declaring, "You are destined to be with me, blessed with wisdom. Do not come near." Xiao Tian spun on his heel and fled, forsaking any notion of treasure from the cliff of divine offerings. Xiao Tian's 6th avatar, clutching a basket with a gaping hole, carefully maneuvered, even walking through the void to evade the flying wooden fish, casting a glance at his other self, mourning for a brief moment. Was this calamity affecting the fortunes of those around Xiao Hao? The onlookers stood agape, stunned into silence. These 2 prodigious talents from the Pavilion of Heaven had each found a weapon, one a smoking rusted sword, the other a wooden fish, which, astonishingly, was now pursuing him relentlessly. One word: absurd. Xiao Tian glanced at his tattered basket, recalling that among the 8 immortals of Chinese mythology, Lan Caihe wielded a flower basket. Not bad. Although his was not a flower basket, it resembled a fish basket, akin to the one Guanyin used. The smile that had once graced Xiao Tian's lips froze. His expression hardened as he reluctantly peered at the fish basket in his hands. "This is far too eerie. I have no desire to become a monk. I give this to you." Xiao Tian extended the fish basket to the nearby Zhu Luqizi, who promptly retreated, exclaiming, "Master brother, this treasure will only submit to one it recognizes." Xiao Tian cast his gaze upon the rift sky demon butterfly and Bai Fong, who immediately nodded in response. This venture had yielded rewards for everyone, each person brimming with excitement. "Let us depart." Xiao Tian gritted his teeth, his hunger for his kitchen knife insatiable. He refused to leave the 100 broken mountains with that wretched wooden fish and fish basket. They were destined for the pot. The rift sky demon butterfly gazed eagerly at the treasured artifact it had acquired, a resplendent golden copper mirror, but suddenly sensed a palpable tension in the air. "I want tea trade," it instinctively declared upon meeting Xiao Tian's piercing gaze. "We're leaving. If you like it, stay right here and don't wander off," Xiao Tian said, his expression dark. The members of the hunting academy then began to fumble for their respective weapons as they departed. Meanwhile, on the side of the Repairing Heaven Pavilion, Xiao Hao wore a broad smile, his eyes crescent-shaped with glee at witnessing Xiao Tian's misfortune. It was no small feat, particularly as he noted that both versions of Xiao Tian appeared distressed, one lugging a fish basket in frustration, while the other was pursued by the wooden fish. A rather lamentable plight. The fish basket was actually quite fine. The grandmothers and aunts of Shur village crafted such baskets, leaving him puzzled as to why Xiao Tian was so discontented. The 4 sons of Repairing Heaven closely followed Xiao Hao, apprehensive that he might suddenly flee and abandon them, knowing full well the sealers would not relent. Leaving the treasure division cliff would inevitably lead to a bloody confrontation. Outside, after Xiao Tian had sprinted away, he observed the wooden fish daring to pursue him. Seizing the opportunity, he unsheathed the stove Lord's knife and cleaved it in 2. He was unwilling to associate himself with the petty matters of the lesser western heaven, preferring to avoid drawing the ire of such a formidable entity, which was steeped in moral superiority. As for the wooden fish, since it had chosen him, Xiao Tian would not disappoint it. He planned to stew it twice, absorbing the divine essence contained within the wood. Next, he aimed to prepare a grand feast of 10 beasts and 9 birds. He had just noticed that atop the treasure division cliff were remnants of various ancient species, including the windborne beast, the Fuzhu, the Guohuo bird, the Yingzhao, the Jinong, the Lili, the Jinyo, the Yu, the Abai, the Shaju, the Suhao, and the Xiai, among others, an abundance of avian and terrestrial creatures. There were also rare plant species and primate remnants. Of course, he first needed to eliminate those who stood in his way. Xiao Tian glanced at the kitchen knife in his hand. It was ill-suited for slaying humans. His rolling pin, Ah no, the Rui Jingu Bang would also not suffice. He needed to subdue the disobedient Tai E True Water and the Bai Shui Ling Vine. Oh, and his peachwood sword, along with the Vajra Vine rope and willow leaf flying daggers. Thus, Xiao Tian unleashed a massacre, wielding the blood-red willow leaf flying daggers, which belonged to a variant of the Bloodfire Willow, a part of the lineage of the Willow God. The Golden Vine was a fearsome species of vine of the Goldenwood classification, entirely golden in hue. After all, among the 10 fiends, the 9-leaf swordgrass was also a fearsome plant. Even the God-slaying stone was a type of malevolent stone. The Tianjiao ant and the gu were formidable insects. The diversity of avian and terrestrial creatures with scales and shells was complete. The Thunder Emperor was an exceedingly rare and extraordinary beast. As the saying goes, heroes do not inquire about origins. Kill. Xiao Tian showed no concern for his adversaries. Any sealer from the Martial King's manor would face his wrath. The Rain clan seemed to have vanished, likely plotting something grand, and a confrontation was surely imminent. Perhaps Uzimo and Shi were preparing to break through to the spirit transformation realm, aiming to leverage their newfound power to crush him and Shi Hao. After all, Shi Hao had already begun to shine, warranting the attention of the deep-minded and exceedingly proud, dual-eyed individual. With Xiao Tian's assistance, Shi Hao had swiftly opened the 9 heavens, catching up to the first tier of ancient remnants, dubbed the pure blood progeny of ferocious beasts, and had similarly caught up to Shi. One sealer, upon seeing Xiao Tian charging toward him, hastily activated his artifact for defense, only to find himself and his azure bone shield cleaved in two by Xiao Tian's sword. It was unacceptable for so many to seek entry into the 100 Broken Mountains. Acquiring even one artifact could become a treasured heirloom for a great clan. On another front, Xiao Tian's 6th avatar remained remarkably low-key, utilizing the Qianquan bag to contain ancient remnants. Given Xiao Tian's current strength, he could easily dispatch these ancient remnants with a mere finger. After all, ancient remnants were not benevolent beings. Should they grow strong and lose their minds one day, it could lead to countless billions of humans being devoured. Thus, he was enacting justice, eliminating threats, and securing peace for future generations. Chapter 54. The Law of Deliciousness. Meanwhile, Shi Hao was also engaged in battle, primarily hunting down the sealers of the 4 clans, riding atop a 9-headed lion. Wielding a spear in his left hand and the tetanus ghost blade in his right, with a fire cloud sparrow guiding him as he wreaked havoc. The little demons were also joining the fray. Outside the Treasure Division cliff, the scene was utterly brutal, with many once mighty ancient remnants fleeing in desperation. A pangolin with dragon horns, also known as the Earth Dragon Beast, was besieged by the Silver Blood Giant and the Tree Man, with the 4 sons of Repairing Heaven assisting, swiftly reducing it to shreds. The Rift Sky Demon Butterfly and Bai Fong had indeed set their sights on the Qilong, who was hurling curses at them. The two remained silent, relentlessly attacking, for they were solely focused on feasting. Fire Spirit Girl and her companions were also assisting in encircling the ancient remnants, but inadvertently, they blocked the 4 clans, leading to them being caught by Shi Hao, who dispatched them as easily as chopping vegetables. The Jade Elephant Bird had nowhere to escape. Xiao Tian's great avatar simultaneously launched the willow leaf flying daggers and flying swords, soaring into the air as the opponent's artifacts could scarcely withstand such an assault, resulting in a direct penetration of the skull. Now, Xiao Tian's combat prowess was equivalent to the spirit transformation level, making it effortless to slay ancient remnants. This avian creature had an elephantine head, with glistening azure fangs, and its body was adorned with emerald feathers that shimmered with an eerie cold light. Kill! 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 The ancient remnants that had opened the 8 heavens suffered grievous losses. In a short span, over 30 had been reduced to sustenance. The Qilong, who had opened the 9 heavens, continued to battle valiantly, facing 2 opponents with remarkable skill. Xiao Tian's 6th avatar rushed over, delivering a kick to its jaw, causing the Qilong to lose its sense of perception. Subsequently, Xiao Tian snapped his fingers and directly extracted the Qilong's skull, which it could not even salvage in time before succumbing to death. This was an 80% pure blood Qilong, and the primordial bone was now in his possession. Xiao Tian held aloft the primordial bone of the Qilong, casting a meaningful glance at the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly and Bai Fong. With his strength, he could have dispatched them before they could destroy the primordial bone. Now, Xiao Tian coveted their primordial arts. The primary reason was that the 6th avatar was an absolute genius in spatial techniques. However, his divine abilities were limited to the Great Void technique, traversing the void, while the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly's techniques could temporarily enhance his spatial offensive capabilities. Similarly, Bai Fong's fire-eating talent and its fire-based techniques would undoubtedly complement his future Fire Avatar's talent panel. Although he had yet to acquire the Fire Avatar's talent panel, it did not hinder his preparations for the future. Have you too perhaps slain the golden-winged Great Pung? If I could obtain its primordial arts, it would be of immense importance to me. I possess the Azure Sky Pung technique, and should I acquire the golden-winged Great Pung technique, I might even be able to condense a fragment of the Kuan Pung technique, Xiao Tian remarked intentionally. In truth, he would soon obtain the Kuan Pung technique, and he was not overly fixated on the golden-winged Great Pung technique. He merely sought to provoke them. We indeed slayed the golden-winged Great Pung, but at the last moment, it destroyed its primordial bone. Bai Fong the divine bird answered honestly. For some reason, as it spoke, it felt a pang of guilt, despite the fact that it owed Xiao Tian nothing. Very well, no matter. I was merely inquiring. You may continue. I recall there were a few bronze ants and a silver ant leading the ancient remnants. Do seek them out and do not let them escape. I have yet to taste their flesh, Xiao Tian stated. Understood. The Rift Sky Demon Butterfly and Bai Fong the divine bird fully grasped the extent of Xiao Tian's madness. The bronze and silver ants were on the verge of evolving into divine golden nuggets. What could possibly be so delectable? The battle raged on, continuing until dusk and then dawn again, spanning 30,000 miles in pursuit. This realm of relics, once teeming with life, had returned to desolation. Not a single creature could be seen. Even the artifacts had hidden away, trembling in fear. One particular individual, brandishing a cleaver, relentlessly chopped at any artifact encountered, showing no regard for their willingness to submit. It was said that a once mighty divine weapon, the fish drum, despite its broken tail, remained a formidable artifact. Yet, as it hurried to seek allegiance with this individual, it was swiftly dispatched. The clapper, originally used in the Zen forest to signal when to bathe or dine, now hung outside the dining hall of the temple, serving the sole purpose of announcing mealtimes. On the following day, the corpse of the ancient golden crow rose above the horizon, becoming the sun of this small world, its warm golden rays infusing a semblance of false vitality into the surroundings. Xiao Tian gazed at the sun in the sky, longing for a taste. Realizing why the Tengu tribe cherished devouring the sun and moon, he too found delight in it. The Rift Sky Demon Butterfly and the Bai Fong Divine Bird returned, bringing back all 12 ancient ant descendants, among which was a silver ant, while the others were bronze ants. The silver ant measured an impressive 7 meters in length and stood over 4 meters tall, its body seemingly forged from refined silver akin to the essence of gold. This lineage of ancient monstrous insects possessed a silver sheen, its exoskeleton smooth and resilient. Its mandibles were well developed, capable of easily severing the bones of ancient creatures. Its antennae were knee-jointed, elongated, with the tips swollen into 3 segments, and the entire structure comprised 13 segments. Its abdomen was swollen and bore a pair of razor-sharp wings. The bronze ants, measuring only 4 meters in length and over 2 meters in height, shared a similar form with the silver ant, but lacked wings. Alas, all 12 descendants of the ancient divine insects had been slain. The Rift Sky Demon Butterfly and Bai Fong Divine Bird had to contend with merely a single silver ant, which could barely withstand a confrontation with either of them. The other 11 bronze ants, though formidable in their own right, were no match for the top-tier ancient species of the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly and Bai Fong Divine Bird, being effortlessly dispatched. Xiao Tian immediately set to work, extracting some oil from the exotic pig species, frying it into fragrant oil, and then deep-frying the ancient divine insects. Sure, Hao picked up a bronze ant, starting to nibble on one of its legs. With a single bite, he was met with tender, delectable flesh, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. A satisfying crunch with a delightful chicken-like flavor. It was truly exquisite. Ant meat, known for its medicinal properties, was effective against ailments such as kidney deficiency, dizziness, tinnitus, insomnia, excessive dreams, impotence, nocturnal emissions, rheumatism, strokes, numbness, lupus erythematosus, scleroderma, dermatomyositis, and even snake bites. This was already a medicinal ingredient. Not to mention, this was the flesh of an ancient relic species. Before indulging, Xiao Tian silently recited the Supreme Heart Sutra, invoking the urgency of the Supreme Laozi's decree. And with compassion from the Buddha, he proclaimed that consuming them was a means to enlighten them, to grow stronger for the sake of saving all beings. How delightful! Xiao Tian also partook as a bronze ant shrank in his grasp, becoming a morsel fit for swallowing. With each bite, the crunchiness harmonized perfectly with the tender meat, absorbing the exquisite flavor of the ancient relic pig's oil. Truly a culinary delight, as the Shan Hai Jing's recipes did not deceive him. Standing aside, Huolinger wore a look of disdain, exclaiming in disbelief at their voracious appetites. The Bai Fong divine bird, a magnificent crimson bird, and the five-colored phoenix were eager to enter the cave. Consuming these would greatly benefit them. Xiao Tian, mixing the silver ant, radiated brilliance as the mouth-watering scent of the fried meat spread enticingly. He tore off a large piece of the silver ant and offered it to Shihao. Shihao broke off a leg and handed it to Huoling, urging her to eat. "You fool, this is an excellent opportunity to break through to the 9 cavities. Eat more." Huoling instinctively swallowed, not out of desire, but from the warmth of his invitation. After tasting it, her eyes narrowed in bliss as she savored every morsel, even unconsciously licking her fingers afterward. Truly delicious. Next, preparations were made to enter the 100-herb garden, also known as the Divine Medicine Garden. "Indeed, great king," Xiao Tian remarked while eating. The Divine Medicine Garden is one of the most unique regions in the ancient small world, unlike other areas where saints have perished or relics lie. Once inside, everyone can unleash their full combat potential. Of course, the sealers do not dare to enter, for their seals would vanish, leading to certain death. The garden was said to contain a mysterious formation that bound the bones and ancient arts, exuding a formidable oppressive force that even some ancient relic species would not dare to enter, fearing their bodies would be easily crushed. It was rumored that only true, pure-blooded ancient offspring would have the courage to venture within. Importantly, the tree man interjected, "The Fountain of Youth is said to be located within the 100-herb garden." This was its area of expertise, for aside from cultivation, eating, and providing support, it utilized its racial talents to gather information. The Divine Medicine Garden, as legends describe, is the garden of the gods, brimming with various spiritual herbs, many of which are exceedingly rare treasures from the outside world, with whispers of true holy medicines residing there. The Rift Sky Demon Butterfly and Bai Fong Divine Bird exchanged glances, both reluctant to enter, feeling they were not yet strong enough and needed further evolution. It's not overly exaggerated. Once you achieve the 9 cavities, you can attempt to enter for training, Xiao Tian asserted. The so-called pure-blooded beings likely needed to approach the central region of the Fountain of Youth, while those with over 60% blood purity among ancient relic species could access the periphery. The so-called pure-blooded monstrous offspring merely referred to those with relative purity. In the central area, it was necessary for ancient relic species to possess an 80% blood purity to gain entry. Xiao Tian then declared, "Next, I shall prepare a feast of 10 birds and 9 beasts, requiring numerous precious spiritual herbs. Consuming this feast will aid you in breaking through to the 8 cavities, with even a possibility of reaching the 9 cavities. We will need some spiritual rice or materials to craft spiritual noodles. Those who can enter the Divine Medicine Garden should search meticulously. Bai Fong, Rift Sky Demon Butterfly, and 9-headed Lion. Do you not wish to enter the Divine Medicine Garden?" Xiao Tian inquired solemnly. "I believe I am not yet qualified to enter," the 9-headed Lion admitted, having experienced much, finally realizing its limitations. The once arrogant and youthful bravado had dissipated. "I still prefer your rebellious nature. Today, you should have the chance to break through to the 9 cavities. You may give it a try," Xiao Tian encouraged. "Very well, I will heed your words, great king. If I truly break through to the 9 cavities, I shall lead the charge for you," the 9-headed Lion responded, feeling invigorated at the prospect. The 9 cavities were crucial for it, as they would correspond with its 9 heads, forming a more formidable divine power. Having undergone so much, it had fully accepted Xiao Tian's leadership. "Huolinger, you may also enter. Since you have already broken through to the 9 cavities, you must have sensed that after the 8 cavities, your physical essence will grow stronger. Do not waste this opportunity. Let Shihao protect you," Xiao Tian advised, turning toward Huolinger. Chapter 55. The Hunt for Pure Blood. The princess cannot. The surrounding sealers from the Fire Nation urgently protested in unison. "I am willing to enter," Huolinger declared resolutely. It could be said that her ability to break through to the 9 cavities was greatly aided by Xiao Tian, and she had long sensed that the 9 cavities and 8 cavities represented 2 entirely new realms. Having attained the 9 cavities, she felt qualified to battle with ancient relic species of 70% purity. This meant she could access the outer regions of the Divine Medicine Garden, where danger and opportunity coexisted, a truth well understood by all cultivators. The Fire Nation's sealers felt helpless but recognized the determination in Huolinger's voice. Moreover, if they could emerge alive from the Divine Medicine Garden, the rewards would undoubtedly be significant. The Bai Fong Divine Bird and Rift Sky Demon Butterfly exchanged glances, affirming their willingness to assist her. In truth, only these two had originally intended to enter, as the ancient species of butterflies would greatly benefit from a myriad pollens within the 100 Herbs Garden, making it an essential destination. As for the ancient magical bird, Bai Fong, it naturally sought to venture forth in search of opportunities, for the divine herb garden held a plethora of spiritual medicines, many rare and unseen treasures that could potentially enhance its bloodline purity. Regarding Xiao Tian, the divine herb garden also served as a checkpoint. He was curious about the rewards that might arise from his visits. Thus far, each visit had proven to be remarkably beneficial. Additionally, Xiao Tian sensed that he was nearing a breakthrough. He could feel himself on the verge of transcending the spirit transformation realm. Given his circumstances, the integration of other inherent talents from the gourd panels would continuously reinforce his original essence. Whether in the blood transformation realm or the cave heaven realm, he perceived no true limits, save for the completion of merging all gourd panel talents. Having indulged in their appetizer, Xiao Tian also assisted the Liantian demon butterfly and Bai Fong in preparing the golden-winged roc and the Qi Long they had hunted, transforming them into a divine broth known as the Sky Rock and Dragon Soup, enhanced with various spiritual herbs. After partaking of this delicacy, each individual radiated with a luminous glow. The 7 sons of the deer and the 4 sons of the sky, one after another, saw 2 individuals and 1 person achieve a breakthrough, cultivating the exceedingly rare 8 cave heaven status among the human race. Recently, they had received unimaginable benefits. Even when old and reminiscing about this experience, they would undoubtedly recount it as a tale of grandeur, potentially becoming a legendary story to be passed down through generations. Remarkably, even the 9-headed lion had directly breached the 9 cave heaven. Without waiting for the fountain of immortality, it had fully recovered from its injuries, accomplishing its initial goal upon entering the 100 severed mountains. It had finally caught up with those who claimed to be the pure-blood progeny of ferocious beasts. For instance, Bai Fong and the Liantian demon butterfly had also reaped immense rewards. Yet it seemed that the leap to the 10 cave heaven was an insurmountable chasm for them. In their bloodline legacy, the pinnacle of pure-blooded ferocious beasts lay within the 10 cave heaven. Until they achieved this breakthrough, they could not genuinely claim the titles of pure-blooded ferocious avians and insects. Both were reluctant. Must they truly exchange their original bone inscriptions? The Liantian demon butterfly and Bai Fong exchanged a glance filled with longing, each desiring to devour the other, to ascend on the spot and break free from their current bloodline shackles, progressing further. There were numerous formidable human warriors, not to mention Xiao Tian from the Deer Hunting Academy, who had thoroughly impressed them. Then there was that mischievous child from the Sky-breaking Pavilion, and that individual, how could one even begin to describe them? Perhaps god of food would suffice. It seemed he had come solely for the purpose of feasting, exhibiting a ferocity that rivaled the butcher, Xiao Tian, at his side. Ignoring these two, Xiao Tian allowed the situation to unfold for a moment. He observed as a thumb-sized white bone tower entwined in Shan Hai's hair revealed itself. Indeed, it seemed their fates were intertwined, as if preordained. Shan Hai, laughing heartily, though he had not achieved a breakthrough during this bounteous feast of flesh and medicine, had nonetheless accumulated significant gains, fortifying his future endeavors toward the 10 cave heaven. Moreover, he had finally repaired the universe bag that Xiao Tian had gifted him, a task made possible largely thanks to the small tower. This universe bag, crafted from exquisite materials, was undoubtedly a treasure honed through the trials of a revered figure, previously utilized by the Rain Clan sealers to store their various harvests, and could also serve as a weapon. Regrettably, the sealers had been unable to unleash its full potential, and it had been torn by the likes of the Bichuan spirit vine, a primordial ancient species associated with the true water of Tai. The small bone tower had utilized a piece of beast hide acquired from the sealing of the 4 clans to assist Shan Hai in refining the bag. Now, it contained numerous ancient species corpses, which Shan Hai intended to bring back for the villagers to savor. Upon departing the relic of treasures, they set forth toward the 100 Herbs Garden, while Xiao Tian's 7th child silently melded into the void and departed. Next, he sought the fountain of immortality, needing to devise a means to capture it entirely, akin to the true water of Tai, persuading it to abandon its solitary existence and join his burgeoning family. Alongside the true water of Tai, he believed that more companions would join them in the future. 3 days later, the divine Herb Garden came into view from a distance, its mountains and woods lush and verdant, encapsulated in a tranquil, ethereal ambience, as if it were sacred land for deities. To avert any unforeseen events, Xiao Tian gathered his 4 junior brothers and 3 junior sisters close to him, asking, "Are you willing?" He produced a palm-sized universe bag, its golden cord cinched tightly, appearing as though it were crafted from numerous patched animal hides, resembling Shan Hai's, albeit his bore silver threading. "We are willing," the 7 sons of the deer replied in unison. Among them, 3 had already breached the 8th cave heaven. If they persevered, they were certain to achieve further breakthroughs. Xiao Tian summoned his universe bag, and with a thunderous boom, a low mountain erupted from the ground, drawn into the universe bag, which burst forth with myriad rays of auspicious light, transforming into strands of divine chains. Theoretically, it could absorb everything, gathering all. Suddenly, a 5-meter-tall creature, walking upright, roared and summoned a white bone bell. Its ringing resonated, sending ripples that countered the universe bag's pull. Xiao Tian's eldest child leaped forth with remarkable speed, a brilliant crimson, leaf-shaped flying knife slicing through the bell's waves, allowing Xiao Tian's small figure to stand atop the dazzling blade. Thunderclap soared. With a resounding cry, he drew forth a peachwood sword, and under the amplification of the beast slaughtering technique, reality and illusion intertwined. In an instant, a cataclysmic bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, connecting with the sword's tip, shaking the earth as surrounding houses and ground disintegrated, consumed by the tempestuous thunder. He seemed to embody the very essence of thunder. With a single stroke, it appeared he could annihilate the world. An ancient species, the golden-winged roc, and the Baifeng were startled into flight, struck by a bolt of lightning that turned them to ash. A Qilong fled for its life, only to have its head severed by a strand of sword energy, blood gushing forth. As a being of the Spirit Clan, endowed with the bloodline of a revered ancestor and possessing 3 heads, 1 human, appearing exquisitely alluring, with flowing crimson hair, its left shoulder bore the head of a golden-winged roc, while the right displayed that of a demonic ape, cloaked in shimmering black scales and dark fur. It had come to hunt any who dared approach the divine herb garden, lying in wait for prey, relishing the flesh of those it consumed, preferring to dine in a manner both cruel and gluttonous, even feasting upon prey on the brink of death. Nearby, an ancient species, the azure-scaled leopard, had already been eviscerated by it, left to die in terror. However, today was not its fortunate day. Xiao Tian's attack sent it into a frenzy, its heart quaking in fear, for it could scarcely believe that such a powerful human existed within this small world of the 100 severed mountains. With a swift strike, Xiao Tian's sword cleaved through the Spirit King's 3 heads in a moment of distraction. To ensure certainty, he swiftly struck, delivering a fatal blow to the center of each head's brow. The creature's corpse radiated with auspicious energy, its blood boiling like a volcano, a testament to its formidable strength. Having already attained the 9 cave heaven, it is a descendant of the Spirit King clan, an ancient royal lineage, possessing divine essence within its bloodline that can aid others in enlightenment. Several sealers from the Fire Nation exclaimed with excitement. However, this time, they had no valuable items to exchange for such a treasure, and moreover, Firelinger had already breached the 9 cave heaven, making further advancement nearly impossible. Xiao Tian's colossal form swiftly gathered the corpses, presenting 3 severed heads to Lu Hua's body, feigning a display of exertion. After all, to these individuals, Xiao Tian's large form and Lu Hua's body were perceived as 2 distinct entities. Thus, he addressed his 4 senior brothers and sisters. "It will be safer for you to remain by my side. Do you consent?" "We agree," they replied. Among the 4 sons of Butian, 3 had now transcended to the 8th cave heaven, leaving only 1 sister behind. It was evident that, without the protection of Shan Hai and Li Xiaoyao, they were in peril. "In you 7, take heed," Xiao Tian warned, casting his gaze upon the tree man, the silver-blooded giant, the fire-cloud sparrow, the 5-colored phoenix, the 3-eyed purple martin, and the 3-eyed twins of their clan. "Rest assured, great king, we have all awakened our 8th cave heaven abilities. United, we are formidable. We can safeguard ourselves, and will also keep a watchful eye on the members of the Fire Nation, striving to prevent any assaults." The silver-blooded giant replied in a booming voice. It must be said that these beings were astute. It was apparent that Shan Hai had entered a phase of fervor, growing quite attached to the princess of the Fire Nation. This was akin to their own kind, as well as the ferocious beasts. The human race posed a greater challenge. Unlike the other races and ferocious beasts that could be subdued and taken away, they were more complex. The remaining forces of the Fire Nation included over 10 sealers, gathering together, and most individuals would hesitate to confront them, making the situation considerably safer. "Rest assured, Your Highness, we will take good care of ourselves and maintain a distance from the Divine Herb Garden," stated a leader among the sealers, surnamed Wu. The area surrounding the Divine Herb Garden was exceedingly perilous, teeming with powerful beings, and the chilling roars of ferocious beasts echoed ominously, signaling that formidable entities lurked nearby. The rivers ran dry, lakes withered, ancient trees snapped, and mountains crumbled. The scene was nothing short of horrifying. Chapter 56. The Forbidden Realm of Ancient Desolation. We are on the brink of entering the divine herb garden. Once inside, the bone scripts and treasures will no longer function, and the sealers dare not venture within. For doing so would render their seals ineffective, exposing their true cultivation levels, only to be obliterated by the laws of the 100 Break Mountains, Fireling remarked. Indeed, Great King, the corresponding area to the divine herb garden is the forbidden zone of heavenly bones. Only those with profound knowledge of bone scripts may enter to seek various heavenly bones. Those lacking sufficient understanding of the diverse bone scripts and treasures will be shredded by mysterious runes. Physical confrontations are forbidden, and one must engage using the power of bone scripts. The tree man quickly interjected. Sounds promising. Once I emerge from the divine herb garden, I shall journey to that forbidden zone of heavenly bones, Xiao Tian declared with unwavering confidence. Subsequently, the group agreed to reconvene near the forbidden zone of heavenly bones before parting ways. The talents from the Fire Nation and the silver-blooded giant were hesitant to linger near the divine herb garden, for this generation was exceptionally treacherous. While their strengths would ensure their survival elsewhere, remaining near the divine herb garden was tantamount to courting death. As they entered the divine herb garden, Xiao Tian's colossal form, Lu Hua's body, Shi Hao, the cracking sky devil butterfly, and Fire Ling are heard an eerie and chilling cry emanating from deep within. It was the laughter of the ancient demonic bird, resembling a mournful wail. Wherever such a malevolent creature appeared, bloodshed was inevitable. Fideling are spoken up. As recorded in the classic of Mountains and Seas, is a bird that resides in the mountains, resembling an owl with a human-like face, possessing 4 eyes and ears. While one may dismiss his calls, they fear its laughter, for when it laughs, someone is destined to perish. Thus, wherever he appears, calamities of bloodshed ensue. It was clear she had done extensive research on entering the 100 Break Mountains. The Fire Nation had a deep heritage. Each time the 100 Break Mountains opened, individuals would venture in to explore. 800 years ago, the Fire Emperor had emerged from the 100 Break Mountains, ascending to become the human emperor of the Fire Nation. Casting a cold glance, Xiao Tian's colossal form retorted, "Continue your journey. I shall slay that creature. Today, I will show it that mocking others is perilous and leads to bloodshed." In the next moment, Xiao Tian surged forward within the divine herb garden, racing towards the source of the sound, his speed seemingly defying the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him. Soon, the laughter of the monstrous creature shifted pitch, transforming into genuine cries of distress. Having traversed over 100 miles, Xiao Tian beheld, merrily devouring the corpse of a 4-eared macaque, laughing as it feasted. He stood upright on its clawed feet, adorned with obsidian scales, towering at 3 meters. Its feathers were a dull gray, lacking luster, while its 4 eyes were arranged in a fan-like pattern, gleaming an ominous green. What was termed a human face was merely a semblance, obscured by white feathers that also covered a pair of ears resembling those of a human. Its beak, sharp and blood-red like that of an owl, shimmered with a metallic sheen capable of effortlessly tearing through its prey. Xiao Tian charged with such swiftness that he was caught off guard, spreading its wings to flee, emitting a shrill cry imbued with a curse. However, Xiao Tian, brimming with blood energy, could not employ his bone script powers. Yet, within the confines of the divine herb garden, his innate divine abilities remained unrestrained. The only limitation was that he could no longer harness the powers of Lu Hua and Shi Hua. In an instant, Xiao Tian extended his arm, delivering a crushing blow to which let out a cry of agony before being swiftly dispatched. Its primal bone extracted with the kitchen god blade and casually tossed into the cavity of Lu Hua's activated innate space. Currently, the internal space within had expanded to 50 meters, enveloped in a golden mist, capable of storing various items while preserving their freshness. Having dispatched Xiao Tian finally felt inclined to savor the fragrant allure of the divine herb garden. The air was rich with the scent of herbs, invigorating and vibrant, revealing an array of flora within. A mere whiff seemed to enhance one's cultivation. Xiao Tian began to gather herbs, wielding a kitchen knife as if he were tending to a lawn, reminiscent of workers transplanting sod from one location to another. This was genuine turf, not artificial grass. The outcome revealed that Xiao Tian possessed considerable skill. He adeptly extracted the soil along with the spiritual herbs, ensuring not to damage them, achieving a cutting depth of 3 meters. He resembled a diligent gardener, relocating the spiritual herbs from the divine herb garden directly into his internal space. After all, he possessed 6 internal spaces, all available for storage. This garden was cultivated by the gods. Surely, its soil has transformed into spiritual earth, Xiao Tian mused, a thrill evident in his voice. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's Luwa body sensed an encroaching pressure surrounding him. This was the unique spatial formation of the divine herb garden. The closer one approached its center, the greater the oppressive force became, eventually feeling as though one were clad in armor of immense weight. He even heard Fireling S bones creaking under the strain. "How are you holding up, junior sister?" Sure Hao inquired. "I believe I can manage. Indeed, I can enter the outer area," Fireling responded, her body radiant and shimmering with precious light. She felt that her brief foray into the garden was already fortifying her physical form. The divine herb garden possessed its own mysteries. There is a fire crystal orchid here, adorned with 3 golden patterns, aged 3,000 years, Fireling exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she instinctively stepped forward. Suddenly, a purple vine coiled around her legs, attempting to ensnare her. However, upon realizing the material was crafted from the leather of a revered being, enhanced with precious metals, it could not breach her defenses and retreated, opting to target another. As Hao's ears twitched, he swiftly locked onto the purple vine and lunged forward, seizing the tendril. "Junior sister, I entrust this purple vine to you," he declared. With a sharp cry, Huolinger grasped the vine, which coiled around her arm like a venomous serpent, its thorns protruding and tightening against her flesh, exuding a terrifying aura. Yet, in the next moment, Huolinger's body radiated like a piece of crimson jade, dazzling with brilliance, and in an instant, she snapped the vine in two. "Spare me. I shall never dare again." The vine shrieked in agony. The violet vine, resembling a glistening purple dragon, stretched an impressive 14 meters, having already gained sentience. It had rooted itself in the crevices of nearby rocks, seeking to ensnare Huolinger as it pleaded for mercy. Just then, another vine erupted from the earth beneath her, shooting upward with ferocity. In the next life, Huolinger declared, flames igniting around her as she yanked the purple vine from its rocky cradle, the crimson flames spreading forth and interrupting the offensive, turning it to mere ash in an instant. What a formidable flame, akin to that which envelopes Little Red. Hao exclaimed in astonishment. "This flame is an awakening of the bloodline I inherited after mastering the 9 heavens," Huolinger replied with pride. Xiao Tian, remaining composed, was already aware that the Fire Nation possessed the bloodline of the 7 immortal kings of the Outlands. It was entirely normal for Huoling, a descendant of the Fire Queen, to unleash some of her ancestral power. Should she advance to the 10th heaven and further unleash her latent potential, she would undoubtedly grow stronger, no longer needing to languish beneath the fire mulberry tree in wait for Hao. Assisting a little is but a trifling effort for him. Hao mused. To think that sentient plants can converse. He casually kicked a stone, saying, "That hurt. Why must I be kicked for no reason? I am but a mere stone." At that moment, the stone cried out, revealing a mouth filled with teeth, its expression contorted in pain, with glistening black and white eyes shedding tears. Even stones can speak. Have they become sentient spirits imbued with precious blood? Hao exclaimed in surprise, crouching down to pick up a golden stone the size of a human head. Xiao Tian observed this scene with a sense of disbelief. The bond between Hao and the divine stone was undeniably profound, as if destiny had conspired to bring them together in the sacred herb garden. From the divine stone's mouth, Hao learned of a sentient divine flower within the sacred herb garden, a true sacred medicine of rare occurrence in the world. The pollen from this divine flower, when scattered, could enlighten any sentient being. The primary efficacy of the divine flower lay in its ability to awaken consciousness, aiding individuals in comprehending the grand principles and unraveling profound techniques. Those who meditated in its presence would reap immeasurable benefits, and consuming its leaves or petals would yield even greater rewards. Ding! Check-in successful. You have obtained 9 of each of the 9 sacred fruits from the ancient Forbidden Lands. Simultaneously, Xiao Tian's 7th incarnation entered the sacred herb garden first, having completed the check-in, acquiring resources for cultivation. Each of the 9 sacred fruits held substantial potency, comparable to that of sacred medicines. Together, they constituted an elixir of immortality. Even during the era of the Veil of Heaven, these substances would remain invaluable, albeit perhaps not as abundant as in a perfect age. Yet, for Xiao Tian, the essence of immortality was of little concern. He was only 12 years old, and his paramount objective was to grow stronger. Furthermore, The elixirs from the Veil of Heaven likely once embodied true celestial medicines. Congratulations, host. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the North Sea Coinpung's lair within 3 minutes. Before long, the Dream System refreshed its new check-in location. Regrettably, there have been no activation of hidden check-in points recently. However, the mention of the North Sea Coinpung's lair reminded Xiao Tian of the mysterious black ship, possibly linked to the ruthless Empress. A strong intuition surged within him. Perhaps he could trigger a hidden check-in on that vessel. I shall wait until I reach the North Sea, he decided, focusing instead on acquiring the fountain of immortality and that sentient divine flower. Additionally, he aimed to gather more spiritual herbs from the 100 Herb Garden, believing that the soil from the garden could prove beneficial to the Xiao Clan spirit, the Silver Mountain. Chapter 57, 200 Meritorious Deeds. Just as the divine stone was boasting, it suddenly noticed Xiao Tian's actions and fell silent. It had always believed itself to be the type to covet good fortune, but today it was genuinely astonished. Xiao Tian's seventh incarnation emanated a golden glow from his hands as he walked, diligently excavating the earth. Every plot of land rich with spiritual herbs was claimed by him. While the saying goes that digging 3 feet down yields little, Xiao Tian was digging as deep as 10. It mattered not that his precious artifacts were unusable. His immortal physique surpassed the physicality of ordinary beasts in the inscription realm. After all, Xiao Tian had already opened 13 heavens. Is this fierce youth also with you? The divine stone inquired instinctively. Sure Hao felt a slight flush of embarrassment. He had always thought himself deserving of the term fierce, and now he hesitated to acknowledge his connection with Xiao Tian. He is from the Deer Hunting Academy and has no relation to our Sky Repair Pavilion. Big brother Xiao Tian, what are you doing? Huolinger asked curiously. I believe the soil of the sacred Her Garden is spiritual earth. I intend to take some for further study, Xiao Tian replied, casually placing the cut patches of spiritual herb-laden soil into his mind's domain. Thanks to the 6th incarnation's abilities, these 2 domains expanded dramatically, each reaching a diameter of 500 meters, one filled with swirling blue mist and the other with silver vapor. Each of these internal domains harbored a fountain akin to a volcanic vent, exuding the essence of the heavens and earth. Guided by the divine stone, they made their way toward the sacred Her Garden. Along the way, Xiao Tian's 6th incarnation lagged behind, diligently working the soil. Huolinger and the 9-headed lion rejoiced. Limited to the outer regions, they could safely gather herbs alongside Xiao Tian. Meanwhile, the Baifeng divine bird and the Liatan, permitted by Xiao Tian's 6th incarnation, hastened toward the heart of the sacred Herb Garden alongside Shi Hao. As they proceeded, Xiao Tian effortlessly dispatched many unruly sentient herbs. Once creatures gained wisdom, greed would inevitably follow. Such herbs, when encountered by Xiao Tian, were swiftly dealt with and preserved for his next concoction of blood and flesh elixirs. Indeed, the garden was rife with sentient medicinal plants, including fruit trees of consciousness. Xiao Tian was especially pleased to discover an abundance of sentient rice and wheat, which were often overlooked by others, as most visitors prioritized ancient herbs over these lesser-known spiritual grains. Notably, within this realm, storage artifacts were unusable, and internal domains remained closed. Thus, one could only bring in a few J-boxes for harvesting. Huolinger, being a young lady, had entered with a pack containing several J-boxes, prepared for collecting the spiritual herbs. For Xiao Tian, gathering even small amounts of spiritual rice and wheat was essential. With time, he was determined to cultivate them into sacred grade, divine grade, or even celestial grade hybrid crops. Damn it, why did you strike me with a stone for no reason? I lost an arm. Thankfully, I can fly. But if not for my innate advantage here, I would be doomed. A creature with a bird's head and a human body cursed. Its avian head adorned with 2 horns resembling antlers, and purple wings crackling with the power of thunder. In the next moment, it felt as though it had become as light as a feather, akin to a celestial being taking flight. Only upon witnessing its own lifeless body fall to the ground did it comprehend that it had perished. Xiao Tian effortlessly severed the head of this avian creature, a bearer of the ancient royal bloodline, and casually refined its corpse, claiming it as his own. Once again, he had rid the world of a menace, accumulating a merit of 100 points. No, upon reflection, if this birdman were to mature and transform into a formidable being, the threat would only escalate. Surely, it warranted 200 merit points. Xiao Tian's 6th avatar muttered to himself in boredom. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's 1st avatar had already ventured deep into the medicinal garden, into a more advanced region replete with spiritual herbs. Here, the ethereal energies of heaven and earth mingled with the essence of the spiritual herbs, creating a fragrant, rich sea of spiritual energy. Divine mist coalesced into clouds, enveloping the realm in a haze. Simply inhaling a breath here equated to an hour of arduous cultivation outside the herb garden. Naturally, the pressure was far greater here. Yet it could not deter Xiao Tian's determination to gather herbs. This was truly an ancient medicinal field, where countless spiritual herbs had been cultivated, cycling through life and decay. Many ancient herbs, unable to evolve into quasi-holy medicines, had perished, transforming into mud, only for seeds to sprout anew and flourish once more. Day by day, year after year, one could only imagine the wealth of essence contained within this medicinal field. Upon arrival, Xiao Tian's first avatar quickly began to excavate, digging a yard deep, leaving behind a series of large pits in its wake. Sure Hao observed Xiao Tian's Li Xiaoyao persona and was astounded. Both avatars of Xiao Tian were digging pits with reckless abandon, a sight both maddening and enviable. Why was Xiao Tian capable of unlocking the cave of heaven within himself? The Lu goddess had proclaimed that only those with extraordinary talents could achieve such a feat, as a majority of beings only unlocked external caves of heaven. His own external cave could not be activated here, yet Xiao Tian possessed such vast internal space, even capable of containing soil. How utterly enviable. Was this the nature of contemporary geniuses? The Stone of the Gods pondered life's mysteries. On the other side, Xiao Tian's seventh avatar engaged in similar endeavors, where each spiritual herb boasted an age of over 3,000 years. Each herb was fiercely guarded by formidable defensive formations. So much so that even the Li Tian devil butterfly and the Bai Fong divine bird bled profusely with every herb they attempted to uproot. Sure Hao, having tried several times, found his blood surging each time, yet he was now stronger than in the original narrative and managed to endure. He could now ascertain that Xiao Tian had indeed unlocked the legendary 10 caves of heaven. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to withstand the pressure of the defensive formations while simultaneously uprooting spiritual herbs, causing the very earth to be displaced. Throughout this process, Xiao Tian inhaled the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, which swirled around him in vibrant ribbons of light, almost liquefying in its richness. He breathed deeply, his 7 internal caves of heaven consuming the essence, drawing the vibrant energies into his body, with every pore absorbing and exhaling divine light, rendering him radiant like a miniature sun, each inch of his skin appearing as if forged from divine gold, shimmering with celestial brilliance. The treasures he gathered were sufficient to transform his sister, Xiao Suner, into a being of profound power. Achieving the 8th cave of heaven was no longer a dream. No, that little girl was still in the blood stage. He must assist her in cultivating to 90,000 pounds. After all, she was his sister, and she ought not to be lacking, merely coasting along to victory. Xiao Tian's 2 avatars continued their excavation, delving a yard deep into the medicinal garden, taking every spiritual herb they laid eyes upon. Moreover, his speed was astonishing, as effortless as a child digging a sandpit, progressing forward with unrelenting force. Sure Hao opted to uproot a herb, consume it, as he could not take it with him. He would satisfy his hunger first. Of course, he saved the roots for Xiao Tian, who was laboriously tilling the medicinal field, surely intending to return and plant them. In truth, he too pondered if he could trade these roots with his extravagant older brother for some spiritual herbs and soil, dreaming of a day when the village would be brimming with spiritual herbs. Half a day later, Xiao Tian declared, "All right, your trials have concluded. I shall now transport you into my internal cave of heaven. Behave yourselves and cultivate therein. Do not resist, for I must venture deeper into the medicinal garden." "Understood, big brother Xiao Tian," replied Huoling, a demeanor entirely submissive in the presence of Xiao Tian from the Deer Academy. He was a true force to be reckoned with, having subdued 2 pure-blood, ancient, ferocious beasts. To her, the Li Tian devil butterfly and the Bai Fong divine bird were already considered pure-blood, ferocious beasts. In the next instant, Xiao Tian directly enveloped the 2 of them within his brain domain cave of heaven. It was unsafe to leave them behind, as their training was nearly complete. One must not act with misguided kindness, for neglecting them could result in being devoured by other ancient remnants in the herb garden. Having completed these tasks, Xiao Tian's 6th avatar activated his innate divine abilities, traversing the void in search of divine, spiritual herbs. In the sacred herb garden, all spiritual herbs, flowers, and trees served as eyes for the divine, spiritual herbs. However, once Xiao Tian employed the powers of his 6th avatar, He no longer had to worry about being discovered and could assume the role of an observer while diligently seeking the divine spiritual herbs. This sacred herb, capable of aiding one in enlightenment, must be captured. Deep within the medicinal garden, Xiao Tian and Shan Hai's first avatar ventured too far, encountering those ferocious beast offspring with blood purity exceeding 80%, as well as other powerful beings of unique bloodlines. The ground bore witness to a dozen corpses, all possessing blood purity above 70%, mercilessly eliminated. Xiao Tian's first avatar approached, eager to assist in the cleanup. Believing it a disgrace for such formidable beings to be left to rot in the wilderness, wastage was a shameful act. How fortunate! 2 humans have arrived. You must be the children of the ancient Pure Lands Repair Pavilion. Come forth and assist us in gathering herbs, and we shall spare your lives. The speaker was a humanoid creature, towering at over 2 meters, covered in golden fur that shimmered like the sun. Its hair cascaded down to 34 centimeters, each strand radiating blinding brilliance, and atop its head, it bore a pair of half-meter-long golden horns, almost translucent, resembling gilded jade, sparkling with divine light. Ow! That hurts my head, Shan Hai exclaimed as he struck out, having encountered creatures more arrogant than himself, save for Xiao Tian. Now, this golden-furred beast was making a racket, and he unleashed his powerful weapon, a mysterious golden stone he had recently acquired, which he found to possess a unique magical quality, striking true every time. Furthermore, he had tested it and found it incredibly hard. Even with 90% of his strength, he could not break its shell. The stone of the gods cried out in pain, rolling about helplessly, while a new horn visibly sprouted from the forehead of the golden beast, causing it to weep tears of agony. Yet, Shan Hai's assault was not yet finished. With a deafening rush, he transformed into a blur, and in the next instant, delivered a kick that sent the golden beast soaring. The blow pierced its abdomen, blood gushing forth, leaving it crumpled upon the ground, feeling as though its back had been broken. Chapter 58. The Humanoid Matriarch Beast. Now, hand over all the herbs you have gathered, Shan Hai commanded, stepping forward and placing his foot upon the golden beast's head. The golden beast trembled in terror, having just experienced a moment where it felt as if it had been kicked by a pure-blood, ferocious beast offspring rather than a human. The raw physical power unleashed by Shan Hai left it utterly defenseless. The golden beast, known as a divine servant, possessed great strength, its ancestors having followed true deities in a battle. At times, being worthy of such allegiance served as a testament to one's might. However, now it found itself in a dire predicament, suffering an overwhelming assault. My master is near. Do you dare to harm me? The golden beast attempted to struggle, refusing to yield. Shan Hai, disinterested in further conversation, swung his divine stone with the ferocity of a hammer, effortlessly transforming a boulder the size of a human head into rubble. In that instant, the golden beast grasped the meaning behind the vibrant hues of blooming flowers. A few meters away, among the beings advancing towards the heart of the divine herb garden, where the fountain of immortality lay, a young girl shouted, halting Shan Hai's actions. Her voice, crisp and melodious, resonated like a celestial symphony, illuminated by radiant golden light. With her purple hair dancing about her, she emanated an aura of formidable power, her eyes sparkling with divine brilliance as they fixed upon Shan Hai. While digging for herbs, Xiao Tian had casually glanced at her. This was presumably the woman from the original narrative of the perfect world who bore Shan Hai a child, known as Yunxi. Her voice was enchanting, akin to a heavenly melody, her figure gracefully alluring, her purple tresses swirling about her in a fashion that could only be described as ethereal. Clad in fashionable purple attire, she appeared as though she might take flight, like a celestial being. Xiao Tian stole a few more glances at her exquisite visage, her skin as smooth as cream, her eyes resembling autumn waters, truly a beauty of unparalleled grace. Alas, she had yet to fully blossom, reflecting on his own beloved, whose beauty was transcendent and figure bountiful. He mused that not only would she bear children well, but their offspring would never go hungry. The female warrior was merely 17, and when compared to the 15-year-old fire spirit and the 14-year-old Yunxi, she seemed to have gained a considerable amount of flesh. Of course, perhaps both girls were still young and in the throes of development, representing a promising future. Ah, a humanoid, female, fierce beast, Shan Hai exclaimed. His words elicited nearly uncontrollable laughter from the surrounding powerful beings. This human child was exceedingly audacious. It was said that true purebred fierce beast cubs could transform into human form from a young age. Pray tell, what is your true form? Shan Hai inquired excitedly. You are provoking me, Yunxi retorted coldly, her anger palpable. I am a good person. I never provoke others unless they have designs on me. Sure Hao declared with utmost seriousness, spinning a web of absurdity. You, human, have thoroughly enraged me. You possess remarkable talent. Once I obtain the fountain of immortality, your fate will be sealed. The purple-haired maiden turned her back on Sure Hao, wary of other beings lurking nearby, her figure tall and graceful. You have also incited my ire. I shall strike you until your true form is revealed, riding you back to the village. Of course, I hope your true form is not too unsightly, lest it disgrace me compared to my little brother, the nine-headed lion. Sure Hao pouted, his face flushed with indignation as he scrutinized the fierce beast. He had declared upon leaving Stone Village that he would subdue a purebred fierce beast cub to showcase to everyone. With her back to Sure Hao, Yunshi trembled slightly, struggling to resist the urge to turn back. She was perilously close to the fountain of immortality, and every step was a monumental challenge. She could not afford to falter now. The other beings present wore expressions of schadenfreude, while some regarded Sure Hao with cold detachment, contemplating the demise of this audacious human youth, sensing that he was not merely fixated on Yunshi, but also appraising them. A total of 29 spirit herbs. Right for the taking. Sure Hao exclaimed, elated. Just moments ago, he had lamented his lack of speed compared to Xiao Tian, but now he was overwhelmed with joy. You all come here. You have suffered enough. Life has been too arduous for you. Xiao Tian spoke up, striding forward. Among the 7 or 8 beings present, all of whom were either exotic races or ancient remnants, each was enslaved to harvest herbs, coughing up blood with each collection. Xiao Tian approached, delivering a punch to each, mercilessly slaying them without a hint of emotional turmoil. He understood that he, too, was weak and could easily be exploited or slain. Finally, the other beings began to notice Xiao Tian, who had been overshadowed by the chaos wrought by Sure Hao. They were struck by the realization that someone was digging a pit ahead of them, and as he advanced, he had been gathering spirit herbs, along with hefty clumps of soil. Moreover, he was closing in on them, having entered within 10 meters of their vicinity. As he dispatched the unfortunate beings captured by the golden beast, piercing their temples with precision, it became evident that he posed a greater danger, for his formidable physique allowed him to achieve what they could not, navigating through the oppressive terrain that stymied their progress. Previously overlooked, it dawned on them that he was indeed digging a pit. The spirit herbs harvested by others were often incomplete due to the constraints of the environment. Yet this individual was excavating them in their entirety alongside substantial earth. A sense of cold apprehension settled over the group, a palpable pressure mounting as they realized the threat he represented. The Bifong divine bird and the rending sky demon butterfly, mingling among the crowd, understood the terror of this butcher wielding a cleaver against ancient remnants. He was far more formidable than their elder brother, who seemed to regard the ancient remnants as mere ingredients. Yet, they wondered where their elder brother had gone. Had he truly abandoned the pursuit of the fountain of immortality? It seemed impossible, for nothing could be more precious than that. She trembled with rage, her golden beast servant's fate uncertain, likely already dead. Now, Sure Hao was no longer alone. With Xiao Tian by his side, he felt emboldened. The golden beast's laboriously captured herb-gathering slaves fell one by one. However, she was now less than 4 meters from the fountain of immortality and could not afford to retreat. The area surrounding the fountain was bathed in golden holy light, akin to beams of sunlight cascading down, resembling a golden lake rippling towards the heavens, a scene magnificent and ethereal. Though it was merely a small pool measuring a mere 10 feet square, it radiated an overwhelming aura of power. The golden waves shimmering brilliantly like a sun descending upon the earth, casting a golden glow upon the nearby ancient remnants, obscuring their forms in a misty haze. The closer one drew to the fountain of immortality, the greater the pressure became. Should they sustain injuries, the 2 humans might bide their time, taking advantage of the situation. It would be wiser for us to join forces and clear this area once more, Yunshi suggested, her voice icy as she surveyed the other powerful beings around her. Indeed, they had executed several such clearances before. Any being daring to approach afterward would be dealt with mercilessly, effectively reducing their competition. I concur. Let us eliminate those 2 humans first and clear the field before we engage in fair competition. Another creature, resembling a leopard with a human face, turned to look at Sure Hao and Xiao Tian, speaking with a hint of trepidation. The Bifong divine bird and the rending sky demon butterfly exchanged glances, silently mourning the fate of these beings. Was it not better to be alive? Yet, there was no denying that the flesh of these creatures, once stewed, would be quite nourishing. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's 7th avatar, digging a pit from the opposite end of the divine herb garden, finally approached. Along the way, he had encountered more than 20 ancient remnants, who also sought to take detours. However, they soon discovered that the layout of the divine herb garden was peculiar, resembling a precipice jutting outwards, with only Shurehao's path offering a way forward. The other regions were mere fathomless abysses, 20 meters deep, inscrutable to the eye. The topography resembled a towering character. Ordinarily, a gap of over 20 meters could be traversed with a leap, even by those in the blood transformation realm. Yet within this herb garden, the area was saturated with formations, making even a few meters a Herculean task, let alone spanning 20. Xiao Tian's seventh avatar, stationed at the opposite end, believed that with his current strength, having opened 13 heavens, he could easily leap across. It should not pose a significant challenge. Boom! In the next moment, the seventh child sprang into action, exerting force beneath his feet. With a resounding boom, the runes of the realm beneath him twisted and buckled, resembling a trampoline that had been depressed underfoot. Brilliant symbols shimmered around him, as if the very fabric of space were on the verge of being torn asunder. The seventh child spread his arms wide, akin to a white crane unfurling its wings, moving with the swiftness of a fleeting white horse, crossing the abyss in an instant. Concerned about a potential misstep, he exerted nearly all his strength. As he traversed the area, it appeared as though the realm was being rent apart, emitting a hissing sound, while waves of distortion rippled through the void. This was, after all, a place of trials, with limitations on intensity. The threshold being the genuine, pure-blood offspring of a 10-hollow heaven-level ferocious beast. Unfortunately, today he encountered Xiao Tian, a rogue who had opened 13 hollow heavens, leading to Xiao Tian's current state of carefree liberty as he leapt across a distance of over 20 meters, arriving beside the ancient relic of the immortal spring. Boom! A boundless ocean of golden runes surged forth, and a terrifying oppressive force from the realm cascaded toward Xiao Tian. The golden symbols filled the sky, rendering Xiao Tian more dazzling than the midday sun, sending forth frightful waves of energy. The pressure of the realm here was even more formidable, a magnificent aura sweeping over him. Yet, Xiao Tian remained unfazed, his speed unchanged as he struck with lightning-like swiftness, delivering a palm strike towards the ferocious bird that had approached him. This avian beast, resembling an eagle-headed leopard, possessed a body akin to that of a leopard, crowned with a sharp red antelope horn, its forelegs ending in talons while its hind limbs were like those of a leopard. Its entire form was adorned in golden hues, with golden feathers atop its avian head and golden scales enveloping its leopard-like body, measuring only 5 meters in length and standing 4 meters tall at the shoulder. It exuded an aura of unparalleled ferocity. The Shan Hai Jing records this creature, known as the Gujiao, as a man-eating monstrosity that resembles a bird yet is not entirely avian, with a horned head and a cry reminiscent of an infant's wail, making it exceedingly dangerous. Chapter 59, A Fateful Bond. With a sudden movement, the fierce divine bird's golden eyes gleamed sharper than a blade, erupting into action. Its razor-sharp claws, sheathed in delicate scales, collided with Xiao Tian's palm. In the following instant, those claws were severed, his hand, radiant as jade, transforming into a true divine weapon. Subsequently, Xiao Tian's right hand morphed into a tiger's claw, and with a swift motion, he tore through the Gu Jiao's forehead, ripping away its skull. Meanwhile, his left hand, which had just severed the Gu Jiao's claws, lunged forward, piercing into the creature's neck and effortlessly tearing its head from its body. Then, the seventh child retrieved a purple gourd tied to his hair, casually storing the Gu Jiao's corpse within. The impact of this place on his innate treasure was significant, limiting him to unleashing only 90% of its power, which left the seventh child feeling quite disheartened. As a concealed pawn, the seventh child bore no overt ties to any faction, allowing him to harvest his prey with unrestrained abandon. With a swift motion, having dispatched the Gu Jiao, Xiao Tian fixed his gaze upon another ferocious beast cub just 4 meters away. This creature bore a body akin to a black-scaled leopard, measuring 6 meters in length and standing 4.5 meters tall, its body cloaked in obsidian scales, the tail resembling that of a flood dragon, capable of sweeping away entire armies with its might. Its leopard-like head featured a single blood-red eye, exuding a chilling ferocity, while a face adorned with delicate white scales bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a human. With a pair of black bovine ears, it instinctively opened its maw wide, revealing sharp, snow-white fangs, heightening its terrifying visage. According to the Shan Hai Jing, this creature, known as the Qian, possesses the body of a leopard, a human visage, and a single eye, with a long tail that emits a great sound while in motion and curls around itself at rest. The seventh child took a decisive step into the array that could easily cause pure-blood ferocious beast cubs to stumble, raising his leg to strike at the Qian. Roar! The Qian's blood-red eyes were unnervingly calm, its forehead eye-glowing, though it could not employ its unique eye technique. The unsettling blood light it emitted still possessed the capacity to unnerve the soul. Concurrently, its claws, covered in obsidian scales, extended into half-meter-long blades, gleaming ominously as they slashed toward Xiao Tian's feet. Clang! The jarring sound of metal colliding and bones snapping echoed as Xiao Tian's foot met the razor-sharp claws, both radiating light. His feet sparkled like jade, while the claws emanated a chilling glint, embodying the pinnacle of flesh and power, capable of tearing apart the most formidable treasures. The Qian's claws, potent enough to rend the primal bones of ordinary spirit-level beings, shattered upon encountering Xiao Tian's foot, and in an instant, the robust legs of the Qian crumbled, bones splintering and breaking through its skin. The collision warped the very void around them, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy akin to a tornado, accompanied by blinding radiance that compelled onlookers to squint, their hair and fur whipping wildly in the wind. Xiao Tian smirked, noting that even though the seventh child wore nothing but a simple purple robe and no shoes, the attack from his feet effortlessly crushed the formidable physique of the pure-blood beast, the Qian. Master, do not slay me. I am willing to become your follower. Just as Xiao Tian's fist approached within 3 inches of the Qian's forehead, one of its remaining legs buckled, submitting without hesitation. Having confirmed its defeat, it yielded. Xiao Tian frowned, reluctant to accept any followers. However, it soon occurred to him that after spending a few more years in the lower realms, the Xiao Clan would undoubtedly require guardians upon his departure. The Liantian magic butterfly and the Bai Fong divine bird were to be subdued by the 6th child. As for the Qian, it would serve the 7th child well, resembling the Xingu leopard. It was uncertain whether he could bring them to the upper realms' 3,000 states. Even if he did, they would eventually remain in the lower realms. As for the 9-headed lion, the great red bird, the 5-colored phoenix, and the 3-eyed brethren, they were merely Shan Hai's subordinates. The silver-blooded giant and the tree man were tools collected by his eldest self. With that in mind, he proclaimed, "Swear an oath of the Great Way and relinquish your soul imprint." The 7th child spoke coldly. He needed to preemptively address the survival of the Xiao Clan after his departure from the lower realms. It was unthinkable for him to grow stronger while his clan faced annihilation. Ultimately, one must have a home, a place to remember their humanity, to recall that they were born of human mothers, not demonic ones. Meanwhile, Shan Hai had also pursued, engaging in battle with Yun Shi, the mother ferocious beast cub, who incessantly provoked her and attempted to incite others to join in slaying him. Naturally, Shan Hai would not hold back. His palms clashed with the lithe form of the purple-haired maiden, enveloped in a divine radiance that shrouded her entirely. With each collision, her body trembled, and her expressive eyes glistened with tears, as if she were on the verge of weeping, while her red lips remained tightly pressed. Mother ferocious beast cub, I have made my decision. I will take you back to guard the village. I promised Grandpa the village chief, along with the uncles and aunts in the village, that I would capture a pure-blood, ferocious beast cub. Shan Hai exclaimed with excitement. Yun Shi trembled with rage, her teeth clenched, her large eyes watery with pain, yet sparking with electricity. Unfortunately, she could do nothing to quell Shan Hai's enthusiasm. The more powerful you are, the more I wish to bring you back to the village. Xiao Tian's eldest self wore a knowing smile, recalling the joy he felt reading about these events in his past life. Now, witnessing the close-quarters combat between Shan Hai and Yun, she was truly captivating. He couldn't help but laugh heartily, taking out a recording stone to capture this classic moment with his own power against the surrounding rules, capturing the essence of this scene. When Shan Hai grew older, he would show it to him, having also recorded the moment when Shan Hai fought against Huolinger. In the future, let Shan Hai, this hearted yet mischievous child, comprehend the meaning of losing face, experiencing an utter social demise right before our eyes. That should suffice. Moreover, he has already taken action. At that moment, Xiao Tian's heart stirred. He sensed that the spirit flower had been captured by the 6th child, who seemed to anthropomorphically hide on the cliff's edge to watch the spectacle. Unfortunately for the flower, it encountered the 6th child, who remained unaffected by the local rules, appearing to possess an innate ability to traverse the void. A favored child of space, akin to how fish swim in water and birds soar through the sky. As a sacred herb, the spirit flower could roam freely within its medicinal garden, soaring through the air and burrowing into the earth. However, upon encountering Xiao Tian, it was promptly seized and confined within the depths of the central Qian cave. Originally, the spirit flower was a seven-colored lily, boasting an age of 9,999 years, with 7 uniquely colored petals, standing at a modest height of approximately 1.5 meters. Its petals unfolded like a lotus, with over 100 leaves arranged alternately, devoid of stems, shaped from lanceolate to elliptical forms, all smooth-edged, with arcuate veins, and a robust root system comprising over 200 roots. Now, only the fountain of immortality remains elusive. Among the remaining pure-blooded beings, the Qilong from the original narrative has been devoured halfway, with the remaining flesh sealed away by Xiao Tian. The Swanee and the Pishio have yet to arrive here, their whereabouts unknown. Additionally, there exists a humanoid monkey, its golden fur radiating brilliance, shimmering in harmony with the fountain of immortality, rendering its appearance indistinct. Its arms bear crimson patterns, robust enough to rival its legs, ablaze with fierce flames, standing a height of 3.5 meters, exuding a formidable presence. The Shan Hai Jing describes it resembling a macaque, with patterned arms and a tail akin to that of a leopard, adept at leaping, known as Jufu. Upon noticing Xiao Tian's six-child glance in its direction, it charged forth with fierce intensity. Alas, upon colliding with a punch, its entire arm shattered, as if it were an egg striking a stone. Subsequently, Xiao Tian witnessed the pure-blooded ancient beast's offspring obliterate its primal bone and perish on the spot. Such an impressive monkey. Nevertheless, the precious flesh and blood must be claimed. Xiao Tian promptly gathered its corpse. At this juncture, a ferocious beast known as Yaoyu appeared. Adorned with fiery red fur, a bovine body, a dragon's head, and equine legs, its face cloaked in fur, bearing a humanoid visage. Yet its 4 exposed fangs revealed its non-human nature. Measuring 7 meters in length and 5 meters at the shoulder, it had already begun to communicate with the nearby Bifong and Lietian Modi after witnessing Xiao Tian's sixth child swiftly subdue the various beasts, forcing the offspring of the ferocious beast Jufu to its demise. Alas, it had entered the sacred herb garden too early, unaware that the Lietian Modi and Bifong had become traitors, ambushed, and severely wounded. The Shan Hai Jing states, 200 miles further north lies the mountain of Shaoxian. Devoid of flora, abundant in azure beasts resembling cattle, yet red-skinned, with human faces and equine legs, known as Yaoyu, their cries akin to that of infants. Feasting upon humans and flowing eastward into the waters of Yinmen, where many deadly fish lurk. The culinary records declare it suitable for barbecuing. Enhanced with a sprinkle of salt for an exquisite flavor, and glazed with honey, the meat rivaling the 8 delicacies of the great wilderness. We offer this ferocious beast's corpse to the esteemed human power. My brothers and I are loyal to our master, who is immensely powerful, capable of slaying pure-blooded beast offspring with one hand. Bifong and Lietian Modi proclaimed in unison. They were terrified. The 100 broken mountains were perilously dangerous, where beings more ferocious than the offspring of beasts could emerge at any moment. Their ancestor was indeed a grand deceiver, claiming that humans were the weakest and should be disregarded, yet here they were. Meanwhile, Shi Hao had subdued Yun Shi and was overjoyed. Exposure was impossible here. Even though Yun Shi possessed treasures bestowed by her elders, she could not utilize them. Now, being carried on Shi Hao's shoulders, he declared he would take her back to Stone Village to guard it. The last pure-blooded ancient progeny was a jade-green spider the size of a millstone, with no escape route available. Bifong the divine bird watched it with eager anticipation. At that moment, Xiao Tian's sixth child appeared out of thin air and crushed its head beneath his foot. The jade-green spider, a descendant of the revered magic spirit lake and belonging to a powerful royal lineage, was comparable to pure-blooded beast offspring. Do not resist. If you remain disobedient, you shall be stewed and consumed, Shi Hao declared, delivering a sharp slap to Yun Shi's rear end with a fierce tone. Xiao Tian remarked, such brutality. What a fateful entanglement. Shi Hao, look at her pale skin and tender flesh. Such a ferocious beast offspring should be stewed. Xiao Tian's sixth child suggested. I have no appetite for humanoid beasts, Shi Hao replied, releasing Yun Shi and scrutinizing her thoughtfully. This must be a transformation. Perhaps her true form is hideous and exceedingly fierce, he contemplated. I am not a beast. I am of the human race, Yun Shi exclaimed, filled with rage and despair, her expressive eyes brimming with tears. She felt utterly hopeless, contemplating the dangerous world below, yearning to return to the heavens. She identified herself as a member of the celestial tribe from Tianshan Mountain, naturally humanoid in form. Nearby, Bifong the divine bird chimed in. I hail from the celestial state of the 3,000 realms. The celestial tribe was once among the top 10 imperial clans of the 3,000 states. At that moment, Xiao Tian's sixth child spoke with an air of calmness, intending to make Bifong, Lietian Modi, Yun Shi, and others perceive him as a figure of great significance, potentially even guessing him to be from the heavenly realm, which would be even better. Everyone fell silent, stunned by this staggering revelation, overwhelmed by the magnitude of information. Especially Yun Shi, who felt tumultuous emotions within her. Her immediate instinct was that this remarkable individual, capable of wielding the gourd artifact amidst the 100 broken mountains, must surely be an elite prodigy from the heavenly realm. Thus, the gourd must be his initial emblem, granting him the freedom to utilize it. As for the concept of initial generation, Yunshi understood it to be akin to the legendary innate supreme bone of the lower realm. Individuals born with innate abilities or treasures previously unseen, embodying the essence of heaven and earth. No wonder he dispatched pure-blooded beasts with the ease of slaughtering chickens or cattle. This individual was among the finest prodigies in the heavenly realm. Now, Yinshi felt she understood everything clearly. Sure Hao regarded the mysterious youth with purple golden markings at his brow with a hint of trepidation, sensing an overwhelming danger. Fortunately, Xiao Tian had previously aided him in vanquishing the Puma tree. Thus their relationship held some familiarity, preventing an immediate clash. Brother, we meet again. Yi Am Li Xiao. May I inquire your name? Xiao Tian's sixth child approached naturally. Yi Am Young Jian. Let us engage in fair competition to see who can claim the fountain of immortality. Xiao Tian's sixth child replied, his demeanor calm and steady. That sounds excellent, Xiao Tian agreed. Upon their arrival at the fountain of immortality, they were met with astonishment. Instead of water, they found only golden mud and sand. Ah, where has the fountain of immortality gone? Sure Hao squatted down, scooping up the damp golden sand with a dejected expression. This is a treasure for me. The stone godstone emerged from Sure Hao's embrace, diving headfirst into the golden mud, eagerly gulping it down. I want to eat too. Let us refine all of it, brother. Hurry and join me. Don't waste any. Sure Hao quickly grabbed a handful of golden sand and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. The surviving beings, such as Zhu Qian, Yun Shi, Bifong, and Lietian Modi, stared in awe. Xiao Tian remained composed, having already recorded the moment with a recording stone. Eating sand was inconceivable. However, this golden mud was crystalline and translucent, naturally swirling with golden divine radiance, and quite moist. The divine ripples everyone felt moments ago emanated from it, confirming its essence of immortal divine power. Nevertheless, a taste test was warranted. Xiao Tian squatted down, pinching a bit of sand and licking it with his tongue. As it entered his mouth, the sand melted, transforming into the essence of immortal divinity, which he absorbed. Little one, can you be refined? Inquired Xiao Tian, filled with curiosity. I cannot, Stonehao replied, his face a mask of despair. Xiao Tian questioned, why can he? Was he not human? Before them lay a pool, measuring a full 10 zhang in both length and width, filled with golden silt. Unceremoniously, Xiao Tian commenced gathering it, while Stonehao, too, produced his beast-hide bags to collect the precious material. These bags, being lifeless, were unaffected by the environment here. The only restriction was against the use of divine artifacts and bone script powers. Naturally, Stonehao's capacity was limited, and most of the golden silt was excavated by Xiao Tian, who delved 10 meters deep into the earth. Then, a slender dragon, measuring 49 centimeters, emerged. Stonehao lunged at it, catching its tail in his jaws. The dragon, initially in slumber, awoke abruptly, its eyes luminous with gold and radiating a fierce aura. Poised to bite back. However, in the next instant, its claws were seized by both Xiao Tian and the sixth child, while Stonehao clutched its tail, forcing it to abandon its appendages in a desperate escape. The severed tail and claws swiftly transformed into 6 diminutive dragons, each the size of a thumb, and 14 drops of essence, which were collected by Xiao Tian and the sixth child into their jade cauldrons. Stonehao, still holding one in his mouth, observed the 6 little dragons flitting about, before mimicking their behavior and spitting them into a jade vial he carried. As for the dragon that had darted away, Xiao Tian's 7th child lay in wait, capturing it effortlessly in a gourd. Just as it soared into the sky, it met its fate, diving headfirst into the gourd's opening. The elixir of immortality, once contained within the gourd, could no longer escape. Newly transformed, it possessed only the strength of the spirit transformation realm, making it an easy catch for Xiao Tian. Having secured the elixir of immortality, the 7th child departed, leaping over a cliff, leaving behind a stunned Yunshi. The divine bird by Fong and the split-sky devil butterfly. They refrained from pursuing the elixir, well aware of the peril posed by a certain individual named Yang Jian. Ultimately, even as the golden silt vanished, the land beneath was meticulously excavated by Xiao Tian, establishing his reputation as a formidable figure. Stone Hao, burdened with several beast-hide bags brimming with golden silt, returned triumphantly. He had not only secured 10 demon-suppressing stones, but had also captured a girl comparable to a pure-blooded ferocious beast, along with 6 drops of the elixir and numerous spirit herbs. Xiao Tian, undeterred, continued his efforts, extracting all available spirit herbs from the divine herb garden, even taking the enchanted soil. Yunshi, feeling despondent, lamented her fate, realizing she had fallen into the hands of these individuals, each of whom seemed to take the herbs and soil without a second thought. Xiao Tian, however, was unfazed. The soil had absorbed countless remnants of ancient herbs, a testament to its vitality. He envisioned cultivating several acres of spirit herbs in his winter, nurturing them into sacred and divine medicines, perhaps even transcendent elixirs. After toiling for a while, he felt his body and inner realms could no longer contain such an abundance of earth, and reluctantly decided to depart. Throughout the journey, Stonehao regarded Xiao Tian with a peculiar gaze, witnessing him stuff handfuls of soil into his trousers. What was he doing? Upon leaving the divine herb garden, Xiao Tian prepared a simple feast of roasted pure-blooded ferocious beast meat, sharing a portion of the nourishing soup he had prepared previously with Stonehao. He then returned Fire Spirit and the 9-headed lion to him. Stonehao, I'm going into seclusion to break through to the spirit transformation realm. You lead the team and take care of matters. We will meet in the Tiangu Forbidden Zone, Xiao Tian instructed. This time, he was unable to integrate a new gourd baby talent panel, feeling that within the realm of inner worlds, he had reached an impasse, constantly struggling to suppress his level, as if on the brink of a breakthrough. Thus, the forthcoming breakthrough would be a natural progression, not a formidable challenge. The laws of this world were capable of being retrained. Once he assimilated more gourd baby talent panels, he could always start anew. At present, he possessed 7 inner worlds and 6 outer worlds, which would eventually merge with the corresponding acupoints of a specific gourd baby talent. There was no need to explore others. Now, with 13 inner worlds activated, he was already invincible within the spirit transformation realm. 3 breakthroughs had granted his body and soul a profound metamorphosis, even elevating his comprehension of bone script to an extraordinary level. He discovered that the innate patterns on his body could even enhance the magical techniques he acquired, rendering them more intricate. Rest assured, brother, I shall focus on my seclusion. Until we meet again in the Tiangu Forbidden Zone, Stonehao replied decisively. He utilized a replica of the Qianquan bag to collect the spoils alongside the captive Yunshi, riding atop the 9-headed lion with Fire Spirit in tow, departing the divine herb garden. In Stonehao's eyes, the divine herb garden was mostly ruined, riddled with craters, and he perceived little promise in it. The blood transformation realm was the foundation, while the spirit transformation realm unlocked human potential. The spirit transformation realm marked the beginning of a continuous path of evolution for cultivators, allowing them to reshape their true selves and transcend their limits. Typically, the spirit transformation realm is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the physical body becoming spiritual. The second stage involves the spiritual recreation of the true self. And the third stage is nurturing the spirit within the inner worlds. The spirit transformation realm encapsulates numerous possibilities, constantly evolving, reshaping oneself, and creating myriad wonders. It is a pivotal phase in the path of cultivation. All beings possess the potential for spiritual awakening, embarking on the journey of cultivation. Therefore, the spirit transformation realm holds immense significance for cultivators, enabling them to undergo powerful transformations and even achieve remarkable advancements. For instance, within the inner world, if one cultivator opens 8 realms while another only opens 7, the latter may still surpass the former if they undergo a thorough transformation within the spirit transformation realm. This realm involves the psyche, soul, and self-creation, embodying profound mysteries. Xiao Tian, with the insights of a traveler, recognized that in any cultivation system, the soul is the most enigmatic and unpredictable element. Even minimal gains can elevate one's entire being. To transform, to refine oneself into the essence of heaven and earth, or even into divine essence is the goal. Xiao Tian's breakthrough was entirely anticipated. With his 3 bodies united, he casually consumed a leaf of a spirit herb. In the next moment, all 7 inner worlds and 6 outer worlds manifested within him, with one inner world beneath him, radiant like dawn, located at the Yin Xiao acupoint. As if it could communicate with the essence of the earth and connect with the unknown expanse, linking to the roots of the innate Tao. Another inner world, situated at the Zhongwan acupoint, was golden and flourishing, evolving into a spring. Nourished by the potent energies of numerous divine herbs, his inner worlds expanded, indicating the continuous enhancement of his potential.